Spinning my hot mess, symphony of slow down, dance like a marionette, plie pirouettes, on late arabesque, trickle down, while straight in the position of kowtow, kiss the paper ring, hardly lift an eyebrow, invisibly, fourth estate, fifth column, dark black the night that cast on shadows, it's such a green, I pass this for high, illustrious scholar, provoker of a luxury, the famer of the pharaoh, just for speed, dashing on castle, out of the family, doesn't rock the basket, hard enough to make a flame, blow Charasso, Babylon, fire burns into the maximum. Kill a practices, predict real acronym. Triangulate the appeal, axiom. Real transfer, frequency, perception, management. Target acquisition, target rich environment. American Nazi, cream of flushy corporate parasite. Never knew a war, but they get it like a longer. No condition, never they repeat the mantra. Greed, sloth, lust, violence, desire, vengeance. Global national universe, dead enslaving nation. Racing neck and neck, sort of photo finishing it. Advanced like body activation. Advanced like body activation. Lower the vibrational field of the planet. Lower the vibration of the people from programming. Bypass specifically like body activation. Solo animal suffer integrated healing. In a Messiah stargate to the doorway, awakening. Domination 1.68 man orientation. Of in horizon. Time space environment, the living embodiment of the Sphinx monument. Circle square, hyperdimensional wheel is equal. Floating in ascendancy, graviton vehicle. Left and right ventricle, pump the raw material. Living solar system cell, seven sun equal. Carbon particle, hydrogen animated being. Spit that triple to in a Fibonacci sequence. Advanced light body activation. Self-organized metaphysic cosmology, light synthesizer melanated technology. Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And we'll be doing a last part today on the theories of the ISUPK. We're taking a special look at one of their top debaters, Captain Tazariak. We've learned a lot from him throughout the years, in terms of his explanations of the Bible. Obviously he's a seasoned rhetorician, and through his ideology, we've explored many different aspects of this, theological scope, and obviously the centerpiece of it is European civilization, right? And who wants to take credit for European civilization, right? Which includes the societies past the colonials, past colonialism, capitalism, right? We're looking at expressions of things that have to do with who were the real people who occupied the land of Israel, right? And who are their descendants, right? And that main thing opens up lots of different avenues. Obviously, all roads lead to Rome, right? Right. And within Rome, all roads lead back to one man, right? St. Paul, right? And his sort of, inroads within the Roman Empire. How much was he part of the Roman elite? Doesn't matter, right? Was he thoroughly ensconced within Alexandrian philosophy, right? Or was he a Pharisee, right? Did he represent the apex of Jewish knowledge, an apex of Greek knowledge, or some middle line between both? Well, that is exactly the point. It's Christianity itself, right, that seems to synthesize the Eastern and the Western, the Greek and the Jewish, the ancient and the modern, right? So there's all of these different types of opinions, right, attached to it. That's why the
precipice of a new age, right? That Paul actually refers to, right? He talks about the coming of a new age that's going to be upon us, right? And this sort of new covenant theology, right, applies to both Jews and Gentiles, right? Who were the Gentiles? Now, what does that have to do with our greater sphere, right? So one could say, what does it matter? I don't even believe in religion. I don't believe in theology, right? So what could any of this matter to my modern existence, right? Well, you can uh you know, turn your attention towards the Middle East, right? And observe Israel, right? And observe how the Jews have returned after 2,000 years back to Israel and laid claim upon a land, right, of their ancestors, right? This 2,000-year process, right, of the Jews returning to their Holy Land, right? If you try to follow what brought them back after 2,000 years, right? This process itself will unveil to you, right, the whole entire dialectic between the ancient and modern in the first place, right? So if you want to collapse this dialectic between ancient and modern, look no further than the history of the Jews, right? Now, one of the first instances of the history of the Jews, the antiquities of the Jews, comes from Josephus, right? Josephus, a first century scholar and a slave of Flavian, right? His writings were seen as some of the very first instances where they tried to open up and explore and understand the Christian sect, right? Where did the Christian sect arrive from, right? So some of the sources are from the writings of Josephus, but the problem with Josephus is that Josephus was kind of a contemporary of Paul, St. Paul, who we mentioned earlier, right? Who has written almost over half of the content of the New Testament is written by St. Paul, right? So who was St. Paul, right? And you know, so one of the people who may have mentioned St. Paul and his connections to Herod are Josephus, right? And Josephus and St. Paul seem to know some of the same people, such as Epaphroditus, who Paul mentions in one of his letters. Epaphroditus, Epaph, right? Roditus, sorry, right? Epaphroditus, right? Right. This was a man mentioned as funding, some of the writings of Josephus, the Antiquities of the Jews. You see that in the introduction to Josephus writing Antiquity of the Jews. And then you see also in the letters of St. Paul, the same Epaphroditus has been theorized as mentioned, right? So this Epaphroditus, right, is basically part of the Roman Jewish elite, right? Now, who were these Roman Jewish elite? We see at the time of Jesus, right? Jesus refers to certain Jewish um you know, sects. I guess you could call them sects, right? There were sects of Jews, right? During the first century AD, right? Judaism was not a cohesive tradition during the first century by any means, right? Right? Part of the problem with Jewish tradition in the first century AD was that it had become inundated with Alexandrian philosophy, right? And you could observe that in many of the writings of Jewish philosophers at the time, right? Many Jewish rabbis sound like they're writers, right, of Middle Platonism, right? And then you have the writings of the Hermeticists, like Zosimos, who pay tribute to the Jews, right? So Hermeticism, Gnosticism, and Christianity, right? Right? Both, all three of them proclaim to have a certain Jewish origin, right? And they also seem to be breakaway from the tradition of Judaism at a certain stage, right? But to what extent do each of these traditions seem to accomplish this, right? It's interesting, right? Baby, yeah, Baby Tron's music. Yeah, bless. Yeah, yeah, blessings, dude. The Goyim. Yeah, we got some stuff. Yeah, we talk about different things here. I take a little musical break in a minute here. I actually do music streams as well where I just play music. So yeah, bless G check. Tricky Woo. Thank you for being here. Longtime supporter of the channel. Blessings, brother. Thank you for checking out my stuff. Checking out my shit. You know what I mean? Going to sleep already? I was thinking, I was hoping you could hear some of this. You know what I mean? But yeah, base oracle. All right. Yeah, blessings. You know what I mean? But yeah, Virgo moon. I love you. Give me a hard time, but it is what it is. I love that girl so much. You know what I mean? Loud and clear. Blessings, brother. I can stuff. Yeah. Yeah, people like the music this time. Yeah, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's a hit, sometimes it's not. You know what I mean? Anna Faye, thanks for being here. Lizard Tree, Aaron Haywood, blessings, friend. You know what I mean? We're gonna get into this shit. You know what I mean? Got people out here. You know what I mean? And we got this shit. Paul. We're gonna have Paul. Obviously, Galatians is the big thing, you know what I mean? Where they had their conflict. We could read that out for you, it's one of the real shits. Yo, what's going on, brother? Galatians.
Yo, yo, yo.
Yo. Let me open this up for you guys. So you got different writings. I mean, okay, the basic structure is like this. All right. You got the New Testament, right? You got the four gospels, right? Starting with Mark, right? Ending with John, right? And then you have you know, this period and time, you got all of this letters and the Acts and Revelations and all this shit. You got Hebrews. Hebrews is not purportedly written by Paul himself. You got Acts that's written by Luke. You got the Gospel of Luke that's written by Luke, right? Luke is a traveler with Paul. He's known as Paul's physician, right? Matthew, Gospel of Matthew, that's seen as a disciple, right? Gospel of John, nobody really knows who John was, John the Apostle, right? Some consider John the Apostle as a secret apostle that's mentioned within the Gospel of John. A disciple who Jesus loved more than the other disciples, that's mentioned in the Gospel of John. Other people purport that he's a different person, so you got all of these, different writings, you know what I mean, right? So yeah, but in terms of the flavor of the writings, in Romans and in Corinthians, you kind of have a different flavor than in Hebrews and in other works. Why? Because there's a different standard in Galatians and in Hebrews and in Ephesians. It's like Paul is talking to the Jews. So he's talking a lot about Jewish prophecy and about revelations, but then in Romans and Corinthians, he's talking to his church followers. So he's elucidating the Christian doctrine, right? So there's different orders of significance depending on what part you read, right? Acts of the Apostles, right? It tries to synthesize those works of the Gospels with the works of Paul's letters, right? So what it tries to do is it tries to show how Paul's travels and other things that Paul did with the disciples of Jesus basically confirm the revelation that was given through the Gospels, right? So Acts of the Apostles is kind of showing you the journey it went through. You know what I mean? So, when you pick up the New Testament, right, you figure out that there's all of these different modes of expression within the New Testament. Depending on what work you're reading within the New Testament, you're getting a different perspective on what's being discussed, right? So certain things are going to sound more Jewish, certain things are going to sound more Christian, and certain things are going to try to synthesize Jewish and Christian beliefs. And obviously, the ones that sound more quote unquote Jewish are going to constantly make reference to the Old Testament, right? So, this is kind of the thing that's going on. But yeah, let's pull up this debate here. We're going to Tazariak, and I don't even know where we were at in this, but I'm just gonna pull this shit up and just go start at his opening statement. But yeah, some of this shit. Okay, obviously Epaphroditus. I was just mentioning. Yeah, let's start with this. Epaphroditus. Who knew Josephus. So what's the big deal, with Epaphroditus? Why is it important that Paul and Josephus both know Epaphroditus? Because it kind of confirms what kind of circles they were within, within the time, because Paul himself is talking about himself as a Roman citizen, and B, a Jewish, what do you call it? A Pharisee, schooled under Gamaliel, circumcised on the 8th day, and all of this type of stuff. You know what I mean? But yeah, anyways, so let's go to this debate here, and we're gonna go to 3 debates. We're gonna see Tazariak versus another Hebrew Israelite. Okay, we're gonna see Tazaria, who's more in line with the Old Testament than with the New Testament, because the ISUPK uses the New Testament as well as the Old Testament, so they draw from both sources. That's why I'm talking so much about St. Paul. Okay, because it's a quasi form of Christianity, right? And we also discussed how they took a lot of their theory from British Israelism, the 12 tribes of Israel and all that type of shit, right? So they're dealing with a type of, not a colorism, but a racialism, right? Because they believe that they're a different racial category than the rest of the Africans, right? Right. They believe to be of the 12 tribes of Israel, a legacy that they believe that they share with Puerto Ricans, Haitians, Native Americans, and anybody who was enslaved on this continent or colonized on this continent, right? Right. Now, you may ask, colonized by who? Well, they say they were colonized by the other Africans and also the false Jews who actually live in Israel today, right? So they believe in the Khazar theory, right? Okay, in the false Jews, right? And how they are the Ashkenazis. They believe they're not the descendants of the Jews, right? So, and then they say that also the British kings are descendants of the Hebrew Israelites. That's why they follow the King James Bible. So they don't believe that British people or Europeans enslaved them, right? They believe that other Africans enslaved them along with the Jews, right? So this is all part and parcel of their historical iconography, their racial and historical theory. And I kind of talked in my previous shows where a lot of this kind of comes from, talked about the different mentions of how it actually comes out of somewhat, British Israelism. You get some from, you know, certain things from also other theories of the African diaspora facing the East to pray and all that type of stuff. They get some of their stuff influenced by the Nation of Islam and some of these other groups, and you could tell that some of their doctrines were influenced, by the Nation of Islam, like how they refer to whites as devils, right? White devil, a term that was created by W.D. Fard, right, who founded the Nation of Islam, right, who was a Pakistani dude from Detroit. I'm not even kidding. You know, this is the real thing. He was not a black dude at all. Who founded this movement, right? He was a charlatan, right? A Freemason, right? Somebody who belonged to the Moorish Science Temple and formed a breakaway sect of that group, right? A group that was formed by a Rosicrucian, right? Noble Drew Ali, right?
Yo, Gandhi was assassinated by Hindu radicals, right? Malcolm X was smoked by the NOI, right? So it is those closest to you that have the opportunity to destroy you the easiest. It's like those that are closest to you could do the most destruction, including yourself.
Yeah. And I don't think that he was able to get out of the ideological bind of black nationalism, meaning that he still followed it as a political philosophy unto his death. So if you see that, they he was able to get away from them only in a provincial sense, what I mean, because he was able just to relocate away from them and start his own organization. But once he had begun his own organization, although he had now rejected most of their cosmology and their philosophy and their views on life, he still adopted their political maxims, as a way of life. So the thing that he had to then deal with is that he was still in the ideological binds of black nationalism, thinking that, there was any way that, black people could form a parallel institution to the U.S. government and, on this continent, and obviously that was not meant to be the case, because the people who run this country do so through a lot of different filtering devices, and I think if you research the actual black people that they get to be in leadership positions in this country, there's a lot of truth to what Desariak is saying. They're like the hand selected, whatever, Negroes, if you want to call them house Negroes,
Straight
you know,
Uncle Tom's, bro.
yeah, exactly. So they're not and I'm obviously referring to the speech he gave in Detroit in 1964, the ballot or the bullet, in which after returning from Mecca he still espoused the theories of black nationalism. So I
But
mean,
yo,
yeah,
all of them are actually Uncle Tom's. All the politicians and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because we're all slaves. They all sold us out. You know what I mean? It's not like the black community is onto something and in identifying that, but they're missing the point that it's all of them. You know what I mean? They're all technically Uncle Toms. They think like the white ones are in control. That's not true. None of them are in control. They're all just slaves, and they're fucking enslaving other slaves for fucking French benefits of, you know what I mean? They get to live in the house. Oh, we get lobster. Wow. Champagne. Wow. You know what I mean? We get to ride in a Mercedes. And they sell you and your kids and all their souls out for a Mercedes lobster. You know what I mean? A house with a little extra walking around space.
The Mercedes lobster.
You know what I mean?
yeah, and if you get up in this, the theories of the race, I mean, if you look at the races, it's really pretty simple. I don't really trust Mexican people, you know what I mean? And black people and Indian people who don't have families. You know, they're always reckless. You know, if they had to do some shit to make their own people abandon their ass, then they're probably no good to begin with. You know what I mean, right? But white people with extended families and all that shit, you got to watch the fuck out for those people because those people are like Freemasons and shit going back like many years. So I don't trust white people with connections or black and Mexican and brown people without connections. You know what I mean? Like that's just what it is. You know, because you got to understand the nepotism of, you know, brown people and black people, that they just have a certain sense of tribalism about them. And
Yo,
you don't want
honestly,
to trust the ones that don't have that. You really don't. You just want to leave them the fuck alone. You know what I
the
mean?
majority of the Mexicans, bro, they just want to make money. You know what I mean?
Right, exactly.
Like
right.
they're just working and making money. Like if they're not like working, grinding, making money, running businesses, you know what I mean? Goes for anybody. You know what I mean?
You know, and then it goes to and then it goes to this: was Paul a sellout? You know, because it looked like Paul sold himself out to Herod. You know, I mean, he's saying that to Herod, my kinsman. Now, this is difficult to hear because Herod's family is the one who called for the head of John the Baptist, who's Jesus' family. So it's like somebody who's literally trying to kill Jesus and his family, you know, that you're just going to be like, oh, yeah. What up, my kinsman? Like, what?
Yo,
You know,
Paul was always speaking out of both sides of his mouth because, like, he even told you himself, he's like, yo, to the Jews, I become a Jew. To the Gentiles, I become a Gentile. So he basically just does whatever he needs to do to get the message across. You know what I mean? And that's like, that's going to involve deception. So
yeah.
you can't just do what, you can't just be whatever they are. You know what I mean? That's where he goes. That's where he fucks up.
And you know, Paul also does a lot to get back into the view that you know, he's actually still maintaining his essential heritage. So so you're gonna see that coming back from Tazariak. He's gonna give all the examples in which Paul sort of, you know, prizes his sense in which he maintains his Jewish heritage.
Paul
But then
didn't even
again,
walk with Jesus. You know what I mean? Paul was arguing with the apostles. They're like, bro, we
Yeah.
were just with Jesus. He's like, nah, bro. Listen, I know Jesus because I seen him in a dream or a vision or whatever, and I'm gonna tell you all about it. And it was not really in line. So,
yeah, and let me actually open this up because this is a key passage, and try to open up this Galatians, you know, up in Galatians where he actually confronted Peter. So you guys judge for yourself, you know what I mean? I'm not even gonna say anything, you know what I mean? And I'm not really trying to convince anybody of anything, you know what I mean?
here's the
We're
question
just
we gotta all ask ourselves, right? Do we throw out the baby with the bathwater? You know what I mean? If somebody did inject Paul into the religion, do we throw out the whole religion? Right. In its current stance, yeah. But do we throw out everything that it was originally? Like, what are they trying to derail with Paul? Then you got to question that. Like, okay, Paul is derailment. For what purpose? You don't derail the lie. You know what I mean?
yeah. And yeah, exactly. You know, and in Galatians, you know, we read here it says, but when I'm sorry, this is 2:11 to 14. It says, but when Cephas came to Antioch, I opposed him to his face because he stood condemned. So he's condemning Peter, right? And he says, for before certain men came from James, he was eating with the Gentiles. So notice what he's accusing Peter of eating with the Gentiles. Okay. But when they came, he drew back and separated himself, fearing the circumcision party, right? Meaning that he's basically calling them Judaizers, right? And he says, and the rest of the Jews acted hypocritically along with him. So even Barnabas was led astray by their hypocrisy. But when I saw their conduct was not in step with the truth of the gospel, I said to Cephas or Peter before them all, quote, if you, though a Jew, live like a Gentile and not like a Jew, how can you force the Gentiles to live like Jews? Unquote. We ourselves are Jews by birth and not Gentile sinners. But then when Paul speaks in Corinthians, he says, as to the Jew, I became as a Jew under the law. As to the non-Jew, I became as a non-Jew, not under the law. You know, so, you know, so in other words, is Paul setting up a dual road of salvation, two different roads, one for Gentiles and one for Jews, right? But then accusing Peter of doing that. Right? That's the main question, guys. I mean, right? See, you guys see how intricate the details, see how intricate the web is, you know, played, you know, and we do have to look seriously at these things, you know, because it's about the formation of the early church. Yes, go ahead.
It became the playbook now for all these spring off branch religions, like this the Black Hebrew Israelite movement, right? They're all doing the same thing. They're using the Paul as the playbook. You know what I mean?
Right.
They're standing right with one foot in the ocean, one foot in the sand, and they're in neither. You know what I mean? You can't be on land or in the ocean at the same time. You know what I mean? So I don't know. There's a quote in there somewhere. I'm not able to recall, but I mean that's basically.
Well, the quote has got to be the walking on water thing. You know what I'm saying?
Right. It's that you can't.
You know, there you go.
It's like you can't stand with one foot on dry land and one foot in the ocean, right? And like be holy in either. You know what I mean? Like you can't be whole in either one of your things that you claim to believe in. You can't be whole in the law, and you can't be whole in the Gentile if you're standing on both. That's the dilemma. You know what I mean? But they utilize this as a weapon so that they can hit a person from either angle. You know what I mean? Like if they come this way, they hit him with the left. If they come this way, they hit him with the right.
I'll turn the fan that way.
You know what I mean? It's a control system. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and if you take this, elucidation of an important problem that the church leaders have debated for centuries in order to understand a segment of world history, such as the development of European and secular society, then please take a seat. If you see that as criticizing somebody's religion, please take a fucking seat, because you're too moronic to have the fucking conversation in the first place. You know, that's all it is. You know, you actually don't understand the actual issues, right? That many people are elucidating and debating about, for centuries. You know, I'm not the first person to point out, the issues here. So the fact that you could turn on a black debate channel, a white debate channel, any type of debate channel, and see that these are the issues that are being talked about, right, shouldn't really surprise anyone, because these are the most relevant topics, right, in terms of those particular, disputes. You know what I mean? Right? You'll see that many different Christian and Jewish denominations differ on this one particular problem, right? What set of laws should we follow, right? Should we follow the Zohar or the Talmud or the Torah or the New Testament or the New Covenant or the rules of the church or the Gospels or what Jesus says in the Gospels or the laws of the Old Testament? It's one of the main problems, right?
So the idea, right, was that they were going to put man in between the Bible, right? You got two bulls, right? Two opposing forces. You with me? Now, They force man into a state where man can't decide what the truth is. He's flip-flopping back and forth between these two, right? Man is stuck in the bipolar system. Now man's bipolar. Okay, now they can come in when you're in that confusion and offer you Luciferian Satanism as the truth. That doesn't flip-flop back and forth. It doesn't change, you see? But it's not the truth. It's a false truth, a false working system that is repeatable, produces repeatable results, but Lucifer holds the keys to it, and it's not the whole truth. You still don't understand how it happens. You just know that it does. Bada bing, bada boom.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Like science, bro. You know what I mean? They get you confused about your beliefs, and then they go, here's science. It's the only truth. Look where that's led you. You know? Not you, but the world.
Yeah, and then they go a step further and say within the science there is no absolute truth. So as to say that it's a constantly moving, step ladder to get you to ascending to truth. It's like, what the fuck are we even on anymore? Because you just said, if you go to Karl Popper and you go to his theory of truth, the more truth you get, the less you actually understand, and that's actually how truth works. The bonfire of enlightenment only unveils the surface area of ignorance. The more you know, the more you figure out what you what you can't possibly ascertain.
The more you learn, the less you know.
Yeah, it only outlines the fucking structure of what cannot be known. So that's what I'm going to here. We're just simply elucidating a mystery, so as not to offend anyone, right? But a lot of people, obviously, they like to take, issue with people criticizing things. The fact is not of criticism; it's of just looking at different issues. Now, if it was an issue for Paul, the way Peter applied the teachings of the Gospels, then we really shouldn't really wonder, at what scale this is an issue, right? I mean, the passage I just read in Galatians, these were issues from the very beginning, so has to say that they're not going to be elucidated over time, right? They're only going to become more confusing. The more societies and cultures have piled on their various understandings of these things, right? We have all of history to contend with, right? And anybody who doesn't deal with history is just, stuck in idealism, right? This is what's going on.
Very few people try to find the knowledge and put it all together. They just kind of accept the one that sounds best to them. And that's the reason why we're still in this dilemma. It's the same ideas. No one has had new ones. They're just grasping onto the best flavor of Baskin Robbins that became their favorite. They never went in the kitchen and tried to make their own ice cream. You know what I mean? They're just keep going to fucking Baskin Robbins, picking a different flavor and hoping for a better result.
Precisely. And that is idealism. You understand, you want to blame the world or hold the world accountable for the limits of your own understanding. Once you create an ideology that works with you, then you simply feel that you don't have to go and figure out who else believes anything, or actually what's going on in the world. You just think that anytime anybody questions your particular ideology, that's the only thing you have to look out for. You're on the lookout for people who question your particular way of life, right? But you're not actually looking outwards and seeing if there's anything else. So this is the trick of idealism. There's people trapped in one frame of mind, trying to defend their one frame of mind or whatever they think is the perfect view, from any form of criticism, so as to say that they think that the only way to move forward is to hold on to their particular set of beliefs because they've worked out a perfect system in their mind. No system exists in a vacuum. Nature abhors a vacuum, right? You know what I mean? This is where, it's unscientific. You know what I mean, right? And you have to believe that there's an absolute truth which science doesn't grant you. But you also have to believe, that idealism and being stuck in some fanciful truth that works for you, and you don't have to elucidate anything else about what's going on in the world or believe in history or anything else that's going on. This is being stuck. It's being fucking totally stuck. You know what I mean, right?
It's mind control.
Yeah.
Mind control, religion itself is the rebinding of generational mental slavery,
he's trapped, and all he sees is people in the boxes. Everything he sees, he absorbs and adopts it. He mimics and he watches it. He knows the box, but he can't remember how to stop it. Isn't that the Lupe Fiasco song or whatever? You know what I mean? It's kind of like that.
I think so, yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like shit. Yeah, that's what's going on. No matter how much I clutch my holy Bible, my pharaohs try to, bless my survival and give me titles. They show me idols. That's what's happening, guys. Anyways, let's go to some of this before we take a little break and smoke with y'all and play that line that I was just rapping. This Godfather Don. You know what I'm saying? It's this dope line.
Yo, TML, bro. Do you think, I've been pondering on this. Do you think a book, right, a spiritual scriptural text can become an idol?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Because words don't translate. The real thing is that you got to take a verse from the book, memorize it, and then apply it to your life, and then understand like the mystery of that particular verse. It's really like you can't really just hold on to words in a book and then dig for answers in it every time you go through a problem. That means that you're not really understanding anything. The book is meant to be read and then applied and then understood, through the application. So the thing is that, if you're just stuck on the book of reading the words and interpreting the words, you're never going to get to the actual phase of, what the book is being there for. The truth of God is a living truth. It's
Here's
not
my
in
question,
dead
right?
words. It's not just fucking words and shit that people can manipulate upon whim, upon their own whims. There's no perfect interpretation. You know what I'm saying?
Now, let's say we have two people, right? One of them reads the book in the way that you just stated, and they absorb it and they get the true understanding. How can another person take that same exact book and turn it into an idol? Does it make the book an idol in itself? Are they both guilty of idolatry, even if one does not worship the idol? But you know what I mean?
Oh man, yeah, I remember Kierkegaard on this issue. You know what I mean?
It's
Let me
deep,
open this
right?
up. Yeah, it's deep as fuck, you know.
I came to this on my own. I didn't hear it from no one else. I've been pondering it on myself because I've been trying to deal with the dilemma of the Bible being, true, but not entirely true. And how do we deal, like how do you really rectify that to somebody? You know what I mean? And that got me into thinking, like, maybe the Bible itself, because there's people that take it as a whole and follow it blindly and don't actually understand it, they turn it into an idol. And then I had to wonder, okay, but if it's an idol, have I turned it into an idol? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's possible. This here from Kierkegaard strikes me as true. He said, is someone who lives in the midst of Christianity, enters with knowledge of the true idea of God, the house of God, of the true God, and praise, but praise in untruth. Praise in untruth. And if someone lives in an idolatrous land, but prays with all the passion of infinity, although his eyes are resting upon the image of an idol, where then is more truth? The one prays in truth to God, although he is worshiping an idol. The other prays in untruth to the true God, and is therefore in truth worshiping an idol. All right.
You know what I mean? It's fucking crazy.
It's hypocrisy. You know what I mean? The hypocrisy is more sinful than atheism, in my opinion. You know what I mean? To pray in untruth to the true God is worse. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, right?
That goes back to like the old lady, right? Who goes to church on Sunday and doesn't know the Bible like that, right? Never really studied it like that. Prays to Jesus as if Jesus is God and has no fucking understanding at all. Like the wheels ain't spinning. You know what I'm saying? This old lady's doing her best. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's that weird dilemma. Like, is that old lady actually wicked, or is she just like wrong? You know what I mean? Like, is God really gonna hate that old lady if she lived her whole life just wrong about one thing and did everything else right? You know what I mean? Like, she just fucked up. Like, she was actually in idolatry.
Right.
It's a dilemma, bro.
You know, it sure is. You know what I mean?
Because, like, if you actually try to adopt the teachings of Jesus Christ, it's really hard to be mad at anybody who loves God in any context, unless it's like their God is telling them to, like, sacrifice people and all kinds of crazy shit, you know what I mean? Then that might not be, like, the actual God. But, like, if they worship, like, a righteous God, a benevolent God, you know what I mean, that loves humanity and truth, I mean, yo, like, there's all different kinds of people like that, and they're genuinely good people. And, like, I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I know it's crazy, but I think God is forgiving, bro, and like kind of understanding with motherfuckers being wrong, but genuinely true to him. You know what I mean? Like, in a crazy sense. If they were always true to God, we don't know their relationship with God. You know what I mean? He might just be fucking with us to see what we're going to do. You know what I mean? Why else would all this crazy shit go on? God wants to see what you're going to do. Like, are you going to be able to spot the people who truly love me, regardless of what religion, fucking medals they have? You know what I mean? Like, regardless of what it is in this physical world, are you going to be able to spot the character of those that love me? You know what I mean? Like, I think that's how God looks at it. I might be wrong, but like, I feel that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, peace to Daisy May. Thank you for being here, sis. And Silver Tongue Cavalier, blessings, brother. You know, I dropped that link out there in Discord in case you want to join us, you know. And yeah, anybody else out there in the Discord, you know, come through if you guys want. You know, I'm gonna be dropping the link for everybody in a minute here and taking a little break. Listen to some of this debate. We'll take a break, listen to some Godfather Don, and smoke some weed. Thank you guys for being here.
Now, why is Josephus mentioning Nero Caesar's secretary Epaphroditus? Why is it that Saul and Epaphroditus are longtime friends? Saul not only has citizenship, he's connected from the Herodian appointed high priest all the way up to the household of Nero Caesar. Philippians 2:25, Saul of Tarsus. Yet I suppose it necessary to send to you Epaphroditus, my brother and companion in labor and fellow soldier, but your messenger, and he that ministered to my wants, Saul of Tarsus. All the saints salute you, chiefly they that are of Caesar's household. Philippians 4:22, Paul, a Saul of Tarsus. The Saul in the New Testament and the Saul of Josephus side by side. Look at this right here. Saul in the New Testament, Herodian related. Romans 16:10 and 11. Saul and Josephus is Herodian related. War of the Jews, book 2, chapter 7.
Hold on, let me put that full screen because this is actually an important chart. Breaks down a lot of different shit. You know, if you guys check it out, you know, interesting connections. You know, between the Saul in the New Testament and the Saul in Josephus. You know, then confirming some of the things we think about Josephus being used as a source. But then again, you have to remember that, as I told you earlier, Josephus is also a slave of Flavius. You know, that's why his name Flavius Josephus. You know, and if you don't know, Flavian is the Roman, you know, emperor. You know what I mean? Basically, you know, they're the family of Herod got in good with the Flavians and all this thing. So they were considered to have extreme power. You know, I think the you know, his niece or something, Herod's niece, you know, named Bernice or something like that, was actually the mistress of Flavian, if I'm not mistaken. You know, I think I read that in Robert Eisenman. You know, the connections are extremely shocking between, you know, how some of the Roman elite is tied into these particular, you know, Jews that are mentioned in the New Testament. You know, it gets very extremely strange, right?
17, section 4, verse 418. Saul in the New Testament, close to the Herodian high priest. Acts 4 and 5 and 6, Acts 9, 1 and 2. Saul and Josephus close to the Herodian appointed high priest. Antiquity of the Jews.
Another thing it seems to confirm is that the events that happened during Jesus' lifetime had significance around the world because they happened in Rome. And really, they happen in the heart of the Roman Empire about political struggles that are happening within Rome, and then affected Rome to the fact of the destruction of the Roman Empire. You know, the rise of the church in 500 AD, and St. Augustine and all that stuff. He's writing about the decline of the Roman Empire. You know, you read The City of God, you know, Romans are on their way out. You know, the whole Roman middle class is in the bats. You know, bunch of coomers obsessed with debauchery and you know, sin. They're just completely destroying themselves. They're fucking just completely being invaded from the outside. You know, the destruction of the fucking middle class and all that stuff. The gap between the rich and the poor. You know, they're having all of these fucking problems. You know, that spell total destruction of the society. You know.
Book 20, chapter 10, section 4, verse 213 to 214. Saul in the New Testament caught hell in Achaia. Acts 18, verse 12 and 13. Saul and Josephus caught hell in Achaia. War of the Jews, book 2, chapter 20, section 1, verse 556 to 558. Saul in the New Testament suspiciously close with Rome. From citizenship up to Nero Caesar. Acts 22nd chapter, 25 through 29, and Philippians 4 and 22. Saul and Josephus suspiciously close with Rome. War of the Jews, book 2, chapter 20, section 1, verse 556 through 558. Saul in the New Testament has a close friend named Epaphroditus, who just so happened to be Nero Caesar's secretary and Josephus's Patreon. Josephus' Patreon is Epaphroditus, who happens to be Paul's homeboy and Nero Caesar's secretary. Antiquity of the Jews, book 1, chapter 1, section 1, verse 1. Now look at this. Operation Messiah. St. Paul and Roman intelligence and the birth of Christian sanity. For whom was Saul working for, Tazoya? The only circumstance under which the high priest would employ his police force to arrest and imprison people would be if these people had shown them.
He them boys. Paul
That's
them boys.
right.
He the ops. Paul is the ops. This is the claim that's being made, and it's being made on both sides. It's being made on the Jewish side and also the ultra Christian side. You know, so both the people who want to expose Paul as being a Jew and also the people that want to expose him as working for the Roman Empire. So it gets fucking ridiculous because you also have this fucking Roman providence theory, that's telling you that, you know, they you know, obviously Robert Eisenman, who I just mentioned, you know, and himself an elite Jew, right? You know, and a Zionist, right, wants to claim that the Romans invented Christianity. How silly is this shit, guys? You know, this shit gets really fucking silly. You know, obviously the Jews want to claim that, right, to exonerate them for killing, guess who? Jesus, right? So this is the main plot, right? The plot thickens, right? They're gonna claim that, you know, that, you know, the government of Great Britain created Palestine, you know, and that the Romans killed Jesus. You know, that's part of the Zionist, you know, narrative. You know what I mean? You want to call it that. But yeah,
You
let's
ever
go on.
seen that little book that a guy wrote about how the Piesos wrote the Bible and shit? That goes into it, I'm pretty sure. How like that dude believes that Jesus was like sent in by Rome to cause fucking you know, like disturbances and to cause them to like basically lose power through division. So word I'm
Yeah,
looking.
and obviously we're saying historically, you know, there's no doubt that Christian factionalism weakened the Roman Empire from within, but did, you know, was you know, you know, Jesus sent by Rome? I mean, that seems ridiculous, but because of the fact that I just stated. You know, like, why would the Romans destroy the fuck out of themselves? You know what I'm saying? Right? You know, this is the problem.
He was definitely an Essene. You know what I mean?
Right, right, exactly, right. Yeah.
So like I'm pretty sure like he was on a mission. You know what I mean? But like different like different faction, bro. You know what I mean?
Themselves in some way to be a political threat to the Sadducean hierarchy
Yeah.
and the Roman regime. If Saul was
Yeah, and if you guys don't know, you know, break down the sects here, you know, and this will be for the edification of the audience, people who are watching this, not really familiar with the issues of the show. You know, there's different sects of Jews. You know, there's zealots who believe in a form of Jewish nationalism. They want to liberate the temple. There's Sadducees who are working with the Roman temple, you know, the Jewish temple that pays tribute to Rome. Sorry. You know, so they are basically part of the Roman Jewish elite, for lack of a better term. You know, there's the Pharisees who keep the oral tradition, and then there's the Essenes who are the followers of John the Baptist, and these people who follow the water baptism rituals, and they go live in the wilderness. They don't even stay in Judea. You know, they want to liberate the temple. You know, just as much as the Sadducees. I mean, not the Sadducees, but the Zealots. But they don't believe in military faction in order to do that, right? So there's all of these different messianic groups, right, within the Roman Empire, right, and within Judea, right? So
We gotta wonder because there's a lot going on also with the name Jesus Christ, right? We know like the J didn't exist, and it was Jesus, but before that it was Yeshua, right? And I notice a correlation, JC, right? Jesus Christ. You also have JC Julius Caesar, right? And this is where shit starts to get a little bananas. So, is it possible that Julius Caesar, right, assumes this messianic, you know what I mean, persona after Jesus Christ, and then claims to start the timeline at Jesus Christ's time, but starts it at Julius Caesar's time?
Emphasis Julius.
You ever heard of the added histories theory, where they like added 1,000 years to the historical timeline to insert the history of Rome, claiming it never happened? That's an interesting one. I'm not saying it's true, but I've definitely looked into it. It's interesting. But it's also interesting that Jesus, right, supposedly set up his own ministry, but then you have the Romans just like taking it or some shit. Like, yeah, we'll just take that. Thanks. You know what I mean? And then you got a bunch of pagans that are all of a sudden they're all Christians. That doesn't really make any fucking sense. You know what I mean? Then they incorporate a bunch of pagan shit into the Christianity. That even more doesn't make any fucking sense.
I want to
If they did convert, they'd be opposed to what they just believed in. They wouldn't try to mix it together.
I want to mention it before I forget, because a lot of I'm not saying that it's exactly true that it's an added timeline thing, but first of all, the Julius Caesar thing is interesting. Like, do you guys remember what year allegedly Julius Caesar was emperor of Rome?
What are you saying?
Do you guys
I was fucking
Julius.
reading. I was reading what someone was saying in chat. They're talking about the Romans stole it, and I was spaced out. What were you saying, bro?
You guys remember Julius Caesar allegedly?
You're breaking up.
What year Julius Caesar was ruling Rome?
I mean, there's a bunch of Julius Caesars. It was like, you know what I mean? That's kind of the weird thing.
Well. See, that's the thing, is that this Flavian sort of empire, you know, it begins a whole new type of royalty, you know, and their descent, and they're going from down from the from all of these types of things, because they're taking this Judea back from the Hasmoneans.
That's
and then
what
Julius Caesar is around like 100, and then you have all of these other leaders like like obviously during that time, you have extremely voracious leaders. But in 100, like around 100 CE, when you have, Julius Caesar and all these people, that's when shit really gets cooking. Like the church gets going under like a lot of attack. And then later you have Julian the Apostate take over. So you actually have a Gnostic leader take over, and he actually wants to gift the temple back to the Jews. So you have Caesar, you have Julian the Apostate, you have all of these fucking people. You actually had an emperor in Rome that was a professed Gnostic. I mean, this shit is crazy. Named Julian the Apostate. So there's all of these sick leaders in Rome. You obviously have Nero and all these people. But at the time of Jesus, it's notable, and at the time of Josephus and all these people, these Flavian guys and their connections with the Jewish Roman elite, that's what's shocking. It's like, what, what are the Jews? I mean, also I read Cicero, talking about how he was afraid of political assassination within Rome, but yeah,
that's what that book's about, bro. It tells you the Piso family, the Pisos were the Flavians, and they were also connected to Josephus. You know what I mean? That's why he's Flavius Josephus. It was a homage to he was actually a Flavian, bro.
Yeah, he's a Flavian slave. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. He's a slave of Flavian, just like Aristotle worked for the damn Macedonians. He wasn't subservient to Greeks. He fled Greece. He was a traitor to Greece and Athens. And then
you might really like that book, bro. This guy shows how the Flavians geometrically put their name in the Bible, proving that they had their hand in it.
Do me a favor if you can, or just what's the name of the book again?
I'm pretty sure it's in the library, but I'll get it in the library.
I'll double check, but I want to mention this because I had a bunch of thoughts while I was listening to you guys the last 15 minutes. So
I'll get it for y'all, and I'll make sure I put it up there for you. It was can't remember the title off the top of my head, bro. It'll come to me.
Yeah, I want to mention this really quick.
The true author of the New Testament. That's what it's called. True authorship of the New Testament.
This is here with 100 here with Caesar. You know what I mean? So
right. So I want to mention this really quick before I forget, because I'm going to lose my
small book too, bro. It's a small book. It's like a large pamphlet.
Yeah, 100 BC. So he died in 44 BC allegedly. So yeah, and he was killed by Brutus, right? So yep. And Brutus was the alleged founder of Britain, according to some occult belief systems. And I just mentioned that as an upfront, like, I don't know what the connection is, but I just want to mention
it says he ruled from 49 to 44 BC on this Wikipedia page. But yeah,
And he was
also, I think somebody said that earlier. Witness. Thank you.
Y'all
Yeah.
know Wim Corrett? The guy that he used to have a YouTube, they banned him. Now he's on like Rumble's channels like Godgulvumistay or something like that, bro. He does the whole Crater Earth shit.
I've heard of the Crater Earth, but I never heard of that dude.
His name's like Wim Corrett or some shit like that, right? He did a great piece on like Rome and Caesar and propaganda, like where he compared it to Mao. When you have propaganda Mao, he's like, you need a fake Jesus, so we make a Julius Caesar, bro. He had this whole thing. You guys might love that episode of it.
Yeah, I want to
Really
mention a couple things before I forget really quick. So the first part is like that 1,000-year thing is interesting, and like I mentioned that because like when I think about Greece, for example, like the Homer epics of the Trojan horse, for example, the way you're talking about, you know, the Christian religion is it's almost like a Trojan horse on Rome, and I mentioned that because really the timeline of about 1200 BC to about 400 to 200 BC of Greece, Rome, and all these different little empires in that little area is very muddy from my research. Like they don't have a very good timeline. And also like the whole Alexander the Great is kind of like a dubious kind of narrative in some ways. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying it's like that whole time period, because allegedly Moses came back out of Egypt around, what was it, like 1200 BC, and then founded Israel. So really, you know, the first time the quote unquote Jews went back to Judea or the Levant or whatever the fuck was 1,000 years before Jesus or something. And so they had been out of that area for a while, right? And then the whole, like, you know, the different uh empires and families and races or whatever that took over Egypt had changed quite a lot, right, in that time period. So whatever Egypt was before all that had changed by the time the Greeks started writing down what they were observing going on in Egypt, right? And so I'm just mentioning all that as a backdrop because today I picked up a book for kids and it was talking about cryptography, and it said that Julius Caesar was the first cryptographer, and that's why he was so successful. And I was like, what the fuck? So
You never heard of the Caesar cipher, bro?
yeah, and so
Most basic cipher.
yeah, and so like that's why he was winning. And if you look at the founding of America, it was won by encoded messaging. And I just mentioned that because a lot of these people I don't trust who are Luciferians, although I think they have they are bringing some truth, but they're mixing it in with some falsehood. They mention that they think that Plato and these other Greek people were basically writing the Old Testament and like creating an amalgamation of different traditions and that. And like in another book I picked up today, again for kids, and you read about the foundation, you know, the creation story of Hinduism, right? And you read Hinduism, the foundation. There's an ocean and there's a snake, and on the snake coiled up is Vishnu, and then Vishnu wakes up with this hearing the sound Om, and then he spits out Brahma, and then Brahma, you know, finds a wife and he creates Manu, and so the word human is derived from Manu, meaning descendants of Manu. And again, it sounds very Trinitarian and it sounds very whatever. And again, you know, you start looking at like the proliferation of the different religions, like like you mentioned, up with the Vikings and the Eurasians, like really out of Ukraine and Iran, the Mithraism and all that. I mean, shit starts making a lot more sense when you start seeing that, like, really a lot of the shit in the Bible's kind of referring, in my opinion, a lot of stuff similar to like Mithraism and Sumerians and also the Hindus. And I think that's, I mean, you can say it's coincidental, but I don't think that it really is. And I just want to mention all that because I think that there's something about what we're talking about. There's some little missing links that are kind of right there, but I can't really put it together exactly.
Well, we're taking a little break here, and I'm going to smoke a little bit of weed here and talk to my friends here. Thank you for joining Sanity Machine. Bless you, brother. And yeah, we're going to move on with the debate too in a minute. So we're breaking down some debate material on the Bible. I'm sure the inconsistencies in the Bible, you know, very apparent to my friend Sanity here. You know, yeah, blessings, dude. What's going on?
Hey, what's up? That's right up my alley. The contradictions in the Bible and all that kind of stuff.
Exactly. You know,
good to be here.
Yeah, I'm happy that you joined. Yeah, yeah, but we're taking a little musical break. Hold on to your hats, everyone, and we'll be right back in 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yo, I gotta close out the whole session. A little something, harking back to the good old days. Yeah. No, I can't go out like that. 7 degrees of elevation.
All right, everyone. All right. That's where his channel, that's the link to his live stream that's running. In case people want to join that. That's what's going on.
Workers from the shadows, spitting disease marrow, at many a marrow.
His panels remind puddles of the Hollywood Squares, the motel version.
Select phonics, direct tonics, through physical, labyrinths, mechanisms, encased in cabinets to make them split. These technologies have scholars debating, elating thoughts up, while their daughters ID sedated. From nubile young vixens to tricks and my vixens, a bacterial courier scurry about, flurries addiction. Just stating syllables to kill a few ill-a-dudes like Willard-do. Use strychnine and wine to blind minds like mildew. The Willard-crews are crushed like small plastic cast items. Mere trinkets of idolatry are like sugar babies. I bite them. I'm back again like saccharin packs of slim fast. No men last in DC. I hawk men and then flash. 7 degrees of elevation. Let me elevate your mind. 7 degrees of elevation. Let me elevate your mind. Got so bad, I wanna and all of the snakes trying to get through, girl, when you just try to hate. Drugs, sex, glamour, the hammer of God that solves in your evil abyss. Kiss of the Tsar, the odd bazaar, far beyond still appeals with the quickness. Bitches witness, open donk and stitches, niches, smoking cones and bitches, plotting attacks of fat stacks. My back contract, got a mat finish to diminish various scrimmages or images. Entering my poisonous jungle where mad fake niggas fumble. I'm simmering flesh to the bone, necks up blown off the body. Shoddy style and hotties got me holly bow. I wonder wow, lifestyle child still fouled and bow from pissed out. Plus the cow turns all my scripts foul. No matter how much I clutch my holy Bible, my rivals see my survival was vital when try to throw me vitals. They show me ice, my cycles in the blood of my enemy. Battle within my symmetries of 1 to infinity. Projects, I house the mind of it gone like Barnabas. Dark shadows are hot and lost by the dominance. Momentum worry, amazed and Marbury. Dimes the parlay until your life turns to law. Life ain't the same of the world today. Things done got so bad, I wanna stray. Niggas, bitches, and all of these snakes trying to end third world when you just try to stay. Fears inevitable, like steals incredible. Properties of the still. Fears inevitable, like steals incredible. A double as a blade, we kill to get paid. I had a job to rob scripts from the abyss. For this, I enlist scientist analysis of my balance shit. The new Krieger, see the mulatto trigger, equipped to dissolve your figure quicker than liquor inside the liver. The deliverer, a deadly syphilis, lyricist lounger, around the pound sounds of nihilistic rounds and down to explode enemy offices in their offices, distort your shit off the hip and cause the quick whip to the coroner. Of course, with the JHP, the Mayday sees no assistance. In the distance, Ace praise knees with the HKP for the mission. The mortician, raining your pistons. Now who's hanging the Christian? The strain of incisions from the four corners. With the velocity, the wreck your dichotomy, just like a sauna. The adorner, the Macmillan M88 parades, we make displays, creative tactics, the whack kids don't pay me late. Fears inevitable, high speed, the comedies up, the still different skill. Fears inevitable, high speed, the comedies up, the still different skill. It's around. With 9 lines that rhyme can fuck with the clandestine. Hand of mine, my line taps a 9 like the cat of 9. Mutilated cadavers and ditches, spit it out from my trachea. Makes me an out of my chemicals. Attack livers of niggas that rap with a tech 9. I wreck rhymes that smack local rap figures. Pitter patter, my sickle spatter, your little matter. Corrodes the mummified, encased in the brittle batter. The suckers, so plug up your tuckers, so talk shit. I walk with ligaments that's caustic, cause I lost it, forced it. The heavenly follow, still out tomorrow. So I don't see you, I see terror, medical horror. I trigger rigor mortis, meticulous when I'm kicking this habitual, virtual.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Doing this thing here. Get up on this debate, the premises. Okay, so obviously the structure of Roman power. It's also important to realize that God Emperor, the title of God Emperor, is basically a parallel title to the King of the Jews, the Messiah of the Jews, right? Is also seen as a sort of parallel to God on earth, right? In terms of some of those Christian traditions, right? So you have the view of Paul, right? Sort of, meanwhile rubbing hands with the Roman Jewish elite, right? And also last time I read Cicero, Cicero had an interesting thought. I believe I still have it open here. He says in his LV Flaccus pro Flacco, right? His defense of Flaccus, right? He says, what a big crowd it is, how they stick together, how influential they are in informal assemblies. So I will now speak in a low voice so that only the jurors may hear. For those are not wanting who would incite them against me and against every respectable man. What is Cicero so afraid of? He's afraid of the opinions about him of the Roman Jewish elite, right? He's afraid that they might conspire against him. And of course, he faced political assassination. I'm not saying that the Jays did it, right? I'm just saying that he wrote that and then he died, right?
Yeah.
So
I see Rocky wilding out in the chat about the Bible, and I just wanted to put something out there. To believe the Bible is uncorrupted and believe in it is easy. To believe it's corrupted and still believe in it is much harder. Just remember that, Rocky.
yeah, it gets deep. And I did drop the link earlier. Feel free to come up. It wasn't it was for Sanity Machine, but of course, Rocky, always welcome to discuss these things. And I will be pinning that link up in a minute here. We're gonna discuss some of these contradictions. But yeah, blessings. Thanks for joining us, everybody. And let me know if you guys want to pause the video at any point. Thank you so much.
By the high priest to arrest people and imprison them, it can only mean one thing to Zoya, and that is that Saul was a member of the high priest police force. He them boys, he them people. It would have been his job to arrest anyone belonging to a movement that threatened the status quo. What kind of Jew might have taken up political police work in the service of Caiaphas? The police force of the high priest was no doubt an eclectic group, consisting of junior priests with allegiance to the Sadducean party or belonging to those few families from whom the high priest was traditionally selected. Added to these were mercenaries of various kinds, including Jews
including Jews or non-Jews. Such mercenaries may have been relatively indifferent to Jewish nationalistic feelings and were perfectly prepared to endure the unpopularity that came to those willing to sell.
Did you guys hear that? The Sadducean hierarchy and Jewish nationalism. You know what I mean? That's right. Some of the that's right. He them boys.
Yo,
Yeah.
Paul means Saul, like Saul, right? And Saul was the first king that mankind demanded to, and he was provided to basically prove that he couldn't do it. You know what I mean? Like all the kings are provided to prove that they can't do it.
No, I can do it. I disagree.
You are not a king. You are a worm.
Did any of the stuff I said before the break make any sense, or was
Who
it just
just called me a worm? Who said that?
Hold on. Right before I get into this, and I'll let everybody talk to each other in a second, but I just want to point out this thing about Jewish nationalism in terms of that, you know, that this was a issue back then. And there are rabbis who actually say that the dwelling in the land is more important than obeying all of the commandments of the Torah. You guys could look that up if you want to. You know, it's an actual quote by the rabbis. You know, I can look up which rabbi said it and all of that type of stuff. I don't have that on me right now. But yeah, it's a very well-known quote by the rabbis.
Yeah, I've heard that too, and the reason I'm going back to what I said before, because I think it does tie into that subject matter. That's why I'm asking, because Paul was from Tarsus, which is Turkey, right? And then you have to think like
exactly,
you know, you have to think like all these, and I said that there's that missing 2,000 years between Homer's stuff in Greece and then Plato just pops up. It's like they just like skip over all the stuff in between, really.
Don't forget, Tarsus is the birthplace of Mithraism.
No, that's what I'm saying. And then Mithraism kind of ties into like the greater Viking religion, the Hindu religion.
When you look through all the Vatican churches, they all have temples of Mithra in the basement in Rome.
But that's what I'm saying. It's all an amalgamation of some sort of all these different things. And the Bible kind of, in my personal opinion, I can't speak for anybody else. In my personal opinion, it's kind of explicitly conveying itself in relation to these Greek beliefs, these other beliefs that surround it, right? I mean, the story of the three wise men directly, according to Orthodox, you know, Christianity, directly relates to the really the ending of all other religions and collapsing it all into Christianity. They literally believe that wise men and shamans of other religions were following the stars, and the stars foretold Jesus, essentially. Okay, this is Orthodox, right?
When we look at the depictions of Mithra, right, we got Mithra, right, sacrificing the bull, shedding the blood of the bull, the Taurus, the toroidal field, or whatever you want to call it, right, and filling up a cup, right? So, like, Mithra was considered the intermediary between man and God.
Right. And, well, and again, I bring up the stuff that I mentioned before, because if you look at Egypt, you know, the history of Egypt and Moses coming back out of Egypt and his little whatever, and they go back to the Levant, right? I mean, and it goes back to this idea of nationalism, right? Like, what is that really about? Because really, if you start going back and tracing back the underlying Mithraism, a lot of these people actually think they came out of Ukraine or Georgia, right? So that's why this whole Ukrainian Israel tie, you know, I don't like, it's really hard for me to parse out what's real and what's not regarding the media and the war and all that. But like, there's a lot of weird information / disinformation about these two conflicts going on. And if you really kind of look at it from a encryption standpoint of like, what kind of encoded messaging are they trying to tell us? I think that they're trying to portray some sort of Iranian, Russian, Ukrainian, and Israeli connection that is kind of like right there in plain sight if you really watch it. Yeah.
So, like, someone in chat said something that points out, like, A lot of these fake Luciferian religions will try to tell you Christ was only a celestial event. And at the end of the day, the celestial event is telling the story of what happened in the physical. As it is above, so it is below. You know what I mean? As far as that goes, like, it is a celestial event and it is a real event. It's how the wise men looked at the star and knew to go and find the king that was born. It was both happening at the same time. Doesn't take rocket science.
No, it takes Freemasonry. Jesus was a master mason, stone
No, he
mason.
wasn't. He was a carpenter.
Yeah, absolutely. No, he wasn't a carpenter. There were very
The
few wooden.
cornerstone that the builders rejected.
No, dummy. The word was different. It was used, and it was used to describe stonemasons and anybody working with their hands. All right, so
He was
there you
the
go.
cornerstone that the builders rejected.
He was a Freemason.
He
I
was
have
not
proof in
a.
the videos on my channel.
No, you
That's
don't.
why
You have
you just
propaganda.
keep talking over. You don't have an argument. He spoke in parables, just like Freemasons do. He told his disciples, "You can go anywhere and show who you are, and they will let you into their homes." This is all from Freemasonry. All of it was. You're clueless. You've never looked into this. You assume that you understand, but you don't know anything about esoterica and the Bible. You're
I know
clueless.
nothing about esoteric or the Bible. You got me.
Well, you don't. I can tell by the way you're speaking.
You got
You
me,
just say
guys.
no. He was a carpenter. You're at a low level. I can tell. You're just mainstream. Just a mainstream person that believes in Jesus Christ.
He's
Just
got
like
me.
any fool in a church. Just like anybody in a pew. That's the level you're at.
Oh yeah. Good.
Absolutely. Prove it. You prove it
Okay.
the more you speak. Just keep going. You just keep proving it. You're arrogant, but you're at a low level of knowledge.
Low level of knowledge.
Low level, absolutely.
I just want to play the devil's or angel's advocate for which one at this point for Stephen. Is it possible that that was a reconstruction narrative overlaid after the fact, or is I'm just throwing it out there? Like, what would you say to that argument?
It sounded like somebody was puking. What did you say again about an overlay?
What would you say to the argument that that was like a rewrite of history, that he was a Mason and that Freemasonry was trying to claim that Jesus was?
You know what that sounds like? It sounds like the black narrative we was king saying that Shakespeare was black and Sir Isaac Newton was black and all this stuff. I mean, that sounds more like the rewrite that.
Listen, we was kings, okay? What don't you understand?
I don't think you get what I'm talking about.
Can you prove he wasn't kings?
Well, Stephen, what did you think about my whole stuff about the
I don't think you got the analogy. I don't think that guy understands.
Stephen, we was kings. Prove me wrong.
What do you think about the whole tie-in with like Hinduism and like the Norse religions and that kind of stuff? Like, I mean, do you think, because I know that you have some more knowledge on the Hinduism and Buddhism, because you kind of refer to those as well. What do you think about the connection between Christianity and those?
Are you asking me? I would say that all the major religions at the very top are connected. I think that Christianity created Islam. And I think there's a connection between the older religions and Christianity through Freemasonry with the East and the whole Jesus story, him disappearing for years, the years where Jesus kind of disappeared, and the 33 is the death of Jesus. There's a connection all the way through with Freemasonry, which is what connects all of it to the ancient times up.
Well, the one detail in the New Testament that I always bring up and no one seems to have much of an answer to is like Jesus disappearing to Egypt for some indeterminate amount of time, and then he just pops back up, and like that's where the story begins, right? Like he goes to Egypt and then he just comes back, and then his story goes on from there, right? And I just find that like very interesting, because if you look at Plato and these guys, they also went to Egypt and had a little, knowledge gathered.
Teach us about Tubal Cain, okay? Teach us.
Say that again.
Teach
You're just
us
spewing
about
out random
Tupac.
word salad stuff.
Bro, teach
Somebody
us about.
somebody in the chat room is saying that I lie or said that I admit to being a part of the machine at high level. I'm not part of any machine.
Listen,
You
you
don't
are
understand the name
machine
of my
running
channel.
on the machine that
Uh,
lies. Okay, just calm down.
th-
Accept what
This
you
is
are.
kind of a channel
you
that's
are.
full of assumptions. It seems
Stephen,
like.
tell us about Tubal Cain.
Well, let's. I don't understand what you guys are talking about. Say it again. Sorry.
Tell us about Hiram Abiff.
You want me to tell you about Hiram Abiff?
Tell us about the Temple of the
I never
Sun
met him
there.
personally. I never met him. He could have been a fictional being. So could have Pythagoras. What's your
Tell
point?
us
So
about
could Plato.
Jacob and Boaz.
You're just firing away shit. You just sound
Tell us
stupid.
about something related to masonry. You're the one claiming to be the fucking expert.
I
Claiming
didn't
have
claim
lack
to
of
be an
knowledge.
expert. I just think you sound like a butthurt loser at this
Well,
point.
what do you want
what
to
you
know
sound
about?
like.
If you can't answer a fucking question, then ask me a question and see if I can answer it.
I did answer the question. I said
Which
Hiram
one
Abiff.
have you answered?
Well, you're not listening, so why should I bother answering?
Trying to listen, but
Are
you're
you
just
the
out
one that
making
called me the
false
worm?
claims. You
are-
are a worm.
what-
That is correct.
What's your name? What's your name? It doesn't show up on the screen. I don't even know who
My
you
name
are.
is Smokey the fucking Bear.
Smokey the fucking bear. Well, I do
Yeah.
think that you're a loser.
Oh, sounds like Provo Planet.
Not at all. I don't know who that is either.
Usually
But
people that
Hiram
have
Abiff,
nothing
I already
left to say
answered.
just go, you're a loser. Yeah,
I already
that's a thing.
answered that Hiram Abiff might have been a fictional person. It could have been fiction, or it could have been an analogy. It could have been something used, just like Pythagoras may have been that. And there's arguments that Socrates could have been that as well.
That
What?
doesn't give
And
me
this
any
will attest
Masonic
it. So what's the
understanding.
point? I never
Stephen,
met him personally. I never
Mr.
met him
Masonic
personally.
expert. Hello?
Well, let's
Masonic
talk about something that
expert.
we agree on, which is that
This is immature and childish. Is this what
Can
goes
you
on over here?
explain-
Is this the level that goes on? Like calling
Let's
Can
somebody?
you actually explain anything Masonic? Because you're out
I can
here
explain
calling me
plenty of
out
things
on my lack of
Masonic.
Masonic
I have
knowledge.
hours of videos. But you sound like a butthurt
Can
little
you just tell
child.
me one thing?
let's
Sound
let's
like
talk
a
about
butthurt
that
little
we
child.
agree on.
I'm just out here asking one thing,
Oh,
and you
you're just
can't
out
give
here
me
sounding
an
like a fucking fool.
explanation, Stephen.
Well, let's talk about something that we agree on, which is that a lot of theosophical related cults that use Jesus seem to be kind of the mechanism by which a lot of cloak and dagger shit seems to be done. Do you guys have anything to say on that, or?
First of all, the Masons didn't even exist in Jesus' time. He was an Essene.
They absolutely did exist.
No, they weren't called the Freemasons.
Why would you
There was
assume they
separate
didn't
organizations.
exist? The Masons
separate
existed in
organizations.
ancient Egypt.
The
See,
Masons
when I go to
were
talk, all you do is talk over. So there's no
because
point.
you're lying.
There's
You're
no
just
fucking
lying.
point.
You're
That's
just
all
lying.
you do. You're a
But you're just
loser. You're a loser. I'm not lying
Just
at
lying.
all.
Hello, sir.
You're obviously a
All
butthurt Christian. You're gonna
Listen.
cry in your Bible, your King
Listen,
James
white
Bible.
people are the devil, and I'm going to need you to get my
All you
boot
do is talk
to
over. You
show
don't let
your
people answer.
reparations to the
You don't let
Israelite
anyone
movement.
answer. King James was he wrote a famous book called less famous Bible, Demonology. So he was into demons. I have the book. So what the fuck are you talking about? You're just a butthurt Christian.
Only
You don't know
demon
what you believe in.
named
You don't know
Steve.
what you're following. You don't know what you're following. That's your problem.
You know what rhymes with demon? Stephen. Okay.
Great.
Just saying.
Oh wow. That's fantastic. Is this the level this channel's at? Because I thought it was different than this, but is
I
this
mean-
the usual here?
It's like this, right? I'm going to hold up a mirror.
No.
You're going to get what you put in.
It's like this. Wow. This is
If you come here with a red nose, big red shoes, and a honk honk horn, I'm going to
this
give you
is
the same
great
thing.
stuff. Wow, I'm so impressed. This is high level.
Wow.
Wow.
Well, my name
Wow,
is
this
Steve.
is high level. Wow.
I reverse
dude.
engineered a horror author's
Wow,
name,
this is fucking
and
high level.
I'm original.
Damn.
I'm instead of Stephen
Oh,
King,
you're
I'm
so
King
original.
Stephen.
Oh, fuck. You're
I
so
am a genius.
original. You're so
Thus, I have
original.
created the sanity machine.
So
where I
original.
will
Fuck.
act insane. I'm here to talk nonsense, and if you want to prove me wrong, go to my channel and give me some
You
views.
sound like an incel.
I'm a
Are you
sanity
an
machine. Yet I
Are you
must
an
promote
incel?
on other channels in
Are
dubious
you an
ways
incel?
because I'm a loser.
Are you an incel? Oh, shout out to Jessica Jane. She's over
Yo, you got
here.
me, bro. I'm an
He
incel.
lives on panel channel.
I'm an incel, bro. You got me.
Is this your life? Is this your life?
You got me.
Rocky Shepherd sounds like he's butthurt. Sounds like someone got banned from my channel as butthurt.
Do you have a
Probably
problem with
the bear
incels?
was probably banned as well
Hello, sir. Do you
for
have a
being a
problem with
loser.
incels?
Just
The
the
bears.
loser.
Yeah, I just noticed they're both bears. So
I
what's the
don't know who
connection
Rant
between
is, Britt. Tell me who
Hello?
Rant
what's
is.
what's the connection between
Rant?
you and Rocky Shepherd at this
Who
point?
is Rant?
The Bears.
Me and Rocky just started a gang. It's called Bang Bang Smokey the Bear Gang.
Bang bang
I mean,
smoke the bear game.
We're just out here with our Bibles, just
Hey,
going, "Rah!" in the woods.
You've seen lives. Is this what your channel's usually like? Is this the highest level that it reaches?
Well, since you've asked me that several times, I actually
this-
was reviewing I was actually reviewing the debate. You're welcome to stay and review this debate with me. But if you want to carry on arguing with Rant, you're also free to do that if you want to.
He's called Rant. He's called Rant. He called himself Smokey the Bear, but I didn't
Look,
realize.
that's who I am right now. Okay, Don't
I didn't
correct me.
realize you had losers like that guy. He sounds like an incel. His voice sounds like he's never been laid in his life. Fuck,
Never.
man. You hang around losers? TML?
Well, it's okay. Well, there's
TML,
there's
do
lots
you
of
hang
people
around
here.
losers?
Well,
I gotta
there's
Yeah,
ask
I'm
a
hanging out
question.
with, bro. I'm hanging out with you right now.
You hang
obviously.
out with losers?
I'm
I'm
hanging out
asking
with
him a
you,
question.
bro.
Let him answer.
I'm
Let
just
him
saying,
answer.
I'm hanging out with you right now.
Let him answer. Don't take over his channel. Let him answer.
Does that count?
Yeah,
Hello?
exactly.
Don't take over. Let him answer.
There's lots of people here, and you're also here. So I'm hanging out with you. I'm hanging out
Do you
with
hang out
whoever.
with losers generally? Do you kiss up to evil? Do you kiss up to losers?
Well, I'm just clicking the link with everybody who's here, and also
I
Rocky
just
Shepherd.
thought I'd check it out, dude. I've never been over here on your panel before that I can recall. So
Steven,
I thought I would
hello?
check it out.
Hi, my name is Steven.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, you're welcome to be here. You know.
I thought I would check it out.
Oh yeah, of course, of course.
Is that guy an incel though? Is that what's going on?
Well, I'm happy you're here, and we can continue to argue
Well,
amongst ourselves, or we can talk about the
let's go talk
contradictions in
about the
Bible.
Jews. Let's go talk about the Jews. Carry on.
Right,
You were close.
right,
How much
right.
did
You want to talk about the contradictions in the Bible, right?
Whatever you want, dude. It's your show. Carry on. But if you're letting that guy take over your show, I think that's weak.
Well, everyone's a commentator here, you know,
He
so you're
sounded
allowed
like
to
he was
comment.
taking over.
Even you're
He
acting
was
like a
talking over
whiny
you.
bitch who can't fight his
You're
own
taking
battles
over.
and has to
You
appeal
sound
to
whiny. You sound like an incel.
I'm a little
Your
pussy,
voice
like
sounds like an
Steven, man.
incel. You're an incel.
I'm a
Obviously.
chincel. I fuck your face,
You're an
pussy.
incel.
Well, usually,
You're an incel.
everybody comments. Lanza's extra silent. Lanza, you got some shit to bring in here
Speak up,
because actually,
Lanza.
I think some people want to hear you.
I mean, I didn't mind learning, watching that video and
Oh yeah. Because New Main Order, he's happy you're here. I mean, so yeah, man, bless, man. You know, blessings to New Main Order, a longtime supporter of this channel, man. You know, one of the OGs of this channel. Also, Jessica Jane. Also, Marcella. We had a good discussion last time. Thank you for being here. And yeah, and also Britt. You know, yeah, that's enough shout outs. Thank you also,
channel, dude. They're from my channel. The class here is from my channel because I'm streaming this. So anyone classy in the chat.
there's no class on my channel is what you're saying.
I'm looking for it. I see people insulting me as a guest. That doesn't
Well,
happen.
I don't
on my
know. Well,
channel.
I don't know. I let you
Doesn't
up here.
happen.
There's no need to insult me, but
That
yeah,
doesn't happen on my channel, dude. The
Your
class
channel
here in
sucks.
your
Nobody-
Steven, you're acting like a
dude.
bitch right now, like your
Listen,
audience.
man,
Nobody
the class
nobody
in your
insults.
chat. All you could do is talk over. You never let anyone finish. The class in your chat room is from my channel, obviously.
You have no class. You're a worm, and you're acting like a bitch right now.
Oh, I have class, and you're a worm. You're an incel. You're tiny. You're just a
I
little
told you
worm.
I'm not an incel. I'm a skin.
What's
just
going
a little
on,
worm.
Rocky? How you
Just a
doing
little
tonight?
worm.
You doing all
Bro,
right?
I'm a skin cell, bro.
You're an incel.
Who is this guy?
He's
This
a new
guy is a
incel.
fucking retard.
Oh, fuck you, Rocky.
This
You're a
guy-
loser.
Which
You're a
one? Who are you
loser.
talking about?
You're an old
Steven,
loser. You're an
What
old
am I gonna
loser.
even tell me?
You got banned from my channel, dummy.
Of course, because you can't
You're
handle the
disgruntled.
truth.
No,
'Cause
you
you're
don't
a
have any
fucking
truth.
Idiot.
Ugly
I don't even
old
know
fool.
what your channel is, man.
You
If I've
ugly
been
old
banned from
fool.
your channel, then thank
You're
you very
ugly.
much.
You're an old fool. Shut
You're
up.
you get
You
that
old
fat
boomer.
cheeks. You're like a little
Shut up, you
girl.
old boomer.
You
Shut
put
up,
some
you old boomer. Look at your
some
face.
red stuff on your cheeks.
I bet your eyes look like a dead raccoon's eyes. Look at them. Look at them.
Come up live, bitch. Come up
Yeah,
live,
fuck
little
you.
bitch.
Fuck you. I
Yeah,
am
you
live.
can't.
Fuck
That's
you.
a picture of you
Fuck
when
you.
you were in high school or something.
Ugly. Yeah, sure. Look at your teeth. Look at your mouth. Look at your teeth. You ugly old boomer. You don't have much
got
time
good
left, do you?
motherfucker.
You're gonna
I
get
still kick
recycled,
your fat
bitch.
ass.
You're gonna get recycled, bitch.
I can still kick your fat ass,
Yeah,
you
sure
punk
you
ass
can,
little
loudmouth.
bitch.
You're gonna get recycled. You're gonna get recycled, you old fool. You're headed for
Good
the
luck.
recycling bin. You don't even understand what that is.
King Stephen, more like King Seaman.
You're headed for the recycling bin. I took over this show in a couple minutes. Great
What'd you say,
job.
Seaman?
I took over the show. You loser.
You did?
Come on, incel.
So I actually had never learned about Paul this way, being talked about as a way to co-opt whatever.
Oh yeah. This is a hot item of discussion in today. You have actually 4 types of theories, and if you can engage me, Lanza, I'd like to engage you in these types of theories. One of the big ones is obviously the conventional hypothesis, right? Which is that Jesus came here to forgive our sins and all this type of stuff. So in that theory, you would have to sign along with all of the miracles that happened right now. Now that is interesting way of putting it. Now, different Christian groups have different ways of explaining and interpreting the miracles. So we don't want to get into those right away. There's also this mythicism theory. Now, this theory is not a conventional theory in terms of it's rejected by the majority of scholarship, Oh, I'm sorry. Be More Busker wanted the link out here. And also there was yeah, so Be More, thank you for being here. You hop up here if you want to, brother. And then there was also so right now we got the conventional theory is the first one. Then we got also mythicism, right, which is not a conventional theory and not accepted by majority scholarship. Now it's interesting to note that the majority of scholarship actually just takes the conventional hypothesis that Jesus existed. Obviously, secular historians don't accept that he did all the miracles, so you got conventional theory that's accepted by historians and the church, right? You got the mythicism, right, which is kind of a Jungian kind of theory that Jesus Christ represents an archetype or a myth, similar to that of Osiris or Mithras, and that he was concocted over time, that this was kind of snowballed into the theory of Jesus. That's called mythicism. There's the antagonism kind of thesis that Jesus kind of invented a new way of thinking, that Jesus that we see is actually invented by Paul to go against the Romans. So it's like that Jesus was invented in order to fight Rome, or that it was used to destroy the Roman Empire. Now you see this in Nietzsche and Edward Gibbons and these type of theories, that actually Christianity weakened and destroyed Rome from within, and that it was actually built to do that because it synthesized Jewish and Greek learning in such a specific way. And then which is kind of the more thing that I'm sympathetic with. And then you have the last kind of hypothesis, which is that actually this was invented by a sect in order to either oppose Rome, or some people say it was invented by the Romans. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, welcome, Be More. But yeah, those are those are kind of the four theories right there. You know what I'm saying, Lindsay? You know what I mean?
Thank you.
To just run through that. Yeah, thank you.
Hey, thanks for having me up.
Yeah, for sure.
It's good to it's good to see you. It's very good to see you.
Yeah, thank you, brother.
What
Yeah.
what did you call the theory? What did you call the theory that the Christians believe? What theory was that?
Christianity.
Yeah, that's just Christianity. Yeah, there's no need to call that. No, there's no need to call that.
Okay, well, I think your theory about
Theory of
Jesus
blowing
creating
Jesus. Blowing your Jesus. That's what it is.
I have Christianity with number
Like
3.
the fags that you are.
Oh no.
You'd be in timeout in your chat.
Are you gonna just insult
weak.
Christians all night?
That's
That your
weak.
gig, buddy?
Christians are
Is that
weak.
your
Well,
put in timeout.
before we get into this, I want to hear Rocky's thought, but I want to clarify that I don't believe, like actually as a Muslim, I believe that Jesus was there, was real, and did all the miracles and stuff. So I
All
believe a lot of
Muslims believe
the
that.
stuff.
He's a prophet.
Yeah,
He's
I
a
believe
prophet. That's
most of
what
the
I
stuff.
believe. He's a
Beliefs
prophet.
are easy.
Yeah, I believe.
Where's your evidence? Where's
Yeah,
your
exactly.
evidence?
I get lots of Christians
exactly.
telling
Exactly.
me the way,
Yeah,
Beliefs
exactly.
are easy.
Profess.
wanted to
the way
answer
in the
your
life, the truth of life.
But yeah, also, I want to say that the third theory, that these are just historical theories. These are not theological theories. But yeah,
Right.
but yeah. Go ahead, Rocky. What are you going to say?
Well, I agree with you. I agree with the first. You said the first one was Christianity. That's the first theory.
Yeah.
And then you said you believe the third theory, and I believe that too, that Jesus created that scenario to destroy Rome. Of course, he's anti-Rome. He's like,
like all those old.
but he did it, and then it's kind of like a historical. He did kind of,
Yeah, there's also the fact that the Rome and the church, how the church came to represent the Roman Empire and the Roman cult of the God Emperor, and that became a vessel for evil. So it became almost like the opposite of Jesus' teaching. Like this whole Roman thing.
fight it. They couldn't fight it, so they tried to take it over, and they couldn't fight Christianity. It was growing so strong. Because the more you kill us, the more we grow. Because you don't kill people telling the truth. You only kill people when they're telling the truth. You don't kill people. So it was growing. So Rome tried to take it over. And what do you call that when they
jump the bald-headed Jesus?
Shit.
Totally jump the bald-headed Jesus.
You can't handle the truth.
You
can't handle the truth.
Meth buster.
Holy jump the bald-headed Jesus. Oh my God, there's a bald-headed dude.
I think he smokes meth.
No, I smoked some pot and I've drunk some whiskey.
Meth.
And I feel good. I took a piss too.
Meth.
And that feels good when you cannot urinate. You know what it feels like?
You sound like you're having fun here.
Hey, you know what?
I am. I enjoy myself wherever I go, even amongst these idiots. I wanted to see what your channel had to offer.
You do not know what it feels like when you cannot urinate anymore until you can. Actually, yeah, you can urinate when you can.
The chat's full of my people now. This
neurological disorder, you cannot.
All you can do is yell over each other. That's all you can do.
King
just like
Stephen,
the other channel.
Oh, Jesus, Marion, Stephen Christ.
Who are your people, Stephen?
Oh my God, we got
like you own these people?
Oh my God, we got fucking what's his
my
name here?
people from my kingdom and my harem. Some of my harem.
Now they're here, pussy. So now they're our people.
Some of my harem are here. You're an incel. Your voice. You sound like you drink soy and you suck on helium. And you suck on dicks.
Where's your
That's
rabbit?
What you sound like.
Steven, they're
That's
not
what you sound like, Rand. You sound like a little fucking
dickless the rabbit, man. I love your voice, man. I know your voice.
So here's your channel. Here's your channel.
Steven, where's your audience, Stephen? Are they here?
They're right in the chat room. They're filling up the chat room right now.
Stephen? All your kingdom are belong to us.
You suck on helium when you're not sucking on dick. I thought this was supposed to be a high-level channel.
What you gonna
Look
do
at
now,
this
Stephen?
shit show, this clown show. God damn.
Stephen,
I'm a bear.
Your audience.
You're being exposed. You're being exposed.
You're not gonna get them back either.
Oh my
God. Keep your mouth shut. Keep your mouth shut. That's what wisdom would do. But your mouth.
Marion Joseph.
Flappity.
Keep yelling,
Flappity,
dummy. Keep
flappity.
yelling.
Shows your,
Yeah,
shows
keep
your
yelling.
stupidity.
Okay, thank you guys. Let's move on to this debate here. Thank you so much.
Amen.
Themselves to any one yield.
Such control. Wow.
Here, hold on, Stephen. I'm trying
Great
to play this
leadership.
video here. Wait, what are you saying?
Carry on, man. Carry on.
Hey, bitch ass Steven, did you know you can't expose me? I'm naked.
Carry on. Carry on.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That's what I was attempting to do. And then yeah. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry if I interrupted. It's not everyone else though yelling. And screaming.
Excuse me, bitch ass Steven, if you could just shut the fuck up for a minute.
Carry on.
Well,
Carry
it seemed
on.
like
Carry
it
on.
seemed like I tried to play the video twice.
Carry on, big brains. Carry.
Wait, you calling me big brains?
You got big brains, my brother. I think you do.
Wait, were you saying that to me, Stephen?
That was directed to what's his name? Rant, I guess they call him.
Oh, okay.
Got
Okay.
other names. The
Yeah,
big mouth here.
Yeah, I appreciate you being here.
Rant's the fucking ranter,
I haven't
dude.
insulted you yet.
Motherfucker.
Oh yeah,
Listen.
yeah. I appreciate Be More Busker and all these guys. I'm sorry you guys aren't getting along. I really am. You know,
No, I love
usually,
all of you guys. You guys are awesome.
yeah. Be More Busker. I'm actually
Shout out
believe
to my
that-
shout out
Yeah, actually-
to my people in the chat room from my
Yo, shout
kingdom
out
that
to your
came over
two
here.
fans,
Shout out.
middle-aged,
you
lonely
got
women.
you got Puddles here,
Shout
I
out.
think, and you got Marcella was here, but she left, I think. There's Dooms, yeah, for sure. Dooms, thank you for being here. Yeah, shout out to the people. But yeah, Be More Busker, you know, I believe he does love you, you know, and all these things because
Yeah, man.
Be More Busker is a lovable character, you know what I mean? So yeah, there's no need to insult anybody here. I'm sure everybody can get along here.
I'm
And
glad
actually,
to be here,
yeah.
man. I'm glad to be around with you people.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, because I got 2 or 3 of these debates, so I could really just go through it. And also, we're gonna have a 420 type of special. We're gonna watch a movie out here, you know. So yeah, on 420 we'll watch a movie, and then I'll come back with some different stuff. But yeah, you know, I usually do a 2-hour presentation. I did one on Black Hebrew Israelites and stuff, and thank you for what you have shared, you know, about you know, your beliefs about Egyptian Freemasonry and stuff. I was listening intently to what you had shared. So yeah, thank you for bringing that knowledge there, my brother. And I know that you do know a lot about history and stuff.
Welcome.
So.
I just can't sum it up in a minute when I have made hours and hours of video.
Oh yeah, of
covering
course.
this stuff.
No worries. No, you're not expected. No, you're not expected to summarize all of your work here. But you know, but if you ever want to give a solid presentation, you're more than welcome to do so on this channel. Let you have the floor without the panel and stuff. But right now, we are having a public discussion in terms of public investigations into the Bible. So there will be heckling. There will be a lot of back and forth. So please,
I'm game.
everybody.
Let's go. Let's carry on. I'm ready.
Stephen,
Let's
are
restart. You be not a
having
hypocrite, and we can go.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. We also got Hank out here. Yeah, but thank you. Yeah, but you know, it is what you contribute. So you know, if you wanna talk about the Bible, you can talk about the Bible. If you want to heckle the other panelists, you can heckle the chat and the panelists.
I know.
You know,
I wasn't heckling. I was called a worm right off the bat in the first few seconds of being here. So
no, of course.
I'm
no,
definitely going to respond. I'm definitely
I get inside. No, and I get that. I'm not holding you accountable for that. You know, but I'm just saying.
I'm just saying. I didn't come in that way.
Right. No, of course. No, of course. But if then you choose to engage in that, and then you say, this is your channel.
Well, then I'm going to tell you the way I am, man. If somebody swings at me, I'm going to knock their teeth out. It's that way.
Of course. But that's not my channel. Realize that then that's not my channel. That's you.
This doesn't happen on my channel.
Of a worm. So
I run my channel differently. I don't run it like this.
Represent the character.
I don't run my channel.
Right. But you're free. You're free to run your.
I do it differently.
Right. I get. Everybody does everything differently, and everybody's free to do. Here, hold on. Here, hold on, Stephen. Here, wait. You're talking over me now. So I don't appreciate that. But yeah, the thing was that you're free to run your channel how you want to, and I'm free to run my channel how I want to. And it's okay if you think the way I run my channel is garbage. I'm not really going to respond to that. I'm not really going to respond to that. That's fine if you think that. I don't think
No,
that.
I said I agree.
I
You run yours the way you do. I run it the way I do.
Exactly.
We're not in
Exactly. I wouldn't agree to that because this is the way I run my shit. So, yeah.
We're not
so
in disagreement on that.
Right.
Okay, but the problem comes in is when you come in here and disagree with somebody else and placate that you are right. No, that's your opinion. I don't give a fuck what book you read. That's your book you read. It is not the truth. It is your opinion.
Wait,
Get
who's
the fuck
crying
over
now?
yourself.
Who's crying now? Who was that?
And that's just
Who is
it.
it?
You project that somebody's crying when we're speaking.
Are you
on
gay?
truth. You're the fucking infidel.
No.
Are you gay?
And
Wait
see,
a
that's
second.
your go-to, and that's your go-to
Look
is
at your
because you
picture.
have no
Look at your
real
video.
intellect. You have to
What
say
is that?
ad hominem.
That's
Hey,
a
but
tranny
Seymour,
right
you're not
there,
helping.
man.
Those are coming in
What is
hot.
that? What is that?
Yeah.
He just came in hot, but he'll calm down.
That's
Yeah,
a tranny.
and Benny Christ,
That's a
everything I've
tranny
been
show.
saying to King Stephen applies to you like tenfold.
Yeah, since we're talking about Nazis, let's talk about Nazis, right? You fucking
Huh?
cuck
Your
motherfucker.
You don't know what a Nazi is. You don't have a clue.
Oh,
You've
I
been
don't?
brainwashed.
Oh,
You've been
I don't?
brainwashed.
My
You love
motherfucking
that
grandparents. My
I'm gonna have
motherfucking
to brainwash.
grandparents.
I'm
My
gonna have to
got a
motherfucking
mustache.
grandparents came from Nazi Germany
You got an
because they were
Adolf
not.
mustache.
They were Hitler's willing
guys.
executioners.
How you
Hey, guys,
call
I'm
him
gonna
Nazi
have to
by a
say-
guy with a Hitler
You look
mustache?
like Hitler.
Hey
Shout
guys,
out
I'm
to
gonna
Hank.
have to welcome welcome my friend. Give me a second, everyone. I'm gonna have to welcome my friend here because he is actually a dear friend. I'm gonna backstage. You got. Oh man, he left. Damn, Truther. No, why did Truther Cop leave? But yeah, I was gonna sit here and talk to Truther Cop, but yeah, he just left. I was gonna welcome Truther Cop to the panel. Thank you for joining. But yeah, the thing about it is that I do see a lot of attacks for Stephen. Stephen's not gonna be here and just deal with the personal attacks against him personally and all of the also the content we have lined up. So please, everybody, let's refrain from attacking Stephen because it seemed like Stephen has a problem with Hank. He has a problem with Wizard. He's got
I don't
a
have
problem
with
with
Hank.
Well,
I was
Rand.
No.
No. I'm saying
Hank was
no.
on
I'm
my
saying
channel last night.
let's
no. I'm
include
not
Stephen
saying
in that too.
no.
Let's
I'm not
include-
saying no. No. Hold on. No. Hold on.
Let's
Hold on.
include Stephen
You
in
can
that too,
Shout out
because
to
going
Hank.
to the ad hominem attacks is an attack. So you
Right.
want us to not attack him. You make that across the board. He doesn't
No,
attack us
no.
either. You
That's
understand,
what I was gonna
man?
say. That's what I was gonna say.
Okay.
Don't attack anyone, Stephen. Everybody else, don't attack Stephen.
Hank's welcome on my show anytime. So are you cowards
but-
if you want to come on and talk to me. But a
Of
lot
course,
of demons
course.
don't come on my show one
Well,
on one.
I'm sure
sound like
some
Ella-
of them have came on
Alright.
your show. and
Let's
that's
make
where
a
some-
snowflake
scared.
safe zone in the corner for Steven. Okay.
Yeah, let's make let's make a safe
Yep.
zone for Stephen, everybody.
No,
so let's
no
make a safe-
snowflake here. I'm willing to take you all on.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm sure.
because
I'm sure
you'll
I am right
overtalk
now.
everybody just like you always do.
Steven, you're a beautiful man.
Come on, Adolf.
if you would want
Settle down, Adolf. In the
if you
center
would want
square.
to if you would want to
That's
if you would want
Adolf.
to take everybody on, be more Busker.
Now there we
already
go.
said-
See, there we go, machine.
Hey,
You
yeah.
want to
Buster,
tell?
yeah,
You want
yeah.
to tell us?
Pipe.
You want to tell us not
Well,
to
is
attack
this the
him?
Jerry
Come
But
Springer
that's
on.
his
show?
only go-to.
I'm not telling
Hey,
you.
Wow, Steven. Come
There's
on.
no
Look at Adolf. Look at
Hold on, Wizard.
Adolf.
Oh,
Look
my
at
God.
Adolf Hitler.
Hold on, Wizard. I
That's
see you.
Adolf right in the
Hold
middle.
on, Wizard.
Listen,
That's
leave
Adolf.
Wizard
That
alone.
mustache.
Okay.
That's
Yo,
Adolf.
Wizard.
Holy
Yo,
shit.
hold
Adolf,
on.
I know it's you.
Adolf Hitler. Oh,
Look
my
at the
God.
mustache. Look at the
Yeah.
mustache.
And
That's
see, that's,
Adolf.
and see, that's an
I know
attack.
it's you.
All over your-
And see, that's
No,
an attack.
I'm
And
saying-
you know
I'm
it's an
saying
attack
everybody
because it's not an Adolf mustache. It's a
That's
toothbrush
Adolf.
all over
mustache.
your
And
That's
Charlie
Adolf.
Chaplin wore it
One
before
at a
he.
time.
You have
pussy.
mustache.
Hey, that's Adolf.
Shot.
Come on.
That's
Adolf.
mustache shot.
See,
I know
nobody
it's
can
you.
keep their mouth shut long enough to let
I
somebody
know it's
say
you.
something because
I
they
know
want to
it's you.
attack somebody and call it an Adolf mustache when it's not an Adolf mustache. It's a toothbrush mustache. Charlie Chaplin wore it first, and Hitler
Adolf.
wore it because he was a
Jewish
fan of
Charlie
Charlie
Chaplin?
Listen,
Are
they
you
call it the
Jewish?
clit tickler, all right?
Are you
Relax,
Jewish like
guys. It
Charlie
has a
Chaplin?
utility.
You're Jewish?
All over my mustache.
You're Jewish?
Look at that. All
Oh,
that
wow.
snot.
You're
Oh,
Jewish?
God, rub it,
Oh,
rub it, rub
damn.
it.
He's Jewish.
Look at that snot.
That
Look at
guy's
that
Jewish
snot.
with that mustache. Damn.
No,
Jewish.
the snot
Oh,
looks
See, there you go
Is this
again.
what goes
projecting.
on over
I told
here?
you. My grandparents came from Nazi Germany. They were Nazi.
Oh, really?
They were Hitler's willing executioners.
They were what?
You ignorant fuck.
They weren't in an ashtray of a Volkswagen? What did you say?
See, there you go again. See, this is what I mean, Machine Lies. You want to tell us not to attack him, but that's all he's got. That is the only material this man has is attacks against the personality.
Attacking?
He's not a real man.
I
He
walked
can't
into the
address
Springer
real
show.
issues.
Settle down.
He can't
Calm
address
down, Hitler.
real issues.
Hey, Adolf, calm down.
All
calm down.
I said was that it's gonna happen to be reciprocal. So if people want to attack, they can attack. If they want to talk about the video I have, they can talk about the video I have, and everybody's
Let's go
free
to the video.
do it.
I'd rather do that. Yeah, I'd rather
talk
do that.
about the video than talk to Adolf.
Well, somehow, see, this is why I'm getting confused, because it's been a consensus 3 or 4 times that everybody wants to talk about the video, but then nobody wants to talk about
Let's go.
the
Let's roll. Let's get beyond
Every
this.
time he
Come on.
runs the
Go
video,
ahead.
Seaman runs his fucking mouth.
Exact. Shut your fucking mouth, bitch.
All right,
Shut the
everybody's
fuck
quiet
up.
now.
Let's go. Shut up, Adolf.
All right, let's go.
Rolling. Look at this right here. It says right here, not everyone accepts this explanation. We believe members of the Nazarenes were much more militant than this. Among the Nazarenes, there were at least some who wanted complete independence from Rome. Some scholars still believe that Jesus and his followers were among these members of the group, and that this led to his execution. If it is possible that
Okay, so Nazarene Essene, this is kind of what Rant was talking about the sect of the Essene. So Nazarene Essene, kind of also the the Ebionites, later on called, or some of these kind of sects, that kind of incorporated the law, also tie-ins to the Jerusalem Council, also tie-ins to John the Baptist and some of those baptism rituals and ceremonies. So so this type of narrative there gets played out. Let me go into this here.
his brother James and some other apostles did not abandon their nationalistic aspirations after Jesus died. All right, let's keep strolling. The physical appearance of Paul. There go Paul. There he is. Niso Ford's claim.
Okay, and then this is going to matter for Black Hebrew Israelites. We went over this a few times because these guys believe that Puerto Ricans are the lost tribe of Israel. So they ascribe, as I said in the beginning, they ascribe the theory of the lost tribes of Israel that came from British Israelism to all of these new sets of groups. Okay, thank you so much. We got Truther Cop out here. Yo, what's going on, Truther? Yo, blessings, bro.
Hey, how's it going, man? I'm trying to get my headphones in.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, thanks for being here.
Yeah, I saw Steven was up here. I was asking him earlier about the Saturn moon matrix and his thoughts on that. I thought that was, he kind of led me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, let's go with that. Yeah, what do you think about that, Steven?
The Saturn moon matrix stuff is not something that is part of my model. It's something that comes from David Icke in the 1990s, and others have been pushing that to kind of mislead people and push them away from real recycling, reincarnation, soul trap research, and just say it's all the Saturn moon matrix. But as far as anyone can tell, Saturn is just a light in the sky. All right. A lot of what you've been shown is CGI by NASA. It isn't an actual quote unquote planet or terra firma that someone can land on. What they're showing you is fake. So what they're putting out there is controlled opposition. Disinfo say that, oh, the Saturn moon matrix is what keeps people locked in here. But it's mainstream David Icke bullshit, and David Icke is controlled opposition. Anybody that thinks otherwise, just say to yourself, how come he's been on mainstream media, on the news from here to Australia for decades, and how he can sell out Wembley Stadium and stuff like that a regular real truth speaker would never be allowed to do. It's all controlled at the very top. Who gets on television, who gets famous. Fame itself is controlled in this realm. So you're not going to get famous whether you're an author, a thinker, an artist, a comedian, a musician. You're not going to get famous as opposition to the system, like Icke is world famous. It doesn't work that way. The ones that run this realm can control that easily, just like mainstream publishing that a lot of you guys seem to put a lot of faith in is absolutely controlled, and it has been since the days of the printing press. All of the publishing companies are owned by a few families, like the Rockefeller family and the Rothschilds. There's just 2 or 3 families that own every single publishing company on earth. All of the media is owned and controlled. So the people that go by these books and think, well, it's in this book or this book, read all the books you want, but you're reading controlled information that they allow you to read. That's the way it works. If somebody wanted to come out with a book like mine, it doesn't have to be me, but they would shut it down and say, well, that's not ever going to get published. And you could submit it to 20 or 30 or 50 different publishers. And they give you the illusion that you have choice, or just like in a grocery store, there's around 3 or 4 corporations that own every product, every brand in that goddamn grocery store. It's a monopoly on the products you buy in a supermarket. It's a monopoly on your news, and it's a monopoly on publishing houses. It's all controlled. Ike is a gatekeeper, and there's no doubt about it in my mind. He's controlled, and that's the way this system works. Fame works that way. I have some intelligent people over here in the chat room that understand what I'm saying. Our poll is saying baby truther stuff, but all it can do is insult me, which is what I figure. You have our poll over here and people's other channels that are just losers. They're at a low functioning at a low level. I wouldn't be surprised if they have to remind themselves to breathe. That's what I think. They're at such a low level that they don't understand anything. The things I just said is basic stuff, but I was asked a question about the Saturn moon matrix. I'm not triggered at all. Faceless, nameless, our poll. You're just a wimp. You're a loser. So anyway, that's their typical reaction. You get asked a question and you get a real answer. Sorry?
Yo, comment. No, just be more Busker's comment. I was laughing.
I could answer questions all night long, but I see what level the audience is at. You're again witnessing pompous as fuck. There you go. You got biased people here. I take out trash like that on my channel. I don't keep it around me.
What do you think about those
an honored guest? Thank you for being here, witness. Blessings to you. And you know, it's just you know, I get heckled here all the time too. So it is what it is. You know, I've been trolled out here. You know, it is what it is. You know, one expects a certain brand.
It doesn't reflect on me. That's what I'm saying, dude. I don't care about trolls on the internet. I know the old excuse you get trolled, but it reflects on you. I run my channel differently. I run
to have intellectual conversation,
and I'm going to show.
Fucking around.
I'm already showing the difference between my channel and here. You just
I'm serious.
Make
like
noise.
You're over here
that's
talking about Saturn.
You can interrupt and make noise, and that's all you can do.
You're just out here doing nothing.
You.
You're just squirming. You know what I mean?
Not at all.
Slithering.
You sound like a chipmunk.
Be exposed.
You know what I'm saying?
Chipmunk. You sound like an incel. Just like an incel. That's what you sound like.
I mean, that's you. You know what I mean?
Nope, it's you. You've been exposed.
Chipmunk.
All you can do is yell.
Yeah,
just
dude,
like
you
a
got
retard.
Voice,
I'm not even yelling. This is my voice.
All you can do.
Yeah, you got a chipmunk
Your voice
voice.
sucks.
I just speak a little loud.
You got like a chipmunk.
You got a chipmunk voice.
So we ended up in an argument again. Can we get back to the topic?
We could have a legitimate intellectual discussion, like I just said, but you want to go to
Without
that
people
bullshit.
yelling, sure, we can get back to the topic. I answered the question. Ask me another question.
Again, there you go, projecting
you
that
think
somebody
of a
was
question?
yelling, nobody was yelling.
Can you show
and
your brain?
You sit there and use your task.
Can you ask?
I just like to get back to the topic.
Can you show that you have a brain?
Yeah, why are you projecting your intelligence onto me? I don't know. Where's your woman? Do you have a woman right there?
Right. Listen to all the yelling. Class.
And almost bent like
I'm just saying. A lot of
long and wrinkled and a bald head.
I want to just have
a Latin version of Acts of Paul and Thecla. It is added that he had a red, florid face. In the history of the contending of St. Paul, his countenance is described as the ruddiness of the skin of the pomegranate. Right there. There he is. Nothing personal. The Acts of St. Peter confirms that Paul had a bald and shining head with red hair. In closing, my opponent will attempt to rebuttal these sobering facts by quoting a few scriptures that Saul Paul claims as an Israelite by My response.
And I forget what the Puerto Rican guy's name is. I think it's Chataza or something like that. But yeah, it's interesting. The Puerto Rican guy
He
obviously
likes
always
Harold. He likes Harold Christ.
Yeah, he always appears on stage with them. Yeah, blessings, B More. I see B Moore's having a good night. Thank you, brother. Yeah, man.
Yo, did you ever see the dude that be preaching out there in New York, bro? Like Tahar or something, right?
Yeah, one of those guys preaching in New York. Yeah.
They got him on video saying, "Yeah, I'm a Luciferian." You know what I mean? He goes, "The Lord told you."
No
to follow
way.
Lucifer." You know what I mean? Yeah,
No
bro.
way.
You know about that.
Yo.
Yo, I had it on the thing, bro. He was talking about that
Damn.
damn Luciferian. Straight up.
Yeah, go down to New York and see what the illegals are talking about.
They were also claiming
What's that?
prophecy from God back in the day, like in 98 or some shit. They were saying, yo, straight up, like, this is going to happen exactly the way we're saying it. You know what I mean? They were like, there is going to be missiles, like, tomorrow.
Missiles. Oh my God.
They were claiming a date, you know what I mean? And they were like,
my
this
God.
is going to happen.
Oh my
And they
God.
claimed to be prophets. They were like, yo, we are prophets. And then they were just like, nah, that didn't happen. You know what I mean? You got to look into it, bro. So certain things like that are
We're all
important.
gonna die. Whatever. I don't care.
Chill out, be more Busker. Let people talk.
No, I'm okay. I'm okay.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
fucking
chill out, chill out. Yeah.
good.
Yep.
I'm eating pretzels, so what am I gonna do?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Response to him would be, so does every modern day Israeli. Just because you're claiming Israel does not mean you're the real deal. Source, blueletterbible.org. Israeli to Zoyak is Hebrew for guess what? Guess what is Hebrew for? Israelite. Israelite, a descendant or inhabitant of the nation of Israel. As we see, Israeli is Aramaic for Israel. So Paul claiming to be an Israelite without any family lineage.
40 seconds.
If Captain Zoyak of the UPK can't produce an Israelite lineage and family tree for Saul.
Damn. Came out hard with that 40 seconds. That
Yo,
shit's
it stands
scared
for
the pants off of me. Yeah.
Ra and L. Israel. That's what it actually is.
Saul was from the tribe of Benjamin.
Yeah, that's what it says in Philippians. Isn't that right? Yeah.
Yeah. So this guy's there's 12 tribes of Israel. You know, Benjamin, Levi. It's like think of the United States. There's 50 states.
But what he's referring to, because I think you missed the earlier thing of the presentation where he says that Herodian is his kinsman. Have you ever read that in Romans 16:11?
Yeah, I know he was
Yeah, what's your opinion of that verse? Because that's an interesting verse, I guess. Romans 16:11. You know, you can look it up if you want to.
Let me look it up.
Yeah, and it says Herodian, my kinsman, and then the genealogy of Herod is obviously not of you know, Herod famously married a Hasmonean princess in order to like prove that he was like, you know, like a OG Jewish person. You know, so he tried to like marry into the Jews to like prove he was like of the line, you know, so because the Hasmonean princess claimed to be of the Davidic line. But yeah, anybody else got any?
Yeah. Well, we know that all the high priests, they called themselves Jews, but they weren't Jews or something like that. And
Didn't Herod try to kill all the kids so that none of them could be king or
Saul
something?
admitted to being a high priest, and he said that it was like dung. When he was converted to Christianity, he said all his high priest accolades were like dung. They didn't mean nothing. They didn't mean crap. They didn't mean shit. Actually, it said shit in the original languages, but you know, English, they got to, you know, soften it up a little bit and say dung or dirty rags or something.
He said a lot of stuff though, Rocky. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He admitted to being okay. So you think he lied so that he could be murdered and tortured like that. So he did all that. He just
Yo,
lied
Rock,
about it.
it could be as simple as we have today. We got lots of people out here that think they know the truth. And look, I could be wrong also, right? I'm not saying that I
Shout out to Bex, Extra Large in the chat. She blocked everybody from my channel. Shout out to Weakling Cowardly Bex. She blocked everyone from my channel.
I'm sorry, TLM. I'm trying to keep on subject.
This shows it. This shows it.
I'm trying to keep on subject.
Losers yelling, screaming.
Trying to like break down some deep theology.
Hello? Why do all the demons come out?
Are we going to go back to fucking around time? Because I do that too. We just call you Seaman. Hello, Seaman. Seaman, Demon. Hello.
Romans what?
Romans 16:11. And I'd love to hear your opinion on it too, Stephen. Stephen, I think left, but yeah.
I must have been touching the truth because the demons went crazy.
Yeah, the demons come out. You know, they come out.
Yeah, and Romans 16:11. I'd love to hear anybody who really wants to comment, including Stephen. Stephen, if you dropped out there, thank you so much for joining. And if you want to pop on and talk about Romans, I would love to hear your opinion on Romans 16:11. Thank you so much. Instead of the insults on Bex. Thank you so much. Yeah. But yeah, Romans 16:11, interesting passage in which he discusses about being part of the Roman Jewish elite.
Okay, now it's saying his kinsman, right?
Right. So, then the question is was Paul actually related to Herod, and then was Herod a Jew? And Herod himself, may
Herodian.
not be, Herodian.
Says, salute to Herodian, my kinsman. Greet them that be in the house of Nazareth, which are in the Lord.
Yeah, then he talks about different people, but yeah, he just says, salute to Herodian, my kinsman.
He's the only one that's called his kinsman. The other ones are called
house of,
household of the Lord. Yeah. So Herodian, we got to figure out who Herodian is, because I think this is he's talking to the Romans. This is addressed to the Romans. So, and we know that he was a Roman citizen, and we're trying to figure out who was his Roman. How come he was a Roman citizen?
Right.
Also,
he was also a Roman citizen. So then one way to be a Roman citizen is to be in the family of Herod, because Herod's family was one of those that were given citizenship upon birth, because he was, the patriarch of the Herod family was known as a hero to the Romans, in one of their wars that they fought. So it's very interesting dynamics there, and so the whole question is who is that talking about? Which Herod is that talking about? Is that just Herodian? So some actual, exegesis, of that verse, of that particular verse, actually state that Herodian doesn't refer to the family of Herod. It just refers to a Christian, so but
well,
Herodian could have been a popular name too.
Are we trying to come to here as like an idea? Like, what are we trying to figure out exactly? You know what I mean? As a whole, because
they're trying to figure out
simplify it. Like, what I mean?
I think the subject is the inconsistencies of the Bible or something.
Right. No, it's definitely inconsistent. You know what I mean? And like at the end of the day,
I'm not finding a lot of inconsistencies.
If you remove all of Paul, right, does it change anything really? Because like if it does, then you're not actually following the teachings of Jesus, you're following the teachings of Paul. I mean, there's many books and scriptures and knowledges and information available.
Jesus gave Paul what to write. He met with Paul on the road to Damascus and spent there's evidence he spent 3 years teaching Paul the mystery doctrines.
But Jesus never, Paul never walked.
The Christians believe if you reject Paul, you reject the gospel for the Gentiles.
Well, I mean, I reject Christians, so I don't have any problem with that. My point is, Jesus never walked with Paul. That's my problem.
What are you saying?
I'm saying Jesus never walked with Paul.
No, there's evidence he did. There's evidence he did, yeah.
What evidence?
Paul spent several years. Several years after the road to Damascus.
Revealed to him.
Several years he spent.
He said it was revealed to him because he appeared to him, but he never walked with him. He argued with the apostles.
No.
The Bible says it.
He's correct, Rocky. Quit arguing. He saw a vision on his way to Damascus, and that's the only record of Jesus in regards to Paul. He never met Jesus.
He met him on the road to Damascus.
No.
And then Paul was gone.
He saw a vision.
And then, okay, whatever.
I'm just saying, when Jesus was out teaching, right? Paul wasn't there.
The prerequisite to be an apostle was to meet Jesus.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Well, I mean, Paul was filling in the slot for the apostle that was now dead.
If that's the truth, then we have no way of being apostles ourselves and putting Jesus in our life, but by a vision, meaning that we couldn't be apostles if what you say is true.
That's right. That gift is no longer available.
Oh, it's not? It's not?
Right. There are no apostles.
No, nothing Paul can add to it.
I'm not gonna argue with you
Rocky. You can remove everything Paul said and still have a proper understanding.
If you're an apostle, then come over here and perform a miracle on me.
I'm just saying it's not actually as important. And
did the apostles perform miracles?
Yes, they did.
Tell me.
I'm not. You're going to have to study the scriptures. I'm not going to.
No, you tell me. You brought up that if you're an apostle, you perform miracles. Jesus never passed that on to the apostles.
You're full of crap.
You better run your scripture again. I don't know any incident where apostle performed miracles. It was Jesus.
Oh, well, then you don't know the scriptures that well, do you? And you want me to study it for you? So.
No, okay. I'm not.
I thought we had some scholars in here.
I don't want you to study it for me. Let's look it up. Did any of the apostles perform?
Oh, okay, let's Google it.
Miracles.
Let's Google it. Oh, Google.
However, as a caveat, not all of those among Jesus' disciples are described as performing miracles. Only the 12. This may allow for a particular gift for some and not others. And that miracle is the recognition of Jesus. You show me in the Bible where any of the apostles performed an actual, what we call today, a miracle, other than perceiving Jesus like Paul did on the way to Damascus.
No, I'm not going to do your research for you.
I'm not asking you to do research for me. If you've already done the research, then you should already have it.
My point is, everyone who heard Jesus Christ's words and his teachings, right, were no more or less saved than if they heard Jesus's teachings and Paul's. Paul doesn't actually matter to the whole thing at all. Actually, he does nothing but detract from Christ and what he was doing. And that's kind of probably what the apostles were arguing with him about. Maybe Jesus was working through Paul somewhere else, doing some other shit. I don't know. But at the end of the day, what really matters is the core, and that's the teachings, the words of Jesus Christ. Basically. Everything else is good for information. Like, you could study everything. You could study about rocks. You could study about plants. This is all good information. But as far as to spiritual salvation, evolution of your consciousness, Jesus Christ's words is sufficient. Like, none of us are going to argue about Jesus Christ's words. We're going to sit here forever and argue about Paul, which only detracts from the main goal. That's my point.
Insomuch that they brought forth the sick into the streets and laid them on beds and couches, that at least the shadow of Peter passing by might overshadow some of them. Insomuch that even they carried out the sick into the streets and laid them on beds, that as Peter came by, at least his shadow might overshadow some of them. It's all the same. It was only a hope. It was never any evidence that Peter did a motherfucking thing to heal anybody.
Of Tarsus, then he must admit that Saul is an Herodian Edomite, whose entire family are the sworn enemies of our way, and that the UPK now endorses the teachings of Herodian Edomites as authoritative. Again, if he can't furnish an Israelite family tree for Paul in this debate, then everything else he says is irrelevant. In my remaining rounds, I will get into specific teachings of Saul that are not only contrary to what the apostles teach, but even hostile.
Now that's gonna be the actual push in that I think Rant asked earlier, why is this an important issue? Well, the issue would be as in Galatians where is it that these teachings were actually hostile to the apostles? And then what you were saying is take Paul out of there. Why would you need any of that when Paul himself says that I profess nothing among you other than Christ and him crucified, the death of Christ, and him being raised up and then crucified and all of that type of stuff. So I guess he's saying that nothing else is really important.
Like, I'm just saying, like, there's nothing that he could have provided that Christ did not already lay down. Christ achieved his mission. He delivered the message. Paul was just trying to further explain that in however way possible. Maybe it needed a bunch of different various ways to explain the same idea. Paul was off trying to do that in some crazy fucking way. I can't explain God. I have no idea exactly the mysteries of God to that level. But what I'm saying is it's not necessary to your spiritual growth and understanding. Jesus Christ provided you an example on how to live, what to do, what is the truth. I mean, what more do you need, really? You know what I mean? Paul was just trying to further explain things. I guess people took it the wrong way. I don't fucking know. You know what I mean? He could have taken it the wrong way. We gotta weigh it out. He never walked with Christ. I mean, yeah, we could attest that his letters are verifiable, 9 or 10 out of the 13, but they're from a vision. I met a lot of people who had visions. I'm not saying that say some really solid shit too, because he's got some powerful words. Don't get it twisted. But at the same time, he says some really fuck shit. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying, a lot of the fuck shit from Christianity, you'll notice they're always going back to Paul. Like, we used to call them Apollyon when I was Torah only. We used to be like, yo, these are the straight worshipers of Apollyon, bro. The damn Apollyon religion, you know what I mean? When you start to get into Apollyon, you get into Mithra, like, damn it, it's damn Apollyon. The damn Statue of Liberty is fucking Apollyon and Mithra, and you're like, that's the fucking Revelation Apollyon, bro. You know what I mean? It's all written up in there. You start to find out about Apollyon, you know what I mean? The destroyer.
Oh my God. Give me a break.
What do you want, a Kit Kat?
You want me
to break you off a piece of that Kit Kat bar, Rocky?
So you're saying Paul was Apollyon, the destroyer?
No, I'm just saying, we used to say that, you know what I'm saying? He was the follower.
Man, that word sounds like this word, so it must mean this word. Oh my God, this word sounds like that.
Whoa.
Whoa.
It's deep. You know, I'm not making any certain claims here, but I'm saying there could be.
Could be.
Could be.
Okay, Paul was introduced in like chapter Acts. Acts goes all the way back to like Acts 9, where he meets them on the road, and then you got all the way from Acts 9 to Acts 11. Acts 23, Jesus is still talking to him. That's a lot of time went by. There's Jesus is still talking to him, and he meets Paul was the apostle to the Gentiles. You couldn't be an apostle unless you met Jesus. That was one of the criterias. And I know you all don't believe that, so go ahead and believe whatever the fuck you want to believe. But that gift is no longer available. It was the gift of writing scriptures. That's what the whole gift was for. They had the gift of apostleship. We have the complete scriptures. Therefore, there is no apostles. You can be a disciple of Christ, but you can't be an apostle. That gift is no longer available. And Acts 23, he's still talking. Jesus is still talking to Paul. Yeah, so that's a long time. You know, you got him like, he meets him once on the road, and then that's it. Yeah, you think everything
is he talking to him in the physical like he did everyone else, or is this in Paul's mind? Because I'm just saying, like, if you're saying he's talking,
you believe it. Yeah, so the Bible and the scriptures are all lies, and Saul is making shit up. So obviously, you either have to believe the scriptures. It's written, it's not just written in English. It's written in Greek. It's written in Latin. It's written in Aramaic. There's a 5th century Aramaic.
Rocky, hear me out for a second. I'm going by Saul's own words that he says, "To the Jew, I become a Jew. To the Gentile, I become a Gentile." So this one statement, if you're saying it's certainly Paul, he's saying that he has no actual conviction and he's willing to take any form like a shapeshifter to appear however he needs to get what he wants, to convince people what he wants.
Yeah, that sounds like he's running game.
That's fucking evil. That's sorcery. So that would include lying about seeing Jesus in a vision and making up an elaborate fucking scheme, possibly with the help of a bunch of Jews, to fuck up Christianity.
You don't understand what he's trying to say.
Maybe it wasn't the Jews. Maybe it was a bunch of Flavians.
He's trying to say that when I talk to certain people, I act this way. When I talk to other people, I act this way. Like when I talk to smart people, I talk in, maybe formulas. When I talk to stupid people, I talk this way. It's not saying that you don't understand what he's trying to say, I guess. You're misunderstanding what Paul is trying to say there. When I give the gospel to the Jews, when I give the gospel to the Gentiles, I act like this, I act like that. Yeah, when he was in
standing, it doesn't mean that
he was talking about, they were talking about the unknown God. So Paul talks to him because they had an unknown God. So he introduces the unknown God as Jesus, the one, the gospel had been spread throughout the whole known world. And so it really doesn't matter. It's been spread through the whole world. You can believe it or not. You can believe it or not.
I don't believe in the Trinity. You know what I mean? So it's kind of a problem. If Paul is introducing the unknown God as Jesus, because Jesus didn't introduce himself as the one unknown God. Jesus introduced us to his Father. And so if Paul wasn't pointing to Jesus's Father like Jesus was, then it even makes more sense.
You obviously have a very shallow understanding of the scriptures.
I really don't. I've been back and forth many times. And I've landed on this through rigorous study and examination of all of the words, not just a few verses. There are verses that could allude to what you're saying, the Trinity existing, but there's many more verses that tell you straight up what the situation is. For example,
you're very shallow. That's all I got.
It tells you.
You can get back on subject. I
It
haven't
tells
got
you
nothing.
Christ is the head of man, right? Man is the head of woman, and God is the head of Christ. So, if you see the hierarchy laid down by Jesus, right? In that hierarchy, Jesus is secondary to God, not God, and that was his description. When they tell Jesus, you are good, he says, no man is good but the Father. When they ask him what time the end of the world is, he says, I know not the time of the day or the hour, only the Father knows. When he gets down
this is the trip. This is the trip of this whole thing is that hierarchy that you just mentioned is actually in Paul. It's in Ephesians, so actually it's Paul himself saying this, and then you see the binitarian formula. Even in Corinthians, you see a framework in which at the end, Paul is made all in all with God himself, so, and in the kenosis hymn, it says that Jesus took obedience unto himself.
See what I'm saying? How can Paul claim to be aware of this hierarchy and then sit here and claim Jesus is God at the same time? Because it's clearly not, it's not one, it's separate. And there's a hierarchy to it. When Jesus Christ says, I go to my Father, my God, your God. Right? He's demonstrating that we have the same God in common, and the same Father. He tells us we are all children of God, like him. But he doesn't claim to be our Father at any point. Why would he talk in the third person as someone else? This makes no sense. Why would I tell my kids that I'm my own son? It just doesn't. Even if God incarnated as a man, he would still be like, it'd be like me in a video game. I'd still be like, yo, I'm me. I wouldn't say I was someone else referring to my person that is outside the game. Doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah, because you haven't studied the scriptures, so you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's
Studied
why.
the shit out of the scriptures. That's why I believe it.
No, you haven't. You're so full of crap.
It explains about the marriage of God and Jesus Christ. How is he going to marry himself? Can you break that down? The bridegroom. You're supposed to get married to Jesus, right? And he's married to God. So how is he married to himself?
Very shallow. You got a very shallow understanding.
Would you ever call yourself your own offspring? Would you call yourself your son? Better yet, would you incarnate yourself in human and claim to be your son?
Father, Son, and Spirit.
Your own offspring. Does that make sense?
There's three persons of the Godhead. 3 persons of the Godhead.
Well, where in the Bible do you see that? Exactly.
That proves to me you haven't studied the scriptures if you don't know.
I told you right.
Rocky, you don't have any idea what the hell you're talking about. You got to come in here. You say you believe the Bible, you studied the Bible, but you have no faith in the Bible, therefore you can't understand anything because the Bible is discerned through the Spirit, and you obviously don't have the Spirit.
Okay, so it's everything else. I just don't have the Spirit, and I can't discern the Bible. I got it. That's your argument you're going to go with?
That's the argument I'm going with. And that's
okay. Can you at any point use the Bible to demonstrate anything to me? Because I've been using the Bible all night, but obviously you have a better understanding. You just choose not to speak from the Bible.
I do have a better understanding. You're trying to use Gnostics. You're trying to use Gnostics and philosophy, and you're trying to figure it out through Gnostic and philosophy, and you have no faith. God requires faith. He's not going to reveal the scriptures to you.
faith and not understanding in the Bible.
You don't believe any of it, so why would you?
Rocky. You have more faith than me, so it doesn't matter how much I know about the Bible because you have more faith.
No, that's that. You know. You know.
I got it.
That's you're Gnostic. There's a thing called.
Well, that's what you're placating here, Rocky, is that you know. And that we're wrong in our interpretation. No, fuck you. You're the one sitting here saying that. No, you're sitting here saying that you're right, and that's what you're sitting here debating our brother here about whether it's knowing or faith, and you're claiming that it's faith, and yet you're professing that you know. You're an idiot. Read the scriptures and see that in context.
Epignosis.
So read the scriptures.
Not gnosis. It's called epignosis. Look it up. It's Greek. Not
no,
gnosis.
I'm not going to do your research.
Don't do no research. You guys, goodbye.
So can you shut up long enough to let another man say something? Because otherwise, that's your go-to is cutting people off so that they can't say what they need to say. See, that's the go-to of infidels.
Oh, infidels.
Well, read the context. All those
you don't understand the scriptures.
All those scriptures again. All those scriptures that you're referring to about miracles. You'll see every last one of them references Jesus in one way or another, and that the miracle was done by Jesus, and it went
wrong. Oh, give me a break. You see, there you go. You don't know crap about what you're talking about again.
Okay, if I don't know crap, then tell me the number. Tell me the number of miracles if I don't know what I'm talking about. Tell me the number of miracles.
There were hundreds and thousands of them.
No, there were 18 miracles.
Yeah, they went out.
18 miracles.
Blah, 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 blah.
Better read them again. There's 18.
Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, 18.
See, that's all you can do. You try to overtalk somebody that's trying to put information out so other people, then shut the fuck up.
You shut the fuck up.
Make me. We're on here trying to discuss things, and you're misconstruing things. And when somebody tries to correct, your go-to is to fucking overtalk them.
I wasn't talking about that.
Fuck. You're the blasphemous infidel that poses that you know everything, but yet everything's based on faith, and that's why you're standing on your knowledge, and everybody else is wrong.
In here and go backwards or forward, we're talking about something else, and you jump in here, talk about something we were talking about half an hour ago.
I was talking about the topic. The miracles done. The miracles done. You claim are done by the apostles, and it was only done through the apostles by Jesus.
Rocky, when Jesus is being accused and indicted by the Jews, and he tells them, I sit at the right hand of the power, does he mean he sits at his own right hand?
Okay, see, you don't understand much about the scriptures. Jesus came down in the flesh as a man. He didn't use all of his powers of God. He used his humanity, and he was showing us how to live in the world. So he didn't use his supernatural. He could have turned the rocks into bread, but he didn't. He was being tempted because he didn't want to. He had to live as a man.
How come how come in Revelation when the elect are singing, right? Praise Yah, Alleluia, right? They're saying praise Yah, right? And a voice comes from the throne and says, praise our God. Who is the God of that which is sitting
the Father, the Son, and the Spirit. The Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
So the Son is praising God, but is also the God which he is praising. Is that what you're saying?
There's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The Son is subject to the Father always. So that's the hierarchy. Even a son knows that he obeys his father. Yes, there's a Father, Son, and
worship Jesus.
Yeah, Jesus is co-equal with the Father and the Spirit.
Worship Jesus,
or don't understand the scriptures. Obviously, you have no understanding.
Jesus,
you can't figure it out.
It's a simple question.
Yeah,
Anything more is of the devil. Yes or no?
No,
Do you
I'm
worship Jesus or not?
trying to explain to you.
Just yes or no. Do you worship Jesus? Yes or no? Simple question. Simple question, simple answer. Yes, no. Worship Jesus?
Yes, I worship God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Here's the problem.
No. I don't want to hear your problem.
You can only
I don't
worship
wanna hear
God.
your
Jesus
problem.
himself told you not to worship him. He said,
Jesus
worship
is
God.
Got
Jesus is
him!
You understand?
Got him!
You are so you're a
Fucking
Muslim.
idiot!
What
You're
don't you
Muslim.
get, Rocky?
You don't understand the
The
Trinity.
Trinity was argued about and put into place
You
300
have
AD.
no understanding of the
It was
scriptures,
used
and
to basically create the Antichrist system that you're stuck in. I'm trying to
me.
you.
You
You're
think
mad
you
at me.
got me, but you didn't get me. You just got yourself. That's all.
I'm just saying, I've ran through this in my own mind, Rocky, to stay in the truth humbly
You're
before
ignorant.
God. Have you?
You're ignorant of what the hypostatic union means.
Here we go. It invented fucking words and invented things to describe something that doesn't
Hypostatic
fucking exist,
union,
Rocky.
yeah.
Hypostatic
person-
unions.
The
Let's
unique
put
person
words
of
in
the
the Bible that don't
Jesus
fucking
Christ.
exist there. Let's add to the
Yeah,
word.
they used to call him that. That was
There,
one of his
let's
names.
add it.
The unique person of the universe, both God and man. Jesus.
Well,
God and man.
Jesus
If
or
you
the
ever, the
Prophet
Bible
ever
even says that if
or
you
the
don't believe
Trinity, they're
God
all
came in the flesh,
monotheistic, not
then you're not
triune.
of Jesus.
They were
There's
not
even a scripture that
pantheistic,
says
Rocky.
if
They
you
were
deny Jesus, God the
You
Father,
can't
okay?
have
If
a
you
three-in-one
deny it,
God.
you're
That's
not
Roman
Christian.
Janus.
You
Okay,
you
that's
don't
the
have
three-in-one
any
God. That's
understanding
Janus,
of
the
nothing
three-faced
you're
God,
talking
Rocky.
about.
That's not God. The three-faced triune God is Janus. Okay. 3-in-1 is paganism,
Oh my
polytheism,
God.
monotheism.
You don't understand that
The
Satan
Apostle
counterfeits
Jesus never
everything.
argued
And
for
so
a
you believe
Trinity.
so you think that the ancient fake religions are trying to that's what, because Satan counterfeits the true religion of the triune God. So the
No.
Antichrist, they come up with triune gods too.
No.
Yeah, that's
No,
right.
the
Another
ancient fake
proof
religion was the
that
lie.
God is three persons in one.
It was not the truth. It was the
Not
lie.
a fucking satanic conspiracy
It was
of
the
the
lie.
trilateral whatever.
Aryan lie that you've fallen into because Lucifer was defeated by Jesus.
No,
and then
you
Lucifer turned
are
Jesus
the
into an
Luciferian
idol,
lie.
disarming the
You're
whole
the
entire Christianity.
Luciferian lie that says that Jesus was not God in the flesh. That's a prerequisite.
Well,
That's
you're an
the whole
idolatry.
purpose.
You're gonna have to rectify that.
He came to the cross and died for our sins.
Thou shalt
A
have no
normal
other
man
gods before me.
dying for our
Okay?
sins would do no good.
No other
Just
gods.
a normal man died for our sins. He wasn't
So
the God man. He was
die?
a normal man.
So can God,
Okay,
so
later
can
on.
God
I'm
die?
out of here. You guys.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. See you later.
Bye. Can God die? Bitch.
So what did we learn today?
Well, two people have been essentially bullied off the panel at this point. That's what it is. I mean, the thing is that you got to come hard with this Bible shit. It is what it is. I mean, it ain't no game out here. I mean, people have beliefs, like Steven said. Steven the Sanity Machine. He said people have beliefs.
And when you believe that Jesus is God and that he was hung on the cross, then you have to believe. Otherwise, you prove your own insanity that God died. Fucking idiots.
And I mean, that's kind of like my case in point, TML. That's kind of the issue with the whole Christianity.
But yeah, blessings, Sharaki. Thank you so much for joining the panel. Obviously, you're welcome to hop back up at any point you feel the need to express your views. Thank you so much for joining, as always, and it's a great conversation.
Rocky's a good dude, I believe.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That's the big problem.
He's That's without question. Yeah, that's without question. No, we're simply just talking about theological issues. But yeah, we're not trying to demean anyone's character. Definitely, Rocky has a lot of things I could have learned. From in terms of just all of his life experiences. In terms of Rocky definitely has more knowledge than me. There's no way he doesn't. He's been on Earth for way longer than I have. So definitely blessings to the old dude, and definitely not any attacks on his character. So yeah, that won't be allowed here.
Honestly.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah,
but at
for
the
sure,
end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Like, because I like Rocky, I got to hit him even harder with the truth of the Bible.
That's what it is. Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, it's tough love. Yeah, that's what it is. I mean, we got to hold each other accountable. I mean, that's what the book tells us to do. So really, I mean, if we're really going to look at a book and see what it says, is it say, well, it's not going to stand upon any man's knowledge. Lean not on your own understanding at the end of the day. But yeah, Yeah, thank you for being here with us, guys. Yeah, facts cherish more than beliefs. I mean, that's wishful thinking, Corbett. But yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I wish as well. But yeah, wishful. That's why the word "wish" got in there. That's what it is. But
And with that, I got to go, guys. Appreciate you letting me up, and sorry about the havoc, but again,
no,
it's just simple
no
truth
worries,
and,
Wiz. Yeah, you're passionate about what you know. It's all good.
Yeah, and I urge everybody to look at those miracles. Like I said, there's 18 of them. I've done my work. I've done the research. In the context of the way it's written, no matter how you translate it, it's still a reference to Jesus doing the act, and it was done through the people that were apostles. And that's why I say today the same concept resides with us. If we follow Jesus in enough manner, other people might see those same kind of miracles, but we're not supposed to take claim for them. We're always supposed to give praise to Jesus for God's powers. That's it.
Hey, Wiz, I did
Thank
like
you so
that that audit video. That was pretty cool. That trespass one. I did like that you did.
What, today?
I think it was a couple days ago. It was like I think you were like yelling at a cop or something. I feel like or
Yeah,
something.
that one was shitty. If you look at the one I did today, I went through and I broke it down. I pulled up the trespass laws and everything, and explained how it correlates to the scripture. We got a Western Christian or Waterloo Christian school trying to trespass a man that walks over the parking lot and has been doing so through a pattern of practice for a number of years, and has never had any incident or even interactions with these people. And it says in Leviticus, I'll remind you again, Leviticus 25, 23, the land shall not be sold forever, for it is mine, and ye are strangers and sojourners with me. So when I'm walking across that parking lot, they don't recognize that I'm walking with God. And so they're going to try to trespass me. Ain't going to work. So anyway, I'm out. God bless. You guys have a good night. We'll see you next time. Thanks for having me up, TML.
Yeah, bless you, Wizard. Have a good night. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, everybody go subscribe to El Perro. He's always breaking down philosophy and things. He was doing a whole series on Socratic logic. You guys will be, really, up your game if you go and check it out and understand what the Wizard's talking about there. Some very important and significant topics. Thank you, guys.
I'm gonna be busy for a moment. I'll be back.
For sure. Yeah, kind of muffled there, but I think Truther was expressing that he'll be back soon. But yeah, blessings. Yeah. And I don't know what's happening with Lanza. I think Lanza's losing this connection out here. But yeah.
Sorry, my mic keeps switching back to the wrong one. Yeah, that's what I said. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
All right, remove the screen, please, and let's get ready to rumble. Captain Tazariak, we just got through the first round. Unshare your screen. Yeah, there you go. Captain Tazariak.
Now, this is where I'm going to try not to fall asleep, because we're really here to criticize Captain Tazariak's version. We already really did, by supporting some of the points that Malachi Maccabee has already made. and I do think that he won this debate. Other debates with Captain Tazariak, I don't think that they won the debate. You know, Captain Tazariak, obviously, he has won a lot of debates. I'll give him that, but just not this one. You know, just the facts are too heavy on one side. You know, in my opinion.
Time will start when you start. Are you ready?
I need to share my screen.
Let's get it.
Okay, that's right. Screen, share screen.
Malachi Maccabee have set the tone. He have drew first blood, Captain, and now it's on you.
All that blood, that's terrible. Can you see my screen?
I see the screen.
All right, hold on.
Let me know when you're ready.
I just want to wait. Let me just put it like this. All right, I'm ready to rock and roll. I told y'all in this debate. Wait.
Oh yeah. To Aaron Corbett, am I gonna be on for a while? You betcha, I'll be on for a while. You know, so yeah, you feel free to click the link whenever you get the chance. Thank you.
First of all, for some reason, somehow Katazar always get dragged into a debate. Like y'all have an insane obsession with my brother Katazar. Y'all could just join the school and you could talk to him every day. Talk to him every day like I do. You don't have to throw him up on the screen or anything like that. I told y'all this debate is going to show he doesn't know the Bible. Now, I did this on the fly, and I knew he would go to Romans, the 16th chapter. So I'm going to show. So first we're going to read right here. So now we got Romans 11:1. It says, I say then, have God cast away his people? God forbid, for I also am an Israelite of the seed of Abraham of the tribe of Benjamin. Now, this is Paul stating his registry. He's saying that he's a Herodian. All that garbage that he pulled out does not say Paul was a Herodian, and they're basing it off of scripture that he don't understand. Wait till I get to it. Then Acts 21:39. Now, this is Paul saying it, but Paul did not write Acts.
Yeah, we went through this already. The whole thing about Gamaliel. I mean, it's interesting. You know, I'm gonna speed this up a little bit. The whole thing about Tarsus, we talked about that. Obviously, his whole thing about being from the tribe of Benjamin.
Luke wrote Acts. So Luke is the recording. So now, but Paul said, I am a man which is a Jew of Tarsus. So he's saying he's a Jew, and he's telling you where he's at. A city in Sicilia, a citizen of no mean city. And I beseech thee, suffer me to speak unto the people. Acts 22:3. I am verily a man which am a Jew, born of Tarsus. Now, two instances where he's saying it. And then he says, a city in Cilicia, yet brought up in this city at the feet of Gamaliel, who was a Pharisee, and taught according to the perfect manner of the law of the fathers, and was zealous toward God. Let's go to the next one. Wait. So now we're going to go to his verse. His verse is in 11. So now when you actually read Romans 16:8, he's saluting various individuals, not houses. If it's a house, he tells you. So in verse 8, it says, Greet Amplius, my beloved in the Lord. Salute Urbane, our helper in Christ, and Stacks, my beloved individuals. Salute Apollos, approved in Christ. Salute them which are of Aristobulus' household. Now you know he's talking about a tribe. Hold on, I jumped the gun. Now you know he's talking about a house or a bunch of people. Then it says, salute Herodian, my kinsman. That's singular. That's not even plural. It's not even a plural of kinsman, Kinsmen. It's Man, because Herodian was just a man named Herodian. He went on that whole ramp about Herodian and didn't even bother looking up or exegeting that word Herodian.
Okay, so this is his argument is gonna come down to that is not a household. You know, that is just one man named Herodian. Even then, there's a question why this one man would be his kinsman, right? Meaning a much deeper connection, right? And why he mentions him separately and not as a household as he does all of the other people he mentions. So this is what I was talking to Rocky about. So it is very interesting, but that's his explanation that he's just referring to a singular person. And that singular person is not talking about the household of Herodian. So it's interesting how he makes the argument indeed. But you know, that's just I mean it is what it is. You know, is Paul talking about being in the family of Herod? You know, and then we have that family tree that was just up on the screen. You know, if you missed it, go ahead and rewind the tape. But yeah. you know.
Herodian in this scripture, which I'm gonna show you, and it says, "Then greet them that be of the household of Narcissus." So when it says Herodian right here, it's not even talking about the house of or Herod or nothing like that. It's talking about a single individual. Of course, I would have to prove it. The etymology of that word right here, Herodian. Herodian, a Christian, Herodian. That Herodian in that verse is just one individual. That's all that it is. It's not the house of Herod. That's why when you keep going, the household of Narcissus, which are in the Lord, salute Tryphena. Now he's saluting other people. His whole first beginning, trash, garbage. I'm sorry. Now, I got to stop sharing.
That's not all he mentioned in his first beginning, right? He also mentioned Josephus. He also mentioned Paul declaring himself a Roman citizen. So there's a lot of different pieces to that. So that doesn't make the whole beginning trash, does Ariak, just because the one verse in this particular, you know, exegetical, you know, resource that you particularly found, you know, it happens to claim that this is a single individual. But even then, there's an inconsistency of why this single individual is, you know, singled out and not mentioned as a household, you know, and why the term kinsman is there applied to this particular individual, right? You know, I mean, I'm not, yeah, it could have been a popular name, maybe a popular first name back then. You know, maybe, could be. You know, that's a possible explanation. You know, obviously we have to use logic, right? You know, but what facts are on the table? You know, that's what we got to look at too.
And just for 1 second, so I want to share something else real fast. I need to, and I'm gonna come right back to that PowerPoint, but I need to share one. Thank you, I appreciate it, Si. Let me just get over here. Hold on. Now let me come back here. I want to share my screen, present, share screen. Now I want to show y'all this. He brought up that freedman. The scriptures say, answer a fool not according to his folly. He does not know the Bible. Freedmen and freedwomen. I'll start down here. In Greece, the ex-slave might be bound to perform services while the ex-owner lived in Rome. Continuing dependency took the form of part-time services. Married with patron's consent were exempt from paying these to a male patron. When you go to freedmen, were usually registered in 4 urban voting tribes. Then it says children born after their mother's manumission were free born and under no legal disabilities. So just because Paul was a free man does not mean that he was a Herodian or an Edomite or anything like that. Like, that's a lie what he said. This is on the site. Easy work. This is Oxford Classical Dictionary. Anybody can read this, man.
Yeah,
that is trash work. I'm sorry, that's trash work. So now I'm gonna keep going.
Yeah.
I just got to stop this to bring it back to my PowerPoint side.
Who's the dude at the bottom of the panel?
Let me go over here. We're gonna go to present. Now I told y'all he does not know the Bible. He don't know the Bible. Let me come over here. I don't want to talk while I'm going to.
Oh, that's a friend of mine, Truther Cop.
No. On this one we're watching. Not this dude, though. On the show we're watching.
Oh, the dude on the bottom. I'm actually not that familiar with him, but I looked up his channel. Pretty big channel he has. You know.
Well, yo, look at
what's that thing on that guy's head? That hat. It looks like it's a door knocker. Like you can knock on it.
Well, yeah,
Like, what the fuck is going on with that thing?
So you could knock on his forehead and see if
Yeah,
anyone's
like-
home. You know what I mean?
It's crazy,
But,
the shit he's wearing on his head.
So, yo, the dude at the bottom, like, I don't know if you know, like, most of these ISUPK dudes are straight Freemasons, but the dude at the bottom is displaying it, right? Like, so he's Malachi Maccabi, right? That's MM, that's Master Mason, right? Or 13, which is to pay homage to the 13. He's also got GTV in the background, and his color scheme is white, red, and black, which is essentially the satanic color scheme. And then his undertag is Megatron Light Bomb. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
All I know is that guy got a door knocker on his head.
Watch the hand symbols, bro, right? Motherfuckers wearing all black. You know who wears all black? Witches.
Yeah.
Just something to look out for, yo.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Now obviously a lot of different people would be interested in pulling out the rug from under the New Testament by disproving Paul the Apostle. So obviously, a lot of Christians get defensive. A lot of people get defensive. By no means everybody who makes these, types of arguments is going to be, a good guy. Obviously, you find these types of arguments in the books of Bar Ehrman and such, people who are basically following a life of untruth, a path of untruth, and a path of, secular scholarship, complete homos, and not even standing on anything that actually matters worth a damn, just about publishing book after book after book, making a career about trying to disprove the Bible, which is just, obviously, you're running a business. That's your career. You're invested in it from a perspective of earning money. It has nothing to do with proving something to people, or you could really tell with some of these people. So I'm but just some of these arguments, I know nothing that he presented really is not mentioned in my book. So I'll just go ahead and put it that way. I'm aware of all the arguments he's mentioned, so but yeah.
Shit, give me 1 second to go to window, PowerPoint. All right, so now I'm back to the screen. So now we're going to get into the Bible. Now, what I wanted to show here first, all of the New Testament was written in circulation by 100 AD. I want y'all to understand that. So any of the commentary that comes after, he has to show according to the law that Paul was hostile. Do not forget this topic. Do not. Don't be, even if you go by his logic that Paul was an Edomite, he still has to show how Paul was hostile according to the law. He ain't showed that yet. He ain't showed that yet. So now I'm going to show you. So now we y'all see I have scriptures on one side, scriptures on the other side. I'm going to show y'all the parallel. So in Acts 9:7, it says that the men which journeyed with him stood speechless, hearing a voice, but seeing no man. So this is when Paul saw or met Christ. And then in verse 8, it says, and Saul arose from the earth, and when his eyes were open, he saw no man, but they led him by the hand and brought him to Damascus. And then in 22:9, you see it says in verse 7, it says, hearing a voice, but seeing no man. In 22:9, it says, and they that were with me indeed saw the light and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake. So now you got one verse saying hearing the voice, another verse saying,
yeah, what a time for Wizard to go away, because this is funny, because Wizard actually, this is actually the Wizard's, main thing. And actually, I published that video, so I can actually play that video of him, you know what I mean? Because it's funny, but yeah. Whoops.
Heard not the voice. What I also want to point out, he can't say that that Paul can see and why nobody else could see, because when we go to the book of Daniel, when Daniel saw that vision, in verse Daniel 10:7, it says, and I, Daniel, alone saw the vision, for the men that were with me saw not the vision. So you can't even say, how could Saul see it and nobody else see it? Because you're going to have to question Dan. So now we have to deal with the word hear or hearing. You notice I have it highlighted. This is Matthew 13:13. It says, therefore I speak out to them in parables, because seeing they see not, and hearing they hear not. Those hearings are the same Greek word, G191, to be endowed with faculty of hearing, not deaf, to attend to, consider what is, as has been said, to understand or perceive. So when you read Acts 9:7 and Acts 22:9, in Acts 9:7, what it's talking about when it's saying they heard not the voice, meaning they did not understand the voice. And also keep in mind, we're reading the book of Acts. So he's going to have to question the writer of Acts, not Paul. So now I'm going to keep going. This is the next slide. And I'm going to show y'all now, this right here is to show you how just because somebody gives further details or slide to the left or the right doesn't make the story a forgery. So Matthew 15:22, when Christ deals with the woman that wanted a blessing for her child, you'll see where it says, in 15:23, it says he answered her not a word, and the disciples came and besought him, saying, send her away, for she crieth after us. In Mark 7, it doesn't mention that. In Mark 7, all it says for a certain woman, it says the woman was a Greek, a Syrophoenician by nation. She besought him that he would cast forth the devil out of.
Hold on, let's get up on this video by that I produced earlier, because this is interesting. Because this is the Wizard, because he was just here. We don't have him here, but we could still show him taking one of the trolls on this channel to the task for fucking getting up on this shit. Yeah. No, I meant on the panel. Wiz, I know you're here in the chat, but yeah, bless.
What's up, Pops?
Yeah, what's up, Pops?
What's going on?
What are you doing?
Getting a headache from all this Bible thumping. Like, it's just so ridiculous. Why do people get so serious with every word and try to break it down? It's a riddle, man. Sit here all day and try to figure it out. Lot more smarter people than us have tried to figure this out, and they still can't. But one thing I know for sure, there are a lot more verses in the Bible that speak about Jesus and the Father is separate, but yet people still want to believe in the Trinity. I don't know why they're obsessed with that Trinity. And they try to make you feel like you're an idiot if you don't understand it. But I make a great example of it. And I don't care what anybody says to me. Jesus was in the desert for 40 days and 40 nights, and the devil came over to him and said, pay me homage, and I'll give you the world. You think the devil's going to go to God and try to bribe God? No, it was his son. The devil knew it was his son. So where are we going with this Trinity shit? It just don't make any sense. And there are only a few verses that kind of make the Trinity possible. And then there's hundreds of verses that make it's not possible. So why are we sticking to the Trinity? You know why? Because that's what the devil wants you to believe.
It's the Antichrist system, bro. It was told that it would happen.
It doesn't make any sense that he's on the cross dying and he's looking up in the sky and saying, Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do. And you're going to tell me that's God in an avatar talking to himself. Come on. Really? And then when did the Trinity come into existence? Like 300-400 years after Jesus died? Jesus never spoke of a Trinity. No apostle ever spoke of a Trinity. Where is this Trinity coming from? The Catholics. That's where it's coming from. So I don't know why people keep arguing about that one thing. I mean, it's plain and simple. He sent his only begotten son to this planet to die for our sins. And people want to he sent himself to die. And he made he made a human flesh of himself to come down here. Come on now. Really? If anybody, I asked the priest that question once. I asked him, I said, I asked him the desert story. I said, why would the devil try to tempt God himself and tell him, pay me homage? He knew it's God, so why would he do that? Because it wasn't God. It was his son. Plain and simple. And if you don't want to believe it was his son, okay, Jesus was a prophet, and he was trying to bribe him. But either way, Jesus definitely was not God on the earth. He wasn't the Father.
I mean, if you have any common sense, you could understand this. But
not even common sense. It's just plain simple in the Bible. 100 times he'll pay reverence to the Father, and then a couple of times he said, me and the Father are one or something like that. And now all of a sudden it's a Trinity.
This is where it really breaks down, right? They say it's one God, right? But then they say it's three. It can't be 3 and 1. These are 2 different numbers. I don't think they know math. I think that's the problem. It's a math issue.
They've been brainwashed about this Trinity that you have to really be real smart to understand it, because if you don't believe there's a Trinity, you really, you're not that smart. You don't get it. No, I get it. He looks up in the sky and says, Father. He looks up in the sky and says, Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do, when he's dying on the cross. That's what I understand.
If he was God, why is this whole thing an elaborate deception where he's pretending he's not? I don't understand.
Yeah. Right.
If he is God, why is he saying he's not? He's Jesus. Why is he saying he's his son if he's him? Why doesn't he just say it's me?
Well, you don't really understand the way it works. It's like they're all one, it's some kind of mystery, but you got to put it together. And if you're not smart enough to understand it, then you're an idiot. Come on, man. Stop with the bullshit. It's total bullshit.
Then when you really get to the core, right, of it, they just go, well, you can't really understand it, so it's beyond our fucking comprehension. But we know it's at least one that is 3. At least that's all. We know that much.
So God came down not to make us understand it and said and tricked us and said, I'm the Son, but I'm really God. Come on. That's even more insane. Think about it. People just want to believe what they want to believe. That's what's going on with everything in this world. You can't, no matter how many times I ask people, do you know that moon landing was fake? They're like, no, I don't know. It looks real. Maybe it's real. It doesn't matter what you tell people. You can put the truth right in front of them, and they don't want to believe. They're brainwashed.
The most simple explanation is usually what the reason is. Does it make more sense that it's 3 in 1, or does it make more sense that it's just 3? Or whatever. You know what I mean?
I believe God could put the Holy Spirit in you, but that's coming from him. But that has nothing to do with 3 separate gods. And they're all one. Come on. Jesus is not God. Jesus is the Son of God. Period.
Offspring. Like child of.
He made him. I honestly believe maybe Jesus was his first creation, or maybe the devil, Lucifer, was his first creation, and he rebelled against him, and Jesus was his second. I don't know which way it goes, but there's a reason why he didn't just destroy Satan, right? There's got to be a reason. So either Satan was his first or second creation, like his sons that he made, you know?
That's a really deep rabbit hole. I've went into it today, but it's a deep one.
Yeah, but I just believe for sure Jesus was created by the Father, and it's 2 separate things.
I'm fairly certain this discussion's being had in the depths of hell,
That's
one
right.
layer beneath the flat Earth debate community. That's the layer above this conversation.
Who the hell knows what flat? Who knows what shape the Earth is? You've never been up there, so you can't tell.
I agree.
That's what I tell people. But I could say one thing for sure. I really don't believe the Earth is spinning around 25,000 miles an hour and traveling towards the sunlight at 60,000 miles an hour. I don't believe that. But I don't know what the hell shape it is. Who knows if it's a crater, if it's flat, if it's shaped like a pear. Who knows? And when they say flat Earth, people think, oh, well, it's a disc, like they make fun of it. That's not what really the flat earthers are saying. I don't know what. I'm not a flat earther, and I'm not a round globe guy. I don't know what the hell the Earth is. All I know is
shit's flat, bro.
All I know is one thing.
This is not me saying this flat Earth stuff, but yeah, no, I agree.
We never landed on the moon. It's all bullshit because after we landed on the moon, you're telling me that we never went back up there and made videos of us landing on the moon again? Why didn't we do that? If we landed once, we should be going up there now and checking it out. Why? All of a sudden, we don't got to go up there no more? What happened? What happened to us going up on the moon? We should have hotels on the moon if we could get up there. Do you really believe?
Oh, man. TML, you got to take me off the screen. This is not my rant. People are going to think this is my rant.
Oh.
This is not me ranting. No, it's fine, dude.
Think about this. If we could go to the moon right now, the Hilton would have put a hotel up there already and started selling, travel to the moon. Definitely. We would have a whole city up there if we can land there without technology.
Oh, yeah. If it was a real place, yeah.
We're not going there because there's a reason why we're not going there. What's the reason? Because we've never been on it. Just like Antarctica. Why can't we go past 20 miles of the front of Antarctica?
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, they're hiding every fucking thing on
Real simply, how do you know it's not flat?
We don't.
That's all I'm saying. Like, how do you know it's not flat?
Nobody knows.
And we don't know for a reason, because I don't think we're just not meant to know for a reason, I suppose.
That's right.
But yo, here's what we do know, right? We do know we have the ability to use water levels with bubbles in them in order to determine flatness.
Right.
We know that water always levels flat indefinitely. Can anyone explain that?
Yeah, well, see, I saw this whole thing where in the North Pole and in the South Pole, the stars spin in opposite directions. So you can sit at the equator and watch the star lake. I saw a picture of it. They spin in different directions. That was the one thing that threw me for a loop yesterday. I just saw it yesterday. Let me try and find that image.
But maybe the picture was fake. You don't even know anymore. Like, what's real?
Well, but you could observe that. You could go down to Antarctica and see that it's spinning in a different direction.
The reason why they appear in different directions is because what you're viewing, right? You're viewing from a different angle, which is going to change the direction, being that it's a prismatic sphere. Like you're looking at the inside of a lens, right? So from the other side of the lens, yeah, it looks upside down.
Well, here's
based on the view angle.
Here's
You know what I mean?
experiment that they couldn't do maybe 200-300 years ago, even maybe 100 years ago, that you could do now. 100 years ago, you could be on a boat like 20 miles away from the Statue of Liberty, and you wouldn't be able to see it. And they would go, yeah, that's the curvature of the Earth. The Earth's supposed to sink a certain amount every, every mile. It's supposed to be, with the curvature. Now, with the technology we have, a person with like a phone can have this magnifier on and be that 20 miles out that they couldn't see the Statue of Liberty from a certain distance, and now they could see it. So it's definitely not round the way they make us believe it is. Because now you can see it, because there's a certain amount of distance with curvature. And when they build railroads, they never build them with curvature. You can look that up. I mean, so there's a lot more proof that maybe the Earth ain't flat the way
the whole premise of the globe, right? The problem is that the way they describe it and provide you evidence, no human being can actually perform these experiments in space in the places that they determine their fucking data from. So no one can actually verify all of their arguments. And the reality is now we've gotten so much knowledge that when put to the test, it all fails. It's not like it's just one reason. All of their fucking lies fail. And it's only the retards who believe in the credibility of the religion of science, right?
Well,
That's who believe in round Earth.
What about gravity? Now, so if you throw a rock up in the air, it falls to the ground because it's heavy, right? Gravity pulls that down. But if you put a helium balloon that floats up in the air, why don't gravity push that balloon down? Why? I don't understand. If there's gravity, because it's not gravity, it's basically the weight that's made. The helium balloon is lighted in the air. That's why it floats up.
It's buoyancy. Like
Right.
Einstein proposed.
If you had gravity, that balloon wouldn't float up in the air. That's common sense. Think about it. What the fuck is gravity then? It's bullshit. There is no gravity. That was made up.
If you examine the globe model and everything that has to do with heliocentrism, every single aspect of it was created by a Jesuit. Copernicus, Mercator, all of them. Newton, they're all Jesuits. Every single one.
Yeah.
Every single one.
They want you to believe the Big Bang Theory. That's the whole kid.
Galileo, every one of them. All Jesuits. All their pictures with the little compass and square, bro. All of them.
Yeah. But definitely, I don't know what shape the Earth is, but I could definitely say it's definitely not what they say it is.
They worship the sun. They made it the center of the world. To make you insignificant, they placed you in a vast infinity and not at the center of creation. And this is the perpetrating lie that allows them to explain to people how God doesn't exist. And we came from a frog butt fucking a squirrel.
What about aliens? Where are the fucking aliens? How come they still ain't come down yet? Where's these aliens? They're watching us. Get the fuck out of here. Aliens. The first alien, if there's ever an alien on this planet and I see it, I'm killing it. Because I know it ain't an alien, it's a demon.
Let me ask you guys a question. You ever seen water stick to a ball? Ever?
There was a guy, he did
Under
an
any
experiment
condition.
with that, and he spun a ball as fast as the earth, like 25,000 miles, and the fucking water still didn't stick on it.
Here's a better one. Have you ever seen anything stick to something that's spinning, or does it usually actually fly off of it?
Well, it's gravity.
It's a crazy idea.
No, they had to invent gravity to make that theory. Don't you understand?
Right.
They had
No,
to invent
you're
it.
right. The gravity is at the perfect strength to keep it at equilibrium.
But a
Nothing
helium,
neither stronger or weaker. It's
but a
perfection.
helium balloon will float up in the air. Go figure that out.
Oh, and the sun and the moon, they're not identically the same size, even though we can observe that with an eclipse. They're actually 400 times larger, but also 400 times further away, so it equals out. So that our fake math also adds up.
I saw some wild stuff on that eclipse, man.
Yeah, I agree with this one. The Earth is alive. Thank you for that, Lizard Tree.
There we go.
Yeah, what's going on with yeah, so what are your thoughts, Truther? I mean, I heard what you said in terms of that the flat Earth's debate and the Bible debate are like one step removed from each other, you know, and what I
Paul
really
debate
see
specifically.
what oh wait, what'd you say?
The Paul debate specifically, I believe.
Oh, the Paul debate. Yeah, but see, the thing that I see really is that this is gaining credence over time. You know, the reason is because out of the Bible conspiracies, it seems like Paul is taking center stage. You know, so I mean, I don't know, like I feel like I predicted this first when I started writing my book, I think. And the reason is because it's the whole theory of you know, well, obviously there's a whole theory of Adam Green, you know, of his whole thing that the Jews invented Christianity, and then Paul takes center stage in that. What kind of character was Paul? And since he takes up so much space in the New Testament, most people are kind of getting to the fact that if you take a critical look at Paul, it's like, you know, most Christians are going to reinterpret the Old Testament based on what Paul's saying. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%. But from that perspective, isn't Paul just another man writing what he thinks his connection to God is?
Yep.
As we can all do.
Possibly, but Paul actually claimed that that's not the claim he's making. He's making a claim that he's apostle to the Gentiles. So the universal creed of salvation, right? So this ties into the Adam Green thing, because Adam Green's kind of talking about how the whole Old Testament is about the Jews, right?
Right.
So he's saying, well, what makes the New Testament not about the Jews? Because you read the Gospels and Jesus says, not a jot or tittle will be removed from the law. You know, that your righteousness must exceed that of the Pharisees. If you don't, you know, have your righteousness exceed that of the Pharisees, you will not enter the kingdom of God. All that sort of thing. That he says, you know, I was sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Right. And then so all of these kind of credos. And then when you get to the New Testament, Paul says, well, no, the Gentiles have also been brought into the fold of salvation. Right.
Right. Well, I mean, Jesus said the circumcised and uncircumcised alike, right? Isn't that kind of the same thing?
Did he say that?
Did he? I'm not sure.
Wow. Yeah, see that. Yeah, see that's the problem. See, this is exactly what's up for debate. See, the problem is that Jesus more along the lines of said, like, I was sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, and then it's Paul who comes in and says, well, look, like it's more about a universal message of salvation for everybody.
Well, you got to go.
So.
Go ahead.
DML, you got to look at what Jesus was really trying to break up at that time.
It's just the issue. The issue is really about
like
about the circumcised, if you will, right, entering into the fold of salvation, how are they grafted in, right? How are non-Jews grafted into the fold of salvation? Well, what makes somebody saved? Well, all the Christian groups throughout history are going to claim that's different. You just saw right here 3 different Christian people, or even 4 or 5 different people who have read the Bible and interpreted it, just arguing about it.
Yeah,
So
that
that's
goes
the thing.
back to that goes back to what we said earlier, right? Where I was talking about like there's good people all over the place, and like I think Jesus came to break a very specific spiritual psyop. You know what I mean? Like I believe he did come to the Jews to stop them from following a desert demon. You know what I mean? As God.
But when you follow the Bible, right, you got to go even deeper. Let's go super deep here. So you got after the Bible, the Quran came out, right, with Muhammad, right? Now, that's a holy book, right? And you would say that had to be divine intervention. Whoever wrote it, right, has to be real. So the Christians, this is what confuses me with religion. So the Christians are saying, no, the Bible wasn't, it was really written by spiritual men, but the Quran is corrupt and it's bad and it's all this, right? Well, if you look at the Quran, it's a really great book too. So what makes you think the Quran was written like by people and it really wasn't written by God, but yet the Bible was? So where do we go from there? Because if you want to say the Quran's no good, what makes you think the Bible's any good then? Why is it that I believe that God's going to judge us by who we are and what kind of person we are? And all this religion, I think it's just confusion. Because if you're going to tell me that the Quran was written by whatever, man, and God had no say in it, then what makes you think the Bible couldn't have been the same thing? Because you got just men writing stories. So who's right, who's wrong? God's going to condemn every Muslim because they're following the Quran, and only the people that follow Jesus are going to survive? I mean, is that really what's going on here?
I don't believe that.
That's what I'm saying.
That. Well, I think,
So
look, I think
if
at
you
the
believe
end
the
of the day,
Quran is corrupted, then what makes you think the
I
Bible
think
wasn't
there's
corrupted?
Jews that are good people. I think there's fucking even maybe Buddhists. I don't know how that works with the multiple God thing, but like I think there's a lot of good people all over the world that don't, follow the teachings of Jesus, that aren't going to be burning in hell for eternity. I do.
But what makes us know what's the right religion to follow then?
I couldn't tell you what the right religion is because I don't follow any religions. I believe that the truth is what is right.
I do believe Jesus came here. Now, whether he was a prophet or the son of God, I believe he was the son of God. I do.
I don't believe
that
in.
Don't mean the other religions, the people are bad.
I don't believe in religions, right? I believe there is only one truth. And I believe that you don't have to believe it, but there is only one. You can believe whatever you want.
I believe keep it simple. Obey the 10 Commandments. If you do that, I don't think God could hold you down for anything. Because if you obey the 10 Commandments, you got it covered. Why I got to go crazy? Worrying about whose religion's right, whose religion's wrong. I don't want to go crazy about that.
Treat people the way you want to be treated and love God above all things. Very simple.
I believe there's an almighty creator, and that's it. It's the bottom line.
Like, that's the most simplest instructions you could.
Yeah. Why are we always having, I see debate after debate after debate after debate. Come on. This is getting crazy. Nobody knows. That's the debate. You really weren't there when Jesus died. There's no videotape of it. There's documentation a little bit, but that's about it. So nobody really knows. Are these stories or these truths? Nobody knows.
Yep. Looks like it comes from Paul. So here we go.
Well, Paul for sure. I mean, Paul wasn't even an apostle. So I get a headache when I start thinking about all these books. Because they all contradict each other anyway. I mean, you look at the Muslims, they got a lot of things wrong, let's just say, right? And the Christians got things wrong. But I'll tell you one thing I respect about the Muslims. They get down on their knees and pray to God 3 times, 4 times a day. Christians don't do that. So who's right or who's wrong? And, they believe in God. They call him Allah, whatever they call him. God is great. So, you know, I just can't figure out. I never can figure out what's the real true religion. I don't think there is any. How's that? I think it's all put out here to confuse the shit out of us. But you got to believe in something, right? So I chose to believe that there is an almighty God, and I chose to believe that Jesus was his son. But I'm not ruling out Muhammad was a bad guy. I don't think he was. You know, he was a prophet. But their book is different. So why is their book different than the Bible? Somebody's lying. Or somebody's just, or maybe they're all lying. Who the hell knows?
Well, I think Pops raised a good point in terms of, you know, well, first of all, the issue is that atheism is untenable. So that moves you into discussion about what a greater truth might be. And then it's like one of my friends, Lamont, said, you know, at the dispensary, he's a security guard at the dispensary. And he said, man, you know what the problem is? He said, they got me out here not knowing who to pray to. And that's right. You know what I mean? That is a question that we all have to ask ourselves, reflect on, because ultimate questions require ultimate answers. Now, if you are to believe Paul that Jews and Gentiles alike were brought into the fold of salvation, then you don't actually need Muhammad to come and basically make a universal message of salvation, you know, because basically the whole argument there is that, you know, Jesus is king of the Jews, right? So how is he going to save all of mankind, right? You see what I'm saying, Truther?
Yeah.
I think there's good in every religion. Like, you know, decent religion, you know, that actually worships the Almighty God. I mean, like the Muslims have good things and the Christians have good things. I like the way the Muslims treat the women.
Yo,
like
but every one of the religions is banking on an end times prophecy day, and at that point forward, we're gonna have it good.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like
No,
all the
it's not a
religions
religion,
are like,
man.
yeah, shit's all fucked up, but don't worry. In the
don't do
future,
anything.
after the apocalypse, it'll be fine.
Just a plan.
So the Machine Life said atheism.
Yeah, what is this, Hank?
This is some of my research I've done proving that. So this is something I've had on made by Jibob's community tab.
Okay.
Yes, I presented this in Pine Creek yesterday. So I posted, please just do better atheists. Put that stuff back on.
But
atheists, Ida Hoagie said atheists are doing fine. The people making claims of magical beings that need to do better. And I asked Ida Hoagie, what's your test for magic? They said they don't have a test. Then they contradicted themselves and said they do have a test. But magic guy in the sky doing miracles qualifies. So if you bring the test, I'll bring the data. My example, magical guy in the sky doing miracles is Charlie Sullenberger's Miracle in the Hudson. And then they said that's not a miracle. No, it wasn't magic. So it's a faith-based position. They just already presuppose that there is no magic, there is no miracles, there is no God. So we can't do science with them because they already came to the conclusion they don't care about the data anymore.
Oh yeah, that works with Hume's theory. You know, if you look at Hume's whole discussion on miracles, he says miracles are a violation of the laws of nature. Well, how do you test that?
Yeah, so we assume miracles are a violation of the laws of nature, but we can't possibly find miracles that way. So we had to use a different standard, one that's more sensible.
I am lost in this conversation.
What if there was no miracles? Would it matter?
Well,
a miracle is something God could do. That's a miracle.
No, but I'm saying, like, would it really matter, right, to what Jesus said? Would it change his message if he didn't do any miracles?
Yes.
Why?
Well, because there's miracles that he did perform in the Bible. So, but you can cut out the miracles and it will have a different feel. Like we had the Jefferson Bible where there's no miracles, and it does change the message a bit. It's still a good message.
How does it change the message?
Well, it turns him into a guru. It turns Jesus into a guru, which it's still not bad. I think that's actually probably the best version of Jesus. But that's just my opinion.
Why does it turn him into a guru?
Because he's just
If
a
you
guy
remove
saying
the
stuff.
miracle.
He's just a guy saying stuff.
But he didn't say that. He said he was the Son of God.
Well, a lot of people did.
Well, I understand.
Who's a lot of people? Who else said they're the Son of God?
Most people did. That's a pretty long list. How do you start?
Give me like a good example, like of a famous person beside Jesus. And what religion are you talking about?
Well, there's multiple ones from what's it called? The Roman and Greek pantheon. I need to look them up. I don't memorize all of them because it's just not that relevant.
Well, like that Buddha, right? I don't know.
Buddha's one, yeah.
But Buddha, they don't say Buddha's the son of God, do they?
Some of them do.
I thought he is their God, period. Like, I never heard any other religion say this person was the son of God, other than the Christian religions claiming Jesus.
Right, there were some that claimed things in that realm. But the point of the matter is, like, what I'm saying is the miracles weren't the core of what he was doing and teaching. Like, he was even keeping the miracles kind of like on the low. Like, he wasn't really about the miracles. He was just kind of capable of doing them.
But even Christian religion, tell me if I'm wrong, doesn't it basically claim that if you don't believe in Jesus, you're not going to be, saved, right? Salvation is through him. Well, I have to use it as an example. So if you got somebody else that's, let's say, a Muslim, and this guy was a doctor that could have made $50 million a year. He's a brain surgeon. And instead, he lives in a village in a third world country and makes $100 a week. And he's curing and saving people. And he's a very, spiritual man. He don't sin. God's going to not save him, but he's going to save a Christian that probably is a half a piece of shit just because he believes in Jesus as the salvation. That don't make no sense.
I agree with you, Pops.
That don't make no sense.
Yeah, I'm a Unitarian Universalist. I think God's going to save everyone in the end anyways.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they're unworthy of worship. I agree with you. But
now, why does the Christian religion, and I'm Christian, and I do believe in Jesus, Son of God, but why is it that I don't believe that if you're not a Christian and you're a good person, that you're not going to get a shot. I believe you are. Where they make it, I think the church did this. So you will go to their church, give you a reason to pay money and pay us money, and we'll the Catholic Church, you go in the booth there and you say 20 Hail Marys or whatever, and you're forgiven. Come on.
We're the only ones that can save you.
Yeah, really?
The only ones with the message that can save you.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So what I'm trying to say is we really don't got an understanding of religion. But we should have an understanding that there is an almighty creator. Okay? That's what we should all be knowing. That we all should at least agree on that there is somebody or something that made all this. Yeah. This just didn't happen. This isn't a coincidence.
All right, everybody, let's start at the beginning. All we know is that there is an almighty creator. Everyone on the planet, go.
That's it.
All right.
And be a good person and don't be a piece of shit, and we'll be okay.
I agree.
But Hank thinks the creator is the devil, Pops. We have a problem.
I said it before. Religion for dummies, like Windows.
We got a problem. Hank thinks the creator is evil.
Religion for dummies. 10 Commandments. There you
go.
go.
Even the Bible says the creator created evil. So there you go.
Hey, if you obey the 10 Commandments, you think you're doing good? Because I don't think I do. Everybody lies and shit like that, right? We all lie here and there. But just imagine you knew one person that didn't break any of the 10 Commandments. That would be a good person, if you ask me.
Good enough.
Right?
Yeah, good enough. Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, maybe it'll keep a slave or two, but still, they're doing pretty good.
It basically covers everything. I mean, up to a point. So why are we getting so crazy with this shit?
No,
people, slaves. not us in his. We're having a conversation, but why is the world so crazy over whose religion is correct? How about everybody just be a good person and fucking stop them killing each other?
Maybe it was designed to be this way. I don't know.
It probably is. This is probably Satan's planet, not the Almighty God's. There's got to be something to this, man. This is like a game or something. They're just looking at us from up above.
Yeah, we're in the Sims.
They're laughing their ass off up there.
Yeah, we're in the Sims, it looks like.
Yeah. I'd be cracking up right now if I was God going, look at the shit that's going on now. Look at them.
I crack up just looking at
random their penis. Look at
do random shit on the internet sometimes. So you know that we're being laughed at as a whole.
You think when God looks down and he sees all this like rainbows and all this bullshit going on, he ain't cracking up?
I think he has an imprint of his fucking hand in his forehead.
Like, no matter what I do, they just won't listen. They just keep getting worse and worse. Now they're dressing like women, and the women are dressing like men. They just don't want to stop. I can imagine what God's saying right now in his brain. It must be amazing to be looking down at this planet and seeing the shit that we're doing.
Probably going blue jeans.
And I mean, we've been at war forever. Like, it's never gone away. I mean, when are we going to stop fucking going to war with each other?
When we bring back like gladiator championships or something, wars are the ways. We just need to get our best fighters and go at it, make a bet, have a tournament.
I like how they used to settle wars back in like the Greek days. And when you look at like Troy, you get your best guy and I'll get my best guy, like David and Goliath. And that's it. We don't got to kill 1 million people. We just go one-on-one.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it.
But the defense contractors don't like that because they have product to sell. So we can't go back and just
they need customers. They need dead people.
Yes.
Yeah. England, I'll give you, this is the funniest shit. I'm listening to the radio. So England is sending pallets of food to the Palestinian people that are like getting wrecked, right? Getting havoc on. So they're sending them pallets of food, dropping them from planes. And then they're sending thousands of missiles to Israel. So what the fuck are you doing? You're playing like both sides of the coin. You're sending these poor people that are getting annihilated for no fucking reason, pallets of food. And then you're sending the bad guy all the missiles. Like, are you, like, it's, I can't even comprehend how this shit's going on.
They're making money. Man. And Israel's not going to use all the missiles. They're going to use them onesie-twosie so they can get more. It's all about this. It's just
I don't even think they're sending the missiles. They're just selling the missiles. They're your money.
Yeah, that's pretty much what they're doing. They may pop a couple off just to show that you got one. But then Israel's not trying to win the war. They're just trying to run the clock and beg for money, beg for more stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump off here. Good talking to y'all. I'll see y'all later.
It's a big money laundering system.
Thank you, Truther. Yeah, thank
exactly.
you.
Washing the money.
Exactly.
But I can never understand. That's why I just had to get on because I was just bored. But I can never understand people talking about all this religious, like this verse, that verse, this verse. You weren't there. You didn't write it. The guy that wrote it, you don't know if God really made him write it or Jesus said this because there's so much contradiction. Then you got the Quran is going a whole different direction. And so where do we go from there? And then you got the Buddhism, which I think is insane. Buddha and all that. I mean, some of that stuff's crazy. They got
Hinduism.
Hinduism. They got hundreds of gods and all that shit. That's a little out there for me, but I don't know. No matter who you are, maybe even an atheist that don't believe in God, but he's a good person. They're all good people that just don't believe in God. Maybe God's going to give him a break. He's going to be like, hey, you know what? I really didn't do anything to show you I was here. Because let's be real. If you weren't born during like the biblical days, you don't really have no proof there's God. I have faith there's God. I see it with my own eyes, and I've had experiences in my life that there had to be God, there had to be divine intervention. A couple of times, I shouldn't even be here. I should be dead already. So That's why I have faith, because I know something happened. But I can understand some people in a way, they don't believe in God, but you got to believe in God now, even if you're an atheist, because there's so much evil going on right now on this planet that you have to be blind not to see it, right? So you know in your gut, there's something wrong here. There's evil. So if there's evil, which means there's Satan, then there has to be God. So even an atheist at this point in time has to believe in God. You have to, because of all the evil. It can't be just one-sided. And if you're an atheist and you see all the evil and you do believe in, there's some kind of Satan, so he's a God anyway, if there's no good God, but there is a good God, or we wouldn't be here right now. The good guys always win at the end anyway, But, yeah, religion's a kind of subject drives me crazy. My son's been trying to figure it out. For how many years you've been studying, Mike, and you still can't figure it out?
Too many years, bro.
And it got to the point, what? Your brain blew up.
No, I've gotten to a point where I have like a comfortable understanding and I'm willing to challenge it. But I'm not really I'm almost at the point where I'm just completely done trying to teach anybody. They don't want to know.
But you make it's more or less simple. It's not complicated like people make it.
Fuck it,
It's not so hard to understand. But there's a lot of confusion.
I've learned that people can't be taught, they need to learn.
Actually, people
can't be taught.
They have to go through it to understand. See? You can tell people a million times something until it comes knocking on their doors. The only way they're going to believe it.
Like, I try to assume that people like me, that like everyone is seeking the truth, but it's not like that. Most people are comfortable in their lie and they don't want you to fuck their fantasy world up. It's like coming into their fucking, video game and trying to point out the fact that nothing is real and it's all bullshit. And they don't like that because they're real happy in their comfortable artificial reality that they've created for themselves with the help of society's matrix.
Well, I think God made it real simple in the beginning for man to understand. And then I think man got a hold of it and complicated it. God made it, like I said, God made the 10 Commandments. He made it simple. Then all of a sudden there were 300 commandments, right? Well, how many commandments are there? They wrote how many commandments in the Old Testament? It was like 300 or something. Some of them were like what kind of clothes they could wear and stuff. How many were there, Mike?
What?
Commandments, like in the Old Testament. How many was it? Like 300 or 280?
613.
All right, so 613. So it went from 10 commandments to 613. So did God give us the 613? I don't think he sat there and said, obey 613 commandments. I don't really
Look, it sounds a little bit crazier than it actually is, but at the same time, like, you really can't follow most of it. You'd be in jail, basically.
Yeah, I know, like stone an adulterer.
It's like burn any city in idolatry to the ground.
But do you really think God wrote all that? I don't believe he did.
I mean, if we had to follow it, I don't think he would make a reality where we couldn't. So, I mean, I don't know.
And in this reality, you can't do it. So
look, it could have been instructions for those people. See, I think people get confused in reading an older story and assuming like all of this applies to me.
Right.
It's like God
to that tribe.
God may have made a deal with that tribe. Like, look, I'm going to give you guys a bunch of land. I'm going to hook you up, but you got to do all this shit because it's part of the fucking grand scheme of things. Yep. But I mean, there's a lot of shit going on. Like put a hoop in your daughter's ear and sell her into fucking slavery. Like, even all kinds of weird shit in the law.
Weren't they even like the priest was supposed to wear certain clothes and all that shit?
That's all superstitions. That falls under superstitions.
Yeah.
But like the original 10 Commandments, you could find those in almost every religion in
That's
the
what I
world.
say. The Ten Commandments, and you're good.
If they're
You don't gotta complicate
superstitions, right, does that make them better than stitions?
You know, I've often wondered what a stition was myself.
You know what I mean? Because these are superstitions. They supersede stitions. What the fuck is a
stition?
All I know is make it simple. Man has complicated it for power and for basically division. You know how they're trying to divide us all now? Well, they did that with religion back in the day too. What do you think happened? They don't want us to get along. We got to be divided. Could you imagine everybody on this planet believed in one religion? They couldn't even go to war. Like, a Christian nation's not supposed to fight a Christian nation, but if it's a Muslim nation and a Christian nation, hey, game's on, right? I mean, that's how it was back in the day.
Right. That's why the pagan religions were basically like banned and whatnot, because we all used to worship like nature when we were back in caves.
Right.
And then you had these cultural expressions that basically became the different religions, and it gave us an excuse to be fighting and all this nonsense.
That's
you know. Yeah. And then religion stopped working, so then they had to come up with government.
There you go. That's true. After, when religion wasn't controlling us good enough, then they had to come up with government. That's absolutely a fact.
Yeah, it comes from governmenti, which means to like control the mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now government is not working as good as they wanted to. So now we're like doing a loop back into like, now it's all social constructs and social credit scores and shaming everybody and all this bullshit.
Yeah, and tyranny on
Yeah.
top of it. Yeah, now they want to go back to like dictators and fucking king. I'm surprised they ain't having more kings lately. Like, people aren't getting anointed as kings.
Well, they do that. I mean, they have like oligarchs and all this other shit, but they hide it. They candy coat it.
Yeah.
But basically, that system is called neo-feudalism. I mean, a president can only serve 2 terms, but how long does a congressman or a senator or a general or
Forever, until they want to get out. Yep.
Right. 20 years or more, 40 years.
I mean, look at that one lady, that senator there. She was a woman. She was like 90. And
Feinstein? Talking about Feinstein?
They had to like wheel her in, like, Weekend at Bernie's. She was like dead, and they were bringing her in there anyway. They probably had like a piece of wood in back of her holding her up, and they were bringing her in there, like in a wheelchair. It was fucking crazy.
Right. Yeah.
There should be an age limit to even the president. Like, look, Donald Trump's going to be like, if he wins, he'll be like almost 80, or he will be 80 by the time he's done. How do you have like a 75, 80-year-old person, the president? I mean, their brain just ain't working at full speed. I don't care who you are.
Right.
You should be like from the age of 35 to 65, something like that, or to 55. Like, you got to be in that bracket. My brain don't work the same as it used to. When I was 40, I was much sharper than I am now. Now, the only advantage to age is patience. You're more patient when you get older.
Right.
For me, it didn't work too good. I'm still not patient. So, but I'm probably more patient than I used to be, I guess. But
I mean,
there's got to be some kind of time frame that they can figure out. From the age of 35 to 60. If you're older than 60, you can't run for president. You could be president, hit 60, and then at 64, that's it. You're out.
Right. Yeah.
Because your brain ain't working like when you're 75, 80. Well, some people, it works, but not very rare.
Ron Paul? Remember Ron Paul?
Yeah.
I mean, he's
He's
up
old.
there.
He's up
but-
there. He's probably
but
70.
He seems pretty sharp. I mean, you know.
But he's the exception to the rule. Like if you get 1,000 75-year-old people in a room, half of them can't even play tic-tac-toe. You know, I mean, like when you get a certain age, I deal with a lot of older people and their brain ain't working right. It's not sharp.
Right.
It's slower. When you even talk to them, they can't react right away. They got to think and sit there. They're a little confused. They're a little, lightheaded, like,
Right.
Too many old people.
Let's be honest, though. I mean, it's becoming like more and more common knowledge that our presidency it's not just the president that's calling all the shots all the time.
He's not calling most of the shots.
Right. So it's like they prop up this old man as like, look, we got this guy as our president, but it's some committee over there in some back room that's actually making all the decisions.
Yep.
You know.
But if you even had a real Congress and a real Senate, none of them were corrupted, no lobbyists, nothing, they would run the country, not the president. Because they could override anything. And the president could veto it, but then they could go after it again, so.
Right.
But now it's like, we don't know who's running the planet, really. Well, I do. I think it's Satan, but that's beside the point.
Right. That's not the first time I've heard that.
BlackRock, all those big companies.
Corporations. The president's supposed to be the commander in chief, and he appoints various people, and like you said, has veto power, but it's supposed to be most of the power is in the power of the, in the people, which is the Congress and the Senate, you vote these people in and all this kind of stuff.
Yep.
Representative government.
And you're not represented anyway. Do you know, there's one congressman for like every million people in the United States or something like that. It's a crazy number, right? Where there was supposed to be, when George Washington was president, he wanted one congressman for every 50,000 people. Then they said, nah, that don't work because America was growing, there was more people coming. So then they made it 1 in 75,000 people. If you had one congressman for every 100,000 people in the United States, how many congressmen would you have?
Like probably thousands.
Yeah, I think it'd be like 3,500. But they don't all have to go to Washington to begin with. A congressman should basically be staying in his sector, wherever he was elected in that area, because he has to hear the people, right? The people pay him. And then they could all get on fucking Zoom or whatever they got to do to vote. They don't have to all be in one party town, because that's what it is. They're all in Washington, acting like big shits, meeting, hanging out. It's like hanging out with your friends. You're just going to hang out and let's go vote on some shit and make some money today. Who's going to bribe me better?
Right.
It's ridiculous.
All the lobbyists have their offices down there in DC. And
why are there lobbyists? Why? Corruption. It's simple to push their agendas. It's ridiculous that there's even such a thing. How the fuck did they even invent that? Lobbyists. They weren't lobbyists when George Washington started the government.
It's a nice way of saying bribe, basically.
That's what it is. These guys are the bag man. That's all they are. They're the bag man. They're the guy going to the guy, here, we'll give you this amount of money to vote for, to vote for this.
I mean,
if it's poison.
we should be getting a hold of our congressman and basically going like, look, if you don't do what we tell you, if you're not putting our interests first and all this other stuff, we're just gonna have your ass removed.
We should be able to fire them.
Right.
You're fired. Fuck you. You work for us.
Mm-hmm.
If there was one congressman for every 100,000 people, and that area got aggravated with that congressman, they could just have a revote. We're firing this fucking dude. Get rid of him.
So 100,000 people, that would be 10 for every million. And we've got like what? Yeah, it's like
350 million.
Yeah. It's like 3,500 people.
Yeah, you would have to, and that's really not even really a good representation, but it's way better than what we got. It'd be hard to corrupt 3,500 congressmen that live in their area. They don't even see, they're all in Washington, so it's easy to congregate with the lobbyists to bribe everybody, right?
Yeah.
But if you got 3,500 congressmen spread out throughout the country, it's a lot harder to bribe all of them.
Instead of just 350 guys over there in one city.
Yeah, it's like, all you got to do. And then the ones that don't want to like be involved, they don't vote. Like, do you know, like sometimes there's only like 250 of them voting. 100 of them aren't there. They should all have to be there. No, some of them leave. They go home or they go on a trip or some bullshit. So that's probably to avoid the vote.
If you guys don't mind, I want to not totally change the subject, but can we bring up that tweet that I put in the back by Mr. Andrew Tate? I just wanted to review it with you guys, and because I'm a solutions guy, but this guy's criticism of, well, he just uses the blanket term white people, which is weird anyways, but I just think it's an interesting, like, quote unquote critique that he's making of people. You probably can't read it unless you zoom in. I can't really switch screens because I'm not on my computer yet, but yeah, there you go. So, dear white men, you're fucked. You're being replaced because none of you have children, even though you bitching about replacement online like little girls don't find the gumption to fuck. I see white men bragging about having 5 kids as if it's an achievement. Laugh out loud. 5 per year, right? Oh, you white boys lost control of your women, and now they won't accept multiple wives anymore. And now they tell you
It's not true.
They don't want any more kids. One's enough. They don't want to do their God-given job anymore. No, they want Instagram likes instead. So your genetic potential is stumped by the whims of some singular female, a female who takes 9 whole months to grow a single baby. Other races have multiple ovens for bread. We're not cucked. Some bitch is screaming at you about loyalty, and you're sitting there saying, yes, baby, jerking off to porn when she's asleep, or maybe cheating with a side bitch, condom on. Oh no, I couldn't get another woman pregnant. My wife would kill me. Total fucking losers. Soon your race will be nothing more than a few pages in a history book, a lesson on what happens when you fuck the female psyche so hard they're obsessed with money and social media, as opposed to being one of many baby factories for a king. 30 children minimum for the dons, white people. And then I don't know what it says at the bottom, but yeah, I just think it's very interesting. Oh yeah, here we go. Go talk to your best friend wife about what to do this weekend. Maybe you can have a nice walk around IKEA. I did that this weekend. It was nice. Enjoy extinction. So, I just wanted to kind of address that.
I agree with some of it, not all of it. I think white men are pussies in this country. They become pussies. Not that they are pussies. They become, not every white man.
Well,
but I think men in general, forget about white men. I see Spanish men, black men, but I think all men have become pussies to women now.
Here's the thing, though. Like, it's not. I'm gonna just take the opposite position, mainly because, like, I think that it's. First of all, we're living in a time of extreme government intervention into our lives.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't really have the choice to do things in a particular way. We're like 250 years into a cultural revolution against men and women. Okay. So, let's just be honest about that. Number one. Number two, the technology is so pervasive that we're trying to say, well, it's men's fault, you know, that women have been totally brainwashed and we're scared to, you know, get into an altercation with our wife because we might go to jail and never see our kids again. See what I mean? Like, is
I
that,
agree with that
you
too.
know what I
No,
mean?
you're right. But what
So
I'm
it's
saying
kind
is
of like,
men,
you know,
men just ain't standing up at all anymore, though. I'm in sales, right?
You try to hold on to something, you lose
Look,
it.
I'm in sales, and I'm telling you, the women make 90% of the time, they make the decision if they're buying or not. The man has no fucking say 90% of the time. The women are wearing the
Women
women
make
are wearing
70%
the pants
of
in the
purchases.
family on the average. Like if you want to say it's 70% of the population, but the women are wearing the pants.
They make
And men are
70%
letting it
of
happen.
purchases, period. Women,
What?
females. Females make 70% of purchases,
Yeah,
period.
and that's a proven fact. Men are just letting women step all over them. They don't stand up for themselves anymore.
well, look, here's the thing. Let me, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just trying to put everything into perspective. Like, you know, if let's say that anyone on this panel wanted to have multiple wives and, you know, be able to afford that. Let's
It's
just,
not happening, no.
right. Well, let's just say that we could afford it, you know, in a Trumpian sense or something, or a
I
Tate.
might do it just for shits and giggles.
But let's just say that we could afford it allegedly. We'd have to contend with divorce and alimony and child support. That's just the beginning.
I don't agree with that we should have more than one wife, though. Like, so
Well,
I'm with you on that.
Well, look, and that's just the beginning of the problem. Now we also have to deal with social pressure. We also have to deal with the fact that, like, if we want to make money, we have to basically aid and abet the fucking over of the entire human race, not only white men or the United States of America. So, you know, it's like you're not going to get to be a millionaire in this country if you're not willing to basically fuck over your fellow men, because the economy is completely, you know, commanded, controlled by evil motherfuckers. So I'm just saying, like,
You're 100% right.
Pops, if you don't, like, if you live in a world
You
where
gotta
people
bend the
are-
fucking knee today now to just make a living.
if you live in a world where people are mass producing, you got to mass produce just to be even, you know?
I don't agree with that part of his thing, but I do agree
Well,
that
look at it like this, right?
white men, though, are letting themselves get stepped on in this country.
Yo, hear me out, bro. The one woman shit really came into place in Rome so they could tax a lot of people. It also limits the power, right? So if you're a good man, right, and you only have like one kid, and you teach that one kid good things, right? What was the impact opposed to, let's say you have 20 kids and then they grow up in a massive house, so they all have like 20 kids. In a few generations, doing the right thing, raising your kids the right way and the right understanding of reality and the truth and good and righteousness and God, right? You could literally impact like an entire fucking city.
Right, like where you live.
Like
If you have enough kids, you'll own your town.
Yeah, that's the point. Like, if you have a fucking plan for this shit, like, you know what I mean? I don't think it's evil.
But let's face reality, seriously. We've all had girlfriends and wives, right? Who can handle more than one woman? You're lucky you can handle one.
yeah, exactly.
They drive you in fucking insane.
No, exactly. And the thing is, like, you know, we have to take a look at the landscape. First of all, women are social creatures 10 times more than men are. So they're going to react to social pressure. Even if a woman was willing to consider it, you know, most women are not willing to consider the amount of bullshit they're going to deal with by other women trying to sabotage them and their relationship and their kids.
Yeah,
right?
That's 100%.
And the other side of it is this, like, if taking Andrew Tate as an example of this, right? Like, that dude is a total Fed sellout piece of shit cunt, you know, in my opinion.
He's definitely opposition, control.
And he's out here trying to show the example of, well, just turn women into sex objects and whatever. And again, like, you know, I understand his point in a way, but my point is overall, like, he's obviously not interested in actually, you know, helping Islam or his people, whatever that means, or white people or United States or England or anything. He has no allegiance.
If you think he's a bad dude, right, and you think that like you have a better way of life and can produce that, then you can't let him out fucking produce you. So you better start, collecting some
No, but
wine.
the deal is, you know what the deal is with him, Andrew Tate? He's worth like $300 million, right? You know that.
Well, he's probably connected to, multiple intelligence agencies.
No, he had a business, like some type of computer business, something. He sold it. That's how he got all his money. But here's the deal. What he's saying, it's not realistic. Because the average fucking person isn't Andrew Tate, right? If you got $300 million and you live in fucking Romania, you could have 20 girlfriends and sugar daddy them all. I mean,
yeah, and he also prostituted out hundreds of women to make his fortune. So, I mean, obviously,
yes, he did. But what I'm trying to say is, even if you want to take what he's saying, it's not real. It's like he's telling what the average fucking white man can have more than one wife. Bullshit. You can't even afford
and the other thing is this: you would completely destabilize the entire society that you live in if even 1 to 10% of the people that live in that society took on his worldview. Because then you have to say, okay, one guy has 10 women. Well, that means 9 other guys are just going to have to go without. And do you think that men are just going to sit down and take that at this point? I mean, come on.
Well, yeah, at the end of the day, like, if you're not good enough as a man to procreate, then you probably shouldn't be procreating and making more of your shitty genetics, right?
Well, I'm just saying we have to take a look at the circumstances and why they are that way. I mean, we've been socially engineered into this position, and we're not going to get out of it by
I'm just saying, like, the dude who could convince like 5 chicks to be his wife probably has something going for him.
No, but Andrew Tate,
he's probably connected as fuck and got like, CIA connections and,
Well, exactly. It's not,
if you take money out of the equation, it's 5 genuine wives that genuinely care about this dude, like in a normal context. You know what I mean? And they're working through God. You know what I mean? Like they're on a different level. There's something going on there. You know what I mean?
I don't even know if really Andrew Tate wrote that. I'll be honest, because I followed him for many years. And he basically was just telling men to be alphas. Now, all of a sudden, I see this tweet here, and I can never recall him like saying you should have like fucking 50 wives and nothing like that. It used to be a lot just alpha, like wanting men to be men. He never talked about crazy shit like this. Now, all of a sudden, he's gotten crazy. So I'm thinking maybe somebody wrote this and threw it up there. Who knows?
maybe the ADL's running his Twitter now or something. I don't know.
Some shit happened. Maybe they took him out and they got somebody else writing it.
It's more of a cultural, social situation. That's why a lot of people are saying, like, just leave America. Just become an expat.
Look, at the end of the day, I think people have more things to worry about. Like, I mean, you got fucking people marrying fucking animals, like you got fucking dudes marrying each other. I mean, if they could do that, why can't a dude marry 2 women? I don't get it.
Well, it's not about that. I think for me, it's more about like, the examples that are being set on.
What if you identify as 2 husbands?
Well, the way things are going now, that there's so many men going gay, that maybe down the road we're going to have 5 wives because there ain't going to be enough men that want to fuck women.
Well,
all these beta males are going to lose their wives.
They want dick. They don't want
them all up and start a harem.
That's good for me.
Well,
I just got to hang around a little longer.
Between now and then, though, like it already is, and we have to be honest about that. I mean, it's kind of like waiting for the housing market to crash. I mean, if the housing market crashes, that probably means that, everybody doesn't have a job and nobody has money and everyone's lost equity in their house. And therefore,
right.
So
Meanwhile,
the world is going crazy, man.
All the other races are being encouraged to overbreed and basically engage in freaking breeding warfare or whatever, while the white men are having to deal with the situation in these.
So we're not going to let them out fuck us, okay? We will start fucking.
But that's only in America. You go to fucking Russia, the men are popping out kids like crazy in Russia.
There are only 185 million people. Their population never recovered from World War II.
I know. But what
And
I'm saying is, it's really America that we're being.
no,
And Europe, America,
I'll be
and
honest
Europe.
with you. I think the whole world is going through the same thing, and they're making America seem like, that we're unique in our position. But my personal belief is like it's actually not a unique situation. I think that we just have. I mean, as someone who's left the United States and come back, you get the perspective, and it's like the whole world is kind of experiencing a very similar thing, and it looks different. The mechanics of it are different, but I think that really that whoever or whatever is running the system, everyone more or less is the target of it. And like, but America, we're Americans, and the world kind of looks at us as an example. We're kind of like the entertainment pogrom for everybody else, right? And so I think that we're kind of getting a front row seat to being the gold standard, quote unquote, even though it's been kind of a fake gold standard. But let's just say that we were the gold standard of heightened culture and awareness and all this shit, and now we're just watching it like crumble because we've allowed the foundation to be completely undermined. And
Listen, if you're a patriot, if you love America, you better get out there and start fucking bitches right now. Okay? We're losing ground. We need to fucking.
That's because white people are gonna become like elves and shit. We're gonna be living to like 1,000 years and shit. But we only have like one child every 100 years. We're gonna be living in the forest and stuff.
Well, we discovered how you fight evil, bro. You just have to keep making kids.
See, here's the thing. I do agree with that as a general rule. Here's the thing. Like, I don't know about you guys. The average amount of time you have to work to pay your bills in America as a normal dude with like 1 to 2 kids is like 60 hours a week. So going and finding another woman to get pregnant, that's not
managing your resources properly. That's your
fault. No, you're not being real, Mike, because he's talking about the average person. You're talking about like
look,
off the
I
fucking
was below the standards of an average person.
Yeah, but you have a different. You don't have a mortgage. You own a piece of land.
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. It is achievable. Most of these people in slavery could liquidate their resources right now and reduce their level of slavery to almost none. But they choose not to.
They're not going to do it.
Because they're fucking soft.
How many women are you going to find that are going to go on this excursion with you? There's not.
Right. Neurojack's right about that. How many women are going to come up and live the way where you are, Mike? Not too many.
I'll let you know. I'm going to start collecting them. I could have
I agree
more.
with Neurojack on that.
I could have a whole harem. It just wasn't
on now. Forget it.
Desires, to be honest. But if I have to prove a point, all right, start a whole fucking harem just to prove Neurojack wrong.
Well, you're the exception to the rule, but he's saying the majority of men. First of all, there's a lot of men that won't even want to live the way you live, like up in the mountains over there.
Most people are soft.
No, they're just hooked on that.
Look,
they're
it's
hooked on
not
their convenience.
Freedom, you have to sacrifice.
It's not just some of it is being soft, but a lot of it is also being black-pilled.
Yes, Mimsy is okay with the harem, Reddington.
Like black pills are really affecting the younger crowd right now, and it's like a lot of people don't want to have children because they see the world and how fucked up it is, and are like, I don't want to bring a child into that.
That's right.
Well, and the fucked up is they're not totally wrong to have that perspective. I don't agree with it. I hate it. I'm just saying, like,
but that's what they're thinking. He's saying, which is right. That's what most
they're living
people
in
say.
fear, bro.
But that's how people are. What do you think?
So I think we need to get Talcott to the UN and say live without fear, and then we'll get the birth rate up.
I think that the world is ending-ish, right? And I think a lot of people are going to get wiped out, and you're going to need people like me to repopulate this motherfucker.
Dude, I saw a video today. You can buy a fabricated home from Walmart for $12,000.
Well, here's the truth of the matter. If we don't start getting together Genghis Khan style You know, the reality is this. You know, the gangs from Mexico and Central America and all these places are going to come up here and rape and pillage what we have here. I mean, it doesn't matter how many guns you got. They got way more people, and they got way more dumb people who are willing to throw their bodies to steal and grab whatever they want from you. Okay.
I saw another video today about how these Chinese immigrants that are coming up here, they're specifically housing them and separating them, and it's we talk
Like
about
a military barracks.
Yeah. We talk about this migration chain that's coming up here from south of the border, but
China.
that's like a mask for this other group that's mixed in with them that are all Chinese nationals.
And all military age men.
I'll tell you this. I mean, whether that's true or not, I'm less concerned with that, and I'll tell you why. China's economy is fucked. Okay, like they have their own fucking problems. Like I don't think they have the fortitude to come over here and really try to manage America when they can't even keep their own shit together. And plus, they're run by whoever's running us. So unless they want that to happen, I just don't think that's as much.
They're here for a reason, though. They're a safety net plan.
Right. But it got to be coming here for some reason.
Well, sure, they can lose 500 million people and still like operate. You know, America's crumbling in every way that matters, in my opinion.
Yeah, but you have to understand, you put 500,000 Chinese soldiers in America in plain clothes, right? Hidden in plain sight.
Well, you got to
now you activate them, and they'll just take out the whole fucking grid. They'll do all kinds of shit.
Unless they're going to eat the 350 million of us here, they're not going to have enough food. So, you know, that's kind of what
But they could cause havoc. If you plant 500,000 soldiers in somebody else's country, they could cause havoc.
Which that's nothing to China.
And they're telling them, if you don't obey, we'll kill your family back in China, right? So think about what 10, 20 terrorists could do. Imagine 500,000 terrorists living in your country.
You know, I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying the more likely scenario is that we're going to be in a prolonged descent into communist hellhole America.
Yeah, I agree with you, Neurojack, but still, it makes you wonder why they got 500,000 Chinese military-age men in your country.
Well, I mean, we can also just talk about the 7.8 million people that we know of that's been here in the last 3 years. I mean, you know, it doesn't, whatever it is going on, you know,
shit going on too. Sure.
Yeah, all I'm saying is like, and again, like, you know, talking about that, the truth is we can't really do anything about these things happening other than just kind of see the writing on the wall. Like now I go to San Francisco, you know, this past week, and I go and I'm like looking around, I'm like, you know, a lot of people are still kind of normal, really, but the truth is like there's just way too many people who just popped up here, and like it's just like a burden. Like there's just too many people that are comfortable, you know, living in a corrupt society. So guess what? Your society is going to become corrupt because they don't want to follow the rules. They don't want to get in with your thing. And it's not only illegal immigrants. Like where I'm from, when I go back, a lot of the white people I grew up with, their kids are wreaking havoc on the place that they're from, right? Like they don't want to get a job. They want to sit around, do drugs. They're fucking mentally ill or whatever, and they're taking down society with them. You know, it's just the reality of the situation is just too much, you know. And
that's true though, what you're saying, 100%. Well,
so I'm just saying all that to say this, like there's plenty of reason to be black-pilled, but all I'm saying is this, like we need to be realistic as men, you know, who do see what's going on, and like, you know, there's not going to be any solution, but what there might be is people like us who start to, you know, try and start businesses and affiliations to protect, physical and cultural lines that we build for ourselves. And I think that's about the best we can really hope for. And if you asked me a month ago, I wouldn't have said something so extreme, but I really have kind of taken a lot of things into consideration and look at where we're at. And I do have to say that we're in a very desperate situation, in my opinion.
Well, the only thing I could say too to what you're saying is I've thought about it the other direction, where they're actually lying to us. Like 7.5 million people haven't come in the country. Even like we were talking about the Chinese, maybe there's 10,000 Chinese living in like a camp, and they show you this on YouTube, right? But they're doing all of this shit to spook us, to scare us, so they can declare martial laws and all kinds of take away our freedoms. Maybe really only 100,000, 200,000 people came here. Maybe that border shit, it's all fake.
Well,
and they're doing this to scare us, because when people are scared, what do? They submit their freedom.
I think it's both, and I'll tell you why. I'll just use California as an example. California can handle a lot of stuff. The problem is the legal system as it is being weaponized against normal people. Okay, like people can literally go out and commit almost any crime other than murder and be out in the street the next day. Okay, so like it's not, and 90% of the people who live here don't want it to be that way. So obviously somebody does want it to be that way. So you see what I mean? Like, how can you really contend with that? Because if you really start going and policing your own area, guess what? You're going to prison for 10 to 15 or 20 years. Okay, you know what I mean? So there's not an easy recourse, right?
But wait. So you're saying there are people like they'll kill people and they're letting them out, right?
What I'm saying is, if you defend your property,
yeah, you get like that guy in St. Louis. They wanted to put him in jail.
Yeah, even if you do it in a place like Florida or Idaho, if you get one judge or jury that just wants to fuck you over, well, I mean, it may not be easy, but it's not hard. I mean, just the process alone is punishment. You know what I mean? So
well, that's what they did January 6th, right? Look at that. They let the cops let that little old lady into the, thing. The door was open. She went in there. She spoke to a cop for like 10 minutes. It was an old lady, a grandma. And then she left the building. They gave her 1 year in prison, $200,000 in fines, and she had to pay for her lawyer.
Well, check this out. Did you guys see that story in Queens? The little old lady going to the church, and then this cultured gentleman comes up and pushes her down the stairs, and she might die from smashing her head on the concrete. And I'm just thinking, like, if you were in that position and you could have quote unquote stopped this dude before he could basically murder more or less a woman for $300 in her car,
right.
You would be going to prison right now because you stopped this dude. You understand? Like,
I think it depends what state you're in. I really do.
Or
what judge?
I think that it's a roll of the dice either way. I mean,
Neurojack, where I live, bro, you know what I'm saying?
Everybody's packing.
Walk in the woods all the time and shit for fucking around.
But he's right, though. It's still a roll of the dice in the big cities.
That's the way it is in Idaho, too. A lot of people, you don't hear about a lot of violent crime because everybody here has a gun.
Well, but the other thing is, like, here's the thing. Like, you got, Idaho has a lot of fucking activist, crazy liberal people and liberal and judges that'll fucking put your ass in prison if they get a chance. You know what I mean?
Just to make an example of it.
There's also different states with different laws. Like, if you got castle doctrine like we got, you could just blast people for being on your property with no fucking question.
Right.
There's
the only state I definitely wouldn't want to get tried in is Washington, D.C. It's not even a state. That fucking sovereign fucking whatever you want to call it city. Yo, you do anything in Washington, D.C. that's actually like a law-abiding citizen would do, you're going to jail.
You guys should look up that story where Washington, D.C. has like really stringent rules about dealing guns, and then some court case was passed, and they forced the police department to start selling guns, and because they're not really, you know, capable of following the law, they just basically like sold like 36,000 guns or some shit in like 3 years, or 3,600 guns in 3 years, and they can't even track where it was. And then they started looking at all the crime, and like, you know, 80% of the guns used in crimes were sold by the police to the criminals. So it's
Oh, those gun buybacks they used to have. I don't know if you guys remember that when the police were buying back guns. LAPD, there was this cop watch group, and they you know, supposedly they were like destroying the guns or whatever, but there was this group of people standing there watching them. They were grinding the serial numbers off the guns that they had bought. Now, why would you have to do that if you were a police force? For what purpose would you be doing that?
Yeah, they're selling them.
well, you want to something else that happened. You know, a lot of soldiers brought back weapons from WW2 fighting them Nazis, and then what happened is they were confiscated by the United States government. Well, you know, some people that seem to be friendly with, you know, people like Anton LaVey, for example, who also happen to be, you know, wearing small hats and stuff like that, ended up somehow those guns ended up in the Israeli conflict, and that's kind of like part of what won the war against the Palestinians. So it's kind of ironic, like, you know, like they smuggle guns out and then they smuggle guns in, and yeah, then they end up, you know,
There's so much crazy shit. How about the drugs coming into the country? Who do you think's bringing them in?
CIA.
There you go. You know, and the military's bringing the shit in too on their plane.
Well, no, to be fair, it's probably a bunch of guys named Ramon and Jesus, but they're probably, you know, their leaders probably got the gangster pass from the Border Patrol and
yeah, the gangster pass. I like that, the gangster pass.
We got another war. Freaking Iran and Israel. So
yeah,
Iran and Israel talk about throwing shit back and forth at each other right now.
Yeah, many years ago, I was working. I was kind of like a paralegal for a couple of years, and so I used to read documents. And one of the court cases was for a very low-level drug dealer, right? And then you know, the discovery was like, I don't know, 2,500 pages, right? And so my job was to basically skim 2,500 pages of documents from the government, and you know, essentially reading these documents, you know, like half the people in the documents were confidential informants, and then you find out that essentially the person ratting everybody else was like an official leader of a foreign gang, and also completely immune from prosecution way before he ever ended up in this case. And you're like, wait a second, so this guy is like working for the United States government and, you know, a major boss in a foreign gang. Okay, interesting. And this is right before all that what do you call it, the Fast and Furious stuff came out. So like I was seeing evidence of that, you know, a couple of years before that whole scandal hit the news, essentially. I mean, it was pretty insane, you know. And they were trying to give this guy 17 years for living in a house and dealing meth, you know, as like a very low tier drug addict guy. You know what I mean?
I think a lot of times, though, you know, criminals do go to jail and shit, but the ones that don't get over and get off, they make big news, right? News sells, and they're doing it all to skip that. Basically, I think everything that's going on right now is to just make us fucking crazy, because people are just losing it, man. People can't understand why the whole world's like everything is upside down right now. Nothing makes sense. And this is all being done on purpose. This is like a fucking, they're playing with our minds. This is what they're doing. I went to Aldi's the other day, right? Just to show you how people are getting fucking crazy. And after the girl rung up all my groceries, I was looking at the receipt and I seen there was a mistake there was something on sale. And I said to her, the flyer says a different price. So and I had the flyer in my hand. I gave it to her. She goes, "Oh, well, you see that little writing in the corner? It says only from Monday through Wednesday." So I said, "Oh, all right." Now, this girl, when I first got to the register, when she was ringing, she was having a meltdown. I think like her boyfriend broke up with her or something. She was almost crying for no reason, right? So now I leave. I'm putting my groceries in my car, and a fucking pickup truck comes flying up the aisle, stops right in the back of my car while I'm packing my trunk, and he goes, "You were fucking rude. You fucking made that girl cry, you motherfucker." Blah, 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 blah. And the guy's screaming and cursing at me. I go, "What are you talking about?" I said, "I just asked the girl on a price." I says, "That's all I said to her." He goes, "No, you were fucking rude." I go, "Oh, yeah? What did I say?" So he couldn't answer. So then he starts cursing at me again. I said, "You know what? Why don't you get out of the fucking truck and stop talking in front of your wife like a big shot?" And the wife's in the car going, "Ah, nah, 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 nah." This is what's going on. People are losing their fucking minds in general. And these were like two normal people. Like, these weren't like fucking... People are just cracking the fuck up right now. They can't handle the world. What's going on? They just can't handle this chaos.
A fucking jab, bro. It made him crazy as fuck.
That's true. Like, here where I live at, I've noticed like
everybody's like road rage.
No, I've noticed like the road rage is way up. People are like just cutting each other off. People are like just
everybody's
like
on edge.
Super aggressive for literally no reason. And it's just like, what the fuck happened, dude? Like,
yeah,
it is very like, it's very obvious to me. And that's why, like I'm saying, like I've noticed like the aggression is shot up like 30% in the last.
The aggression is massive, bro. But it's only with their mouths usually, because when I told the guy get out of the truck, you know what he did? He took off, and then he flipped me the finger from like 200 feet away. Like, what are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, like check this out. So like I'm driving down the I don't drive very far most days, right? And like I'm on the highway, and everybody drives like most normal people drive like the speed limit or a little over, right?
Yeah, everybody drives a little over.
The left lane is supposed to be like for passing, you know what I mean?
Right.
And people just like hang out there all the time now. And then I'm like, so like this dude cuts me off. I don't get mad. I just like hang back and wait. So I'm going 72, right? The dude gets in front of me going like 64. I'm like, okay, that's the speed limit. I'm not going to get mad, whatever. 2 miles go by. The dude is like not passing. And I'm like, and then he switches lanes and switches back in front of me. And I just like flash my lights at him. He gives me the finger and is just like cruising at like 62 miles an hour while there's like 10 cars about to back into me. And I'm like, dude, like, how easy is it just to move out of the way so 15 cars can like go the fucking speed limit? You know what I mean? And he like purposely blocks traffic just to be a dick. You know what I mean?
That shit is going on all the time now. I've never seen people drive so fucking crazy than now. Like, I've never seen people you go to a store and just walk around, and half the people look totally fucking miserable. Nobody's smiling. Everybody looks like they're on edge. Like if you said hello to them, they go, "What the fuck you say?" Well, that's how it is now.
No, I want to mention that too. Like that's actually the main thing that was on my mind today. Is like I get the impression from most people here, like when you go to work, at least back in the day, like you come with a good attitude. You know, you're happy. You know, you try to like bring some energy to the thing. And like I'm very thankful that I haven't really had to do that lately, because everywhere I've ever been, it's like they suck your fucking energy out. They don't like people like that. You know what I mean? They don't want those people in workplaces anymore. And I'm like you go to McDonald's like, dude, I've worked fast food when I was a younger guy, you know? One of the best jobs I ever had. It's fun. People are in a good mood. You know, everybody's kind of like fucked up a little bit on drugs usually.
It's not a serious job, right?
You know, but everybody's, you know,
now it's fucking serious.
You know, one of the cooks farts in the frying machine.
Yeah, no, but now everything is serious. Like, everybody's fucking serious.
Go to McDonald's and like nobody really speaks English. They look at you like they're annoyed that you're coming to buy something. You know?
Yes.
Yo, people get paid.
He's right. They look annoyed like you're coming in there to buy something.
No, I'm telling you, bro, it's a fucking strategy. They hope they piss off every customer so you never come back and they don't have to work anymore. This is their logic.
That's what this girl was in
They're
Amazon.
mad that you came in and now they have to do something. They were planning on doing nothing all day.
That's
fucked it up.
exactly what it is.
They're like, bro, serious? You're coming to fucking McDonald's?
But understand, beside all that, all the shit on the news now, everything you see, everything's negative, negative, negative. War, murder, fucking upside down laws, sexual deviance, this, that. Mo, that has to affect the average person's brain.
No, it does. Like, dude,
So there's no happiness no more.
I just started getting on Twitter consistently for the last like 5 days, right? And I've seen more like violence, porn, nasty shit. That's why I brought up that whole Andrew Tate thing. I'm like, I can't believe this dude is like as famous as he is, bringing out that type of energy to his millions of followers. You know what I mean? I'm like,
Yeah, that's a bad energy.
like, why would you bring that out? Like,
The internet is using shit also that's borderline porn, right? To try to like get your attention to click on a random video.
but no, and it works. But my point is like we have no like controls on it. We can't just like hit the stop button on this shit.
It's just too much.
Well,
too much misery in the world
Here's
now.
why it's a problem, right? It's like, yo, you might not even you're a dude, right? Like I'm a dude that's married, but let's say you got a dude who's a lone dude out there. He's by himself, right? He's chilling. He's on the internet just doing normal browsing, and all of a sudden they're throwing porn in his face, right? Is this not gonna breed fucking sexual like degenerate?
They want to make the guy horny.
They want to make a dude horny that, you know what I mean? And they want this dude to sit here and beat off to this fucking digital pussy and not actually go out in the world. Like, you know what I mean? They're throwing this shit in your face.
But if you really think about it, right? Think about this. I always used to tell people, even when things were better, I loved Christmas time, right? And they go, why? Because I said, like, the week of Christmas, there's all the trees, the lights. Everybody seems to be a little happier. Like more people are walking around smiling because there's a lot of, it's just Christmas, right? So that affects your mind. Imagine every day it's the opposite of Christmas. Just total fucking chaos in the world. And they're letting you know it's happening, right? You're going to be miserable. And that's what's happening.
Now, yo, the subliminal...
Miserable.
The subliminal sexualized ads and content all over the internet, it's not just bad for like dudes. It's way worse for kids. And it's all over the internet. Like if your kid's on the internet, they're gonna be able to access all kinds of shit. Like I can't even let my kids on the fucking internet.
They can watch cartoons now and they're sexual.
All kinds of shit, bro. They be slipping in all kinds of shit on YouTube. I think they fucking finally fixed it halfway, but like the YouTube cartoons were all fucked up and like super crazy.
At least half of Instagram is like soft porn and shit, like girls with freaking trying to get you to go to their OnlyFans.
Yeah, and they got like thongs up their ass.
Yeah.
I remember I went on YouTube, right? And one day I clicked this fucking ad. It was like a girl in a bathing suit. She was pretty hot. So I wanted to say, ever since then, when I go on YouTube now, there's like 20 fucking videos of girls in thongs and on the beach and with their tits out and everything, just because I went on one video.
No, but it's but here's the fucked up part is like it's not even like sensual. Like you remember in like the 80s and 90s, like women were still like feminine, and like this is the other part of like the whole like reproduction and sex and shit like that. This conversation we were having earlier, like people are not like exuding sexual energy that much anymore. You know what I mean? Like it's really like people are not feeling themselves. You know what I'm saying? I guess you'd say like there's something off. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people aren't healthy. Do you get what I'm saying? Like there's something off.
I think the majority of men in this country are just jerking off every day. They don't even get laid anymore. Well, there's so much porn and bullshit on the thing that's all they do now.
But it's two sides of the coin. I mean, a lot of women are living in fantasy world where they think that they're valuable just because they're a woman, right? I mean,
correct.
And I mean, in a sense, they would be, but the point is, like, you know, they're focusing on their career, and then they end up losing that, and then they're like, well, nobody wants to be with me because, you know, I've acted like a man for 20 years, and now I want to find a guy to treat me like a woman. It's like, well, you know,
too late.
Yeah, it's not going to work, right? So,
but there's more and more girls now acting like basically hookers. I mean, they're on fucking TikTok showing their ass, their tits.
Well,
I mean,
but
OnlyFans.
here's the thing, though, like,
your stream is cut.
But here's the thing, though, like, you've been to a foreign country and you've seen, like, not all women who act like hookers, like, are overtly, like,
Hey, Mohammed.
manipulative to the point of, like, you see what I'm saying? Like,
you got
like,
the YouTube stream got cut, bro.
Yeah, probably because you're putting stuff in the background that's like.
Oh, whoops.
That stuff in the background's probably like copyrighted.
Yeah, it's all good. We'll be back in a
like-
minute.
Fuck them anyway. Who
say,
cares?
say everything you want to say that'll get banned right now, and then let it out. No, I'm just kidding.
It's like I
can
moved
get you
to-
banned like in a couple of minutes.
Jews did 9/11.
All I gotta do is talk about Transformers and COVID, and you'll be banned.
and freaking cat videos. I moved here. I came here to Boise like 2 years ago, and I have to get my mail at this day shelter over here, right? And I went in the shelter, and there was like one black guy, and he had like a nice suit on, and he was brushing his teeth, and he was going to a job interview. Okay. 2 years later, I'm back over here now, and now there's like 6 black guys, and 2 of them look like they're from Ethiopia, and I think one of them is like selling drugs, and the rest are complaining because they gotta get jobs. You know, this shit's going downhill quick, dude.
No, that's what I'm saying is, like, I'm noticing that the acceleration of the degeneration is very quick, and it's like it's hitting pockets I wouldn't expect. You know what I mean? Like, I know a lot of people from a lot of different places, and they're all kind of like giving me their impression of like what it's like, and I'm just saying that's why I'm saying it's like shit is hitting the fan. Like it's not being televised. I mean, some of it is, but it's like that little je ne sais quoi. It's the things you can't really see. It's the things that are just like, you know what I mean? You can't really like put your finger on.
And it's happening at a rapid pace.
It's a lot of shit like Sedona, Arizona. I'd never been, always wanted to go. I watched the news today, and they're talking about how in Sedona, the people who work in the city of Sedona can't afford to live in Sedona, right? So they passed a law saying these people can sleep in their cars the last 2 years, right? So it's like, what the fuck? You have the richest part of Arizona having their workers unable to be housed. Like, this is like fucking China. This is worse than China. In China, they give you a fucking place to live. You know what I mean?
How about this? The people they're in New York, right? And we think all the immigrants are getting like hotels and stuff. It's not true. They're giving it to some of them, but most of them are living in the street. There are people from Venezuela that said, fuck the United States. We're going back to Venezuela. At least we had a roof over our head.
Yep. I saw that.
That's how fucked up it is in the U.S. It's getting worse than fucking Venezuela.
Bro, that's fucking hilarious, bro. They came from a third world country and said, you know what? We're going back. Fuck this.
And
This is
Venezuela is worse than a third world country. It's a
They
dictatorship.
tried to house those Venezuelans up in Chicago, and they couldn't handle how cold it was. And the Venezuelans there were like, nah, we're going back. Fuck this shit.
Yeah.
No,
all
and
you
that's
have is voting for Donald Trump. That's all you've got.
Well, I think that we should become Canadian citizens and be like Tom Green and just go like, 190 miles north of the border and bunker up. You know what I mean?
I don't know why,
Canada is worse than the U.S. What are you talking about?
but it's undeveloped. I don't know why we are not annexing Canada and just being like, look, you guys aren't even using this huge swath of land. We're just going to take some of it over. And, our military's like, basically Canada's military is America's like old leftover shit that we sold to them. So they're not going to do anything.
If you want a
Our
serious
country's
answer, I'll
like
give you.
25 million people. It's not that big.
I'll
25
give you a.
million total population.
I'll give you a serious answer why that's not going to happen and why it's not happening. And this is not a facetious answer. The answer is whoever is running the world wants to desperately not allow Western people, but really all people of any kind of moral fiber, to gain any amount of independence from this system that is parasiting on everyone. And the reason why is they are trying to put us in a position of, this is my opinion, of self deletion as the human race, in my opinion. Like, they want us to more or less, quote unquote, voluntarily stop
that's bad for the
consuming.
bottom line. That's bad for the bottom line, isn't it? Isn't that bad for the bottom line?
I mean, you can have trailer trash white people on welfare all day long, but as far as the ones that are basically, like you said, that like see, no, that's not allowed. You know.
But look,
The reason I say it's bad for the bottom line is because there's definitely something else going on.
Nah, there's something strange going on. Everybody knows there's something wrong with everything that's good is bad. Everything bad is good. In your gut, you just know.
I mean, I'll put it this way, and like, I do want to ask the freak what he thinks Donald Trump is going to do to help anybody. But let me just put it this way, real quick. I think that we should pretend as if we have a literal alien invasion and they're trying to wipe out humanity. I mean, I'm not saying that's true.
Nero Jack, I love that. That's true. That's what the fuck's going on.
I think the freak was being sarcastic when he was.
I think he's serious. That's why I'm asking.
Dead serious.
Okay.
First of all, you increase the oil supply, inflation. You actually get deflationary pressure. You got to remember, Donald Trump literally bailed out the world oil market because the Russians and the Saudis were price gouging each other so bad that like a barrel of oil was like $20 again, and he actually artificially made it $40. Right? That's how great it was under Trump. So you drill, baby, drill. You get the corruption out of the DOJ, because that's what's going on. Is the CIA is completely rogue and they're communists and they're subverting the country and they're subverting the world.
But here's the thing.
I don't know.
Somebody
did go rogue.
Somebody is protecting that rogue organization, and so my point is, whoever that is more powerful than the president.
The devil.
Yeah, but the president of the United States has the actual authority, the executive power, the position, the job that it is his to fire people who are connected to.
Yeah, but
people,
I don't think,
and so you can start fresh with a whole new group of personnel.
I don't think our system runs by the book and by any means. I think that there is a secret book by which things are done in a cold manner.
Who can fire someone at the CIA or the FBI? Who has the actual legal right to do that?
I could answer that question, but I would end up on a list, so I'm not going to answer that question. But
Obama.
The thing is, like,
I would end up on a list.
I don't think that the world is being run to where you're ever going to have a president that's willing to do something. And I don't think JFK was a good guy, but I think the only evidence that we do have that he was a good guy is what happened to him, right? So
yeah.
What if Biden is just Obama in an old white man suit?
Yeah, or maybe Obama just put his hand right up his ass and it's just you.
Well, so
he's controlling him with like.
You like Trump?
Yeah, I like Donald Trump.
All right.
I think that the press conference after al-Baghdadi was killed was the greatest moment in American history.
Let me ask you this about Trump. I voted for Trump, right? And if I had to pick my poison, of course you're going to pick Trump over Biden. But first thing is, did you ever look at Warp Speed's logo?
No.
All right.
If I did, I don't remember it.
Well, look at it. It's all satanic shit. Anyway, he pushed the vaccine, said it was safe, said everybody should get it. Okay, he fucked up there. But here's the deal.
You should get it. It's good. Just get it.
But here's the deal with Trump. Let me ask the freak something. if Biden was the president and we were going into a world war, do you think all the boys in the middle of the country would line up to volunteer and join the army and go fight?
Definitely
do you think
not.
they would? But if
Definitely
Trump was the president, do you think they would line up and go fight if he said, "Hey, China's fucking coming in. We got to go to war. We got to go"? What do you think will happen? The country will rally behind him. Trump is going to be your next president, and Trump is going to bring you into that world war. This is the plan. This is
That's
all
all right
a
with
plan.
me. Trust the plan.
But you got to understand, Trump is in their club. He's just playing the good guy.
You're telling me the whole system is working against him, but he's in the club?
Their system ain't working.
You're
against
telling
him.
me that he's being
This is-
prosecuted in many states.
He's not.
and
Did you
and
see him
he's
go
part
to
of the
jail?
club?
Did you see
That
him
is
go
correct.
to jail
Nothing
yet?
you see on TV is real. It is all staged.
It's all propaganda to make him look like Rocky, the hero. Out of nowhere now, he's gonna win. He's gonna win like miraculous, like a miracle. He's gonna win. You don't understand? Is Donald Trump going to jail yet?
Yeah, he's been to jail.
He hasn't been in jail.
Well, he was indicted and he was booked in
That
Atlanta.
don't mean shit. He didn't go to
Bro,
jail.
he was in and out in 2 hours, bro. Relax, okay?
So here's the deal.
He asked the question. He said, "Has he been to jail?" Yeah, he was booked.
I am hoping that I'm wrong. Okay, I'm hoping I'm wrong, but I don't think Trump's our savior. People think he is, and I hope I'm wrong.
Apparently, we both want the same thing. You just think that he's in somebody else's pocket. I just think that the whole system working against him is
You
proof
think
that
he
he's
became-
not part of the system.
All right, so they were rigging the elections for the last
Okay.
50 years. You think they just let Trump become president?
Trump is not the savior.
Well, they thought Hillary was going to cakewalk that shit because
Oh, do
they
you
thought
think
that the
they
subversion
thought-
was that effective at that point.
Oh, so
They-
you think they left it to chance? The people
I
running?
don't know if they left it to chance, but it didn't work out for him apparently.
No, that's what they want you to believe. He
Is that
was
right?
friends with. How about if I show you pictures? Oh, you're gonna stick up for him now? Here's a good one. How about if I show you pictures of Trump with Epstein and Maxwell, with his arms around both of them? Now, what do you want to tell me? He didn't know what Epstein was doing?
Yeah, he was a hedge fund manager in a stock in the New York City.
Who?
Epstein.
Epstein was running brothels in Manhattan. What are you talking about? Who?
He was a hedge fund manager, a major
Do
player in
you
the
think
stock
Donald
market.
Trump associates with anybody that he don't know who the fuck they are? Epstein's been working for the CIA, well, actually Mossad, setting up everybody so he can leverage them, you know, with tapes of them sleeping with kids or even 17-year-old girls underage. I know Trump ain't a pedophile, but maybe he fucked a 17-year-old that they told him was 20 and they got him on tape.
Dude,
Okay? We
Trump
don't
was a
know.
New York Democrat.
You're telling me that the guy with supermodel wives his whole life is going to go down because he's hard up for some 13-year-old?
He's not hard up.
That
They
didn't,
fuck
that
everything.
didn't do it right. He threw a $100 bill at her and told her to shut up, bitch. Give me a break.
You don't think Trump's fucked hot-looking girls beside his wives?
I don't know, but if you've got a supermodel wife your whole life, you're less likely to do it. So let me ask you this:
Bullshit. I was married to
does your
a
son,
real hot girl.
Does your son Rant know everything about you?
Who, my son?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well,
I don't
there
think
you
he
go.
know. I don't think he knows everything.
Well,
Nobody does.
There you go.
What I'm saying to you is, you cannot keep defending Trump when he fucks up. He said
Well,
he
when
was
he
going to
fucks
clean
up,
the
he fucks
swamp.
up.
He said he was going to clean the swamp out. Did anybody go to jail? Anybody. He said he was going to put Hillary in jail. Did anybody go to jail? Tell me that. Who went to fucking jail? Nobody.
Yeah, you're right. Nobody. But guess what? They
I'm right.
They were
So-
framing him. They were framing him the whole time.
You know, you're buying into it. You know what you're buying into?
5G boy.
The propaganda. You're buying into the propaganda.
Buying into propaganda. You don't remember Russiagate. You don't remember all the different things that they accused him of.
Can you hear me?
But he's
Can
still,
you hear me,
but
round
he's still the president. He still has power. He didn't
Look,
do
one
shit.
thing you need to understand: the freak believes that QAnon was real in Israel.
Dude, listen. The
Where do you
politicians
get that from?
lie to you, and then once they tell the people good enough lies to get elected, then they just go and do whatever they want. That's how politicians behave.
What did
Do you
Donald Trump
believe the
do that was what he wanted to do?
Do you
Tell me
believe
what
the
he did.
Republican Party is actually for us?
Wait, the freak, you told me that you believe that QAnon was real. You're saying it's not real now?
I'm saying that it's real in the fact that the House of Representatives passed a resolution against QAnon that made them legitimate. That's how I said it was
okay,
real.
let me ask you a question. This is a serious question. Do you think that General Flynn is a Christian?
I don't know, actually.
He works for the CIA anyway.
Do you think that Donald Trump is a Christian?
I don't know, and I don't care. He stands up for Christians.
Well, do you want us to look in his penthouse that he has all pagan things on the ceiling? Did you ever see the video when he looked up in the sky and said, "I am the chosen one"?
Do you understand that people might say something?
I remember
that.
Wall Street, bro.
You got to stop making excuses for him.
Was
you
it
know
six-
what?
six-
What
You know what
excuses?
Trump?
Like-
You know what Trump fits? He's the perfect profile of the Antichrist, because
Yes,
the
he is.
Antichrist is going to be loved by
No,
millions.
Yeah, bro. Are you retarded? Hello?
No, the freak agrees with you on that.
So
Okay.
what are you fucking?
Let
What
him
are
be
you
the Antichrist.
focusing on? If
Because
I
the
told you
anti, he
to
fits
have,
the
you should never
description of
talk
the
about that.
Antichrist.
No, look.
He has everything it takes to fulfill Daniel 10 through 12.
No,
There
the
you
freak,
go. All right.
the
At
freak
least
wants
we're
to
agreeing
force
with that.
the freak thinks we have to force God's hand to make Jesus come
So
back.
wait, this guy, you're saying that Trump is ordained by God and told everyone to get the jab? Is that what you're saying?
He didn't tell everyone. He didn't mandate anything.
Hold on.
He didn't mandate anything.
The
Joe
freak-
Biden did.
I got it.
Joe Biden mandated
the
the
jab.
jab.
I got the Moderna.
The
freak
He created
Donald Trump advocated for every single thing out there. He advocated for
of the
ivermectin.
jab.
He advocated for hydrochloroquine. He advocated for bleach. He advocated for everything.
Bleach.
The freak thinks that we have to force God's hand and make Jesus come back.
Bunny,
I'm just saying, don't waste the opportunity. You're the one crying about how shitty the world is. I'm telling you, there's a way out.
Are you retarded?
But sometimes the way out may be even worse than the way in.
Well, if it's
I'm
God's
gonna go to
plan, there's
nuclear
nothing you
war.
can do about it
I'm gonna-
anyway.
Listen, if you told me right now to vote, I'm going to vote for Trump because I'm hoping I'm wrong, but I don't think I am.
Point? We just had a fucking election where nothing mattered. What is the point of any of this? What are you talking? What are you even talking?
Now Trump's the president of the United States.
Hold on.
And they had the election. You're telling me he couldn't have seized any of those electronic machines while he was the president to find out if it was rigged?
You guys are watching
Well,
a movie.
if they were all working against him and said no to him in
Wait, you
unison,
guys are
I think he was probably neutered. I think he
Hold
was
on,
neutered.
hold on.
All right,
Let's
so
not-
he had no power, zero.
You guys
I'm
are
saying
arguing.
I think he
past
might
each
have been neutered.
You guys are arguing past each other. Hold on. Let me help get you guys on track. The freak thinks that it doesn't matter what Trump is. He's going to fulfill the prophecy, and then through that, will force Jesus to come back. And if we don't, then Christianity is fake and gay, and then therefore,
So he's a Jesuit then.
I even have a ham sandwich theory on it.
Dude, listen.
Nobody went to jail. Do you understand that, the freak? He didn't put not
Listen,
one
the DOJ.
person in
Do
jail.
you remember Jeff Sessions?
Well, when you make Bill Barr your attorney general, that's what you get. He's a Mason.
You remember Jeff Sessions?
Yeah.
As soon as he got into office, he recused himself to the point where he wouldn't even accept a call from the president of the United States because he couldn't legally. It was all rigged.
Well, hey, do you know the whole Congress, none of them took an oath?
So,
do you know that?
So look, here's the problem with your argument, the freak. I mean, you're taking it one step and saying, I know this person's intent, but you won't take it further and say, maybe I don't know this person's intent. You see what I mean? It's like, you know.
Where did you come up with that, though? I'm just saying the proof is that the system, the media complex, the government complex, the DOJ, it's all working against him. That means he's not part of the system.
No, that's
Well-
an act. It's all a game.
So
Really?
Are you telling me that the system is not smart enough after thousands of years in order to distract you by doing exactly what you would expect in order to make you think one way when they're going to do the other thing anyways?
Right.
I mean,
Okay, so
They
wait,
want you
I'm
to think
naive.
that-
I'm naive, but your conspiracy is true. That's what you're telling me.
I'm saying that it's way more likely that my theory is right and yours is not.
Because it's a
What do you
theory.
think? All right, what is your theory?
You're making excuses for Trump. I'm giving you facts.
I'll tell you
puts the
exactly
facts.
what's going to happen. I can
Nobody
tell
went
you.
to jail, and you're saying Russiagate, this, that. Yeah, that's what they want you to believe.
That's what actually happened.
If I was
There
the
was,
president, I
there
would
was
have put
hearings on it
all
and
of them in
everything.
fucking jail. All of them. I
They'll
would have had a secret
say
fucking
anything. They'll do
The
anything.
only way that anyone's going to go to jail is Donald Trump.
Well, if you think deep state is actually running the show anyways, then all this stuff that we're watching as an entertainment pogrom doesn't really matter anyways, right?
Right. Yeah.
Listen, he would have made Giuliani his district attorney instead of Barr. Giuliani would have put them all in jail.
How about this? Even if we all went,
put the whole
voted,
Italian mob in jail in New York.
even if we all went in there and voted, right, for the Hamburglar,
Who's playing that music?
okay,
What the fuck kind of music is this?
if everybody just wrote Hamburglar on the ballot, Trump would still win. So, it don't even matter.
Listen, don't even sweat. Trump will be your next president. It's all part of their plan. If it wasn't, they would have killed him already. Trump still has a CIA detail of like fucking 30 guys.
Biden took that away.
Oh yeah? Did you ever see him on TV?
He did an interview like fucking yesterday where he had like 60 dudes bodyguarding him, bro.
Oh, he's got a
I thought
whole
he meant
detail like he's the
security
president.
clearance. I didn't hear detail. I heard clearance, but I said I made
I think
a
he still
mistake.
flies on Air Force One.
No, he doesn't.
Dude, in a couple of months, Joe Biden is going to get kicked out of office because mental incompetence. So then Kamala is going to become the president, right?
Yeah, the first
And then-
female. That's Indian, actually. She's not even black.
Yeah. Kamala's, so we're finally going to have black lady president or whatever. And then it's going to be Gavin Newsom from California and Michelle Obama running against Trump and running against RFK. Okay. And then what's going to happen is RFK is going to suck enough of the votes away from Trump to where he's going to lose. And it's going to be Michelle Obama is the first black or the second black president, I don't whatever. And Gavin Newsom is going to buy the vice presidency from them with Chinese
Looks like
money.
a lot of speculation I'm hearing.
No, Trump's going to win, but if Michelle Obama did become president, you might as well leave America at that point. Because then we're going to be living in fucking, like, worse than Venezuela.
Probably
Trump's
true.
gonna probably get elected and kick off World War III.
Michelle Obama wins, I'm going to go fucking, like, in Alaska, live up in the fucking mountains up there and hide. Because that's probably the only safe place there's going to be left.
We're already in the beginning of World War III.
It's all the
Why
same.
would Donald Trump go to World War III? They said that about him his first term and nothing happened. He wrote Art of the Deal.
He's
He
the
would have a
only
deal.
president that
He would make a deal.
He's the only president in the history of America that wasn't in a war, was not in a war. Do you know that?
Well, yeah, but we got Ukraine, Iran, Taiwan.
With Biden.
But yo, he put on a little hat and he went and fucked the
We're
wall.
going to go to, I believe we're going to go to war with China.
Did you see him with his little hat touching the wall in the pictures?
Yeah.
So, you
Did
gotta
you know Donald Trump owned, wait, did you know that Donald Trump owned a building in Manhattan? He gave it to his son-in-law. He sold it to his son-in-law for like a really ridiculous price because he didn't want it on his resume when he became president. Do you know what the address was? 666 Park Avenue. Is that a coincidence?
Who's his son-in-law, Jared Kushner?
Donald Trump is a Scottish Mason of the highest rank. Did you know what the word MAGA means in satanic hierarchy?
Boom.
In the satanic hierarchy, it is the highest rank. It's MAGA. MAGA. Google it.
But see, here's the thing. He doesn't care because he thinks that it's good for the prophecy. So it doesn't matter if he's evil or not. It doesn't matter to him.
Oh, man, that is the devil in sheep's clothing right there.
I can get behind that, bro. I can get behind the Trump being part of prophecy, ushering in the end of the world. Of course.
He's got everything it takes to fulfill Daniel 10 through 12. Everything.
I mean, Pops isn't disagreeing with you, honestly.
I'm not disagreeing with him at all. But why are you saying
I
that?
do.
Why are you saying that you think Trump's the savior?
I say savior.
I disagree with it.
I said he's this whole system's against him, and I'm good with that.
Man of perdition?
I'm tired of the DOJ being completely corrupt. First of all, I'm tired of the DOJ being completely effing corrupt.
Well,
that's my
being tired of it and actually having a quote unquote solution are two different things, though. You realize that, right?
Well, you could fire everybody if you're the president.
Yeah, coulda, shoulda, woulda, but it's not gonna happen. Is my point.
Well, I mean, they're prosecuting him right now. Why wouldn't he?
Trump is part of the plan.
Wouldn't you be offended? And wouldn't you want to fire somebody? Or you're okay with people trying to send you to jail?
There's a lot of things that I have a problem with, but I'm also not delusional enough to think that I know, a solution.
You're watching a
Okay,
movie.
where's the delusion?
Don't you understand?
Because you're voting for either the ass or the head of the monster.
No, you gotta understand. You are watching a movie. This is all scripted. This is like fucking Rocky. Dun 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 dun.
Right.
And all of a sudden, Trump's gonna become the president, and he's gonna make America great again. And now we're in World War fucking III, and we're all getting nuked. But that's a great time.
But hold on. Here's the thing.
The best way to go if you're gonna go.
Well, but
I'm not going.
No, look, here's where you're missing the plot, in my opinion. This is my opinion. This is not meant to insult.
Baby.
This is not meant to insult you or anybody.
Fahrenheit to 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit in half a second. You're not going to feel any pain.
I like that.
Right. Well, anyway, so look.
What's up with this fucking music?
Yeah, that's if nukes are real.
I
Just
can't
remember,
hear nobody. I gotta yell over the music.
Right. Just remember, nukes might not even be real.
Well, let's just keep it on a spiritual level. That's
Here
what
we
matters.
go now. We got another thing. Nukes ain't real.
Here's my point. Look.
The aliens disabled them.
Look, the freak. Here's my point. Really, overall. Look, if you are being deceived about quote unquote prophecy or not, you're pretending to be able to interpret the Bible and put us in a particular timeline here in reality land and put Jesus's name on that. That's a very prideful place to put yourself as far as interpreting the Bible and knowing the prophecy. And all I'm saying is that these people running the show know how we think about these type of things, and they're more than willing and happy that you are buying into your own belief system that they've kind of sprinkled out for you to take on, and have this kind of death wish in regards to whatever. And I'm just saying, I could be wrong.
Just about 10 minutes ago, that would fit into what they're trying to do, according to you. So,
Neurojack, I think you hit everything on the money. I mean, the freak's got some good points, but Neurojack, you and me should do a show. Neurojack and Pops, we would kick ass because I like your logic. You say everything I want to say in a nice way.
RFK is gonna fuck everything up. I tell you, that's what's gonna happen.
RFK.
I think RFK is gonna take votes away from Biden, not Trump.
RFK.
I like Neurojack's politics for sure.
People that are Trump, they're fucking Trump. They're loyal. They're not going anywhere.
RFK is one of the most creepy. No, you got
from a fucked up family to begin with.
No, he's worse than a Fed, in my opinion. You got to really look at his rhetoric and what he talks about. That dude is very.
You got to look at his background.
Yeah, it's very dark what he's
He
involved.
just made that girl his vice president for money. She's like some rich fucking woman, and he put her on the ticket, and she actually is for the vaccine. She's for all kinds of shit.
No, but
he's anti-vaccine.
But here's the thing. Look, I mean, I'm trying to put this in terms for all of us to kind of go out and really start examining and talk to people in ways that they can understand, because Machine does this show about technology, and I'm just saying, like, the thing that people don't understand is, like, all these things that we're watching happen, the prophecy, the technology, the religious bullshit, the social media brainwashing, whatever you want to call it. I mean, it's all leading us in a very particular direction, and whatever it is really trying to control the mind and the souls of mankind for some end. And I don't think that it's particularly concerned about our souls in any positive manner, and it's certainly not concerned with morality in any positive manner, and it's certainly not whatever. And the thing is this, like, the technology is dictating our future. Okay,
Yeah.
if we do not address what this technology is doing, we don't like I hate to say this, like, I never thought I would actually say this, but if you really start kind of taking a bigger view of this, all the politics in the world don't matter. All the economics don't matter. They have got us so gamified with this, like, economic system / technological system, that we really are not going to have even if we can get a good, accurate view of things right now, in the next 10 years, it will be so difficult to discern what is real and what is not. We have to be honest.
Yep.
Yeah, I like what Neurojack is saying, and Neuro, I'm gonna let you finish, but look at this. You know, Beyonce had the best video of all time. Look at this, Jafreak. What do you think of this statement?
I don't know if I even believe this. I don't even know what this means. But I will say he did rent a room to R. Kelly.
Well, I mean, look up Roy Cohen, Trump's mentor, and the connections with Roy Cohen. If you're not familiar with that, I would implore you to look into that. And I can send you more information on that too. But yeah, go ahead, Neuro.
Well, no, just, I mean, he doesn't care. I mean, Trump could be the worst human being on planet, and DeFreak doesn't care. And I just want to point out, it doesn't matter. But
he could be the Antichrist, and he's going to vote for him.
No, but I understand. Like, from his point of view, it's consistent. I'm not even, like, criticizing DeFreak in that manner. I'm just trying to make the point, like, you know, and Roy Cohen is a very interesting person. If you look at what he's involved in and what he's attached to, it goes very, very deep into
It sounds like there was a controversy and he got a good deal and he bought it up. So what? That's what it looks like to me.
So you think the billionaire Donald Trump, who was friends with all these lowlifes, Oprah Winfrey, all of them, all the rappers like Jay-Z, the P. Daddy, all these fuckers.
Why did they all turn on him all of a sudden? Explain that.
But it doesn't matter, because you said that he's probably a really evil person anyway. So
I never said that.
Trump
I think he's
woke
probably
up
a good
one
person.
day. You think he was like a double agent and he fooled everybody and then became president and turned on all of them?
I don't know. He was part of the media complex. He was in movies. He was doing the thing. He was on The Apprentice, and then all of a sudden he's the worst. All of a sudden he's Hitler. All of a sudden.
Wait, I didn't say he's Hitler, but you don't think they could kill him if they want him?
The media puts him out to be like that. So how did that happen?
You don't think they could kill Donald Trump if they wanted?
Well, look, even if you look,
bro, they could space lasers, okay?
They could kill
if they
him
want to
right
kill
away
Donald
if
Trump,
they
you're
want.
going to destabilize. You're going to actually destabilize the country at that point.
Well, look,
they won't kill him because he's part of the club.
Let's not have the
I don't think so.
Let's not have a totally useless conversation, because all this is irrelevant anyways. I mean, it really is irrelevant. I mean,
what about Jewish space lasers? What about that?
I don't know. I thought the Earth was flat or something.
Yeah.
Why, do you really believe in Hawaii? That shit wasn't burnt with like fucking
You can
lasers?
still have like devices.
I don't know what happened, but I know it's
all I know is anybody
tragedy.
who had a blue roof, their fucking thing didn't melt. Everything else melted.
Yeah, and I know if you were trying to leave that area, you were not allowed to leave, and like 2,000 Hawaiian Native kids were like killed, and nobody says a thing about
disappeared.
it.
They disappeared.
well, you know, tip of the spear also refers to Special Operations Command. You know, they use a spear as well. So.
Yeah.
And also the LARPers of the whole I don't know what you call it, QAnon / whatever. They always use the Spear of Destiny, which I only know
Gods of God, they call it.
Which I only know Constantine from that movie, and I thought that storyline about that demon looking for the Spear of Destiny and trying to create a child or some shit. You know, I thought that was very interesting. But then when I heard that they used that as part of this whole like QAnon thing or whatever the fuck, you know,
QAnon was a psyop. That's all it was.
It was
Pretty
the
much.
spirit
Give
destiny
everybody
involved
hope.
with Cicada.
It was another hoax, just like the Proud Boys, BLM,
No, they wanted
whatever.
to give you hope, not hoax.
Just
Hope.
like Andrew Tate. It's a subversion.
Alex Jones is fucking controlled opposition now. He even admitted
Wait,
it.
who said the spirit destiny and the cicada thing?
I did.
Yeah, I want to know more about that. That's
me too, because I've only heard
It was one of the puzzles that was out in the Sonoran Desert, and the dude DeFango went out there and met up with the people who found it, and he got it given to him, and he had it on YouTube and showed it off. But like, we don't really think it was the real Spirit Destiny, but it was part of Cicada. It was part of the puzzles.
Hey, they say the Catholic Church has the spear that pierced Jesus. Do you really believe that?
Well, I wanted to bring it up because of the movie Constantine, which I'm assuming is based in some occultism, where the demon goes and grabs it and it gives him the ability to, you know, essentially, command something. And then through that, you can allow basically the actual like son of Satan to manifest on earth. And then you have your actual Antichrist, and it gives him like, you know, interdimensional power over there. Whatever the storyline is, I'm just saying like there must be an occult meaning to that. And
It was all kinds of deep in the occult, involved in all kinds of like, you know, art, paintings, fucking music, cryptography. It was just.
See, we have to understand that the Antichrist is going to come back as the good guy, not the bad guy. He's going to deceive everyone. Well, that's going to be the Antichrist. And who fits that role better than Trump?
Well, but that's my thing is that's what I'm trying to get at is like, you know, they have this prophecy / script, and regardless of if you think it's one or the other, my point is Christians trying to act as if we ought to, you know, have some influence over destiny or whatever is very different than us actually trying to take control of our material situation as a spiritual thing. Because all I'm trying to say is this, like, if we're trying to force Jesus to come back in order to fulfill a prophecy by which we've interpreted, that's very different in my opinion than us just being upright moral people who are trying to combat people who are doing materially evil things while they're here on earth. You know what I mean?
But isn't that the Jesuits that want to do that? They want to force God to come down. So they're doing everything in their power that's evil to push the system to the point where God, you know, Jesus is going to come down. Ain't that the Jesuits that try to do that?
I'm pretty sure.
It's a religious group. I think it's the Jesuits that are actually doing revolution
of sin to bring forth the, like, they believe that through sinning they could fill the cup of sin, forcing, you know what I'm saying,
forcing God's hand.
Yeah.
But here, you know, no matter what way you look at it, I don't trust any of them. Period. Any of them. Unless you make me the president, I don't trust nobody.
Well, but no, and that's the thing is like you have to really look at the situation we're in, and like what Reddit just said there. Like I've seen stuff on the news where like I'm pretty sure that it was a totally fake thing that we're watching on the news. Like,
yeah,
I can almost guarantee you that it wasn't real at all, right? Like
they were showing videos of Russian tanks getting hit, and then they proved it was from a video game.
Yeah,
the fucking guy said that was in the video game.
Like they're manufacturing so much content. Like I wouldn't be shocked that if a lot of the influencers we're watching are even. And again, I know that sounds schizophrenic. I'm not saying that it's true. All I'm saying is it is definitely technologically possible that it's true. That's all I'm saying.
Andrew Tate.
Fuck Andrew Tate. Who cares about Andrew Tate?
Andrew Tate fits that profile to a T right now, in my opinion.
Of what?
But Jack, you sat here. You've been on here for 2 hours talking about how shitty it is and how effed up it is and how, you know, you got this going on and that going on. I actually put something forth that would offer a way out of this place, and you think that I'm crazy or something. You think
What's the
I'm
way
drinking
out?
the Kool-Aid or something?
Well, I'm not saying that you're
I
crazy.
find that curious. I find that curious.
I just don't think that you're. I just don't think that you're taking a more holistic approach to the topic than I am. But I'm willing to be wrong. I just.
Well, what's the way out?
Vote for Trump. He builds the temple, and you got 3 to 9 years until the Christ comes.
Well,
All right, I'll go with that.
You get on a plane, go to Israel, and build the temple yourself. Then you don't. Then you can have a more direct involvement.
No, the freak. You're right. Let's just get it over with. Fuck it. We all vote for Trump. Let's get it.
No,
over.
why don't we get 100,000 men to get on a plane, go to Israel, build the temple? Then wouldn't that be?
I don't know, because Donald Trump is actually a real estate developer, so he probably has no experience doing anything like that, and probably could never get it done.
Why don't you get a plane and go build the temple yourself?
I don't have enough money to do that.
You can go put the brick by brick and build it.
And
I don't know how to get a permit in Hebrew.
And don't you need a red cow or some shit?
So okay. So you're saying we need a permit to bring Jesus back? Is that what you're telling me?
I don't know. I know Donald Trump knows.
Of course he knows.
I know he knows how to pull permits from the municipality.
Well, but I'm saying
he knows how to make a deal.
Are you saying that Jesus put in the Bible we should respect man's law and get a permit to build the third temple so he can come back? Is that what you're telling me?
Whatever is required in Israel, I don't know their laws, so it's kind of a weird question.
Well, they have to first of all blow up the Muslim temple up there, right?
I think there's enough room on the Temple Mount to build a temple.
No, they have to get rid of that Temple Mount of the Muslim church to do it.
So there's probably actually space up on the Temple Mount.
Yeah, but supposedly they're going to blow up that one, though. They're going to blow it up.
Why would they have to do that? If they don't have to do that, why would they do
World War III. You blow that up, the whole every Muslim country is going after Israel.
If you do that, you don't have animal sacrifice. You have war. They want to do this animal sacrifice. Is what the Jews want to do.
They want both.
Well.
They
could sacrifice the people instead. I mean,
let me.
Once they build that temple, game over, right?
So all I'm getting from everyone else besides myself is speculation. I'm actually giving you what is like.
Did you forget they like to sacrifice people?
Did you forget on a panel that at least Rant thinks that the Book of Revelations is a totally Freemasonic addition to the Bible or something like that?
No, Rant's got a little bit of a schizophrenic.
What do you mean? They are doing blood sacrifice already in Palestine. What are you talking about?
Don't represent me falsely, please.
Okay, all right. So, what do you think that the Book of Revelations is then?
What do you mean?
What is it?
Sorry, I thought it was you who said that they didn't even want to include the Book of Revelations in the canon, right?
Right.
Yeah, so the New Testament was being compiled by Erasmus, and he didn't want to put Revelation in his compilation of the New Testament.
And why?
Just like the Book of Enoch.
The Greek Erasmus, who was writing the New Testament, putting it together from the documents, he didn't want to accept the source of Revelation.
I know, but why? But that's my question. Why?
Because he couldn't find enough sources. They just had one source.
Right. And so my point,
he couldn't find a lot of different, he couldn't find evidence of Revelation being out there, but the powers that be were put this in there, and he put it in there.
Right. But my point is I heard somebody say that essentially that, the Book of Revelation is being used or was a Freemasonic addition to the Bible in order to add in a script for eschatology to deceive Christians from what's going on. And again, I accept that the Book of Revelation.
It's possible, but most of what's in Revelation comes from Daniel, which is in the Old Testament.
Right. No, and I'm just saying, I'm not saying that I believe that. All I'm saying is I accept that the Book of Revelations is true. I just don't have the hubris to say that I know exactly what it means. And
it's basically a repackaging of Daniel's prophecy. If you really look at it, it's
right.
It's the same thing.
No, but that's what I'm saying is but my point is I don't have the hubris to sit here and tell you that I know exactly where we are in the timeline and exactly who's going to be the Antichrist, and that me voting or getting a goddamn permit and putting a building somewhere is going to bring Jesus Christ back. You know what I mean?
We could be totally off.
How do you get the desolation of the abomination that makes desolate without a temple?
Tell me that either, but I do believe that they are using Revelation as the game plan.
Yep.
Right. But look, here's
to scare us.
So I think it is true because like it's happening. And you know what I mean?
someone help me define what is the desolation of abomination, and how do you know exactly what that means and what it relates to? Let's break that down right now, because everybody keeps that fucking 3 words at me. Let's break it down. What does it mean? Where does it come from? What do those mean? What is the definition of those words?
And when you're sacrificing to false gods in the temple.
Yeah, so that have to do with
God's temple. You're over here sacrificing to false gods. This is desolation of abomination. I believe. I might be wrong.
Right. Well, DeFreak, what is that? What is the desolation of abomination, and how does that relate to like this moment in time? How do you know that?
I'm looking up the verse right now.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be a dick. It's just like people just throw shit out like we have totally gamified our position in history, and I just, people have been doing that for 2,000 years, and they've been people have been doing that for 2,000 years, and they've been wrong. So that's why I'm saying like,
that's not what anyone here is trying to do, Neurojack.
The dude is saying if we elect Trump and get a permit and build a temple, we'll bring Jesus back, is what he's saying. So
who said permit though? Who said permit? That was you.
And build
I just said generally. He's a real estate developer. He gets deals done, and I don't know the details, right? But you need a temple in order to get the abomination that makes desolate.
So you're gambling God's word on your assumptions about what's going on. Okay.
Well, he's got everything it takes to fulfill Daniel 10 through 12, and that's a rare opportunity.
I could have said
a rare thing.
About the founding Rothschilds 300 years ago too, right? I could have said the same thing about him, right?
No, I don't know.
He wasn't in charge of the United States military. The Rothschild. Trump is.
Do you see the scripture there?
Sure.
Matthew 24:15.
So what is it? Hello?
In the holy place. Crazy. He's going to say, I built this place. I'm the authority here. And then that's it. That's the abomination that makes desolate.
Is that like Baphomet going into the...
Why can't you just go do that right now and then it'll be complete? Why can't you just go do that?
Well, where's the temple, Jack?
In your heart.
First of all, you don't have the money to do it.
Yeah, and again, so where in the Bible does it say there's going to be a physical location of a temple, an exact location there with GPS coordinates, and that by building this third temple, Jesus is going to come directly down right after that? I mean, where does it say that?
Well, you just saw that scripture there, the holy place. What is the holy place? What do you think that it might be?
It says on the mountain or some shit, right? Doesn't it say in the Bible?
It doesn't say this exact place in Jerusalem. I know that.
It's probably the temple in Jerusalem. Okay.
The third temple will be in Jerusalem, but just to go a couple chats.
It's going to be on Mount Sinai or something like that.
No, they got to rebuild it where it was.
Okay, and how do they know exactly where this place was?
Because when Jesus described the walk he took, there's a guy I watch on YouTube. He's a pastor, and once a year he takes a plane full of people over to Israel where he teaches what happened and how Jesus was describing what you can still walk and see today all through the crucifixion route where the animals were being sacrificed. And just some things I want to say to try and trigger your thought processes. Noah's just building that ark to rush the flood on. And we can build the third temple anytime we want. You don't control when the Antichrist comes or when he decides to inhabit it. But it looks like a lot of
all
things.
I'm saying is we don't even know what the fuck a Jew is. So how are we going to build a temple for them?
Do you know they have all the rock for it? It's the temple has to be built out of like this special white marble or some shit. And Israel has all the
we
material
don't
put aside already to
we
build.
don't know what a Jew is. That's why we
Yeah,
don't
we
even
do.
know what a Jew is, dude.
We know what Jews are. You're still on that TBE tip where they're prophesied that the Jews will fuck up until God comes back, and so when they're fucking up, you guys say they're fake Jews.
I'm saying we don't know what the Jewish religion of 2,000 years ago was. That's what I'm saying.
Well, they were doing it wrong. That's why we have Jesus. Our entire religion is based on him saying, "Guys, you're doing it wrong. This is how you do it now."
What I'm saying is, by every measurement that I can muster, this is not anti-Jewish, by the way, for any ADL listening. I'm just saying, like, by any measurement that I can say historically, we don't know what a Jew was 2,000 years ago.
Why not?
Genetically, spiritually, religiously, we don't have a definition of what that is, as far as I know.
We do, because that's why they're still fighting over that region, because they're saying if you motherfuckers roamed for 40 years, you got no land, except now they're there, thanks to Rothschilds and like Germans. And if you want to say anything was facilitating the process, I think that is. But once again, if you make a prophecy prediction and it starts to come true, would not everybody always, at least one group, say, "Oh, they're making it happen because this prophecy is coming true"? What's the difference?
Is that people can take advantage of people's beliefs, and they do all the time. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you believe this prophecy is happening. I don't know why you're always wrapped
What I'm
up in
saying
the
is, I don't see
purposefulness.
Christians acting of their own volition. They're waiting for other people to bring about something to happen, and then they say,
Oh, so there's fake Jews, but not fake Christians. I think there's fake Christians.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying they're fake Christians because they're waiting for other people to act and use that as evidence for their beliefs. That's what I'm saying.
And I catch flack for saying I'm just going to let it happen as if I'm going to Talcott everything into a new world anyway. It's not that I'm waiting.
More Christian, in my opinion, than what I see most people do. Just letting it happen is very different than we have to go, get a permit and build the shit. You know what I mean?
There's fake human beings. They're demons. They ain't even human.
NPCs.
Right.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's a good thing Rance found a new daddy today, because I'm wrecking on the stage for his now daddy.
Tommy, I'm gonna have to start charging you for these therapy sessions.
Yeah, I saw you cucking to your new daddy. I saw you giving me shit about that guy's in my head rent free, and you went over and you cucked to him hard today.
Why are you obsessed with me, Tommy?
Not you. I'm not obsessed with anybody. I just like truth.
I mean,
but that's one of your daddy's tactics. Is I'm obsessed with your daddy. Now you say I'm obsessed with you.
I stood on today, Tommy.
What?
What non-truth have I stood on today, Tommy?
Well, it's like I gave people shit on my show. I don't care what you stand on. I watch when people don't correct their daddy.
What do you not care right
now?
I watched you try and tell that, I'm trying to talk with you. I'm trying to back you up. And he set you straight, didn't he?
Look, bro, at the end of the day, you have no idea what I do, what I'm doing.
I don't care. I don't care. I'm just speaking on what I watch you do and what I hear you say to me.
Tommy,
I'm definitely
and all I want you to do is
I'm fucking lost here. What's going on?
Oh, I just got drama with that bang-up job of a boy you got there. I don't blame you. Everybody's their own person.
Tommy's just stuck on like crazy drama shit, and I don't really know.
A lot of people came on my show tonight saying it's drama. I say no. I stand on truth, and some of this drama is spiritual warfare.
You don't have much going on.
A lot of it's spiritual warfare.
I got a lot going on. See, you're doing all your daddy's tactics. I got a lot going on.
Tommy, I get it.
So,
no, you don't.
Hey, you're gonna have to move on, because I'm not interested in you, bro.
Well,
you're trying to make it about you.
Well, hold on.
This ain't gonna work out.
Go ahead, Neuro.
Wait. This guy, this Illuma Tommy, this isn't that guy that sits in his car in the garage, is it?
No, I don't have a car. Or a garage.
I have a question.
He's actually cool half the time, and the other half of the time he's batshit crazy.
That doesn't mean anything.
How long have you known Mr. Unslavia, Rant?
What do you mean? How long have I known him?
It doesn't matter. He's bored enough. He started to go inhabit that panel, And he works for his camera time too. He makes sure he doesn't get kicked off too easy. But he cucks, like he can go off on me because he's sitting here on TML's free range panel. He cucks to Paul to stay on that panel. That's what I don't respect anybody that does that.
Be able to find anything out and have conversations, Tommy. You can't just do everything your way. You know what I mean?
That's not how I operate at all.
I mean, you run around, you say whatever you want until you get kicked off.
What does run around mean?
You do the same thing I do. You go on random panels. The only difference is you don't know how to like be a human.
That's not true. That's not true.
People skills.
I do. I watch you think that because you tell me I don't. Like, dude, you are despised by any number of panels. And now you ran Neurojack off.
Faggot.
Oh my god.
You know what I mean? I don't want you guys to like me.
Oh, we won't. I won't.
I appreciate that.
But I stand on truth and I check you when you're on some bullshit.
And I'm not on some bullshit, but you're here.
Oh, you're always on some bullshit.
So, Illuma Tommy, what do you think about Trump?
I say voting is pointless, but if I have to play things out, I'd much rather do it under the right at this point than the left craziness.
Yeah, you have to pick your poison.
But they're both going to get us to the same place. I think I'd rather just take that. And I think Trump will be back without an election. I still say there's not going to be a 2024 election.
I think no matter what, Trump's going to be the president, even if there ain't an election. You're right.
I say that the problem in reaction will require his solution of coming back with a cashless thing for society. I think that's how they're going to do
That's how
it.
they're going to get us into that fucking chip in our right hand.
Yeah. And I don't care if I'm in the top 10% of wealth. Whenever he brings cashless, I'm not taking a mark or a chip.
No, they're going to start it out. Here's what they're going to do. They're going to make you put it on your phone, right?
Yep. So you get used to tapping your phone. Yep.
Then this is what they're going to do. They're going to say, your phones aren't secure. They're getting hacked. Your money's getting stolen.
I agree.
We got to secure it. We got to put a chip in your hand.
I agree. That's the same way and that's the same route they're going to say, hey, these terrorists can be anyone online. You should log in with your social security number to be on the internet.
What? How about a photo, maybe even a video? Like
Eyeball scan even, yeah.
Yeah, like an eyeball.
And see, the sketchy thing about a mark is you could just say my fingerprint or my eyeball, but no, they need you to decide to take a thing on your forehead or your hand.
Yeah.
That's why it won't be a trick to the believers. The believers won't be fooled. You'll be like, I know what this is. I saw you bring fire from the sky. You're not my God.
Right. But Trump is the guy to bring it in.
Yep.
Because they're believing.
And they've even moved Trump along, and now he's even saying, oh, nobody's going to take your guns. Yeah, nice move. Nice move, beast system.
All sense of security, bro.
Oh, I know it. In my state, they're trying to pass that you can't pass your guns on to your kids. They're making it so that when you die, your guns go to the government.
What state is that?
Colorado.
Oh, yeah, that's a real fucked up state right now, Colorado.
It is. I moved here 15 years ago. I watched it get worse and worse.
Right now, people are on their toes.
That mayor in Denver is really fucked up.
Oh, you telling me? You telling me?
Yeah,
but if they give us some feelings like we're winning, you know what I mean? They feel like people are going to loosen up and get soft and comfortable again.
Oh, they're right. They're doing it right. Yeah, they're right. I've watched them.
Push, and then they give you a little bit, then they come back and push again.
It's the same cycle.
The reason they're letting people bitch about the fairness and accuracy of election is so they're not thinking about we never pick the candidates.
Yes, that's right.
You don't have to latch onto every single conspiracy theory that floats down the pipe, people in the chat. Okay?
This is all a fucking movie we're watching.
I never looked at it like that. I knew it was all fake, right? But I never looked at it like, we're arguing about an election being rigged, like after they voted on two people who were put in there through a rigged system.
Now imagine having you condescend me every night and me acting like whatever.
Look, you're not always this on point, bro. Tonight you're on fire.
I am. You just don't shut up. I'm usually like this. You just don't shut up. You know what I'm saying? No, I mean,
when you say things that are just truth, I could agree with you. When you disagree with things that I believe, we got to debate. You know what I mean? That's just the way it is.
Well, that's because truth and what you believe is different. You still don't know you're on a globe.
Well, here's the thing. You know what I mean? You think you have the uncorruptible truth. I don't. I'm open to fucking.
No, I only open my mouth when I know it's the uncorruptible truth.
There's no proof we're on a globe, though.
I mean, if you
Yeah,
prove
yeah, you're on a globe.
Did you know there's a
Gotta
guy?
prove that.
There's a
I'll
guy.
do a whole show on it. I can't even get into that right now because I know you guys will be like,
There's no
Bitcoin from
proof.
that
You've
guy
never
that's
been up in
offering the
fucking space. You can't prove it.
no, you don't have to go up and look back to know you're on a globe. That's how we did it in like 600 BC. We knew we were on a globe.
Flat Earth Eric is doing a Bitcoin challenge. If you could,
All right, let me ask this though.
I'm out of Bitcoin. I'm out of, and Bitcoin's gonna get.
Do you believe that that original
Just
moon
saying, you can win
landing
them.
with Neil Armstrong was real?
Oh, that's another thing I did early in this community is we don't need moon landing debates to prove globe.
No, fuck
It's irrelevant.
that. Do you believe they landed on the moon?
Yeah.
You believe that was real?
Yeah, I believe they were lying about what they saw, and I believe the fake footage they had ready. I think that if we didn't make it, they were ready to fake it, and they were still faking some of the live feed because they didn't want us to see what they saw.
All right, that makes more sense to me.
Thank you. Thank you, Pops.
There's like aliens or some shit living up there.
Right, because even Neil Armstrong and the guy in a recording where they're not even paying attention to Earth, they're like, I see, yeah, our visitors are back. And it on the film, it looked like imperfections of little blue streaks until they were talking about the little blue dots and the little blue streaks.
That makes sense to me that they actually did land, but they showed us fake footage because they didn't want to show us the real footage.
Yeah, these people say old Tom believes NASA. I've never said NASA doesn't lie. We were ready to fake it because we're in that Cold War with Russia. They beat us to satellites. We were going to fake it if we didn't make it. I just think we made it.
But definitely that footage was fake.
That is a plausible explanation that I've never heard.
That's a good one, though. I like, because, you know, one of the astronauts even said when he came back later on that they told us don't come back here again. Like they were warned.
And imagine all those guys on ground control. You got to make sure they die with their lips sealed. You got to make sure every astronaut that's probably a credible military ex has to die without saying anything. I don't think you can do it.
Yeah, that's the only thing that I always used to say. How did they get every single fucking person in NASA, like in that control room, all to not open their mouth and whistleblow?
It's almost like it would be easier just to get to the moon.
But they did a lot of interviews with those astronauts. They caught up to them when they were old, like 4 or 5 of them. I saw all the interviews, Buzz Aldrin, all the important dudes.
And they all said we never went.
And they all were like fucking bugging out, or like, you know what I mean? Like they showed them footage of them faking it. But they didn't tell them they had the footage of them faking it until after they got them to like.
That sounds like something you could cite receipts for if they exist. What I've seen is Buzz Aldrin fucking punch a dude in the face for saying he didn't go.
That was one video.
Or not Buzz. Who was it? The one that they took to Antarctica when they took John Kerry down for like John Kerry's in the middle of an election and they take him and this astronaut down to Antarctica rando.
No, it was Buzz Aldrin. He did punch a guy in the face.
So what do you think?
It was Buzz.
What do you think in Antarctica? And what do you think?
I think that's where these Tic Tacs come from. I think Hitler was being taught technology from Nephilim that will be disguised in AI, and I think that was our Manhattan Project. I think the way we got our Manhattan Project information is how Hitler was getting the information there in Antarctica, and we took over. We took over the Antarctica stuff. And I heard a really, Rocky, you'll like this. The people that believe in this post-millennium Satan's short season, they think that ultimately it'll wage war to go after where Jesus is hiding out, which is either the North Pole or the South Pole. And I can see that.
Did you know
what are we all banding together to go fight it? That's where Jesus is, and that's where the true judgment. That's when he evaporates the world in fire, and everybody goes to last judgment.
They claim that after World War II, there was 1,000 German submarines missing. So where were they? Probably in Antarctica. I think they had a fucking.
Oh yeah, yeah. Because Antarctica was like for a time not polar and cold. It was like lush because that's what's under the ice. And witness, Jesus is hiding if we are in the Satan's short season. Jesus stays on earth after his millennial reign and allows Satan a short season, but he's still on earth somewhere if we are in that.
So that would also line up with old world. If you compare like the old world buildings, all the cathedrals that were built with like
That's what makes me lean. But also some of those cathedrals, some of the pictures we see at cathedrals, I'm like, that looks like something you'd build if Jesus came back and was reigning here. Like everybody's making elaborate places around the earth because it's the 1,000 years, baby. It's the 1,000 years of heaven on earth, or the return of the Eden.
And then the Masons, they were Freemasons because they found the masonry. They didn't build it. They tried to reverse engineer it the best they could to steal the technology and information. And you know what I mean?
Like,
Well,
I
the
don't believe
Masons-
they built those pyramids, the Egyptians.
The Masons were founded when being a stonemason was the top thing of anything anywhere. Like, you were the go-to people, you're fucking stonemasons. And you would only make a society and keep it going. Just like these rich bloodlines are like, I'm going to keep this in my family. We were rich when we got here on the boat, we're going to stay rich. Of course, that's not evil, it's what you do.
Well-
and so as Masons, whether they get corrupted or not, you do that. Canuck Serum, I'm glad you said the shit people believe is astonishing, because you went with my Gam-Gam's theory that I was a Ritalin or a fentanyl dealer. You're not as sharp as you think, Canuck.
So,
there's crazy shit going around the internet about me. It's fine.
The pyramids weren't built by the same civilization that built like the cathedrals. These were two different kinds of architecture. Same principles, though.
Are you sure? Because when they were built, it was like a rainforest in the desert. Well, where it's a desert for us now, it used to be a rainforest.
Hey,
Like
it's raining in Dubai.
the Gothic style shit. You know what I mean? With the long antennas on them and shit.
It's raining in Dubai right now. Anything's possible.
Yeah, isn't it like flooding?
Yeah.
Why?
I'm just
Dubai
saying
never,
we have two distinct
Dubai never gets
advanced
rain,
styles. We got two distinct advanced styles of architecture, right? We have the old shit, antediluvian era, where everything's pyramids, and then you've got the Gothic era, where
Built
shit's
by
more
Israeli
like,
slaves, by the way.
huh?
Israeli slaves.
I think the Nephilim giants built those fucking things.
I was wondering if Noah got the Nephilim to help with the ark, because
Well,
when
in
you
that,
see
in
what
that movie, he got the tree spirits to help him.
Because when you see what it took Ken Ham, like the contractors and the industrial machinery to build the recreation, and it was the time of giants, I wonder if even though they were like, it's never rained, it's not going to flood, but hey, if you're paying this much food to fucking help build this thing, maybe they got giants to help.
I think
Well,
so.
What about the movie? What about in the movie when they had the tree
Russell
spirits?
Crowe? What, the
But
one
it
with
wasn't
Russell Crowe
that
in it?
big of a boat. Or what
I
if
didn't
it
see
was
the movie.
Yeah, there's no fucking way they fit all those animals in that boat.
But I would also think if there were, if dinosaurs existed and that if all the fossilized bones seem to be in these few number of layers, that could imply dinosaurs were coexisting and got wiped out with the flood. EBT says there's no dinosaurs. Maybe the Nephilim were standing upright and we just rebuilt the skeletons to look like they were on all fours. I don't know.
That lines up
I think
because
that makes more sense to me with the Nephilim.
Yo, it
I don't
lines
believe in
up.
there with dinosaurs.
most of the dinosaur skeletons in the museums are like fucking 80+% recreated with plastic and plaster of Paris.
Yeah.
So very
But
little bones. in the
that Noah's Ark story, as a Christian, Noah's Ark story is the thing I've had the most effort to try and wrap my head around, because I'll even say, how are there creatures on Australia that are nowhere else? And you'd have to make stops instead of the Ark just landing. You'd have to make stops for there to only be kangaroos and koalas in Australia and nowhere else. But
Well, look,
there's ways.
Santa Claus can go around and deliver all his presents in one night. So I mean,
That's pagan as fuck. You should be a Roman Catholic.
Yo, the Santa Claus story is closer to the alchemical fucking great work, bro.
I think with the Noah story, I don't believe that he put all the animals. I think it was him and his family. I think God remade animals all over the continent.
And also, we could say he was the only family that would survive by boat. And people just hear, yeah, they're the only ones survived because of boat. Maybe other things survived other places
Other
for
things had to
reasons.
survive. How do we have
What if
black
the
people,
ark
Chinese
had the
people?
ark?
What about
Like, what
people?
if the ark was carrying
Those
the
are
ark?
irrelevant.
No,
It's
like,
nothing to do with you and Jesus Christ.
how
Yeah,
do
I
we
mean-
have Chinese people, black people, Spanish people? What did Noah have? One of each race in his boat too?
Yeah.
That's what
I don't think so.
Well, even with Adam and Eve, they imply that there had to, like Adam and Eve after they were cast out of the garden, allegedly they split because it's like when a couple loses a baby and they're just like disgusted with each other and just split. Allegedly they split to other people before they reunited. Then that means people were outside of the Garden of Eden.
Well, let's talk about where the rubber meets the road and where all this scientific gobbledygook came from that made it where we're trying to rationalize some of this stuff. And forgive me for a second, but do you guys know what the word Sabbatean means?
Yeah,
No.
Frank is Sabbatean.
Yeah, did you? I heard somebody say that they would bet that if you look into the lineage of someone like Marx, that he was probably a Sabbatean Jew. What do you guys think about that?
Most likely.
Just for that one chat, the chat is talking a lot about the Philadelphia experiment. I think that got low key not emphasized because what I heard about it is, yeah, during the experiment there's people passing through walls and everybody's kind of spectry, and then when they got out of it some people were trapped and fused like halfway through walls and shit. And while that makes it sound very conspiracy theory bullshit, that's how crazy it is that's why you're not going to have it get out the same way the Nazi side was making UFOs that float.
Well, on that same line, I've been hearing people in our circle, not exactly in our circles, but close to our circles, who talk about like, I don't know if it's Project Stargate or something, like where they have these people who can like astral project, and apparently like a lot of occultists that are like half like spook and half like Satanist and shit, like they were like astral projecting for the government or some shit.
For Hitler? Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Hitler believed he had these psychic and whatever else you called them, like spooks. That was just Nephilim feeding them information.
They had Vril witches that were receiving, plans in Sumerian
Right, because the both the angels and fallen angels are from a dimension where all our languages and the science of this plane is petty child's nothingness to them, to where it's like, oh, you're psychic, we're giving you this information of how to tap electricity and the voltage field.
I agree, and that's kind of what I'm getting at, is like, that's kind of my whole thing with like the whole Christians that have a problem with me, that Jim Bob and those guys, like, I'm just trying to ask those guys, like, hey, like, we're kind of playing with fire with this shit, and like, I think Jesus kind of told us, like, we should kind of be wary of that shit, you know what I mean? And that's all I'm trying to say. And it's like they got like pissed that I'm like trying to say that. You know what I mean?
When have you ever heard Jim Bob cite the Bible over his hipster word game mouth fights?
I think he throws it in like every 3 weeks or so.
Of all the times I watched him, and even when you saw me take part in the panels, I've never directly watched him cite the Bible. I mean, he does take up for Christianity, he says things on behalf, but he never uses the Bible, and he always goes more hipster word debate. Because I think that's his pleasure. That's just his pleasure.
You know what's funny is, like, you're the only person who ever, like, from this whole panel verse that, and maybe other than like maybe EBT, that ever saw me back in those days, like on Jim Bob's panel. Like nobody.
That's how I met you.
Yeah, no. My point is nobody will ever know like where I came from, because all those shows are gone, right? Like
yeah. I missed that too. I wish he wouldn't have got rid of all those shows or kept them behind a paywall.
Like crazy.
How many years you been on YouTube, Nero?
I've only been on for a year, maybe a little bit more now, but I was only on that one show. I was only on that one show though. Like that's the only show I ever went on until Machine started his, pretty much.
I wish I would have started a YouTube show when did it first come out? YouTube.
Jim Bob kicked me off our poll. I went on one time.
I'd be like fucking Joe Rogan right now if I started 20 years ago.
You're straight, dude. I mean, Joe Rogan's kind of sexy sometimes. You wouldn't be fucking him.
But the deal is, 20 years ago, you could say whatever the fuck you wanted, really.
Yeah. And don't forget, YouTube only recently, within what, maybe 3 years, has YouTube started the panelverse possibilities.
Well, here's the thing, like
StreamYard helped YouTube a lot. StreamYard.
Yeah. Well, they hate it.
I was kind of surprised, like Jim Bob pretty much like wanted me out. He wanted Tommy out. He wanted Rant out. He wanted Machine out. But then like the people that they're debating with are like bottom barrel, the most like retarded people.
That's why. Because even the first time, the same with Adam Green and Jim Bob, I didn't know what kind of big deal they allegedly were, and I just went up and I kind of scared both of them. And I'm not saying that ego, just what I brought to the both of them the first time. I caught him out of left field, and you're right. I see him, Crucible, all these people are now trying to control their opposition to stay looking good, a la Unslavia.
What's going on? They're working with Unslavia, bro?
No, I'm saying they're doing his style of, I'm going to make sure my opposition is a bunch of dumbasses compared to me, so I look like I'm all over on top of shit. That's why I had you on. That's why I had you on, Rance.
It's good business if you're in the business of like presenting a absolutely domineering truth.
But it's bad business if you're saying you are a truther in the truthdom kingdom or whatever.
Well, yeah, it's absolutely detrimental to actually achieving truth, obviously.
On my show tonight, I sat there, I gave everybody a chance to came up. I let JG loop his bullshit. I let anybody come up, and I handled business tonight. That was the best 6-hour show I've ever done.
Well, I want to mention shit. You made me forget. No, the thing. Did you guys see Paul giving Brian O'Shea advice on how to become a coach? I actually thought that was not good advice. Interesting.
I think Brian has been around his daddy too much because Jeff Pizer is a skilled weed grower. He knows it like a trade, and he ran that guy's farm for I don't know how long. And now that went south, like something went bad with that farm or the guy's shutting it down and Pizer was worried, Brian O'Shea and fucking Timmy tried to daddy him and tell him what to do with his life. I was like, Brian, you live out of your car. And this dude knows a trade. And then Timmy was doing his hook nose grabbler bullshit with him. It was a travesty.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I didn't see that much about Pizer. I don't know Pizer, but I can say that like probably not the best idea to take advice from people who are living in their car.
Well, Pizer's silly, but that dude has worked his fingers to the bone on that farm, and as long as I've seen him on these panels, he's been working that farm. And I guess now the guy's okay on money, and he's just like, Pizer, I'm gonna give you this money, we're gonna shut it down. And I guess Pizer went on Brian O'Shea saying he doesn't know really what to do with himself. And Brian wouldn't let me up to talk to him. I was gonna offer him this fucking bedroom so he could work at a dispensary out here while he figures it out. They wouldn't let me up because they got the spirit of their daddy in them.
Well, no, the thing is this, like, I mean, just speaking on the weed thing, like the weed business in California has collapsed. Like the prices are too low. Like nobody can make money from weed
everywhere. They've grown more than the demand because they were all pumped on making strains, making them better, and now they have more weed than people can buy.
And there's a lot of like real criminal stuff going on within the business, even though it's legit and it's a very cutthroat. Like
there's the legit business, but in California now cartels are crossing the line because it's only a misdemeanor to come up here and do crooked ass shit. They take people's land, they use the pesticides you're not supposed to use for human weed, and it's all fucked up. It is.
Yeah, it's totally killed the industry now. Like the industry
and how is fentanyl getting into marijuana right now?
Wait, what?
Like all over the news, I'm seeing that people are getting weed with fentanyl in it, and I want to know: is that cartel weed? How is that happening?
That doesn't make any sense. I mean, it doesn't even make sense because
make it make sense, man. That's what the melanin people been saying.
Allegedly, they test all the weed before it goes in dispensaries for shit.
In the legit side, yeah. And in Colorado, there's a rule: a dispensary has to grow like 80% of its own and get the other 20% from another dispensary. So I'm thinking this is probably the cartel weed because they're probably fucking over their own Mexicans like that.
Well, yeah. Well, that's the thing is like the drug. I mean,
I'm gonna look for a link because people are putting rolling for that.
When are they gonna have cocaine weed? That's what I
Bro,
want to
bug
know.
the fuck out.
Yeah,
You don't need cocaine. You just get cocaine. And that's what it is. You just buy cocaine for cocaine.
Cocaine weed for a while, actually.
if
When
you-
I was in Florida, they had that way back in
Isn't that called a woo? Is that called a woo when you make a joint with cocaine lace?
You can't even get
I can't
cocaine
remember what
anymore.
it's called,
It's
but
synthetic
they used
shit
to
now
lace
they make.
the really good stuff with it.
yeah,
Rich
they used to
friends
have.
to do that.
There used to be good stuff like that in California, and one time somebody let me try it. It tasted exactly like chocolate and weed mixed together.
I've had chocolate joints before, but it didn't have Coke with it.
My cocaine used to taste like gasoline.
And I like the taste. Whenever I did gummies and stuff, I don't like snorting cocaine. I can only do it one night, and then my sinuses close up for like 3 to 4 days. That's why I could never get hooked on cocaine. But I didn't mind the taste of like gummies and stuff. I thought it was. I mean, it's not like, ooh, I want food that tastes like this, but it didn't taste.
I mean, that's why you got to put it in an Afrin bottle and make it liquid and just shoot it up your nose.
Wait, they had
What do you mean? You had gummy cocaine?
No, you know how whenever you've done it all off the mirror, you just rub your finger on what's left and rub it on your gums. Or if you want to, if you want to test it without snorting it, you just do a little gummy.
Oh, all right. I thought you meant gummy, like gummy bears. I was like, where the fuck do I get them?
Yeah, you probably would. You could probably ingest cocaine for the same effect. You just lose a lot of the effect from your
They
digestive
say the
system.
best way to do it is shoot it up your ass.
Yeah, I've done that with other drugs in my day because it's how I've never shot drugs into my veins, but when I wanted the most I could get. In the late 90s, once I tried to boof a roll up my ass, I was always going to try that.
Yo, my ex-wife shoved a fucking e-pill up her ass in the middle of the street in Manhattan.
Yeah, you have to be just as careful because boofing is kind of like shooting in the sense of, this is going to do like 10x what it does the regular ways,
Right.
Yeah, you still have to be careful, but rather than shoot, that's what I did. I had a lot of friends die with needles in them.
Fuck
From
needles. I
boofing?
hate needles.
No, you don't boof if you're shooting with a needle. I know guys that used to shoot between their toes to hide it.
I heard that if you were going to do meth, that the best way to do it would be snort it, because if you're doing it the inhalation, like burning way, that it's more addictive or something like that. Is that true?
Yeah, you do it more if you're smoking it, where if you snort it like cocaine, you snort it, you go out and party, you do it, but smoking it, or vaping, I should say, freebasing, if you will, you just keep doing it regularly.
Like crack. Like crack. Same shit.
It'll burn your nose real bad.
Yeah, snorting meth does burn because it is little crystal shards that are flying past your sinuses and rips them up. But the reason Coke bothered me would be what it's cut with, because I can snort meth and it doesn't fuck me up for days.
I've only tried it once or twice, or maybe like
You
2 or
gotta
3 times.
purify it.
But cocaine lasts like 15 minutes, right? Like it does. Like the only thing.
And then you Jones for it, and I never got that from weed. But all night you're thinking I could do another bump, and you start getting fiendy, and that's why I always liked meth better. I didn't get like that.
Yeah, I've never messed with that stuff. But I mean, the thing is, I never understood the appeal. I mean, other than like if you're drunk and then you do cocaine, it like kind of makes you stop being drunk. That's the only thing I could possibly see.
Oh, yeah,
Cocaine
that
back
helps.
in the 80s was a lot better than like the shit you guys have done, because that shit will
Yeah.
last you. It'd be like doing ecstasy. It would last an hour.
Yeah, they step on it with baby laxative. That's why whenever you get Coke these days and you feel like you got a shit, it's because they cut it with baby laxative. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, the guys.
I still don't like it personally. It's not
Macho.
really a fun drug, honestly.
Well, the guys that I knew around here who were doing it before, last time I talked to them about it, they said that their friends all died because people were putting fentanyl and cocaine in
Yeah,
California.
they're putting fentanyl
dirty
in
in
everything.
Like
That's
when
why.
you do it feels dirty. Like you need a shower on
I
the
don't
inside.
understand. Like, what do they just want to fucking kill us and get rid of us? Or what?
No, they want you hooked on whatever it is you're doing, but man, what was I gonna say?
Fentanyl's way more addictive.
It's addicting and way more deadly. It's what's making all these zombie towns like those. What's that street called that everybody tells me I'm from? Kensington Avenue.
Oh,
all them zombies are fentanyl.
No,
heads,
I'll tell you
fentanyl heads.
guys, like I think that all the other drugs that people did in California must have been way better than this fentanyl stuff. Like California, like the people that do drugs here in California, they are zombies. Like I'm not even like it
Yeah, it's
literally
fentanyl.
has turned people into zombies.
I
Like I'm
didn't
not
even
even.
know you could like just buy
Yeah.
straight out. I didn't know you could buy straight out fentanyl. That'd be like playing with death.
Well, you're not supposed to be able to, but it's out there.
No, but people actually would buy it. They don't care.
Yeah, because even when it was just heroin, if they heard their friend OD'd and died, that means that's a bomb ass batch, and everybody wants to go get some of that.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, he died. I'm not gonna die. I just want to get high. But if he died, I know that's good shit.
Well,
Yeah,
like, if you have
fentanyl
a
trumps that.
tolerance to
Yeah.
fentanyl, after a while, you could keep doing it.
Well, I have a theory, and it is just a theory, but like I think that there's pretty good evidence for it. Like I literally, and I've said this before, but so forgive me for repeating myself, but I literally think that they have made the streets the prison / mental institution for the foreseeable future. Like they want to put these people in the street and get rid of them via drugs.
Listen,
It's worse than
I grew up in bumfuck West Virginia. At the same time the CIA was like, we're going to give the urban people crack, they were giving the backwoods, oxys. Like we got, in West Virginia, they gave doctors a capacity for oxys where the equivalent would be like everyone in West Virginia could be given like 1,000 pills each. And they're like, I have no reason to prescribe all this, but they want me to prescribe all this. The backwoods and the blue collar people got oxycodones and shit,
No,
while
that's
the
true.
urbans got
No,
crack.
no, that is true. I mean, I can tell you, like
It's
me when I was
documented
living on
too.
the East Coast, I would say like 35% of all the people I knew were on like benzos or opioids pills, and I'm like,
They were
and that's
all on
part of the reason.
in the East Coast, bro.
Do you know you could buy meth
again.
over the counter in North Korea?
They were
Yeah, it's
all
called Adderall.
30s, and then they
93
all got
million.
addicted to opiates, and then there was no more perk 30s because they outlawed it, but then they were all just doing heroin.
I like Adderall.
Well, then you've done meth, my friend.
Yeah, Adderall makes you focus like a
Yo,
mother.
Adderall's the shit, bro.
I-
I'm not gonna lie. It just has a
I'm-
really bad crash.
I made hundreds of thousands of dollars in the market smoking meth and zeroing in on the market back when it was running legit. Now it's all manipulated by an algorithm until this economy crashes. Even crypto is manipulated by algorithms. But yeah, I made a lot of money smoking meth. And that's why my gam thinks I was selling drugs, because she didn't hear the part where, no, I did drugs and made money. I didn't sell drugs for money.
Most of your professional poker players do Adderall.
Tommy
Yeah.
was using meth as a performance-enhancing drug to make
Yep.
more money in the stock market.
And I liked it better than Adderall, because you give me the smallest Adderall pill and I'm like, ew, I wanted like half this. This is too much. But if I can just puff or snort what I want, yeah, it was performance.
Well, here's what I want to ask: have any of you guys ever tried to raise a kid while you're on one of these substances? Though
I've never tried to read. I was grown in the era where having a kid was taught to us as the worst possible outcome of sex.
No, I haven't done drugs since I had my first child.
yeah,
Except
no,
for-
I'm sorry. I know that came off like very like weird to say, but what I mean is
Everybody
like
smokes weed.
I'm just
what I,
keeping it
no,
real,
but
like
what I,
that's the
no,
situation.
but what I mean is like, is it? Would you think it's possible that you could go work 60 hours a week doing Adderall, for example,
Absolutely.
Yeah, bro,
and
it would
still,
actually make it easier.
How about
Dude,
doing
that's
cocaine? I used to
even. I was working my college degree job as a project manager. I got $1 an hour raise for. They didn't know I was on meth, but when I showed up on meth, they were like $1 an hour raise. Of course.
Bro, you will like Adderall is basically the closest thing you can get to Limitless, the pill from the movie. You know what I mean?
Adderall
It
is one.
faster,
It's
sharper.
Adderall is one molecule different than methamphetamine.
You're not hungry. You're not tired. You're fucking ready. You don't even know what you're ready for, but you're ready for it.
But the skill is you have to know that that's happening, because when you're done and it leaves your system, all that will catch up with you at once. And that's like being on a drug itself. When you've been up for days and then it wears off, now you're in a drug of like, oh, I'm so sleepy.
So
and
now,
stupid. Yeah.
that's the worst part. You see, that's what'll keep you from doing it. When you
No,
crash after doing a bunch of any kind of amphetamines, you're gonna have to drink like the whole bar to go to sleep, and you're gonna feel like you want to die, but can't.
No, I do it right. I like it. Like I don't There was only one time in my early days that I thought I was being Superman. Me and my friend went to one of those events where you help a parking lot where people turn in electronics for recycling and you get paid that day. Oh, I was flexing on the ladies. And there was a cart coming around with water. I was still drinking water. But after that day was over, I literally, 3 days later, I'd been sick for 3 days. I had to go get 2 liters of saline put into my body. And that's how I learned not to let my hydration get out of hand like that.
I could only talk about Adderall. It's actually, Adderall's come down is way worse than meth.
Yeah, I agree. And I knew a guy on Snapchat. He grew up being given Adderall by his parents the whole time he grew up. Now he does like 3-foot bong hits of meth.
I took Adderall. When I came down, I just went to sleep and woke up the next day.
Yeah, if you do it right.
You didn't do it for 3 days, though. That's why.
I do it for 1 day, and that's it.
Yeah, you did one dose. You know what I mean?
Machine Lies, don't bring the second me up. I'm just dropping in the back chat. I found this Fox report that's talking about fentanyl-laced weed in Ohio. If you want to watch it, I'm just going to drop it in the back, but you don't have to bring Chev. It'll be Chev. Don't bring Chev up.
But why? Yeah,
laced weed.
But I guess what I'm saying is like there must be some sort of long-term like cost to like drug, and like I say that like I've been like I always thought of myself as not a straight edge person, but I think I've done way less drugs than most people I know. Let's just put it that way.
I know heroin addicts that live forever. They don't die.
Yeah, man, it's all like my whole thing about how meth didn't ruin my life, all in moderation, and that's up to the individual. People like look at Keith Richards. Keith Richards, we all agree, should probably have been dead a long time ago.
Well, that dude can play guitar though. I mean, that dude can play.
I mean, all of the Rolling Stones are going harder and longer. It's like you get the heartbeats you get. You have these athletes that try coke once, they keel over on the court. You have people that drink all their lives and they live to 105. There's no set way a human is guaranteed a thing. You just get the hand you're dealt.
Yeah, I got some friends that are literally fucking like immortal when it comes to drugs. I've seen them eat
Serpico's
like
the worst.
Mm-hmm. I feel
I've
like
seen
I've seen
people
that.
eat literal like insane amounts of like substances that would kill almost any human being.
I
and
seen
be
this friend
fine.
eat so much drugs it would have killed a fucking horse. And
It would have killed a horse, bro.
Now, the one thing people weren't impervious to is back in the late 90s, early 2000s, when kids were just eating handfuls of rolls in a night. All that Swiss cheese their brains, and they had to relearn to speak and read, some of them. It was crazy.
You know what fucks you up too with like coke? If you drink alcohol,
Mm-hmm.
it makes the chemical of the cocaine twice as strong. It like rips your heart. Like
Mm-hmm.
it's
And
like,
also the thing about meth, energy drinks, coke, when these people do it and then just chill and your cardiovascular system's racing as you do nothing, that's not good for you.
When you
gotta
drink,
have the cookbook like Charlie Sheen said.
when you
remember?
drink alcohol and do cocaine, it creates another substance in your liver.
And you don't want to drink with ecstasy. You
Called
shouldn't drink with...
coaxiline. It's called coaxiline, and it's more toxic than cocaine.
That's why a lot of people die. They mix.
They know their limit of cocaine,
Like
but they
speed
don't.
balling's bad.
They don't know their limit of coaxiline, and so when they drink alcohol, right, they do the same amount of coke they would normally do, but with the alcohol, it's more toxic when it's converted into coaxiline in their liver.
Didn't Charlie Sheen say, I smoked 5 gram rocks of crack and I got the cookbook. You just don't mix.
Winning.
Said, yo, you got to
Tiger's
read the
blood.
handbook before you come to the party. All right.
Yeah, except for some of the other things he did. I always enjoyed Charlie Sheen like fronting his drug use. I was like, see?
He's a funny.
See?
You love cocaine and hooking.
I loved Charlie
Right.
Sheen and his
He ended up
degenery,
getting
where he
AIDS.
was a wizard from Mars, bro, and he had like porn star wives, and he was just like smoking 7 gram rocks on TV, and just like he was on
Winning.
TV with Barbara Walters, lit up a cigarette. They're like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I don't care. It's all right. Don't worry. I'm Charlie Sheen."
Tiger's blood. Tiger's blood.
He just fucking lost his shit. He told him, "I have tiger's blood. I'm a warlock from Mars." He just went fucking, bro. This was, I think, a Barbara Walters like 60 Minutes interview. Pops. He lights
No,
up
he
a
had,
cigarette.
he had AIDS and he was picking up hookers with AIDS.
Winning.
Oh, yeah, that was fucked up.
He was
I don't
telling
know.
them, yeah,
And wasn't that great to follow up when he was on Ferris Bueller's Day Off, when he's sitting in the office waiting for the principal with his sister, and he's like, is your brother here for drugs? And she's like, no. And he's like, are you here for drugs? And she's like, no. And she goes, what are you in for? And he's like, drugs.
I don't like that part about Charlie Sheen. I despise it, but I can't ignore all the amazing, crazy shit he did. Like, he had a doctor in his house just so he could do mad drugs and not die.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he had a doctor on call that would monitor him while he's just he said, I'm blasting off into the stellosphere, and I got a doctor monitoring my heart rate.
So,
He's
okay,
like-
I want to mention this really quick.
Hit him with
So
the
for-
EpiPen. Boom.
two things that are interesting about Charlie Sheen. First of all, he's definitely probably what he said he was, which is like a Vatican assassin or something. I'll just say that first. Second of all,
said he was a warlock from Mars, bro. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and him and his brother, Charlie Sheen's brother is Emilio Estevez, and their dad is what's that actor's name? That's their dad.
Martin Sheen.
yeah. And so like they had a name thing going on over that.
Well, Emilio Estevez had a fight with his father, and he took his mother's name.
That's it. That was it. And then they did Men at Work together. That was a good movie.
Yep. He was the one. Emilio Estevez was like in the Mighty Ducks and shit.
Yeah.
But he never made the money his brother made.
Right. Well,
At one
Hot
point,
Shots, bro.
Charlie Sheen was the richest guy in Hollywood, liquid, not
Yeah.
like worth. He had more
Hot Shots
liquid
Part
money.
G. Yep.
He had all his money in the bank. He didn't spend it.
Yep.
He was just smoking rocks, going with hookers.
And it's funny how many athletes and actors don't know if you're going to leave your money sitting, there's ways it can make you money for sitting, and then you're not. Yeah,
You
man.
go to a Swiss bank and they'll give you 10% when you got that kind of money.
And we're seeing the return of these bank apps that are going to try and give you 5 to 8% back, whereas nothing has beat inflation for so long. Because banks are going to die, guys. Everybody with it. Whenever we were talking about how they're getting you used to tapping with your phone, when we go cashless, every African with stomp down 20-ounce bottles for sandals to everyone else in the world, you'll be your own bank with your phone, and you'll instant liquidity money to each other.
Yeah, there'll be no more banking.
Yeah, you'll just be the bank of yourself, and that money your employer will be able to pay you after the shift if they want to do it, because money's instant at that point.
Yeah,
That's what the banks are scared of.
all the criminal gangs are going to go around and kidnap people and make them dump all their Bitcoin onto their phone to phone.
Well, Bitcoin, the thing you said, BTC, as in beta test coin, that's going to die. It's going to die real soon.
No,
that's why they're pumping.
No, I know,
The
but my point
government's
is,
going to make it illegal.
It's dying right now, bro, as we speak.
Yeah, there's only two coins that have government clarity. That's XRP and Bitcoin.
no, but my point is this. Like, my point is, when we have a digital cash and the banks go away, all the fraud and all the bullshit going on is going to get worse. It's not.
No, it goes away because that digital cash we go to, every ledger transaction is referenceable. So if you get scammed, oh, there's where your money went. That guy is a scammer. They take it back. You can't get away with
hide
it.
anything.
Yeah, you can't hide. That's the tyranny, is you will not hide any transaction.
No, like when you're a taxi driver and you get a cash tip, you're not going to get a cash tip no more.
And that's how they're going to end gig work. You can't do gig work. We see where all money transacts. I know who's a dealer. I know who a red light lady is. And that's why you got people like Paul going, make it friends and family. Well, Paul, they're going to see you get so many friends and family from so many people, they're not going to buy
But
that.
yo, Tommy, think
Anyway,
about
I
this.
gotta go.
right?
Have a good night, guys.
See you, Pops.
They're gonna put a block in so you can't do any kind of business right outside of their system. People are gonna still want to hide what they're doing. They're gonna come up with another kind of currency.
I don't think they will unless, I mean, it's all going to be, that's the whole point of going cashless. It's end game control. It's we didn't take your Second Amendment rights. Your money just doesn't work on it anymore. The Constitution does not protect how they do money. Nothing in the Constitution controls economics.
Like, yo, back in the day, they used to have clubs like Limelight and shit, right? And people would pay to get in the club, and they just had bowls of ecstasy there, right? Because they couldn't, like, sell it. It was, like, illegal to sell it. You know what I mean?
They
But
just charged you an arm and a leg to get in, and you could eat as much as you want.
yeah, like, it wasn't illegal to have it. It was illegal to sell it. So they just gave it out for free. They had pill presses in the place, bro, and they were just, here you go, and it was a club. I never experienced it, but I've heard stories from people of how it was when MDMA was legal in the 90s.
Yeah, I did late 90s. You will never have the ecstasy that existed back then. The same way we'll never have Leary acid. They did something happened to where you'll never get ecstasy like it was, and I'm so glad I experienced that, because it was, even compared to the meth I did, nothing was more euphoric than ecstasy. I would warn people not to lend money to anybody on ecstasy because you did not give a fuck.
Agreed. Ecstasy is a hell of a drug.
Well, I want to mention this really quick as well. I just think that the direction we're going with the whole cashless stuff, like, you know, it's and combined, like, let me put it this way. I went to San Francisco recently to look at a facility, let's say, and the facility was where a lot of places are. So, like, like you go, if you order Starbucks or something like that from a app like a DoorDash or Uber Eats or something, right? Well, they've put these like little kitchens where it's not like an actual Starbucks you're ordering from. You're ordering from like a warehouse where they put these immigrants in a room, a tiny room, and they just make your food, and then other immigrants come and pick up your food using the rideshare apps like Uber Eats and this kind of shit, right? And yeah, so it's kind of like, and these companies are not making money with these endeavors. Like Starbucks is not making money from it. Uber is not making money from it. The immigrants are like barely making money unless they get together in groups and gamify it, which they kind of are doing that. So you got to think, like, what the fuck is the economy about? Like, what is this economy?
They were making money because that's why Biden's out to end the gig work and the Uber and stuff, because they were saving money on these people aren't actual employees. They're doing their part with the app for a different kind of pay scale, and that's the shit Biden's trying to end, to make them have to pay corporate level stuff, and it will affect who's actually doing that job.
Well, yeah, true, but this is my thing. Like, you know, I've been in different businesses where they've tried to replace those roles with, again, nothing against people from other countries or anything like that. Like, I'm really not like hating on these people.
Stop
I'm just saying,
excusing. Just say the shit. I'm tired of you tiptoeing. I don't care. Nigger. Just say the stuff.
No, but here's the thing. Like, it's like, you know, they've totally taken away the quality of the product. They've taken away the quality of the service. And like you said, they've kind of like taken away the buying power of American labor.
They're crashing the dollar like Bane, bro.
Yes.
This is how they're taking us cashless. This all goes back to they're taking us cashless faster than anybody believes.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying, like, they're doing everything they can to destroy the American sovereignty of the individual and families of like anybody born in this country, you know.
Lupin. Yeah. But one thing, Uber Eats, I've gotten a lot of Uber Eats in my time. It's actually coming from the restaurants in Denver that are choice that you would go eat at, and Uber just does it. I thought you were talking about GoPuff.
Well,
There's this place called GoPuff.
But what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is this, like, you know, there's just too many motherfucking people here, and you know
they want you to believe that. Well, now there is because of the border thing, but
yeah,
they wanted.
But my point is, like, San Francisco used to be like a nice place to go, and like you can go walk around the city. It's like one of the most walkable cities ever.
Insert every place. Yeah, they're crashing they're ruining giant cities. They're ruining it. They want to get us all back to living in them while ruining them. That's why I'm trying to get out to my land and say, hey, you can take me off with my dead cold fingers.
But that's the thing.
Hello, Goynich. How are you?
Yeah.
Yo, how you doing?
Yeah, and I have a question for Voynich, but
Also, somebody pointed out, like, what's the business model if nobody's making money, right? Like this
To
Starbucks.
crash the only way, once you use America to world police everything into a neutral world to control, the only thing left is to knock us down pegs from the inside out, because we're the world military system. You don't over military us, so they have to destroy us from the inside out.
So, but to go back to this business model, I mean, Starbucks would make that choice just to have their name associated with coffee. So it's more important for them to have the largest market share, and they don't make any money. They might even
They make money. Dude,
They might
where
even
else
lose-
would you pay
they
$7
might-
for a
they might-
coffee?
They might even lose money on the deal, but still, it's more profitable for them to do it that way. I mean, that's that's how very big businesses go. Sometimes they have to deliver goods to a country where there's a different how do you say, currency, and they cannot sell it for the price that they actually.
Also, the cashless system
lower
fixes
price,
this.
just to keep
This
the
is what the cashless system will put that even.
So that's an explanation for that question, but
no, I know. Well, here's the point I'm driving at, because I already know the answer more or less. But more or less, my point is, like, these entities that we call, giant corporations. We know the names of some of them, like a BlackRock or a Starbucks or Costco or something. They are not organic entities that are just there trying to make money. Like, they are designed for whatever reason to completely gamify a sector of the economy and not allow us as average people to compete with them by doing everything they can to keep us out of it. Like I can tell you this 100%.
I mean, I know. Yeah, I remember that model. I know that I'm familiar with that model. When the cell phone towers were installed, everybody knew that was
It's my show now. It's my show
they
now.
can never earn back the money, with the subscriptions that they sell. So there's something else going on, like you said, Neurojack.
Yeah.
I disagree with Starbucks, guys. Whether it's delivered or not, they're not paying their supply. It doesn't take $7 to make you a $7 coffee.
No, of course. I mean, look, the thing is this, like, yes, they're going to make money. Yes, that's true. But what I'm saying is, like, they have lawyers to make it where they pay negative tax, right? They're probably getting paid to lose money. I saw it in the businesses I've been before. Like, they get paid to lose money because they'll get a tax break or something. Like, they'll just
New main order. New main order. You want to hate on me? How the cashless society we describe, where every ledger transaction is visible, how does that perpetuate the black market? What money are they using? Oh, I forgot. He doesn't. He just talks shit and he doesn't come up on panels. I forgot. My bad.
No, but I think people will barter. Told me,
Yeah, but the black market is online.
Well, the black market will be roving bands of gangs going around and grabbing your women and sell them into sex slavery. That's the black.
You guys are losing me on this. I mean, the way they're going to lock us down, the way they're going to lock us down is like it's going to look like secure to the point that it's tyranny.
Well, my point is, in countries that have the problems that we're about to face, you have gangs of people going around and grabbing women off the street and using them as either ransom or sex slaves to get money. So that's what we're going to be.
Oh, it happens here in America to women that... I always say women get raped for not wearing enough clothes, as in holsters. I don't mean because they look slutty. I mean, oh, you're not wearing enough clothes and that's why you got raped. What clothes? Your holster. With your sidearm. You get it?
Yeah. Don't go out without a belt.
Oh, Aaron Corbett, before I forget, Aaron Corbett, the reason you did ecstasy and could see without your glasses, ecstasy is the only thing I've ever had where the visuals make your vision burst into, what's the shape of the thing on Saturn? The shape on Saturn or whatever planet we're all talking about.
Hexagon.
Yeah, it gives you visually hexagon visuals, and that's probably why you could see without your glasses. It's crazy.
What does?
He said he was on triple stack sunflowers. I used to take them double stacked Mitsubishis, double stacked Mercedes. Accidentally spilled LSD on me while I was on double stack XC. It was crazy. One of the craziest nights. I got the fear. I got the fear that night.
Shits with fire.
And you could tell if your rolls were going to be speedy or dopey, because dopey ones you'd see the speckled H or whatever it was cut with. You could see it in the pill, and if it looked like a clean pill of all one color, it was probably going to be speedy.
The colors were supposed to be like coded. Like orange was speedy, red had like coke in them, blue was meth, and purple was heroin.
See, you anything could be colors, but looking at it, you could see speckled stuff was usually cut with slow down stuff. Speedy stuff, it was usually cut with speedy stuff.
That was the usual code.
I used to back in the 90s. I used to have pills without any, how do you say, mark on it, and those were the best. And everybody was like, "Do you have this mark with that mark?" And I was like, "No, dude." But everybody would come to me like, "Dude, you got the best pills." Yeah,
You just had them all white bitches.
Did you know the cook?
No, I didn't know, but I got a good hunch who it was. You know,
See, that's my thing. Like, some of the drugs I've done it's dangerously known for being cut with fentanyl and stuff, but maybe it was by the grace of God every meth dealer ever had. I was like one Kevin Bacon removed from the cook, so nothing ever went wrong, but if it did, my guy knew the cook. So I was confident in that. He didn't want to.
And so what actually happened to the ecstasy, Tommy? Because you said it was so good in the 90s, and
Just either something with, like, what gave rise to the synthetic drug movement was they made stuff illegal, and if you made it a molecule different, it wasn't technically illegal. So they'd find the new version, make that illegal, and then they'd make a new kind. So it was dangerous.
So what was the main ingredient that made ecstasy was sassafras oil.
Saffron. Yeah.
I think both.
And so what they did was make new international rules and regulations for
Mhm.
sassafras oil, and they put this reagent in it, right? So this reactive agent that only if you're gonna use it to make ecstasy, it will react in a way that you don't want it. But for
And this is one of the few times I give Vice credit. When Vice covered this stuff, they did a good job back before they sucked too bad. And yes, Aaron Corbett, I grew up in West Virginia.
They almost wiped out the whole Amazonian supply of saffron anyway.
Yeah.
So like the regulations didn't really matter because they basically wiped it all out. And that's what
but what brought on even with synthetic weed, like over in Europe, they were making all kinds of synthetic stuff to combat legality, and they ended up making dangerous stuff by accident because it was synthetic and went the wrong way.
with the MDMA, like when you seen a rise in that shit that was like plant food or whatever the fuck it was, that was because
fucking Parkersburg, get the fuck out of here.
Of saffron. You know what I mean?
Dude, Aaron, I'm from the eastern panhandle of West Virginia. One time we got in a fight with Ohio. They threw a bunch of grenades over at us. We pulled the pins out, started throwing them back.
Yo, crime is just gonna take other forms, bro. People are gonna open up stores and say you bought like all this shit. You're just not gonna get that shit. You're gonna get something else.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you guys are right that a thing can be produced, but what I'm saying that makes this end game is when they go, they're not going to get rid of cash right away, but our banks are already being converted over to this system, and once, it's like they didn't let a bunch of different types of cash exist. You used Fed bucks or nothing, and once they get us fully cashless, they'll let all this cash get old and rotted in your stripper G-strings until they got to get rid of it, or they'll say the next illness is being spread by cash. And once it's gone, I don't know how you get around that for anything.
Tommy, you come in my deli, you buy a pound of turkey. You don't get a pound of turkey, you get a double wheat. It's real simple.
But what am I paying you with?
The crypto.
Oh, you're just saying it. You're just saying it's mislabeled. I can see that.
I'm just saying, like they open up a bodega and they sell real shit, but then people go in there and buy like, you know, special bars of candy that are like $20.
Right. And I don't think the tyranny. I don't think they care that we do drugs. I think they like that we do drugs. That's why they let fentanyl go on. But with anything like, say, bang bang ammo and stuff, anything they want to get on top of, that's the avenue they'll make their efforts.
What is currency in jail, really? You know, it's not always money. Phone
No,
calls.
it's sucking dick. Suck dick, give some butthole.
It's phone calls. It's ramen noodles. You know what I mean?
It's the oldest currency. Doing dick play is the oldest currency.
That's not Tommy. I'm talking about normal fucking jail currency, not like, you know what I mean?
But I mean, women, as far as women, the first currency was a lady that said, I'll ride that dick for this.
I mean, that's kind of debatable. You know what I mean?
It was pre-money, as long as
Like,
there's been vaginas.
the dude would want to keep the woman around, and he's got to feed her to keep her alive and have his babies. So, you know what I mean? Maybe she didn't, like, get the food because she earned it. She just, like, the dude
Maybe
needed...
she wasn't fucking for food. Maybe she was fucking for an assassination or something. You never know. It's the oldest currency.
It was the cave era, Tommy, okay? They just threw rocks at each other, bro. And,
Dude,
like...
This isn't me. This isn't me. They've always called prostitution the oldest, job. The oldest
Well, and it's also a great way to
profession. The oldest profession.
Well,
like,
it's also
animal female lions prostitute themselves?
well, it's also
You're not going to equate animals to humans. The oldest human profession was prostitution, whether
Well,
women knew they were doing it or not.
It's
I mean,
also a way of
everybody that's ever, bought a prostitute should know that he had to work first to. So
No, it's like I say.
First job was being a farmer.
No, women have prostituted that don't know they prostitute. They don't want to say they prostituted. Just because you're not advertising and taking cash, you still fucked for anything but love or procreation. You prostituted.
Well, it's also more than that too, because it's also a great way to have a intelligence network of like women who jump around from man to man, and they ask certain questions and find out certain details about certain things.
Or do the assassination while the man's asleep after you fucked him for hours.
Did you ever see a movie about it was about the Chinese tongues, bro? It was a series where they had brothels and they were gaining information and taking over the whole fucking city with the brothels.
Oh, you mean Eric Solwell?
I don't remember the name of it, bro.
No, that's how
he's a congressman that was fucking a Chinese spy, and everybody's still giving him shit for it.
Well, that's how the Jews allegedly took over China, like 500 years ago or 400 years.
I know TML isn't happy that I rattled off the N words to get you to say stuff, but you just said the Jews rule China on YouTube. Come on.
Well, they did allegedly. The Kaifeng Jews basically
Don't
took the
say it
Taoist.
again. We heard you the first time. Don't say it again.
They took the Taoist temples and turned them into houses of prostitution and took over whatever the dynasty at the time was, like in the 16th.
You know, there's a state in the U.S. passing shit where if you say foul stuff about small hats, you can be incarcerated for it.
Bro,
Do you not see the foundation of the whole world getting sick of Israel and turning on them when one state in America is saying if you talk bad about them, you can go to jail?
I see that.
His name was Lao Jew. He was Chinese and Jew. All right, he had nose and planty eyes, bro. All right.
Well,
the only thing they want to do is be in the position that they cannot win, and so therefore they will pull the Samson option.
See, I have a solution to that. See, we're in the age of self-identification. So I have a solution. I think that every single person who is concerned with anything in the world, you just identify as a transgendered Jewish person, and then you're above reproach. And then
they're gonna look at you, and
you think we've gotten to the point where we can identify as another race? Can I be trans-race?
This is the advantage that Muslims have over Christians. Muslims are religiously allowed to fake and bullshit that they're Muslims. Christians, you have to martyr and stand on it.
Can I be
transracial? I think it's not so much a rule, but more of a given thing. Like white people are just generally more honest than people from Arabia.
We tell stories of our Bible about men denying Christ before the cock crows. We're not supposed to be hiding or denying it. We're supposed to be out here suffering on behalf
Generally
of God.
trust people, and they generally mistrust people. That's
I don't trust
Well-
anyone. That's why I have truth, because it
Well-
trumps trust.
It's or you've talked to people who've lived in other countries or born in other countries. Like, people have this idea of utilitarian ethics, and in the West we have it too, but we at least have to be kind of polite about screwing people over. You see what I mean? And in other places it's kind of like, if you can do it and get away with it, then you do, and if you can't get away with it, well, you better be damn good at it and hiding what you're doing, right? So it's just a different approach, I would say.
All you motherfuckers are always telling me, and I'm talking to Reddington in the chat, you say I believe in Globe because of NASA, you say I believe in Jesus because of people. Panel up or shut the fuck up. Fucking worthless ass rant.
Good globe explanation, one I've never heard before, is that they're hiding what they actually found on the moon and sent us fake video. I've never heard that.
That's why I don't give you all kinds of props, because that's basic YouTube stuff.
It's not though. It's not basic flat Earth.
With my level of due diligence, it is. It's fairly easy to come across.
I'm gonna look into it. I don't think look, I can see that being something, but like, what is the moon exactly, Tommy?
It's what it is, but we also found there's approximately 20-something thousand liters of water encased in crystals that have hit it where all those craters are.
But
like the ice is in the crystals are in all these meteors and comets, and they hit the Earth. And that's what China found. It was either India or China, when that probe went and took samples, they brought it back, found these water crystals, and estimated that all over the moon accounts for about 20-something thousand liters of water.
But Tommy, the size they say the moon is, right? It would be pulled into the Earth based on their gravity's mass.
Oh, no, there's lots of strange stuff about moon facts, but I just attribute it to God stuff. The way its size exactly blots the moon out when aligned in the sun's distance compared to the moon's, that just to me is like hand of God.
They're the same size, but they're telling us that they're no.
The sun is huge, dude.
But if you do the mathematics with the elliptical,
flat earthers don't do mathematics. That 8 inches per mile, it's all bullshit.
It's the same size, bro. What's more like? It's the same.
I mean, when I talk about math, because you say the hand of God about
miles away.
You see how they both spur over talking each other?
No, it's an ellipse, right? And you talk about the hand of God, and I want to talk about mathematics. But
both, they're the same. They're hand in hand, the same thing.
It all adds up to 666. Tommy.
They look the same size because of the distance. The sun is immaculately bigger than the moon or Earth or anything. It's huge, but it's far enough away to the moon size exactly eclipses it out.
Look up NASA math, 666, bro. It's all evil math, bro.
Evil math? Math is just math.
Did you ever watch the sun through a welding mask?
Whether you say two, dos, trois, it's what it is. It's 1 and 1. It's a apple and an apple. That math is not it's not created. It is. We just labeled it.
But it's 666.
Now you're theorizing about the math.
No, I'm telling you, math is not a creation. It's a way we.
It's what Globers do.
No, but their math is fake, is what I'm telling you. It equals
math isn't fake.
No, that's right. Let's theorize about math. Let's make it.
Math is not a theory unless you're talking quantum calculation shit. Math is math.
Their math that they give you for the sun and the moon, the dimensions of the moon and the sun and the distance, right, equals 666. Therefore, it's not real math. It's just a code.
No, you're just saying. I mean, if it's 666, fine, but that doesn't make it fake.
It's fake and gay, actually.
Projecting.
That's you.
I wrecked your daddy for 6 hours. You're not going to get far with me. I'm on fire today.
I mean,
You win every battle in every panel sphere. You have a little chalkboard with check marks.
No, I've admitted my losses. I've admitted my losses.
You have no losses, Tommy. You just have a million bajillion.
Well, I'm flattered. I'm flattered you think that, but don't project your daddy onto me. You're talking about your daddy, and I don't mean Pop.
Conversation you have in your own mind.
No, with you, I win. Yeah.
Win, Tommy. You get the golden trophy of Thomas of Eve. Here you are. I presented you.
That's a strategy of bullshit.
All right, Tommy, say your acceptance speech for the winning all things Tommy trophy.
I don't win. You only get as good as me if you have lost a lot.
dude, you only should have said nigga. That's the only thing you should have said.
Hard R or AH? See, the reason Rant's daddy's mad is because he tried to sick melanins on me. I went to them first, and now they understand why I say the N-word, and they let me, and they love it.
Yo, Tommy argues with Hank, and they both leave the discussion believing they both won.
That's not true at all.
That actually
It's not
makes
true
sense.
at all.
We
It's
know
not
both.
true. It makes sense to Boy because it's a goddamn lie. Arpol watched me win for 6 hours tonight.
Yo, it's like I would love to do a split screen of just like Hank on one side, Tommy on one side. They finish the argument.
No, you and Hank are the ones that say you're autistic. Don't tie me into Hank. Hank's my boy. Hank's my boy, but don't talk like that way. You're just talking out your ass.
They close out the stream window, third person view, and they're like, I just wrecked Tommy. And he's like, I just wrecked Hank. And they check their little thing on their chalkboard, bro. They're like,
project
in the bucket. And then they go,
That's what Globers do.
Mom, I wrecked Tommy today. It was brutal.
No, Hank's mommy's dead.
Tommy.
I'm just saying, like, in a figurative reality, where there's like, you know what I mean?
Oh, everything you say is figurative of your reality. You're autistic, and you shut your whole channel down because you're a loser.
Painting you
And your daddy is my daddy now. Now Pops is my daddy. He likes me better.
Well, I mean, okay. It's a weird flex, but all right.
I mean, you guys get on my fucking nerves, but now that your dad is feeling what I'm saying, I bet you're pretty heated. I took your daddy.
I'm so
and
mad.
now your daddy's falling asleep.
I'm so mad, Tommy. I'm kicking my boots off.
Guys, I don't usually refer people to Paul's show, but if you watch, I think yesterday's Paul show, Rant just fucking cucks to this dude and lets them punk him around and shut him up. It's a wonder to behold.
Is that what happens, Tommy?
It was either today or yesterday. Do you remember?
Okay. Tommy is the arbiter of reality.
Oh, no, because I sat there and watched you go, hey, bro, I'm not over talking you. I'm trying to talk with you. I'm trying to back you up. And he said, I don't need you to fucking back me up. You need to shut the fuck up.
You don't understand what I do. So why
You don't understand what I do. I do watch what you do. I'm not impressed.
Why are you obsessed with me, Tommy?
I'm not. That's a Bex thing to say. Did you see Bex come up here and try and say I'm obsessed with her?
Every panel I'm on, you come on and you just start going crazy about some fucking illogical Tommy idea.
Really? Because whenever I got here tonight, you've been sucking me off ever since with your daddy.
Just yell and scream when anytime
Really?
I try to argue. So you just
Really?
basically pointless to argue it. You just go fucking off the handle like a fucking
Lean into it.
tea kettle, bro. Just woo!
Lean into it. Lean into it. Go ahead and say this. Because now I'll clip this. I'll clip this and I'll play that day that you went off on Esra for hours and I didn't know. And when I showed up, she left and you tried to go at me and I wrecked you and you got loud and spurgy. And then after I left, you sat here for like an hour crying about me. You're obsessed with me.
I just won another one. Check mark on the chalkboard.
Oh, are you trying to play that card again?
Yo, Tommy has an album of like photos.
You're doing like your daddy. You think you're just going to say stuff and everybody's going to take your narrative. You're a fucking loser.
He's like, remember 3 weeks ago?
You know what you and your daddy have in common? You both deleted almost everything you've done on this platform. That's what winners do, right? That's what winners do, right? They delete everything they've done for like a year and a half.
Do you have a medal for that victory, Tommy?
I don't take trophies, medals. I just do things.
Let me explain why I deleted my channel.
I don't care. I don't care. I think it's a service. You've done a service to YouTube by deleting all your bullshit.
So I deleted my channel because I literally.
I didn't ask. I didn't ask.
Right.
How am I obsessed with you when I don't care?
Obviously, you don't care. You're sitting here talking nonstop about.
No, you're trying to tell me, and I'm telling you not to waste your breath. I don't care. I'm just glad it's gone.
If you don't.
And actually, Hank believes he's the reason you did that.
I know, because you're both crazy as fuck.
Right?
I didn't say. Hey, that's gaslighting. That's gaslighting. I didn't say I'm the reason. I didn't say I'm the reason.
Where you think you win every debate you have, and you think
No.
everything.
No, that's not true.
Talk faster.
If I'm sitting here saying to your face, I don't believe I always win, why do you think you can say no? You do think you always win.
Like, I tried to give you some credit when you hit some valid points, but you're going back into Tommy Lockout mode, bro. You can't.
You don't hit valid points. I don't buy into half the shit you say. That's why I come on and battle you about it. And you're scared.
Right now, you're making you sound ridiculous, Tommy.
I don't say that's your opinion. I don't see the chat going off telling that. When I first came to Machine Lies, the whole chat was always going, bye Tommy, bye Tommy. I don't see that anymore.
Well, I guess.
And I'm not going to be one of these people that rely on the chat. I'm just saying, I know those people, even the ones that hate me in the chat, they'd be telling me right now if I was wrong about you.
They never like the victor, okay? They're not going to like you. You win all the debates. They don't like you. They feel threatened.
Right. The guy that can only appear here and on Paul Enslaved thinks he's got something on me.
You should actually take these debating skills to the world stage. Just like we go into politics. You just yell at people.
Whenever you and Voy are both dick sucking on me, I can't tell what you're saying.
Yell at people.
And you ran Neurojock off a second time.
Hello? Tommy? Are you there?
Well, if you and Voy can take turns, I'll be able to hear you. Oh, the freak! I was expecting you to come test it. You've been unmuted, but a lot of people have.
Tommy, let me tell you this then, for a short second.
The freak, from now on, whenever you see me going serious at Jack Talcott, don't ever say some bullshit that's going to piss me off when Jack Talcott's being a Nazi cop.
So, if somebody in chat would tell you that you're wrong, would you actually accept that?
Depends on who it is.
Okay.
I just got done on my stream wrecking JG, saying, JG, if I was wrong, there's people I trust in this chat that would be telling me I'm wrong, and no one is doing it. And then when I said, everybody hit X in the chat if you don't want me to boot JG's looping ass, not one X.
Yeah, but
sometimes, Tommy, we've just, we don't really see a point in even having a conversation with you, so we just sit here and
projecting.
You know what I mean?
You're the one that claims autism.
It's like when it starts raining and you wait under the bus stop till it
He
stops.
still just goes. He's not listening. He just waits for his turn to keep saying his bullshit. He's like his daddy. He's got the spirit of his daddy,
Tommy, you do literally just that. Like, that's you. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna put that out there.
I just spent 6 hours swatting down the "that's you" bullshit. It's very Talcottian. It doesn't mean a thing. And actually, the real meme, until Talcott and Paul ruined it, the real meme was "no, you."
I know, but now it's "that's you."
No, New Main Order. I've been that dude's arch nemesis. I've never seen Rance show up till recently, and it's because he needs a place to do his thing. And Paul still checked him many times recently.
He places to do my thing, Tommy.
And praise God, thanks for showing up. I'll be looking for you to show up on my panel and talk that 17-year-old girl shit to my face, you motherfucker.
I'm not to come on your panel because you do not.
I didn't say it. You never get to come on my panel, Rance. I'm sick of you where I go. I'm talking to praise God right now.
I'm going to give you what you want, Tommy.
That's how obsessed you are with me. You'll never, to show you how obsessed I'm not with you, you will never be on my panel, Rance.
Call me obsessed, all right? That's projection.
Gold.
I didn't call you obsessed.
Tommy,
This is how autistic you are.
You can't double obsessed me. I'm not Talcott, all right? Just stop.
He's just going to say what he wants and raise his arms in victory. He's like his daddy. He's got the spirit of his daddy. No, praise God. Praise God. I just showed on my show tonight, OTW and you motherfuckers talking shit about my situation was more solid than OTW's alleged daughter situation.
I made a fucking picture and now I'm a Tommy demon. Hi, everybody.
Oh my God, he's so obsessed with me, praise God, I can't even talk to you.
I'm obsessed with demon eyes. I must come on panels with even demon eyes. I go through elaborate methods of filming my phone with filters to have demon eyes because I'm Tommy.
These aren't demon eyes. These are the flaming eyes of truth, and the filters are, I did get praise for being the filter king. It's called entertainment, and we know you don't know anything about that.
You spend more time just wasting people's time than you do uncovering any truth. So I don't know.
Wrong.
Sounds like you're going to be smoked.
I just impressed you and your daddy tonight with my common baby truther. Between me and Crow 777, we have linked an ancient Egyptian family bloodline of bankers to the creators of Ripple, and you're telling me I ain't out here uncovering truth.
Why you gotta add all this nonsense to it? All this personal feelings of yours that you just
That's two totally it's not feelings. There's two totally separate things going on that your ass can't grasp because you're autistic.
Let it go. I don't give a fuck about you, and I don't know why you give a fuck about me.
That's you. I've been sitting here all night saying rants. I don't give a fuck about you, and you'll never be on my panel.
Right, then, you know what I'm saying? Just
I let your daddy on my panel so I can whoop his ass some more because people love it. You'll never be on my panel. You're a fucking loser and a spurg.
You live in a fantasy land called Tommy World.
I disagree.
All right? I do not.
Well, you're wrong about a lot of stuff.
That's pretty much what Tommy
I don't
Land is.
really, you know,
Disagree.
entertain the opinion of a person who lives in their own personal, you know.
That's not. I'm one of the most based motherfuckers. That's why I don't budge on shape. I won't budge on my faith. So you're nothing. You don't. You're the one trying to tell me my Bible's written to teach me wrong, and you still ain't sold it.
At this point, you know.
I assume that if Machine Lies wasn't willing to go into free range panel mode, he would have stopped us by now.
I have a question for Voynich real quick.
Oh,
Is
this
there
ought to
any
be good.
Voynich about the encryption Voynich thing?
Yeah, I started my channel after. I started my channel. Started to be active with my channel after I coded some parts of the Voynich manuscript. Yeah.
What is the Voynich manuscript about? I just saw it in the book today.
I'm not going to talk about that. That's a bit it's too deep, it's too far, and it's personal, and it's also very demonic. And I wouldn't advise anybody to try and because I actually got to decoding it and I got into it and changed my life, you know, for better and
Jeez, change harder. Change it harder.
Change harder. Thank you.
Okay, so here's my second question for Boy. Did you hear about the Dutch woman who is going to do euthanasia because she's depressed and whatever?
Oh yeah.
What do you think about that?
My uncle did the same.
Say
So
it again,
it's-
sir.
It's nothing new in the Netherlands. It's been going on for 40 years. So once my aunt died, Aunt Teresa, he wanted to off himself, you know, and he started going.
Samesies.
So he had to. It's a process of 5 years. You know, you can't just make that decision and they will do it for you. So it takes 5 years before they actually do it.
That's crazy. Like I get the sense that that's going to be coming to America very soon, if it's not already.
What is?
Voluntary euthanasia.
It's in Canada. They already let a woman was homeless. She said, I'm not going to get out of this. I think I'll just let you guys and they let her.
I've heard crazy stories about Canada, dude. Like this. Did you hear this story about this 9-year-old girl that was? So she was diagnosed with cancer, and so she was brought into the hospital, and the parents got out because they forgot something or they wanted to buy something, and they got back an hour later, and this girl signed this MAID contract, and there was nothing that they could do.
Futurama got you prepared for that. Futurama had the booths for self-deletion.
Well, okay, maybe it's not even a real.
No, I believe it.
Right,
I believe it.
But the idea alone, right? I believe it too. But the idea alone is just terror, dude. It's.
Do you want me to take it crazier? I don't think it's a coincidence that their prime minister looks just like Fidel Castro. I think he's bloodline and intended for, because Canada has no roots. They're a default country that was created because, well, that's there and we're here, so we're this. They have no culture or history.
Well, and just to jump to Tommy for a second, I do want to ask you about the bloodline. First, let me say, have you ever heard of Fritz Springmeier and the whole Illuminati bloodlines?
No, but I'm aware of bloodlines, but not Fritz Spring or whatever you say.
Bro, what's the country that has a service that come? It's like Australia. They come to your house with like gas, and it's a DIY euthanasia. That's allowed.
Also, Lauren De Laguna did an interview with the guy that invented the newest injection Dr. Death thing. Not Kevorkian. This is like the guy that's more advanced than Kevorkian. She did an interview with him.
It wasn't
let me
De
find his
Laguna
name. I'll
in the
find
Air
his name.
Force or
She was in some kind of military. Yeah, she was in something. But I wouldn't say she's an agent. She just was in the military. Now she passed the bar, blah, blah, blah. She's too shallow girly. She did date Martin Shkreli in college.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm saying it's kind of weird. Like, she's a lawyer. Like, why is she a lawyer?
She's not a lawyer, but she passed the bar. She just passed the bar this year.
But why are so many lawyers on YouTube is my question.
Because lawyers do things and they're about to be irrelevant because AI can do the work that lawyers usually did.
That's actually true. Lawyers are actually on the chopping block right now.
Half of the job of lawyers was to find, when you have a case, the first thing to do is, has a judge already decreed in another case how this should go? And AI can just whip that up now. And you don't need people looking for it because AI will just super scan for it.
Well, that stuff used to be online back in the day, in 2015, 2014.
It is, but you still go through it at a human pace.
No, but that stuff is all protected now. It's all it's all behind walls now. But
unless you're in law.
Exactly, but even that stuff was online. But everything is so, how do you say?
You can probably still search cases online.
Well, that differs per country, but my experience, I used to do my own court case like way better than my lawyer.
Yeah, but where you live, the jury is like goats and sheep.
Like, would you like to hear your lawyer speak even?
No. His name, this other guy that invented this euthanasia set, he's called the humanist founder of Exit International. His name is Philip Nitschke, Nitschke, Philip Nitschke. She did a interview with him a year ago.
Nitschke, that also sounds like a killing, right? To make something nothing. It sounds.
It's like a 2-injection thing that you could just go home and have your bedside person do, or you could probably do it yourself.
What's it with these people and their names? Like it's Nomen is Omen, right? Like Nietzsche.
I mean, I don't know. There might be a connection, but the point is, he invented some the advancements in self-deletion.
Like Freud was frustrated. Nietzsche was about nihilism, and then now Nietzsche is about killing people. It's very telling, these names. And Fauci.
But also, what's in a name? Sometimes a cowboy eating pudding is just a cowboy eating pudding.
What's in a name? Yeah. Sometimes nothing is in a name.
Mm-hmm. And then look at how many people changed their names because Trump was actually drumped off the boat. And we were just talking about Charlie Sheen and Emilio Estevez. It's like shit like that gets recorded, but sometimes if you're not paying attention, it also falls by the wayside.
Mm-hmm.
I really hate it when you guys sit and be agreeable. I'm not used to it. It's weird. Fucking fake and gay.
I'm sorry that you want.
You guys built this. You guys built this, and I hate it.
I'm sorry that you want recreational argument network television.
That's what your name is. And we're not. Ain't we a pair, Raggedy Man?
I'm sorry. That's what you're seeking.
Right.
I just like to be right when I win.
I feel like I should apologize to.
Well, I mean, apparently, Tommy, you've won every argument ever.
No, that's you. You say that. I don't say. I'm saying not that, and you still stand by it. It's weird.
Right, what argument?
It's like when Snafu says I'm self-admitted pedo. I'm like, wouldn't I still be admitting? If I admitted to pedo, wouldn't I still be admitting it, Snafu?
How many lines are in my column over there, Tommy, of wins versus yours and Hank's? And everybody else.
Why are you associating me with people? I'm a free agent. I stand alone.
No, I'm saying
I have to stand alone to keep myself unbiased, and then I align naturally with true people.
versus
Dude,
Hank.
you missed. If you watch the show I did tonight, I laid out that this is why I'm truth, this is why I'm seeking it, this is when I admit that I'm wrong, and this is how you show me that I'm wrong, and people are starting to get it.
What?
If we're all seeking truth, we'll either assist each other or be grateful that we're correcting each other, and you all hate me for it.
There's also a potential to you can have diluted fantasies and create.
That's not a potential. That's
fictional
not a
narrative
possibility.
based
I
on
don't
what you think you
emphasize.
see. What you think
Because
you
see, in your mind, you're projecting that, showing that your thing is you're out to win, and I'm out for truth, and that doesn't mean I have to win all the time. I sit on this channel. I sit on this channel and say, correct me if I'm wrong. Don't quote me. TML, can you tell me? And I never see you.
I told you won all of your discussions ever. What do you mean?
I've never said. I didn't. Where are you getting that? I know Hank says that. I don't say that.
By your behavior, you never.
No, I say when I lose and you don't see everything.
But you never say that you lose, Tom.
I do. You're just always here on pause.
You don't accept it.
I'm telling you directly. I mean, somebody in the chat can probably cite that I say I lose. Somebody on the panel
never admitted that you were wrong with me. You have this.
I've never been wrong with you. That's what you meant with you. Yes, I've never lost to you, Rance. You're a fucking moron and you're autistic.
That's your problem.
I should be lumping you in with Hank.
That's your problem. You gotta understand, Illuminati. I'm not retarded. I don't just argue nonsensical arguments. So if you don't think I'm right,
you do.
That's a fucking deluded fantasy reality.
I watched you the last time.
Tommy, it would be you. I mean,
The last time me, you, and Voy went at it here about shape debate, you kept asking to show you something. I would, but you would deny it and say I haven't showed you anything. You're fucking autistic.
This is what I'm saying, bro.
And JG just did this shit tonight. You can go watch that, and when you have no bias toward me and JG and you watch him do it, you can know that's you. No, species traders wrong. I mean, okay, species traders, you're right in the sense of if we really wanted justice, two lawyers would find the truth together instead of trying to win for pay. That's what you're trying to say. But we're still trying to find justice outside of maritime law. If you're in a jury trial, we are still trying to find justice and truth. Maritime law is a scam. Thank you, Fake Tarek. Thank you.
Everyone's just in their room, in their space, and your space is going to be this little fucking tiny little fucking square on a screen. That's going to be your space in the hyper-capitalist fucking AI world. You know, that's going to be your life. And as much as I want to be anti-capitalist, the only way to be truly anti-capitalist is to be hyper-capitalist. Is to like let them, give them carte blanche and let it fucking die faster.
That's nasty work.
I was muted when I was saying, God, I can't stand most of the faces I saw there.
there is something to that strategy, though. You know,
But what he's bitching about is not classic capitalism. This is a perverse form of capitalism.
yeah, I mean, well, you know, but that's not the question. But to fight the system from within, you know, just join the army to destroy the army. I mean, you've seen it being done, right? I mean, infiltration.
No, they're bringing in these, at least in America.
Infiltration works better than opposition.
Right, but it's not about infiltrating the military yet. Right now, it's about confusing gender, destroying the family unit, and everything that made America. Now, what you're talking about with the military is in America, they're letting all these foreigners that have no apple pie to them in, so when they are military, they don't care to stomp the people in the street. And I won't care to shoot them if they're not.
Infiltration works better than opposition, so everybody does it. Yeah.
No, I'm not giving you mic drop. I'm like, you will fight me on agreeing with you. That's why I hate you both.
Well, I hate you too.
Tommy wins again, ladies and gentlemen.
No, there's no win. There's no win to being disgusted with you two. It is what it is.
Sign the
It
trophy.
is what it is.
He wins one blue gem. Boing.
Showing your autism. Like, how do I respect the guy that keeps looping that bullshit?
How do I respect the guy that keeps looping this bullshit?
I'm not looping bullshit. You're just hardened to the truth. Your heart is hardened to the truth.
That's you.
Haltalcadian. It means nothing. And then if I say that to you, you're like, hey, bro, I gave that to Jack Talcott because I always win.
I mean, it's like a lapdog. That's why his name is Tommy, right?
Fuck you, you faggot. You ain't see, this is Death Wish. Death Wish. Now bring me that Rebecca bitch. Death Wish. Death Wish. Now, in my younger days, I used to sport a rag, backpack full of cans plus a fofo mag, G'd up from the feet up, blued up from the shoe up, hardcore up, smoking and drinking till we do up, teaching my class just to fuck your tool up. You don't want to blast, nigga, fuck your tool up. Dude, who is Corbett playing Raid Shadow? I've seen every channel advertise this Raid Shadow. It does look cool. It looks cool, but I know it's a time waster. It's got to be a time waster. I did that one stream where I was playing. What's the one I was playing? It was zombies and you fortify your fortresses. It was almost the same type of clicky game. But yeah, man, until you played that the other night, TML, I totally forgot that time. And like all kinds of channels, like if you sign up through my channel name, you get this character. And it does look, it's probably one of the best looking, like those type of games out. It is dominating. Even gun tubers, any kind of tuber you can think of, Raid was paying them to push that shit. It's your boy, Raid Shadow. Dude, I met a guy that works at the dispensary down the street. His name is Shaboy. And I was like, it's Shaboy. I was like, don't tell me I'm the first person to ever hit you with that. And he claims I am, and I don't believe it. And how we met is I was walking up behind him. He was wearing that old school Akira jacket. It was red with the pill on the back. And he just has this cracker-ass dude coming up going, my dude! And he's like, what? And I showed him the back of my vest with the Tetsuo and shit on it. He was like, ah! He ended up giving me a free joint and shit. It's pretty solid. But you can tell that Canada jacket he has, that's seen some miles. He had like a torn, I wouldn't expect it to be new, of course. But it was pretty sweet.
Do you often think this deeply about other people?
How is this deep? Oh, I get that you take it as deep.
He totally sounds like a fanboy that meets his a daddy.
What?
Yeah.
No, not yeah. I'm like, what did you say? I'm a what boy?
Like a fanboy met his daddy, and he was like, "Oh, I'm your
I'm your
fanboy. You should. I adore
a fanboy met his brother from a black ass mother."
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of things that.
Oh, I have this new plan. My new challenge to take on Paul is I'm going to make a bunch of clips of Paul responding, and I'm going to beat him in an argument by responding with clips of him.
You should probably stop obsessing about other people.
I'm not obsessing. I came into this game as his arch nemesis, and because he got no lore.
This is not obsessive.
You've been here for a few hours talking about.
I'm not going to loop this. You guys are fucking retarded. Watch my channel or shut the fuck up.
You are a broken record loop of finding a way to talk about everyone that's not even
you mean
here.
your daddy? Your daddy that you're over there cucking to?
Bro, I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean,
I know. You don't know what you're talking about. Because here's the facts. Here's the facts. Before me, the first panel channel I ever found. Shut up.
Tommy actually became
I'll wait.
For the women.
I'll wait.
He became gay, because he was very mean. He was.
If we don't let him yell, he'll start cursing.
He became so fucking gossipy that he got to gay people, and then gay people actually got sick of Tommy being so gossipy and so into social things that now the only place that he is accepted is here. Well.
Oh, no. That's Rant. Rant is only accepted here and barely on Unslavia. Now let me respond.
The first panel show I ever found was Paul Unslaved. Neither me nor Paul nor his cult knew there were any other channels. And before we knew of any other channels, I was already considered his arch rival Joker. And you guys want to call it obsession? It's my game I'm in.
I am only banned from Hostate's channel to correct
That's
you.
pretty sad. And that's how me and Flow State get along. I have a lot of beef with him, but we get along, and you're a fucking
go
dipshit.
on any channel in the Panelverse. I go on channels all the time.
No,
to get
you
along.
can't. You can't go on any of them. You can't go on mine. You can't go on Flow State. You're pushing it with Paul. The only reason he's tolerating you is because he needs new crew. He's getting short on solid crew. Even his son Snafu has turned on him because we both had a minor on our panel. So now Snafu's back to saying he's a pedo pogo supporter.
Look, Tommy, I parlay. I hang out. Sometimes I hold my tongue. You got to understand.
Hey, you're better when you do that. You better when you hold your tongue.
Pay attention. You're a coward who will yell.
Oh no! That you're back to saying this bullshit. It's not true. These people have seen hours of me being rational and civil. Neurojack and I have cooked for hours here with TML. You're just playing your daddy's narrative.
When you start losing, you just start screaming.
That's you. That's you.
I'll sit there and I'll just be quiet if I am.
No, you can't be quiet. When we did shape debate here, you could not give me a turn.
You don't know where the line even is, Tommy.
That's you.
Human.
That's you.
At all.
Hey, you know what the difference between me and you is? You know what the difference between me and you is?
You think this?
You know what the difference between me and you is? When I was a criminal, I never held people up. I never wronged people. You're a piece of shit.
You don't have any idea what's even going on right now.
That's you.
That's you.
That's you.
At least you make me laugh, bro. All right.
This is so funny.
You make me laugh, but not in a good way.
All right. Well, I'm sorry you're a salty little bitch, Tommy.
I'm not salty. I just don't respect dumbass spurgies like yourself that you claim autism.
hold on.
You're like Hank. You're like Hank because you both claim you're autistic and then you claim you are winning everything.
Get over yourself. I don't claim any of that. That's you, Tommy.
Dude, how do you? I'm pretty sure I've heard you say you're autistic.
You won everything. I don't give a fuck, Tommy. You don't understand.
Go ahead, TML. Go ahead, TML.
Hey, hold on. Hey, is this my friend from backstage?
What's up, TML? How you doing?
Yo, what's going on, brother? Yeah, I'm just making sure there's you. Thank you.
It's me.
Yep. What's going on, bro?
That's you.
Oh, it's the guy that. That's the guy.
What did I do, Tommy? What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking
about. I know you were talking about OTW's daughter's situation, but it was not completely similar, but remarkably close to mine.
Did I say your name, Tommy?
But I think if you were assessing that situation, saying, did you fuck him up if he's still alive because he shouldn't be, you're saying that's me.
I'm not talking about you, Tommy. I don't know your situation, and I've never really talked to you. Like, this is the first time I'm talking to you with my voice, right? Like, I don't know you like that.
I know,
I don't talk about you.
I know, but if you watch my show where I review your conversation, you'll see what I'm talking about.
You reviewed my conversation, my random.
Well, it was over OTW when they were all saying Tom's a PDF, Tom's a PDF. OTW, the way he excused his daughter in that situation, my situation was even stronger than what he said his was.
That's your personal stuff between you and I was only saying, like, from my perspective, I have a 3-year-old daughter, right? So,
I know.
Like, I'm just thinking, down the line, what I would do in that situation. I was just talking about myself personally.
Right.
Nothing to do
And so because I was in a similar situation to what OTW is describing, I took that as you think I should be fucked up or offed.
Have you asked your Lord for forgiveness?
Why would I ask for forgiveness? I was in the right the whole time.
Well, I don't know the situation. If you want to explain it to me, but I don't even care.
I've looped it too many times.
He was in the right.
Yeah, I hear you. I don't care. Whatever you did is what you did between you and God, man. I don't care.
And I'm not really mad at you. You're one of these people that are like.
That's cute.
Well, you're saying
that makes me feel like really good, actually, because I'm a nobody out here. Why would you be mad at me?
Well, you're not letting me say.
Go ahead.
You and a couple other chatters I've started to see go on panels, and not you, but when these other chatters are coming at me, I'll be like, I see you panel. You need to come panel with me about it. And if you did happen to have a problem with my personal story, I'd say come panel with me about it.
Which I don't, but
I know, I believe you, but that's what I'm saying. I'm using you as an example. I'm trying to think of another name I thought was only going to be a chatter, and now I'm catching them paneling up, and I'll tell them.
yeah, I only went on OTW because I wanted to talk to Cage, but Cage didn't really want to engage with me. So.
God, why did you want to talk to Cage?
Why would you? Yeah, why would you want to talk to
Because
Cage?
Cage intrigues me. He went on Talcott's one time and he cammed up and he showed this ring with a 5 dice and a 2 dice. So I wanted to know what the hell that was all about. You know?
You want me to blow your mind with lore? You want me to blow your mind with lore? One time Cage cammed up and showed a bag of pierogies, and Cynthia.
Go again.
One time Cage cammed up and showed a bag of pierogies, and Cynthia tried to say he ball sacked the panel. For like days, she was trying to spread that he ball sacked the panel. It was just a bag of pierogies.
If you want to interact with Cage, just get a Manly P. Hall Masonic audiobook and just read it. Like,
yeah, I've read that before.
With your
Those
ears.
are on YouTube too. Yeah, you'd think Cage would just be watching those YouTube channels.
You read it with an AI voice.
Cage is literally a self-initiated, self-gilded Freemason of his own lodge that's in his house. All right.
Okay, so praise God will
supposedly,
back
I
me.
guess we live close to each other because, from what he said. So, yeah, it was
Praise-
easy to talk to
Be
him.
careful. He'll initiate you into his masonry, and then,
Yeah, I'm initiated into my own shit, too. I'm kind of like
Pretty much
Cage.
on top of things.
you're going to be a house mason, bro.
But listen to this. When they were talking about OTW's daughter, Cage was like, it's weird when dudes were dating girls like a year younger than them.
Yeah, that
And
was
that was so fucking
that was
weird.
a weird comment, man. That was a weird comment because women mature faster than men. So like, if you're like a 16-year-old dude with like, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it's not a 15-year-old, or a 16-year-old, or an 18-year-old and a 17-year-old. I don't think that's weird at all, man.
No, and women have to be.
Don't want to get initiated. I heard.
Bro, he has been.
Oh my God!
Speak of the devil.
Oh my God!
Here, Cage,
You're
what's up with that
initiated,
ring, man?
What
All right,
a
you want
worthless
to get
POS.
initiated? Get on the go.
He's
All
here.
right. All right, yeah, you're gonna get initiated tonight. Now it's over.
Initiated. Hey, but talk of the devil, and you step on his tail, right?
Now I believe praise God ain't got no beef with this motherfucker's always talking shit about me to OTW, and he thinks I don't see it.
Yeah, I don't
Listen,
have beef with
Cage
anybody.
has reached the 33rd degree symbolized by his phoenix motif. Okay.
I do see the phoenix rising from the ashes, like XRP.
Cage, did you give yourself the title of Master Mason yet?
I'm not none of that.
Are you an SGIG or what, bro?
He don't know.
Not involved in any of this fucking shit.
We know.
Cage,
We know
you
your
have
bullshit.
stars painted on the ceiling of your closet.
But Cage, your
Do you
high
wear the
point for
apron when
me-
you're cooking dinner, like cookies and shit? Do you wear that fucking apron when you're making cookies or cupcakes and shit?
Sometimes.
Cage, no matter how much I hate you, will always have that ballsack pierogi bag. I'll never forget that because I hate Cynthia so
In
much.
full Masonic garb, bro, cooking a fried egg, bro, in the kitchen.
Fucking realtor got here too to
He
be like,
probably
holy,
cooks
oh my
artichokes.
fuck,
Isn't that
Cage
the
is
one,
here.
the pineal, the artichoke? He's probably eating artichokes in his apron and shit.
Tarek, if you're here on Machine Lies, how are you supposed to super chat me from here?
Where's that ring at?
Yeah, let's see the ring, Cage.
You guys
know about Jim
Why
Bob's
you guys
ring, right?
summoning me and shit, man? What the fuck is going on here?
You guys have seen Jim Bob's.
We
pizza
want to
ring,
use
right?
you like Jack wants to use the demons.
No, Jack has Crowley's 333 demon that people always speculated. I don't think Crowley beat the demon. We think he took over Crowley and snuck around with us not knowing it's not Crowley. I think Jack had that 333 demon passed on.
Yeah,
to
I
him.
think that's what happens to these non-duality folks who say there is no self. I think they literally like give themselves up to the demiurge hive mind, and then they just get.
That was the theory. I forget the name of this three demon. That was the theory because that demon believes in the not self. It is like a scattered isness, and they think it took over Crowley.
It gets you to give up the self, to believe there is no self, and you think you're merging with God, but you're
It's
not.
like Buddhism, bro. They get you to like meditate and empty yourself. Right?
Exactly.
And then
even
what's left when you empty yourself? What inhabits you, bro?
Even the Jews' the peak of their belief of God is nothingness, and they do the reading of the nothingness into nothingness. Even the Jews
but that only means no thing. God is not a thing. It doesn't mean
everything.
Nothing. Exactly, he's everything, and he is no thing. Because I could say God is everything, but a semi-truck is not God, but God is the semi-truck.
No, but everything good is God, and everything bad is a perversion. Like AI is good. AI is of God and what it can create, but the perversion of it.
Yeah, you want to hear a bugged out idea of what I think?
Dude,
like,
I
want to hear you explain AI is good. Can you explain that to me? How AI
because
is good?
I've made music with AI that stirs my soul, and it's not a human making it.
Because that's because God can be found in everything.
But if it's perverted, but everything that's bad is taking something of God and perverting it. It's what Satan does.
True, but it's not like real. This is like
so
this place isn't real. So anything that's real is God.
It is real.
Well, it is real.
AI,
it's here. It appears to be real here, but it won't exist later.
Well, that's because it's real and it must be destroyed by God. But AI produces great things and solves problems, and it will be perverted in a way for the Nephilim and Satan to deliver information like that was doing to the Nazis.
Yeah, but they said, but doesn't your Bible say the Antichrist will solve a bunch of problems too?
Right. Do you know how hard it is to discern between the morning star and the way, the truth, and the light?
Tommy, side note, I win.
It's easy if you have discernment.
Well, even the elect of God will be fooled by the Antichrist. So how easy is it?
Yeah, because most Christians and other religions are worshiping not the one true God.
And
that's why.
If Rocky's still in the chat, the way Satan would be fooling us, even the elect of God, is if we are in post-millennial reign and we don't realize we're in that timeline. Because if he's already done the tribulation and the mark of the beast once, he can obviously fake it.
Well, if he's the ruler of this world, obviously he can fake anything he wants. He can fake anything he wants, right?
That's the challenge. And he still has to
I just don't know how
permission.
true that really is. I don't like to give him power. You know what I mean?
But God gave him power. That's why even with Job, he still had to go make sure, hey, I want to fuck with Job. And he's going to deny your name. And God says, try it. He had to ask for permission. He still has to get permission to do certain things.
I don't like him.
I don't like him either.
So, the devil.
I thought, yeah, well, duh. I'm like, the guy with the name Praise God doesn't like God? I thought that's what you were saying.
Hey, Tommy. Guess what?
True, but it's not like real. No, I feel you, Canuck. I got scars to prove that there's a past. I've got plans to show there's a future. But like Jack Talcott says, there can only be the now, man.
Well, it's true. The now never ends, Tommy. There is
right, but there was a past that was the now back then. There is a future that will be the now.
That was the now. The now never ended, but we call that the past. Yeah.
Right, and that's why we say the right now is the one ongoing event that's always been. Whether it was a dinosaur pissing, what you will find as rain and drink water in the future, it's always now. And the only reason we see it separate is because we lose conscious and wake up and lose, and the sun makes it dark and then goes away and makes it light. It seems like things, but it's always the now.
You know what you're not taking into account? The fact that water levels flat. Therefore,
no, that's not true.
Oh, here we go.
I mean, that's true that it levels flat, but that's your proof of gravity. Gotcha.
What about in a meniscus?
Therefore,
Water seeking its level. This is what flat earthers hate me about. Oh, yes. Water seeks its level. That's your proof of gravity, dipshit.
Have you ever hit water with plasma?
There, ergo,
No. It seeks its level, but that doesn't mean it's flat.
But you know what it does mean, Tommy?
That sea level is where the level is, and that's determined by what sea or ocean you're on.
No, it means I win.
No, you don't win because you're wrong.
No, I do. I win it.
You think that because you say water seeks its level that it has to mean it's flat. That's like standing in the field looking in 360 and going, yep, it's obviously flat.
Okay, side point. Have you ever observed water stick to a ball that is spinning ever under any conditions?
Yeah, I've been to the ocean.
You saw a ball?
I had a creek. I had a creek outside my house. I see water sticking to the ball all the time.
All around it?
Yeah.
And the ball's spinning and the water stays on the ball?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't spin and blink.
It's encased in a pressurized atmosphere. That's one way it doesn't whip around like you said.
Pressure cancels out and
you are applying the physics of being a thing on that ball.
Wait. You're saying that canceling out centrifugal force can be overcome by the gravitational pressure?
No, it's not what I'm saying at all. That's not what I'm saying at all.
At the end of the day, it would have to be a
And
really
why debate you if I can't convince you that I never say that I always win and you can't hear that? Why would I have this shape debate with you?
Well, because then I win.
No, you don't. You're just too stupid to know the truth.
2 times that I've won so far.
Whatever.
But you won't
That's why
admit
you're as autistic as Hank. Yeah.
Shall I win 3 times?
If you want to be like Hank.
Okay, Tommy. How come
All Hank does is email me and tell me he wins.
How
This
can
is
you
so funny.
on a boat
So
that
Tommy,
over
you
the
actually
quote-unquote
felt so
horizon?
insulted by being compared with Hank that you want to do the same.
No, I'm insulted by what he's implying when he compares
so
me to
actually,
Hank.
this is what I read. You were so insulted by being compared with Hank.
See, you're like Rance. Now I'll compare you to Rance. You're doing what Rance does.
Mad that I won twice.
Come up with is insult him also to compare him with Hank.
Why don't you guys try to read a room
don't you
and
see?
think about?
Are you the only
guys
one
trying?
that's not seeing? That's
Are
what's
you
going
guys
on.
trying to turn this into a troll fest? Because that's what I'm reading is you guys are trying to derail this whole thing.
That's how I read it. Bro, why'd you bring up flat Earth? We were having a good conversation. This flat Earth shit ain't gonna go nowhere.
Yeah, I think he said the water thing.
I'm just saying I had to make Tommy root.
Let's talk about that.
2 times, by the way.
Listen, if you want to play the blame game, I don't see why TML entertains you two so much. There's not another channel that will say Rance and Boy are awesome, unless you mean maybe Ian.
I wasn't playing the blame game. I was playing I win. That was the game.
And I still say that TML is just acceptant to a fault. I think my balance is going, no, TML, that guy's an asshole.
Well, I still won, so I don't care about any of that.
You sound obsessed with it.
Tommy, I'm obsessive. I obsess about many people, and I track.
And you obsess about men, yeah.
No, everybody that I encounter. As soon as I encounter somebody, as soon as I win, I write it down on. I have a little chalkboard.
That's why I said earlier you were projecting. See?
No, I was.
Corbett, I
Can you
love the
picture?
mo. I
Can you
love the mo,
picture
Corbett.
little Rant Simpson up at the chalkboard writing shit down about Tom?
Actually, it's me. I go
The
on
Earth
panels.
is flat. Like write that like 100 times.
Yeah, basically, all you gotta do is you just have a little chalkboard and you just deny that you lose ever, and you just claim you won, and you write it down.
I can picture little Rant Simpson about the 3rd or 4th kid going, damn it, another one.
When you reach 10, you get a coin. Boing.
He's in his own little fantasy world, just projecting. Gary Baxter, if you didn't see my show tonight, I shared an old chat from you that I'm never going to let you live down, and I'm never going to let anybody deny it. It was a chat you said where you said, if people aren't attacking Tom and being civil with him, he's full of information.
Yo, Tommy could give you good information when he's not salty and in his feelings.
I'm not.
That's you.
Yeah, that's you. I just get irritated with these troll attempts that you make as an autist.
I don't make
and then you go mark on your little chalkboard that you win. You just told us that's how you do it.
You were talking about me in chat. Then you got on the panel, immediately started
Oh,
talking
that's the Bex move. Did you just see the other night when Bex was here telling me I'm obsessed with her, even though I only go at her when she shows up?
Tommy, maybe.
And she, compared to you, she still shows up in my chat trying to be hopeful.
Is it everyone else, Tommy, or is it you? I think it's
I'm
you.
not. See, you're being your daddy. Your daddy will say it's everyone else and not
How
him.
many people tell you that you're obsessing over them?
Just the haters.
Me, Bex, and then there's more?
Yeah, you, Bex, Paul. Do you see the trend we got going on here? The daddies and his kids.
Flow State
It
hates you
seems like
so
everyone that
No,
you're
Flow State doesn't hate me. He just came up on my panel trying to make good with me. You don't know what you're talking about, boy.
Like, look, I could understand why you would be obsessed about some of these other people who are like content creators and you could make cloudy contents. But what do I bring to the table exactly in your
Nothing. And I believe I've got people telling me I'm one of the few channels actually creating content. I just took Doomsday with Saul and I made me Saul, and now tomorrow we're gonna run bids. I'm gonna put people's faces in my intro that'll run all year.
Hold on a second.
And here's the thing. I got to say this, TML. I got to get this out to every channel. If you're an all-time chatter that no one's ever seen your face, you can secretly get with me, have your face put in this crowd, and no one's ever going to know that's you, but you can know your face is shown on my You can have your face shown on my intro in the crowd. TML, if you want to play my intro, it's pretty sweet.
So are you saying you offer a service where people could be cowards and still put their face on the
No,
internet?
it's just a fun participation with the community to, like, people will be in the major
It's a trust exercise with Tommy, Illumatomi
there
trust
is that.
exercise.
There's that,
It's a
but there's
trust
other-
fall.
There's other people that are well known, like the stripper that comes out at first, the prime stripper in the video. Sherelle's got dibs on her face being that stripper. And I think Don't Judge Me is going to be the other stripper. And there's a part where they both grab me by the sides and tug on me, and I chase them back to their stripper poles. It's a great intro. Everybody loves
Now,
it.
who's living in a fantasy world?
All right, Tommy. All right, look.
I don't live like that. I took the rollout of Saul from Doomsday, which is a good movie. I made it look like that's me, but not so AI. It's just me doing my skills. It's fun. Everybody loves it.
All right, look, Tommy.
I replaced the music with one of my favorite Junkie XL songs,
Could you
and it
break
doesn't
the
get
fourth wall
copyrighted.
for a second, Tommy, and come out
What?
come in front of the camera for a second?
Are you talking about my fiction that everybody loves? It's fun.
I'm saying, could we get the real Tommy ever? Or, you know what I mean? Or does it always have to be like
You
stage
always get the real
camera
Tommy.
roll in action? You know what I mean?
You're projecting. You're playing your daddy's games. You don't even know it.
Bro, I don't even know. I don't watch these people
Exactly.
like that, you know what I mean?
And yet you cuck to him all day. You don't even know you're already using his playbook, and you cuck to him all day.
Bro, I have no idea.
Hey, bro, I'm trying to talk with you. I'm trying to support you. You know what I mean? I don't need you to support me, Rance. I need you to shut the fuck up. And that's where I agreed with Paul.
Well, I mean, look, if he didn't want me to add what I was going to add to the argument, right? And he's over
And
here
yet you kept doing it, didn't you? You did, didn't you? You kept doing it
Did I?
because you can't
I might
stop.
I might have.
You're obsessed with hearing
So
yourself.
look, at the end of the day, sometimes, right? Sometimes I got to work on these problems where I can't, you know what I mean, hold my tongue. I got to just throw something in there. Sometimes I practice.
Gary, I know you got here late. They just got us off that debate, so I'm not going to say what you just said. But one day, I'm trying to find the way that you guys can keep your dignity when you admit that it's that. But we're not going to get back
Do
into
you ever
it.
grow, Tommy? Do you practice personal growth?
That's all I do. That's why I'm a loner. I'm a Sigma. I'm a fucking Sigma male, asshole.
Do you ever exercise like restraint? Like, do you ever hold your tongue?
Every time we're talking, every time we're interacting.
You got to understand. Look, I've watched you go on Paul's panels also, and the way you interact.
Not
is
for 2 years. Not for
when
2 years,
you
yeah.
get, when you get put in the fucking corner, right? You just rage out and get kicked off, right?
Right,
What does
because he's
that do?
wasting my time. He's
That's
wasting my time, and when I get put in the corner, I show I only get 3 words of a sentence out when he does it.
It's very simple, though. If people don't want to have conversations and you sit there and you try to have the conversation, give them the whole opportunity, you just don't go back. It's really easy.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
You have no idea what kind of value I bring to discussions, obviously.
You don't, or I'd give you credit for it. And I don't go back, and you don't even know that. I beat him on my channel. I'm still waiting for him to come back.
Obsessed with him. He beat you.
No, I'm not gonna loop this. I'm not gonna loop this. You
lost. Paul
No, you don't know what you're talking about. You
living
don't know what.
rent-free
See,
in your
you've got the spirit of your daddy. He's the one still. He's the one still trying to say my
So-
channel is all him, and it's
This
not.
pattern is very.
Your whole
very,
personality is
once you get
becoming
into
all
trouble,
Liar.
you're
Fucking
gonna
lie. I'm
use
not
this
gonna loop this.
You're always gonna
You
use this
are
D word.
looping. You're
No, you that. No, you.
Right?
You
Yeah,
are
use
a
the
loop.
D
Why does
word.
everything got to
Use
be
the D
about
word
winning and
again.
losing?
Use the D
You
word again.
just sat up
Yeah,
here
the D
saying you
word.
don't know, Rant,
D
and now
word,
you're
I need
acting
more
like you
of the D
know.
word. I
I've
need more of
watched
the
you,
D
bro.
word.
You are a loop.
You haven't watched enough.
I mean,
Now
I've
here's
watched
what I
you
explained
interact
tonight. Here's
with
what I
that.
explained tonight.
all you
Sometimes you guys say I'm looping when I'm standing firm and not budging. That's not looping. That's standing on my shit.
Hey,
Looping is the fact you keep saying, show me what you're talking about, and I do, and you say, that's
every
nothing. You're
valid
looping.
conversation, you just come in the panel and just start raging the fuck out about some
No, I'm not going to loop this. I'm not going to loop this. You know, when I do rage and spurg and it's real, it's usually... See,
stop?
this is why I rage, because you can't shut up like you're JG. Usually when I get emotional and start spurging is when my back and forth turn is denied and they just keep saying their shit while they backstage me. That's when I get pissed. And I don't do that to anyone. I might backstage someone to maintain back and forth. You'll always get your chance to come up and say your piece on my channel.
Well,
and
I've
he
never
doesn't want...
backstaged anyone.
Well, no one goes to your
did have
channel.
a channel, and I don't even have a channel.
Yeah,
So I
like
don't
who would go
backstage
to it?
anyone anymore.
If you were honest about how most of the community sees you, you'd know nobody's really going to show up to yours except like
don't
bad.
give a fuck about these lames on YouTube.
So if I'll believe you, I believe you. So don't project what you think I'm about. You're wrong. And I'm not going to loop it with you. Just be wrong and shut your fight. And I hate the same way you're always going, nah, I mean, I hate how Paul's always going right because I don't agree and he's not right. And I don't know what you mean. 'Cause you're a fucking bot. Yeah, it's a bullshit tactic. It's a sociopathic tactic because you don't have to say right because when people say right and then just keep going, they're doing this subconscious contract that we all agree and we don't.
Then interrupt the fucking statement. I don't know.
Oh, but that's when you say I'm a spurg. So fuck you. I'm not gonna loop this with you.
Rage out. That's when you're a spurg. You're not coming to interrupt with a valid point. You just come and interrupt with yelling.
Listen, I just covered this with JG. You have to go back to when you're citing, and I'll tell you whether that was theater, whether I was really pissed, whether I saw a low energy panel going nowhere, and I came in to spice it up, that's why they bring me up. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just hating because you're in your feelers. You're autistic.
And accuse me, right, and claim you know what I'm doing, but then you claim you have all these different things that you do, and I can't possibly.
That's you. No, that's what you've been. You just said what you've been doing. I don't do that to you.
No, I mean, you just basically were a hypocrite.
I'm not acknowledging that. I'm already telling you. The same way I can't tell you that I don't say I win everything and you won't believe it, I'm not going to sit here and acknowledge your bullshit because you're an autist and you're a faggot.
Well, then I win.
You don't win the pull-out game with 4 kids.
I'm not
who
trying
can
to
afford,
win.
who can afford 2 kids these? Who can afford 2 kids these days? And you got 4. You need to win that pull-out game.
I do good, bro. I do well for myself.
Yeah, when you're not sticking people up.
You know, I don't do that either.
You used to.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I was a criminal. I don't deny it. I tell it publicly.
When I was a criminal, I was 1 Kevin Bacon removed from New Jersey mob, and I still never wronged
Why do you
people.
act like this is some kind of dirt you got on me? I broadcast this publicly out of my mouth.
Same with my young girlfriend in meth. You don't get what you're involved in. You don't understand. You can't discern drama from spiritual warfare, and you're losing.
I am one of the realest people you will possibly.
No, you're not. You are not one of the realest people. I'm not going to loop this. I'm waiting for a 6-person panel to get us on something else because I'm tired of you obsessing. I'm tired of you obsessing about me publicly.
You know, I accept it that you will never realize this. There's nothing I
That's
can
you.
do. I mean, I can't break through the layers and layers of walls you have built up.
That's me. That's me with you.
So it is what it is, bro. I mean, do what you do.
I do, and you're not going to stop me. You're not going to affect that. You're just going to look stupid. Damn, 25 back chat?
You know? Get on with your life. Stop obsessing about other people, and you'll feel better.
How am I obsessing? How have I not got on with my life? Tell me what I do when I'm not on the line.
Just rewind this stream and watch how many times you've mentioned other people, other streams, this and that. I've saw this and that. You just don't stop. That's what you do. You're like
T-Rains, you see me trying, like, I'm not going to let my guard down, but you see me trying to disengage, and this motherfucker wants it because he's obsessed with me.
You're like a little old lady that just wants to go to the sewing circle and just tell fucking everybody in town, you know, what's going on. I want to know.
You're just pulling shit out of the air. You're just grasping right now.
It's like nosy. It's a little bit of nosiness and a little bit of fucking.
It is true that I've done. It is true that I used to do so. What? It's true that you're just going to talk over me and spur, you projecting faggot. It is true I've done multiple as an SEW, so the fuck what streams I sewed online.
And look, I don't care if you could get a community and make money off of inserting.
This is what his daddy said. This is what his daddy said. His daddy said if I could make money off my insanity, he's all for it. And he says that's not his daddy.
Go ahead, bro. I'm not going to stop you, but
here's the thing with you and Paul. If you're so okay with it, why are you obsessed with me?
I'm just saying.
No, you hijacked this stream to talk about me.
Doing, bro? It's getting ridiculous after a point. Maybe find someone else to obsess about. I don't really have.
That's you. That's you. Can we move on, panel?
I think we can.
It's up to you, you obsessed motherfucker.
Maybe you're going to talk about Jack next. Or
all you got to do is let it go. It's like a bag of bricks. All you got to do is set it down. Thank you. This is why I say you're coming along fine, Tarek. That's why I was giving you props. You're right.
Here we are.
Yep, you're just main screen, just sitting there, kind of leaving some dead air.
Original ideas to talk about, or it's just drama?
I know Canuck, the believer of my gam, wants to sit there all night in the chat talking that shit, and the only time he made me laugh was that thing about this isn't real, but I forget what he said, but yeah, I laughed at it. Man, that makes so much sense. That night Canuck was simping hard to Cecil, not realizing me and Cecil already have our thing, and he's welcome on my panel. Oh, Canuck, I knew something was up, and after that night, I saw you going to my gam saying, yeah, I definitely see that fentanyl dealing motherfucker talking his shit. You're such a fucking rube. You're such a rube, Canuck. Aaron Corbett, if you ever panel up, come to my channel. Let's talk about 90s drugs sometime.
What do you got, Tommy? What do you got for us?
I'm so obsessed, man.
I'm saying, give us something besides drama. Let's see if you can
panel chat. What would you like us to cover, or would you like us to revisit something we were on tonight before Neuro had to leave?
I would like us to revisit, before you entered. That phase.
The freak, number one, boy, I was here before you came up, so that shows you're a fucking moron. Zero, why does the freak need reminded that Denise is my gam? He's been around. No, you're right, Bex. I'm like, how did the freak forget gam is my fucking, or Denise is my fucking gam? She used to come on this panel, too.
All of us would like that.
Okay, explain this, guys. My gam is fucking insane, and somehow between the book review and now, she shot up to plus 1,000 and I know she doesn't buy her subs. Gam would not buy subs. She's got like 1-point-something K subs right now. How? I encourage her success, but I'm like, how?
It's Twilight Zone.
Yeah, they must love to hear her rant. I like to listen to her rants too, even though she muted me on her channel.
Is that the old lady from Oakland?
She's in Texas.
Okay.
I made a video of her. I played creepy music in the background while she describes me as the pastor of a Levian church and a fentanyl dealer. It's people love it. It's so crazy.
Is that the one who reviewed TML's book?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the thing that makes it creepy is she used to start out her streams with her going ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and that she's doing that to the creepy piano music at the beginning. I think I did. It's pretty good.
You'll probably never corner the old lady market like she will. Don't worry.
Oh, I went around these streets saying, I don't care what you hear that lady say about me. That's my crazy old internet gam, and nobody goes at her unless they want to catch me. Because I know why she's crazy, and nobody should have to. I know people question why God lets things happen, but I agree that what happened to Denise, nobody should have to live through that. It is sad. So she's allowed to be crazy. Nobody fucks with her unless you don't get on my radar fucking with Denise. I will come for you.
I feel like I'm missing out on something.
Yes, listen, what happened to her is so fucked up, I'm not going to sit here and tell it, but it's fucking tragic. And it's why I can see that she's so paranoid and points fingers and connects all these dots like Truther Cop's insane ass. If you went
tell
through...
you everything about it, but it's horrible. No, this
All right, do you know the story I'm referencing, Boy?
It doesn't sound like a trick at all. No.
No, Boy, I'm being authentic. I'm saying, for real,
You're being discreet. You're trying to
no parent should go through what she went through and take the type of grief online people give her for it.
So this is where you take discretion. So this is where you take on discretion. Wow.
If you knew the story, I'm not telling you. Agree.
You hardly ever do that. So I get.
Well, you know as much as your boyfriend there, your Spurgy boyfriend. You're both talking out your asses. You took as long a break as who was gone as long as Voy recently, and Voy came back and tried to act like he's always been classy, even though he called Rob Cleveland a gay nigga and he called me a small hat F word, and then he just sucked up to Bex. What was the forced trans person's name from London Man's channel?
Voy's boyfriend, Tommy.
You. That's you.
I'm Voy's boyfriend?
It's always you.
So is he my girlfriend? Because I'm not gay.
No, she doesn't really. It depends on what you mean by her history, Canuck. Like I said, if you believe her that I'm a fentanyl dealer, yes, Lizzo. I can't take you as legitimate either, Canuck. Yes, Lizzo French. Whenever Boy went at me along with it was Boy and who else on OTW? You guys went at me for like an hour and a half about me being.
Lizzo French stopped being a girl. So,
You guys went at me calling me a gay small hat for like an hour, and as soon as Lizzo French came up and I called her a trans woman, oh, tell us, trans woman, beautiful and brave, stunning and brave, tell us about your life.
Man.
And he watched you guys call me a gay small hat for an hour.
Okay, so this is like some of these last things that you're going to hold on to, right? This is...
Oh, you mean that I won't let you act like I won't let you memory hold this bullshit?
Sounds like you're gonna get cut off in 5 or 10 minutes. That's what it sounds like.
I don't know what that means.
Like you're running out of gas.
You sound like
you're running on fumes.
Nah,
That's what it sounds like. Yeah.
No,
yeah.
I went so hard.
I went within 5 minutes or 10 minutes.
I am the founder of the Rage Stay, you European bitch.
Yeah.
Now, what happened is I got so hard in the paint on my show, I forgot I left half of a mango monster sitting here. Now I'm sipping on it. I'm ready to fucking beat your metaversal ass. But I wanted to know where the chat wants us to take this stuff.
Oh, that sounds.
Let's talk some real shit, Tommy, and no more.
That's what we're trying to get off of your narrative for.
I mean, we were on drama, and then you moved over to some different drama.
You keep us on this obsessive drama while projecting that it's me.
You went on to Gam drama.
That's not drama. It's tragedy.
Drama. I feel like this is host date. We're just doing drama right now.
You're projecting. All you've done is project drama shit and try and tell me who I am.
Doing it. I mean, how can I project?
Diagnosis
he's obsessed with me. Someone give us a subject. I'll start. Chat, give me a good subject. I'll kick it off with something short.
Every time that you say that he's projecting, you are right.
Literally anything that's
how well does the therapy work?
We'll see how long the chat allows this. I'm
Bro,
waiting for that subject to scroll up.
Voidage, okay? Tommy won everything, okay?
Yeah.
What else? Oh, everything is me, even when it's him.
No, you're the one that keeps it on. I haven't been saying this shit. If you look back, I've only been trying to stop your bullshit. I'm not doing your little games with you, Rance. I'm above you, bro.
Come on.
Are you?
Come on. You are the same.
Chat, the longer you don't give us a subject for me to kick off, I feel like you want this as much as they try to say I want this. Oh, and now there's young ones listening at this hour.
Listen, babies wake up to get titties. I don't know if you know
better
this.
get discreet now. There's
Yeah,
young
and
ones.
redneck barefoot families have their kids up at like 3 a.m.
I'm from West by God, Virginia. It's my right to be stupid.
Once a night, right? And they drink.
I'm from West by God, Virginia, and I'm running circles around you guys mentally.
Do you understand how this works? Have you ever had a kid, Tommy?
No, that's my intention has been to never have a kid, and I don't have any kids that I know of.
All right, here's the thing. Kids wake up all night sometimes.
I know. I've had nephews and nieces.
Okay, so why are you pretending like you have no idea how this works?
Why are you pretending you have any idea of how things work?
Because I feel like you're being dishonest and trying to frame me once again in a false Tommy Noda.
That's you. That's what I've said you're doing all night.
It's you. You're saying, oh, we don't have kids awake, hillbillies in the morning. I mean, bro, what are
I'm
you
just
talking
giving. Oh, see, this is your lack of discernment. That's me just giving you shit. But you've been sitting here all night trying to say I'm a thing that I'm not.
Tommy, are you going to say you're giving me shit every time you're a hypocrite and I catch you?
This is the first time. No, you're not catching me being a hypocrite. This is how you're in denial. I'm waiting for that subject chat.
The speaking
See,
case-
boy is trying to talk shit on the panel and chat.
God saw it, all right?
Yes, I'm always on speakerphone with God at all times.
Well, God's seen it, all right? So at the end of the day, even if no one else saw it, Tommy, and you don't watch this clip back and you don't see all the times that you were a hypocrite, God's seen it.
That's you.
I feel like you're dating me.
You are judging me at the capacity that you two will be judged.
I'm not. I'm just saying you were a hypocrite multiple times.
If that's what your little fantasy world says, I'm one of the most stand-up straight shooters out here.
He is
Maybe we
mirroring.
can pick apart this Isaiah 14:31.
Let's do it. Anything but boys incessant looping.
Tommy is mirroring me now. This is
He's
where we're
teaching these kids to loop. It has nothing to do with West Virginia. I'm from West Virginia and people don't believe it. He's teaching his kids his bullshit. I thought this was the cover of 311's From Chaos album. See, somebody laughed right away because they immediately saw what I saw and they get it.
I saw it.
Sometimes I go a little crazy.
Sometimes I too. Yeah. He's like.
See, now the host is even chatting. Now we've forced the host to chat. How, O gate, cry, O city, thou whole Palestina, art dissolved, for there shall come from the north a smoke, and none shall be alone in his appointed times. I don't think that's KJV, but it's probably legit. That just doesn't have the wording of KJV that I'd pick up.
Is this not what's happening right now?
In a way.
It's easy to force a story that's already been written.
That's what
And
I
this is
saw.
when John Thomas points out, he says, oh, Revelation's already happened. He talks about it in the Bible. No, the Bible always references back to itself, so we will go through the future revelations that they already saw those things happen as well. Because even when Satan is deceiving the world, he's just going to repackage the old deception. He's just going to repackage it for our time.
The word Palestina didn't exist in Isaiah's time at all.
That's why I know this isn't the KJV.
But it is.
It is.
I got it right beside me. I'll look it up right now. And this is how I vouch. This is how I vouch. This is how I vouch for. Okay, just talk, boy.
No, you're being learned again. You should just.
No, I'm not by you, but this is how I vouch for the Mandela effect. Because this Bible.
Look into
Hold on, while I have the screen. Give me the screen again. Give me the screen again.
People.
Give me the screen again. Give me the screen again. Give me the screen again. Give me the screen again.
Anymore. It's time
Give
to
me the
just.
screen again. Give me the screen again. Give me the screen again. Give me the screen again, please. Please. May I have the screen again, please?
No, I'm having the screen.
You're being.
I only need it for one visual, really quick.
No, you don't get
Gross.
it.
Now there's a pedo on.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean.
There's a pedo on the screen. Who the fuck
That's
is that?
boy, right? Boys always look like a pedo.
Does he?
Yeah. Okay, this Bible was given to me in the 90s. It was printed pre-Mandela effect. The words have changed. Thank you. Thank you, TMO.
Well,
and I'm going to look up this Isaiah right now.
Show us the
What's
word.
the point of it, the words just changed because
You just showed us the cover of the Bible.
Please, Rance, someone sensible was trying to say something.
Am I supposed to X-ray the fucking video image,
Now you're
bro?
supposed to shut the fuck up for a second so somebody else can talk.
of a book. I don't understand.
I'm surprised, dude. I'm
behavior to me.
See how they are? You see how they are, guys?
I mean, I shouldn't have to ask questions about what you're doing. You're not.
You see how they are?
How is it that
There's a version
how is
called
it
the
that
New
you
King
can
James.
actually?
I know. I agree. There is a new. This might be
And the
New
Bible
King
doesn't
James. Let me
burn?
check it.
Does that
Let me
happen?
check it. Let me
You
check
were
it.
just like you
Because
pulled
the
a
only
count.
one that could change all the words in every book is God Himself. Like if He did that, then we wouldn't even know anyway.
No, we know because I grew up saying the things that we saw in this Bible and we recited and said together, and now it's different.
You know, I think I've had some of that kind of like deja vu effect. But you know, if God did it, we wouldn't
That's not
know.
deja vu.
It's kind of weird, isn't it? But
It is weird, but if God allowed it, it happened. It doesn't necessarily mean that God did it. If you want to get my conspiracy side, I just fanboy the conspiracy that CERN shifted our dimension just gradually, and now things that would never change drastically, like you're not going to change who was president in our history, but these little movie, Bible, word things, it's like that doesn't disrupt the space-time, but we can all feel like something's wrong.
Do you think they could change things like make Illuminati right in every argument?
You see how he wants to troll and get off of any kind of serious conversation? He's a piece of
Oh,
shit.
come on. That was funny, you silly.
No, it's not. You're in your feelers and you're obsessed with me.
that was kind
That
of
shit was
funny.
fucking hilarious, all right?
Gary Baxter, I don't mean to sound overly churchy, but could all these false teachings that just kind of Jesus be part of the deception in the God of this realm's plans?
What do all those other people have to
That
offer
is a
you?
question. Why do you call yourself a Christian?
Because I believe on the Lord Jesus Christ as my Savior.
That doesn't make sense.
That's exactly what being a Christian is. Hands
Why
down.
do you act like a demon, though?
You got the spirit of your
Do you
daddy.
see him having wings and like terrorizing cities or something?
No, they're just talking shit.
I know.
His daddy calls me a demon too.
Illumitami has the spirit
I
of his
love it.
mom.
Every time you use the D word, every time you get in trouble, you use the D word.
No, every time Rance unknowingly uses his daddy's playbook, I point it out. Every time you guys play
quite
that
obvious
book,
there, dude. It's quite obvious. Yeah.
that your logical fallacies, yeah, I know. You're in your feelings.
Projecting, Tommy. I
Pointing
win.
out every time that you say the D
See, we're
word.
back to the he wins
I'm
loop.
just
That's
pointing
you.
out that every time you say the D word, and I'm going to point it out, maybe you will say the D word less. You know, see,
Tommy,
I'm
you know what you
actually-
don't understand?
This is actually
same way.
part of the therapy.
The same way I've convinced
one
black
thing that you
sectors
don't
that
understand,
Tommy
Tommy.
rabble,
I know
rabble.
you're gonna hate me more.
You don't want to know.
Gonna hate me more. I know.
I can't hate
But
you.
it's working.
How can you be so wrong? I can't hate you much more than I already do.
Do you want to know what it is, your problem?
Oh, I'm sure you know.
That's
my
you.
Problem,
That's
my
the problem.
problem is rant.
It's you.
Tonight, my problem is rant.
Tonight, your problem is you. And it's been your problem every night, actually.
You got no grounds to say that. That's why you're in your feelers. You're disrupting this panel. You're hijacking it. I already started a video about has TML's panel been overthrown by Rance and his daddy, and that was months ago. I left it hanging.
We're just
like
out
it's
here.
coming back.
It's just overthrowing fucking panels by having civil conversations until Illumitami shows up and hijacks
And until your daddy realized I'm his favorite son.
Therefore, he's
And by that I mean his biological dad is starting to like me more than
You've been a hypocrite. I appreciate you reminding me of a situation where you were a hypocrite. So that's 3 times you lost.
Looping.
And 2 times on flat earth. 3 times
Objection. Projection.
Write it down though on the chalkboard, Tommy. In my column, I want my 5 wins.
Can you bring back up that Isaiah passage?
I don't have 5 wins in that column, Tommy. We're gonna have a problem.
Or can somebody chat the Isaiah passage just for the number?
Boy, are you a believer?
I just said I believe that Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior.
What about Voy though?
Oh yes, boy, my bad. I couldn't hear over rants.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to address the hypocrisy.
See, he gets addressed, and he's so obsessed with me, he misses it.
That was an irrelevant statement.
I can't believe Voy is ignoring me like I'm like he just
Right? right? Somebody, anybody? Oh, okay. 1431. I'm on it. And I think this is just King James. I can't find New King James anyway.
Best resource
But
is Bible
Are there any
Hub.com.
unbelievers who think that this is not happening now?
I mean, this is definitely happening. Okay.
yeah, okay.
I
I
already know the answer
see.
because it's happening right
Did you-
now. And it's like, how can an unbeliever look at this and be like, oh, lucky guess, or conspiracy predated, preemptive, writing backwards 100. How can you actually do that with a sound mind?
Wait,
What did
which
you
are
just
you? No, I think he's
I totally see
saying
what
what
you're
I was
saying.
saying.
It's not only happening here, but it's happening on all levels, right?
I think he's saying what I was saying, where if you read a prophecy and watch it transpiring, some people will naturally go, well, obviously they're using it as the playbook. Like when I said Noah's just building the ark to rush a flood along. He's trying to make the flood happen, building that boat. But I stand, hey, Rant, I stand corrected before ye as I sit here and read. Howl, O gate, cry, O city, thou whole Palestina art dissolved, for there shall come from the north a smoke, and none shall be alone in his appointed time. Never seen that passage before.
I guess we're finally going to have one score mark in the Illuminati lost column.
One you're aware of. This is my point the whole time, and you're still going to loop your bullshit.
How many victories? I mean, Rand, this is a question from me to you. I mean, and there's not many questions from me to you, but how many wins do you think? How many scores? How many scores are? How many wins did Tommy?
Someone needs to get a big board going.
In his lifetime?
Yeah, I mean, or just today, or in his lifetime, yeah.
Look, if you ask Illumitami, he won every debate ever. So, like a million? I don't know, a billion?
No, a billion would be a bit too generous.
Over the course of the career?
But
Probably
close to
million
over
or so
100,000. I would say over a ton. Yeah, way over a ton.
I don't know. But I mean, look,
Boy,
if
are
ask
you a believer?
I'm not keeping scored on some real shit. It's kind of a meme. For me, he might actually be keeping score. I'm not positive.
A Tommy victory. We can call things like, oh, this is a Tommy victory for you.
Yeah, whenever it's me against either of you, it's going to be a victory for me. You guys are light work. You guys are looping light work.
It was a meme to express and demonstrate the fact that Tommy, doesn't admit when he's wrong. So he finally
memes are like DNA. Right. If you put out a bad meme, it's not going to trend. It's not going to survive, and that's the type of meme you guys are talking about.
Well, I mean, if you admit when you're wrong, mission accomplished for the meme, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm the one that said all night I admit when I'm wrong. That's you.
Do you?
See, you can't even stand on your shit. You're a fucking autist.
Hypocrisy, aside from two.
Wow, dude, that's.
See, you're like the beginning of Idiocracy. You're like, hey, Hank, they've been here all night making us the same people.
I like it. I like your poetry, Tommy. I mean, it's
Rance, you are like at the beginning of Idiocracy, where the most retarded people have the most kids.
He's bad, bro.
Yeah. Yikes. Super bad poetry, dude.
I'm too bad. I'm too bad. Any place, anytime, Hudson.
No, I said mad. He's mad.
No, you mad. That's why you're obsessed with me. I'm trying to get us. I just read Bible passages and admitted I didn't know that was the KJV.
He's all cranky now.
Because I've had to put up with you two faggots.
A bunch of angel-headed hipsters searching for a connection in the story of Dynamo.
All right, I'm going to break down this verse real quick. You've got the gate, which we all seen the wall in Palestine or the West Bank or Gaza, whatever you want. Cry, O city, which is like the size of the whole Palestina, which wasn't a word back in Isaiah's day, is being dissolved. Now, there's never been a point in time that this could have ever happened. How does the unbeliever explain this?
An unbeliever?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not me.
How could they actually look at this and be like, crapshoot, dumb Joe Biden, dumb luck? Really?
And to go with what you're saying, I haven't watched the video yet. I saw a title of a video where they're like, even atheists are agreeing to some of this demonic shit they see happening.
Well, yeah, is apparent. Like, you would literally have to be retarded not to see it.
Or under a strong delusion.
Some of it's counter narrative. I remember when a lot of the stuff that's in the public and paradigm like material right now just started coming out, and the place it came from was all like same places you're hearing the strongest narratives to this day, or counter narrative.
And Gary Baxter, I've recently had Benton comment on some of my stuff, so he's still out there. I told him I was thinking about doing an imposter stream from his channel, because unlike Paul, I do have those keys that I didn't ask for. We might resurrect the Benton channel, but I know he's got to handle whatever's going on before he comes back, but he does want to come back. And I want to leave.
Straight up denial.
No, I do.
Not
wanna...
you.
Oh, okay.
Talking about Voy Canuck. I mean, this is denial. Classic denial.
Oh, DeFreak, you're one of the other ones I was talking about. Like, let me catch you not trying to panel up. You've been muted, you're unmuted now. Let me catch you not coming up whenever I'm calling you out.
What are you calling me out? I never.
I mean, if I do in the future. I mean, now that you're visible, if you're saying some shit in my chat, I say get the fuck up here, you got no excuse.
Okay, I can agree with that.
Is that a win, Rance?
Get the chalkboard, ladies and gentlemen. Get the trophy.
Agree to agree. That's a win. I finished all my dinner. I finished all my dinner. There's another win.
Oh, it's become a thing.
Yeah, maybe I'll make a big board and we can actually like have bets going and stuff. That would be fun.
No, because Rance will just say his bet wins.
Big score.
And I'm not a gambling man. Not even in the market. Well,
not even on your own intellect, Tommy? You wouldn't gamble?
Yes, I gamble, but not in casino ways, yeah.
Wow, I love that question. Not even on your own intellect.
Like human experiments?
I love that.
I don't put anything on me. I always say it all glory goes to the one true God. I'm just a vessel that sometimes gets too
you stopped doing the D word and now you're gonna say the G word. Nice.
No, God is my D word. Your D word is Paul.
What D word? What's the D word?
Daddy.
Oh,
see, yeah, he knows.
Like the daddy that loves me the most is called Pops, and you mad?
I thought he had a different D word, like an actual like.
We know what D word you're really in love with. I'm known for
+1 for Tommy.
I thought you had another word.
The Chris Joe version of that D.
No, we had the same D word. You just
you and Rance love the same.
One with this other D word.
I wanted clarification because it didn't sound like a normal like D's nuts. You know what I mean?
No, it's the other. It's the pork, not the beans.
Oh, bro, I'm sorry, bro. I'm not familiar with your fucking obsessive acronyms, bro. My bad.
Can we not
You mean the world
of low straight heavy black cock stream, please?
BBC
acronyms for your obsession.
Oh, he doesn't know it as D. He knows it as C, as in BBC, and I don't mean the English television news.
That's gay.
Man, they said I was running out of steam. I'm getting my second win. I'm getting my second win, boys.
I don't know. That was pretty gay.
You actually went there, dude? Wow.
There was some low-hanging fruit there with the second win, but I didn't take it.
Oh.
I missed that part. I was reading Tarek's longer chat.
I mean, I don't know how is this with people that are on math. Do they?
No, it doesn't piss me off.
Yeah, boy got it. I remember what they said the next day. Just like with
Illuma, Tommy, are you by any chance wearing away like the front of your microphone from breathing fire into it all night?
No, it's to the side of my neck, clipped to my shirt, and I hate these guys that use their whole hand, like Drew CBO. He uses his whole hand to hold a little clip-on mic. It drives me nuts. I just clip it to my shirt.
I don't agree with you on many things, but I will agree with you. For some reason, it drives me fucking nuts when people talk into the little fucking Apple mic and they hide their face. Like, I can't
Oh,
explain
you mean
it.
like Peniel? How Peniel
Yeah,
thinks he has to cover his
yeah.
mouth? And I made him do it. When he was on my panel, I go, Peniel, let go of the mic and just let it hang by your neck. And I was like, there, we can still hear you. We can still hear you. That's what it's for. It's a phone thing.
I can't explain why, but it drives me fucking nuts when people
There's crypto and stock YouTubers that do that using their whole hand to hold a little clip-on mic. It triggers me. It triggers me.
The environment.
Are there things?
Yeah,
I
mean, I
mean,
think
do
a
you
lot of
ever?
things that-
Were you ever into things
Yeah, I
that
mean, I
don't
think
trigger
a
you?
lot of things that. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot.
I remember that.
I will clip my mic to a chopstick if you're going to watch me talk with it.
Was that Drew?
Yeah, that was
Why
Drew holding. He was holding guns up either here or at Paul.
Why would he do that?
We used to have a game before people started reporting it. We used to like I started it.
That was him doing that here.
Right,
He was
and
trying,
when
he was trying to shoot the camera, but he missed.
no, this is how
Yeah.
oblivious you guys are.
He
It's
was
a
trying
thing that can be
but he didn't.
reported. It's a
And
thing.
didn't pull the
I'll
trigger.
wait. I'll wait.
Got it.
It's a thing that can be reported to shut your live down. But back before no one would report it, I started that shit because Paul started #StandUpDavy, and I said any panel I catch saying Stand Up Davy, if I'm on it, I'm showing guns when they say it.
You did that one.
We were all saying #.
What's up now, you pretty punk chicks? Yeah. Hey, what's up? We got a problem, Toothpick? I said, do we have a problem? Oh, you got a problem, buddy. Right here. Here's your right there. Right there. Yeah. All right. Say, little game. Right here. I said, do we have a problem? Huh? Oh, USSR. Now you better get your stank asses up out of here before I cause a nuclear holocaust up in here, fool. Let's go, let's go. Oh, come on now. Fool, be Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
That's some fucking nuclear holocaust going on here. I like that.
Even the RPG was danger close, but technically it wouldn't have blown up because the timer for the distance wouldn't have went off. It would have just plugged a very hard blunt blast into him.
I'm just saying, bro, like, why, like, unless you're trying to get someone's channel knocked off the fucking air, why would you sit there and show your shit on the channel?
That is why I'd show this shit, because they were saying Stand Up Davy after he was dead, because Paul's mad we were saying Stand Up Fat Ass. So he changed to Stand Up Davy Crocco, and I said I'll show guns every time someone says that.
Why?
Because I respect and miss Davy Crocco, because he died thinking the shit I said about Drew and people was directed at him more times than I even realized.
Help me understand. Why do you find these little things and like create these?
I didn't create it. Those motherfuckers followed me around for almost a year saying Davy Crocco hated you, Davy Crocco hated you, and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Right, but now you create your own counter game that you're gonna show guns, quote unquote, every time they do it.
Well, that's why they quit doing it, isn't it?
I mean, probably, but still,
you
bro.
might say I won.
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying I won because you don't hear motherfuckers saying Stand Up Davy because they know I'll.
You're getting too close now again, you know, I mean.
No, it's spiritual fucking warfare. And you godless, uncircumcised Philistines. You godless, uncircumcised Philistines don't see that because your hearts are hardened to the truth.
Look, I'm circumcised, okay, bro? I don't know what that has to do with
dicks
anything.
again. He had to bring up dicks.
I'm just saying, like, I'm circumcised. I don't know what that has to do with anything, Tommy. Okay,
It's biblical.
Not a Philistine.
It's what David said about Goliath and his army when he rolled up on him.
Okay, well, are you saying I'm a fucking
uncircumcised Philistine?
Are you saying I'm a giant?
No, I'm saying you're nobody.
So then I'm not a Philistine. All right. So what are you even talking about? This is number 4. Tommy, a hypocrite.
It's talking shit. It's once again, I'm talking shit, and you can't discern it because you're autistic.
Put it on the chart.
Is this Isaiah or is this Zechariah now?
The burden of the word of the Lord of Israel, said the Lord, which drinketh.
This is current reality. This whole chapter.
Yeah, but it's Zechariah, right?
Yes, it is. Zechariah 12.
So,
Bible.
what do you think about this passage then, in relation to the
Well-
other one?
Well, what's happening? Yeah, they are directly happening right now because when we read through this, you see how the governors of Judah are as a sheath of fire, and talking about how they're basically being merciless, and the way the war is being, quote unquote war, whatever it is over there, I don't know what it is, but is being conducted. It all lines up with Zechariah 12, and then when we go to the end, it's just more stuff about the common, like, state of the world and how, like, men and women just don't get along right now, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's obvious.
this chapter is reality happening right now, and I just want some unbeliever to read that and tell me how it doesn't just click home.
It seems
How
forced.
is the Lord defending Israel right now?
He's not. He's not coming back until the whole world is turned on it.
That's what the chapter is saying.
Yeah, what Reddington is kind of harping on is kind of the two relation, because Isaiah 14, it seems like that's all about the victory of Israel, and then this one, it seems like it's about the victory of Israel. But if you see a lot of the other chapters, it's talking about the world coming to fruition, through the grace and salvation. And then in Zechariah 11, 12, it talks about how God broke his covenant. He says, I took my staff and I broke, because they slew the prophet in the temple, right?
Mm-hmm.
They slew Zechariah in the temple of all places. They committed an unholy act of murder against the prophets of the Lord, as they have done.
All the Bible does is loop these stories of Israel fucking up. Like, they even got so bad when they were in the desert that God was like, okay, all they have to do is look, and to worship me, all they have to do is stare at the staff with the snake on it. That's all they got to do. And they fucked that up. And so God was like, Abraham, fucking move out of the way and let me smite these people down. They keep fucking up. Let me destroy them. And he got God to change his mind.
You think that was the one true God?
That was the Nehushtan was a different event, though. I think you're getting them conflated with
that's two
Mount
different.
Sinai.
No, I'm saying there's lots of time where just like when he said, hey, talk to the rock, it'll give you water. And instead of talking to it, he hit the rock. It's like
Because
they
Moses
always...
interceded at Mount Sinai, and there's no snake staff then. That was
It wasn't even
Abraham.
Even that he hit the rock. It was that he took credit for making the water come out, motherfucker.
No, he was told to speak to the rock, and instead of speaking to it, he smote it.
He
You
took
don't know
credit.
your Bible.
Bro, look, read the story again. He says, I made water come out of the rock.
I
He was
don't need to see it again.
Look,
I've
getting
been
all up
taught
in his
all my
ego,
life.
okay? He got up in his ego and he had to go back in the damn desert.
You're also the guy that says the Bible was teaching us wrong.
What are you even fucking talking about? I stand mostly on the Bible, bro. I just said that it's been corrupted. That's all I said.
I think people just don't have good reading.
I still believe in the
comprehension
Bible.
skills.
I mean, are you here? Like, I argue about it all the time.
Yeah, you've tried to argue with me, and all you did was loop.
I don't know what you're talking about, but we can do that if you really want to do that.
No, I'm tired of you looping all night. But I'm saying, like, maybe I'm not talking about the story you guys are talking about, but there was a time the Israelites were wandering the desert, and they said, make us another golden idol because God's not helping us. And that's when all they had to do was stare at the staff with the snake on it. Because the Bible consistently shows that God has chosen that people as his lineage. They keep fucking up, and they'll fuck up until the end of the world. But when the end of the world comes, all kinds of Jews and Israelites will turn around.
That staff thing was because they had lost faith in the desert, and God sent fire serpents at them, is what it says. And then they had to look upon the bronze serpent on a staff in order not to die from the fire serpents.
And they still fucked it up.
Would other people's one God die from fire, or have people die from fire serpents?
And
I mean, Jesus said, Jesus said, if you know your children, you know what they need, right? You know.
This was before Jesus. This was pre-Jesus. This is Old Testament stuff.
He said you wouldn't give them serpents. You know what I mean?
No, you stop saying know what I mean, and don't say right.
Shame.
Hey, Tommy. I went.
This thing that happened with the staff and the snake, this was Old Testament pre-Jesus.
I have a question for those of you who have children. If your child makes a mistake or does something that you tell them not to do, how many chances do you give them before you throw them out of your house? I'm talking about like babies. They were just born. Kind of like Adam and Eve.
Like infinite?
What are you talking
Infinite,
about?
right?
Like infinite, bro.
Absolutely. So it's weird how our all-loving God gave us one chance. He told us this one thing we couldn't do, and then he just kicked us out and said, "Fuck y'all, you was cursed."
No,
It's weird how we're expected to be better than God for our own children.
I'm
No.
not cursed.
I don't think it went down like that. I think
God gave us the free will and the choice to join him, and that requires the ability to fuck up. It requires the snake is allowed in the garden. Yes, you can't have free will. You can't have free will in a safe padded room. You can't have free will in a safe padded room. Free will is the ability to do it wrong.
Yeah, you can't learn good and evil if there's no possibility of evil taking place.
But why do we have to learn good and evil if Adam and Eve already learned good and evil and were punished for learning it?
No, they already had
Shouldn't
it
we
good.
have it already? Shouldn't we
Well,
have
the
it
thing
already?
is, we wanted to learn good and evil, and by eating of the fruit, we became physical, thus capable. But
Well, we were physical, but we learned of the carnal knowledge of good and evil. Thus, we have to live with the effects of it.
I think
Like we could, whenever he started Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, if they would have kept it straight and denied the serpent, we'd still be doing that. But it's not that anymore.
Who did Adam and Eve's children marry in the land of Nod? What was the land of Nod, and why did it already have a king and a city there?
Oh, they've implied that despite hearing about Adam and Eve, since they split up they split up after rejection from the garden, they'd eventually meet back up, but allegedly they both went out, met other people that were outside of the garden, and that's where kids came from.
Apparently there was other people, because when Cain, kills his brother, you have Adam, Eve, Cain, and Abel. Cain kills Abel, and when Cain is being punished, he's saying, I can't go out there, right? Any man that sees me is going to kill me. So God puts a mark on his forehead so that the people out there don't
Not
kill him.
necessarily on his forehead, but he has the mark of Cain. Yeah.
I thought it was.
But I mean, the Bible says, I've never disputed we don't have the whole Bible. That's where a lot of Satan's short season comes from in that theory. But it said Adam and Eve were the first. It didn't say only.
Right.
So
it's
like
like,
first, how is there already an established city? They obviously weren't the first. They were a new people.
And Eden was Sumerian. Eden is Sumerian for walled off city.
Adam and Eve are antediluvian. That means fallen angels were lying with people. So you tell me,
I
bro.
haven't fully developed this theory yet, but there's a place in the Quran where it says that he made 8 cattle to be mates. So it's possible that he changed some cows into humans. I'm still working on that, though.
Why would he have to change cows into humans?
So you would shut up about the incest thing.
He could just create more humans, bro. God is not.
That's what I'm saying. He could just create humans.
That's the other thing. Why does God tell people? Why does God tell the Jews to go into some land, kill all the people, all the babies, all the animals?
That was Old Testament.
I covered this. Hold on, Tommy. Let me get my point out. Let me get my point out. Why wouldn't God just create a whole new land? He's God. He could just create a whole new land and just give it to him. Why do they have to go kill these people?
That's because it's not God.
Had to be established.
Thank you, Rand.
I'll let him go. I'll let him go. I'll wait.
God of the physical world is the devil. The God of fucking the spiritual world is the real God.
The devil.
Don't get your Bible study from these dipshits, guys. I'll wait.
Tommy thinks I'm wrong. I mean,
I'm gonna look up from the chip bowl and rock this answer. I've already covered this on Warp Church. Oh, is it my turn? Okay, once again, that is Old Testament, and when God commanded them to kill all of them, it is the same as when tribes were like, if you want to remove these false gods, you must destroy everything of them, so that idea does not remain, and that does not apply to us. It applied to them back then.
People, God doesn't need you to do it.
Yeah, you're questioning.
When God had to establish his
He didn't need
Yeah, you guys are saying, why didn't he just make us the way he wanted us to be? And that doesn't have free will or choice.
you to kill.
asking.
God could kill people whenever he wants, right? Sodom and Gomorrah didn't require any human intervention.
Yes, he did.
Disappeared
Yes, it did.
Why didn't he just disappear the whole place?
He commanded people what to do to Sodom and Gomorrah.
Usually murder
Because
people.
when you fight, you're also being tested.
Yes, he's giving his children orders.
But it's all selfish orders because he was the only Elohim that didn't get a piece of land with his slaves.
He's a jealous God. I don't worship
Israel
jealous.
had to be established.
Well, why not? He created you. He's commanding you to do a thing, and you say it's jealous as if you have the mind of God and can compete.
No, it's just that I don't believe that Yahweh is the one true God.
You are not the people or the time he commanded. This is back when you still sacrificed animals to cleanse your sins. This is pre.
Yeah, that was demonic. That was demonic. That
No,
was
it
a false
wasn't.
God asking for that shit.
No, it was pre-covenant. It was pre-covenant.
What does a spiritual God who has everything need blood sacrifices for exactly? Could you explain?
He doesn't need anything. He's not a
You're
he.
saying,
And
why
he doesn't
didn't
need
he-
worship, and he doesn't need anything.
Seal agreements.
He is a he.
Cut up animals and,
He is a
and like walk through the animals. Man created that at the initial start.
No, God was like, you will use the blood to cleanse of your sins. It was a process you went to priests and churches to do. You did sacrifice at an altar. This is why Cain got in trouble. Oh, God did not favor his vegetables and his vegan sacrifice. He favored Abel's, which was
So
the
back
correct.
then it was good, but now if you do it, we call you a Satanist, right?
Right, because Jesus' sacrifice was on the day of the most blood sacrifice of the year, as he became the last, final, greatest blood sacrifice. That's what ended it, and it's why the sacrifices continuing in the third chapel, the third temple, will be sacrilegious. Jesus, why? How am I the only guy rocking actual Bible study here?
Because not everybody accepts the Bible as 100% true.
Some of us.
Right, and those are the ones that want to mock and scoff and can't just give me my faith, but still mock it and question me like I'm stupid.
Those are the ones that seek humble truth before God.
Well, I see a lot of nitpicking.
Pride
and all of it
is
just to
the
deny
first
Jesus
thing, right?
Christ and
Pride is
everlasting
the
life.
primal
It
sin.
makes
There's
no
actually
sense.
Pride,
documentation on it being changed by Josiah.
Dead Sea
Find it very
Scrolls.
easily.
No,
No,
it's
that's all,
the way the Bible has survived would not allow it to be corrupted. You could never corrupt it. You could never get a hold of every copy, especially how much is the Hebrew translation. How many monks had to hide and memorize and keep it going. You could never corrupt all this.
Even the
Tommy, since
Proto-Aramaic
you're
version
such a
has to
since
be
you're
different
such a
than King
Christian
James.
person, I would like you to address pride. Can you address pride for everybody?
Yes,
in
it
general?
leads to the fall.
Oh, that's
Are
true.
you
Pride goeth before the fall. That's why these faggots are funny for having their little pride parade.
Do you think that you're a prideful person, Tommy?
When I'm faltering. But there's also a pride. There's also a pride that's good. Like even when I was a janitor, on behalf of my God, I took pride in being a janitor, and I cleaned things
Okay,
as
there's
if
a
I
good-
was doing it for God.
There's a good so there's also but there's a good pride. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Idle
Tell me
hands
more about
spend
that.
time at the genital.
I want to know more about that.
Well, sometimes you have to break down someone's ego for them to actually consider Jesus Christ.
And sometimes people got to get past their
Sometimes
ego to
that's
stop
all the time. That's
projecting
the
that we're in
whole
our egos.
modus operandi.
I accept Jesus Christ, but I don't accept Yahweh. That's all it is.
You don't accept what?
Yahweh.
And there is a lot of name debate. Even that Bear Independent guy, he's using a lot of Jewish terms.
They-
Wow.
they don't even know what Yahweh
Jew,
means,
the synagogue of Satan. That one, bro. You know what I mean? Your father, they say you are of your father, the devil, who is a murderer since the beginning. That's what Jesus said.
He couldn't be any more clear.
Yeah, he was talking to the Pharisees.
He was talking about the God of the Jews, straight up.
Their God is a murderer since the beginning. That's what he was saying.
That's true too. I mean, it's just
Yeah, and you're just like that.
actually thought Yahweh
That
was
is taking an out of context verse and just saying a thing. It's not talking about why he said it, who he said it to. This is why there's Bible study. In Bible study, you have to understand the context of the time, what the politics are, who is talking to who.
Tommy, it's supposed to be the living word of God, Tommy. It's supposed to be for every generation. It doesn't matter who they were talking to.
It is. It is. And when you think that you're going to read it front to back and get everything out of it, you're wrong.
I don't
know. That's why Jesse's girlfriend with the mousy voices, he's like, my girlfriend's read the Bible front to back 6 times. Yeah, read it front to back 6 times. You're just reading it like a book and you're not getting the study out of it.
My Bibles have been in my fucking cabinet for a while up here.
I've been tell.
Here speaking from the Bible all the time.
No, you're false profiting. I don't want to be in your false witness situation one day.
Is that possible to not read the Bible yet be able to quote from it every day, all day, different verses, different?
Are you saying you do that?
That is what I do. Yes.
I'm not going to entertain. You're Jack Talcotting. You're very Talcotting right now. Yeah. Even these people are calling bullshit.
Well, let's go. What do you want to know?
I don't want to talk to you.
I know every part of the Bible I need to know.
I honestly would not test Rant on his Bible knowledge. This guy can actually read it in Hebrew and shit. You guys don't have any idea.
Right, and every interaction I've had with him, he hasn't been able to answer his bullshit. Like, show me where it's teaching us wrong. Show me where they're like, it's supposed to say thou shalt not steal, but I put thou shalt steal. It teaches them wrong.
His best Bible reference to me was these nuts. Okay.
Right, that's very in there when he doesn't read it.
Yo, I just quoted the Bible 2 minutes ago, not even.
Too bad it's surrounded by so much of your bullshit.
Because you really don't know. That's the reality.
I just sat here and corrected all of you on
I literally speak in Bible quotes. Like
you literally do not. There's nowhere in the Bible that quoted "Not what I mean."
Look, I don't use the entire fucking verses, but I know the general idea of what I'm trying to put to you.
Right, the general idea of how you're trying to use out of context verses to tell us we were talking about.
To say you are of your father, the devil, who is a murderer.
Right, it's straight. What you said is straight from the Bible, and you're not telling us why that was said, who it was said to, and who said it.
I just told you it was fucking to the Pharisees when they were trying to convict
I think that's what I just told you, and you're trying to tell us our God is of the devil.
So you told me what it is, and now you want to know what it is?
No, I told you he was saying that to the Pharisees. You're telling us like you're telling us our God is the devil.
I broke out the Bible verse, right? You said that's not enough. I said
no, you're looping and projecting. You're telling me what I said when everybody heard what I said. This is how you're autistic. This is how you're autistic.
Right? So pull up the fucking page, like I said, and read it. If I'm not right, we'll find out. Let's test it, Tommy, instead of
cite the chapter and the verse.
Right?
Cite the chapter and the verse.
Google.
John 8:48.
Oh, no. You said you have it memorized. Tell me the chapter and the verse. I'm not Googling shit because that's AI. That's AI that could be manipulating the information. You said you have the Bible
AI
memorized.
was good, but you said AI was good, Tommy.
And I said when it's perverted.
No man is good. Only God is good. But you said AI is good. So is AI God?
I said AI. I say AI is something that is of God, and when it's perverted, it's of the dark.
Interesting.
That is kind of weird.
I'm standing by what I said.
I appreciate that you stand by it. It's just interesting.
Oh, thank you. And now I'm waiting for Mr. I've memorized the Bibles I don't read to tell me the chapter and verse of what we need to read.
I just told you what you need to Google to find the verse, and it's going to pop up boop, on your screen.
You told us that you have it memorized, so you're being sus as fuck.
I said I speak Bible verses from
And
memory.
you don't know the chapter, that you didn't memorize the chapter and the verse?
I didn't memorize the fucking verses. No, I didn't.
Listen, I know of pastors that tour the country that have memorized the entire Bible. It's very impressive that they just pace back and forth and they say, turn to this chapter, this verse, this, and they just know it. That ain't you, bro.
Bro, +1 for the freak, okay?
The freak you win.
He won.
Oh, well, I'm just, keeping like mild score, I guess. I don't know.
Could we? Could someone pull up the verse?
I Yeah, I
So
mean,
Tommy,
I'm gonna check on my dog, and you guys let me know the verse when you come back. My Bible is open.
Tommy forgot how to Google Bible verses.
No, I don't Google Bible verses. I got the Bible sitting in front of me. I got a guy that acts like he knows it, and he can't tell me the verse in the chat.
He just reads the cover and gets the knowledge he needs.
Topic, anybody?
Oh, what was that? What did you want someone to Google to find a verse or whatever?
Oh, I put
Your
Josiah
father
in the back
was
chat.
a murderer since the beginning.
John
Okay.
8:44. I was off by 4 verses.
It's fucking might not even be an exact quote, but like that's the
No,
idea.
that was pretty good. That was good enough. You know, I'm kind of in that same boat. Like, I'm a late kind of a bloomer Christian. I didn't find him until like I was like mid-30s, so I don't have memory verses under my belt, kind of a thing. So I'm not going to be
It's
that
like-
anal about that.
It's like, yo,
I smoke too much to remember much of anything.
you are of the synagogue of Satan. Like these are direct verse quotes. It's not the whole thing. It's just like it's the points that matter. Bullet points, bro. Do you know, like
context?
The Bible is big. You need a lot of fucking space to hold the whole Bible in your memory. You need more space for the numbers.
I agree.
If I remember fucking general ideas, I can pull it up.
Yeah, the memory was only meant to be a tool of survival. It wasn't meant to be forever anyway. You're supposed to forget things as soon as they no longer serve you for the purpose of survival.
Why do you think we
That's
got to keep researching? You know what I mean? We already had the knowledge. We got to refine it, and
If
then
you
we
need to
refine it.
remember something will trigger the memory. You ever notice
Yeah,
that?
that's the way my mind usually works. Or
Like,
I think
don't,
it's like
I
4
don't
hours.
remember anything until something triggers a memory. I don't think about like my memory like that.
I don't know if you ever seen me, but I could go on for hours from memory.
Yeah, I know you can.
I'm writing this shit down. You know what I mean?
My wife's like that. She's got like a mental filing cabinet she can go into and fucking pull shit out of. I don't have any of that.
Arpol, there's one thing I forgot about. I know you said that Mango Monster's going hard. Whenever I finished my show, I realized that before the show I started my coffee ice cream recipe, and then I was like, oh, the coffee ice cream is done. So coffee ice cream helped the Mango Monster.
Hey, T-Bell, we got Hank backstage, I think.
Oh, fuck yeah. I'm going to take a piss and start some french fries because Hank's coming up. Thanksgiving. It's Thanksgiving.
Ye are of your father, the devil, and the lusts of your father you will do. He was a murderer from the beginning and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar and the father of it. So,
is that for Tommy?
yeah, what do you think he's addressing here, Tommy? I mean, he's addressing the Pharisees about their father, the devil.
Yeah.
And then if someone could pull up the synagogue of Satan
Hank-
verse,
So the devil made Jews.
Hank would like to agree with Tommy, and so probably he's opposing your scorekeeping there.
I'm saying that the God that Jesus was opposing, the one who had the Jews operating
alien.
under the law and also in the occult, was the devil. And this is who
Adam and Eve are test tube babies.
So this is narcissism.
No, this is
No.
like literally the Bible. This is what Jesus is saying.
Well, it's also narcissism, but because it is about wrong and
It's
right.
not Gnosticism necessarily.
No,
'cause
it's not.
Gnosticism
It's
goes
not. But
into
you
a whole bunch of
But you
branches
can
of shit.
look at it. But you can look at it as a narcissist and say, "Well, this is about good and evil. This is about."
I mean, the whole Bible is about good and evil. If we use your terminology, anyone who reads the Bible is a Gnostic now, I suppose. Like, you know
well,
what I mean?
not necessarily. It's a Gnostic, yes, but not a narcissist, right?
The whole thing is knowledge, and you have to read the Bible to know it, right? I mean, technically, if we just say you need knowledge to be saved, well, you can't know about Jesus until you have knowledge of Jesus. So how the fuck, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Gnosticism is like
Everybody's a Gnostic, technically.
We shouldn't get lost in semantics, though.
But if you really want to know what Gnosticism is, it's a specific, right? It's a
Yeah,
specific school of study into this branch.
There's,
You know, it
there's many
involves,
flavors of that, just like anything else, though.
it involves the demiurge, you know what I'm saying? It involves all different kinds of shit. All right. There's a lot of shit going on. There's Sophia, there's fucking wisdom. They just, you know, there's Kundalini fucking
I
spirit.
should use my words more carefully next time. Okay.
I'm just saying. It can be misconstrued. There's Nag Hammadi libraries.
Because everything's connected, so everything kind of runs into each other.
I know thy works in tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich, and I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan.
Yeah, I'm missing the off there too. You read it. You
So,
almost
like,
read it.
all right, basically, right? Basically, you got Abraham who receives a covenant from God. And then this shit gets expounded by the Jews. So, I mean, like, technically, right? You got Jews here, but I mean, what are they referring to as the Jews back in the day? They're talking about the Hebrews. They're not.
Yeah,
the
first child of every Hebrew, or of everyone from Adam down to Noah's son, were all, in my estimation, test tube babies that didn't have like two parents, basically, and they were people made from dirt. That's why Genesis has people being made from light before it has them being made from dirt, because they were adding that part in to describe that there was two different types of people.
There's two creation stories. We got a seed war on our hands, ladies and gentlemen.
No, you just got a strong delusion. You're assisting with it.
I mean, it's not strong delusion. It's in the Bible, Tommy, and if you read the Bible, you'd know this.
Oh, don't even project that shit. You just said you
not
don't read the
projection.
Bible. I've been raised in it. I don't have it memorized. I was raised in it, and you're saying you don't read it.
I said I don't even need to read it at this point.
Very strong delusion. Very God of this world minded. The God of this world will make you feel like you're on the right path.
Hey, Tommy, if the Bible is the word of the one true God, why does it bring so many like different flavors? Meaning that there is like confusion, and meaning that not everybody agrees on what it says. Wouldn't everybody agree on it?
Because it's not the Bible that's the word of God. The truth is the
If you
word
read
of
it
God.
literally and change every time it says God to Yahweh, it makes a ton more sense.
It's not Yahweh.
That's how it was originally.
No, it wasn't.
So if you just change every God to Yahweh, then the whole book just it's a Yahweh instead of God. Now it makes sense.
It's not even
If
true.
it was too
Genesis,
easy, you would
have-
accuse him of being too
Listen.
simple to be God.
In Genesis, the word God is written as Elohim, which
We
doesn't mean
looped this. You looped this.
it's not Yod Hey Wah until like Exodus.
It's a word for
Multiple gods,
was-
plural gods, and it's the only time it says plural in the entire book context of one, and he stands on it every time.
Because originally it had a story of all the Elohim before King Josiah removed it to keep his kingship, because he had no heirs, and his brother had kids and was going to murder him for the crown. So
Yeah, but the
Josiah
Lord
changed
said
it
that
to
he
one
was a
king.
good king. So why would a good
Most rules
why would a good
out of all of
king
them
do
that were
anything
around that
harmful
time
to
after
the
he
Lord
started
if the
going
Lord
through
said
the
that he
book
was a good
Hezekiah
king?
did.
I
It
love it
says
when
let
there's
us
like
make
three
men
people.
in our image, right? In our image in Genesis.
No, we're
Let
made
us-
in God's image, and that doesn't mean 2 arms and 2 legs and a head. We're in God's image, as in we can show the essence of what He is and does. We can be that representative as people to our fellow man.
I'm trying to explain to you that in Genesis, the word God
You're
is
never gonna explain anything to me. You're looping your bullshit, and there's 7 other people I'm interested in hearing
Every
from.
single
to what I'm saying.
in
though.
every civilization worldwide had the same like type of story, and the newest one out of all the ones they have is the actual biblical account.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe I gotta
You'd
show you.
you'd think if the God of this world, had his way, he'd be out making near miss horseshoe close stories to keep you confused.
How do you know
This
that?
is why knock and ye shall find, or knock and the door shall open, seek and ye shall find. It's not just about the book. It's not just about church. It's not just about praying. It's about your personal relationship.
We agree with
I
this.
agree with that. I
Accept
agree with that
Elohim
100%.
as multiple gods. I
don't know how you just
want you to propose
disagreement
which gods you're working with
and
Yahweh.
then added in a
Propose
statement.
which gods you're
at the end
working
of
with
it.
Yahweh, so to make it more.
Is that another Tommy I win move where you like just at the end of your losing argument you just throw in something that we agree with?
Which gods were working with Yahweh? Bunny
I don't understand.
Christ.
Did anyone else catch that,
You
or am I
copied
crazy?
me. Go
Are we
ahead
gonna-
and find which
Yeah, I
gods
caught
were
it.
working
Am
with
I
Yahweh.
crazy?
No, you're right. You're right.
Taking notes. I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes.
Okay, all right. So Hank, what the fuck are you saying now?
Yeah, I couldn't
I'm
hardly hear
saying
him.
I will accept Elohim as multiple gods. I just want you to give us a list of gods that you think were working with Yahweh on
Well,
people.
Yahweh was a
Well,
minor
here's
league.
the thing. All right, the word Elohim in the Hebrew means mighty ones, right? It doesn't actually mean the Father. So, in this context in Genesis, I could accept that we have a situation where we have, for example,
think
the
a close
Father,
translation would
right?
say
And then
means-
we have Malachim, right, which are compared to man mighty, right? And so like it wouldn't surprise me if God had things he created and then used these things to create things, right? This wouldn't confuse me.
I find it strange that the
Identify
oldest
those things,
Bible.
please.
Holy
Yeah.
Like
Spirit.
you think God is past, like I mean, it even explains Jesus was with God in the beginning, creating as a master workman.
Yeah, so I accept the premise. I just want you to give us the gods, that beings you think were working with Yahweh.
That's how you could explain that there's not a
Any
Trinity.
of, any of them that have a name.
One is still valid.
Any of them with a name. Any of them
Because
with
we're
a
all
name.
the same species.
You know what I mean? Like in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with him, and the Word was him, right? All things were created through him, for him. So
If God
what we
wrote
got
the Bible,
going on
why
here,
would
we got God
whole thing
creating his son
or
and then
circular logic?
creating everything else.
From the Emerald Tablets of
Thus
Thought.
you have the plural word, Elohim, let us make man in our image.
Yeah, who were they? That's what I want to know.
The
I mean,
Anunnaki.
if you're asking me, I would say it's Jesus, God, and potentially others. We don't know if there's others involved.
Why humanize God?
Holy Spirit.
That would make it
You know what I mean?
fallible.
Like God creates everything, including that which is creating with God. And so we have a
It's just weird. I
here,
just
yo.
find it odd that there's a bunch of other just super beings and we don't know their names.
Hear me out. I know
El
this might,
Elyon, there's El Shaddai.
hear me out for a second. I know this might sound crazy, but imagine you have a spiritual world. Jesus is ruling over this spiritual world. God created it and placed Jesus there. That's his son, right? His offspring. Now, at the same time, let's say God has another son. This is one of Pops' potential theories. This son gets the earth. This is the devil, right? This is the physical reality.
He offered Jesus or Yeshua
Right.
that position, and then before he gets to answer, it suddenly cuts to another part of the book.
I mean, Jesus is in the desert, and the devil tries to offer him the kingdoms of the earth if he just bows down to him, and he refuses.
He never
this.
answered the offer. It's just sudden. 1 second he's being asked, the next second he's being thrown back out of hell.
Let's explore that. Let's pull up that verse and let's look at it, because I don't think it went that way.
Is it the Mormons or the Jehovah's
You didn't
Witnesses
turn
who
it
say
down.
that Jesus and the devil are twin brothers?
That
I know
chapter
one of
That's
those
Jehovah's
The concept
Witnesses.
of the devil and hell weren't
Yeah, I thought
created
so.
until the 18th.
But they also think that
by a
Jesus is
guy
Michael
that
the Archangel, so
his
it's like kind of weird. I don't know. I don't know how all that works. And
Oh,
at
okay,
the end
so-
of the day, I'm not certain on that one aspect, right? But like this is kind of an idea that like the devil falls to earth. He's a spiritual being. The earth is created. The devil falls to earth. And so now he's basically
Where?
given control over this earth realm.
Okay, so Jehovah's Witnesses have an answer, but you don't. Jehovah's Witnesses
I'm
say
not
the Elohim
saying
are the
that.
angels.
Listen, I don't know
And
what
you
the
don't
fuck
know.
you're on right now. I'm telling you what I believe. It has nothing to do with Jehovah's Witnesses. My
Yeah, I'm just
personal.
saying they have an answer and you don't.
So I don't understand what you're talking about. Their answer is
I know
not
you don't
necessarily
understand.
my
That's why
answer.
I'm trying to get you out of this loop.
And I'm just saying that we have a potential thing to evaluate.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I can
Well,
talk about things that I don't fully believe, right? I can speculate here. Is that a thing?
Yeah,
Or
you
we have to,
can
is
speculate.
it
I'm
court
asking you to
or
speculate.
a panel?
I this is the third time I asked you. I was asking what would you say the Elohim is?
Yeah, it's plural, right? Mighty ones.
Okay.
That's what it translates to technically.
Yeah.
Mighty ones or sky beings.
In the Paleo Hebrew, it would be Elohim, right?
Yeah.
And then you have the singular, which is Eloah, right? And in the Paleo Hebrew, it's Allah.
Yeah. So
I
we can
thought
make
the-
we can
God
get this
in the
clear.
singular,
The
I thought
Jehovah's,
the original Hebrew is
Jehovah's Witnesses would
Aramaic.
But
say
now
that
you
it's the
also
angels,
have-
and you would say you have no idea. Is
Now
that
you
correct?
also have all capital Lord in the Bible, and that word is Yod-He-Wah-He, which is a name that I don't claim to actually know, but there's many different variations of what it could be. You've got
All sung by
Yahweh,
man.
you've got Jehovah, you've got
Basically,
Yahuwah,
Yahweh
Yahweh,
knows its
right?
origin as far as a name.
So then you also have a redacted form of that, which we can speculate. Some people have said that this is Jesus and God. I don't know. You've got it saying
He
Yah.
says, "I am who I am," as if he's saying, "What's it matter
So
who I am?" You know.
when Moses is being addressed in Exodus 13, he says Ahaya Ashar Ahaya, which means the existing one who caused existence. So, like, you got to understand, in the Hebrew context, a name was the character of the being, right?
Assigned by man.
Huh?
It's not my man.
Yeah, like, I mean,
right.
But at the end of the day, like when Jacob becomes Israel, it's because his character changed. When Jesus Christ comes to you and he says that, you know what I mean, he comes in the name of the Father, he's coming in the Father's, the Almighty God's character to demonstrate to us what that would be.
Sounds
so
like a
that
big
we can
nerd
separate the difference between what a false God would be and what God would be like. And so he demonstrated that God is benevolent. And then knowing that, you got to do a little bit of connecting the dots with, you know, evaluating what the Jews who are being accused of following the synagogue of Satan.
Can I just? I've
Right?
been handling something and listening to this. Can I just do a mic drop as I pass by, casually doing things around my house? You say that it's Elohim, meaning mighty ones, right?
That is correct, Tommy.
Let's think of every archangel or major angel. Like, God knew the full circle before he even created all this. Now think about every name of loyal angel, higher ranking archangel, and compared to the fallen ones. Michael, Gabriel, and then who fell? Someone without L.
So
I
don't
didn't
get
really
it
mean
twisted,
to rhyme
bro.
that.
I literally said, bro, it might have been the Malachim. And
I
that means
don't care what you said, except
messenger.
to tell you
The
you're
Holy
wrong a
Spirit,
lot.
because God but is it's spirit. Also angel. That's the same word. It means messenger. Angel, the word angel means messenger.
Well, they can be used as messengers. There's ranks.
Face.
Or
It makes
Mala.
sense we had to
You know
wear
what I
a
mean?
mask. Or
I'm saying look at their individual names and what angels' names end in L and what roles they play compared to the ones that don't have that name. All the fallen angels and high-ranking demons do not have L in their name.
Like
Well, the
Metatron,
demons have L too,
Metatron
though,
and
you know?
Satan, they don't have those names, but they were
The
Azazel.
scapegoat had L in his
They
name
were
too.
They changed their names, dude. They were
We call him
Azazel.
whatever we want until he tells us what his name is going to be in Zechariah 14.
Lucifer didn't, or they didn't change
No,
their names to
Lucifer
rebel.
never changed his name. Satan never changed his name. Really?
I mean, Satan came in every name under the sun, basically, bro.
Right? Come on, dude.
You know,
Right, but he has ranking demons, and they still go by what they were before they were
Dude,
fallen.
that was not the issue that we were talking about.
Either way,
Boy, you're a
right?
pedo boy.
All right. So either way, right?
You see how I'm as irrelevant as you're being, boy? You're a pedo. I'll just reply with you're a pedo.
Plural word appearing in Genesis as a singular word. That's my point. And I claimed that it could be
because God is spirit.
It could be God and his sons, which would be the angels, right? I mean, sons of God.
Yes, because that's the only thing I'll accept. The entire Bible is context of one true God, and you're hung up on this Genesis thing every time you loop it.
What I'm saying, bro, you're not understanding. You're like, you're disagreeing with me on something that we agree on, honestly, this whole time. You're just not listening. You just want to fight. You want to fight, Tommy. You want to fight. You know what I mean? If you want to fight, you're going to have a fight. But You're not going to learn.
It's all vanity, really. But you know, if
Somebody
this is
should help
keeping,
this man,
if this is
please.
keeping someone away from Jesus Christ and eternal life, I think that's insane.
It's not keeping me away. It strengthens my faith to understand what we got going on.
Well, unbelievers.
Why would this turn unbelievers away? They're not even looking at the book.
That's all through the
Stockholm
bullshit.
syndrome.
They didn't even
Yeah,
read
I like to be-
unbelievers.
No, they read the Bible intensely.
I mean, there are unbelievers that read the Bible intensely.
Hell, I've been ordained since 2001.
If your interpretation of Elohim is you know, a spirit of God and Jesus with a couple of little boy angels running around, keeping you away from the relationship of Jesus Christ and you, it's insane.
What are you trying to say?
I've seen evidence that Yeshua's story was basically half copied from the Celtic Galatians and their god named Iesus or whatever. And
Are you reading the Corbin Bible or some shit, bro? What are you talking about?
their religion into Christianity.
Talking about
early
bro?
18
Are you reading the Colburn Bible?
No, I'm.
Where has
quoting
that
from
God
Hebrew. I'm
manifested
staring at
in
the
the
You
wall.
reading the Orlinda? Like, what are you reading, bro?
I'm staring at the wall right now. If you
All right,
mean
so what are
at
you
the
talking? What book are you talking about? The Colburn Bible, the
all
Orlinda?
the historical records that all these holy people and clergy keep, the real evidence that beyond the Bible in
But
context.
there is speculation, bro. There's a lot of
Interlinear.
Irish names in the Bible,
It
right?
all matches up
like Dead Sea
except
Scrolls?
for the current version, basically, of the Bible.
Where has that God manifested in the or what has that God manifested in the earth?
What God?
The whatever one he's talking about.
I'm just saying that
gotta
the
understand,
only
look.
God in the Bible is mortal.
Here's the crazy thing, right?
The Hebrews and then the GG worker people that they brought with them, the long scald things that you can go to South America and
What
sometimes
are you
get
on,
lucky.
bro?
Say what?
What the fuck are you on right now?
So the Hebrew swam over to South America, grabbed a copy
No,
of somebody
had
else's
ships.
book.
You're still thinking like caveman bullshit. That's all nonsense.
What are we trying to get at?
They sailed over to South America from let's
Dude,
just say
you can track
Iraq.
the Hebrews all the way from where they originated, post-Diluvian in Ararat, which is in Turkey, Armenia, whatever you want to refer to that area as. And I mean, Genghis Khan and all of them, you can trace it to them. Why do you think most of the world has like the Genghis Khan gene? It's because that was the gene from the Hebrew tribes.
So what is the Genghis Khan gene?
Genghis.
So it's not a bloodline, it's a gene.
87% of the world has the
So it's
same genetic signature as
So
as
it's not a
Genghis Khan.
bloodline; it's a gene group. Okay.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
Probably
I mean, 81% of the world has it. How do you know it's fucking related to Genghis Khan and not someone else?
No, dude, it's a gene group. It's not a bloodline. It's just
that doesn't make Genghis Khan.
It doesn't make any sense.
One of
Does it?
81% that has.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yo, Genghis Khan has a genetic that most of the people in the world have. Therefore,
which if you break it down
everyone's related to
it's
Genghis
impossible
Khan.
unless
What?
we're an entire different
It
race.
definitely has nothing to do
Bro,
with
that's
you
so
and Jesus
retarded.
Christ.
It goes with the elites.
That
Like,
is retarded, bro.
No, there's other types of human beings other than just the ones that the
It
Hebrews
sounded retarded. It
Yeah, do
sounded.
you know how many other people also have that gene? Probably.
80-some% of the
Yeah,
planet.
dude, and it sounded
Right.
like a
So
trap,
let's
but
take
fuck
everyone
that,
who's
dude.
famous.
But
There's
you can,
probably even more
but
famous.
they say it's
than
that, but you
Genghis
can
Khan.
listen. You can, the reason I brought it
This
up
is the
because
minutia that
in
believers
South
spurg
America,
on, but
there's
boy, it has nothing to do with you and Jesus Christ.
Yo,
Nothing.
listen, that's because Jesus probably didn't exist. But that's beside my
What are
point.
you even talking
Not
about?
the biblical one, anyway.
Yeah, like Yeshua.
He's talking about a lot
would
of things.
have to be who
throw
it
them in
was,
together
but
like soup, and it
for
tastes like
instance,
shit.
if
but
you
can
take the
still
story
call
of
it a
Odin,
soup. You can
it's
call it
almost
gourmet.
identical to
That's what Aaron
Yeshua's
Corbin
story.
is trying to do.
No,
Gourmet soup. Yeah.
It's
I'm
not.
trying to get out something I'll probably never
Some
get out
people
because
seem to be
y'all
victims of every
threatened by it
single
that
conspiracy theory that just floats down the pipe.
no, you can actually trace using Genghis Khan's
That's
own
what
like
the fuck you're doing,
book
Aaron.
that
is what
he's
the
written
fuck you're
down.
doing.
You can see how he went to America, and that explains that part. They just sailed over. It wasn't a secret.
But wait a second, I thought it was the the Africans that were over here first or something.
Retarded, bro.
Like, I'm getting confused now. Which revisionist history is the wrong revisionist right history? Now I'm like really confused.
All of it's half truth and half narrative, written by the Jews. There's a reason that 90% of all publishing companies on the planet are Ashkenazi owned.
Yeah.
Even,
I mean,
the
when I
shit
listen
that
to
our
it like
kids
it's
have
poetry,
on
I actually get a new. When I listen to you and
No.
think of
You
it
can
as
trace
poetry, I get a
Genghis
new
Khan
appreciation for
the
whole
all the way
expression.
to Germany
We
with
get
the
it, we get it.
of Charlemagne, just so that they could take over the papacy.
You talking about me,
even
boy?
with the Jesuits,
We get it, bro. We
you
get
can
it.
see the passage.
Charlemagne, the papacy, the little hats did it. We get it.
So
Not necessarily.
Israel
The
and the Jews were scattered across the
that
world, and they
infiltrated the little
co-opted
hats
every single culture into this
200 years after
Bible.
the Elohim left.
Can you see what's going on right now in the world? Hello?
Yeah, it's
All right.
It's
So
all
where does your fuckery relate to that exactly?
couldn't
Where
get
have you guys heard that style of hello before? An effeminate,
ringing a bell.
fat, gorilla-lipped man. Yeah, your daddy.
It's actually a
Hello?
It's a sad guru hello, actually.
Sad gurus.
Fuck Sab. That's Talcottian as fuck. Fuck Sab Guru.
I don't care, bro. I like his hello. All right. So
I know you like it.
hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, you got the Antichrist
Hello?
spirit.
It's sad guru with a New York accent. Okay. That's where I got it.
That's
Been
disgusting.
doing it for years. Me and the wife. Hello? Hello? It's great.
Well, you and Obama have something in common with your wives. You know that, right?
That's you.
I don't have a wife. And if I did, she wouldn't have a dick.
That's you.
That's you.
Her with the penis. The lap dance is so much better when the stripper's crying.
Not my favorite bloodhound.
Look, Tommy, do you believe men can have babies out of their
No.
butts?
No, but
then,
I believe that pee is stored in the ball sack.
if my wife is a man, right? Let's entertain this insanity for 1 second. If my wife is a man, how did we have 4 children? If you
The
don't
same way
believe-
Obama has kids.
Oh, you think I Obama'd my kids?
I think you Obama'd your wife.
Do you think I have Illuminati money to make fucking test tube babies? Like 4 of them?
Gay crackhead.
I live in the woods, bro. Do you think I'm making test tube babies? In
Oh,
the woods?
I know you live in the woods.
Totally
yeah.
Obama your kids, dude.
So let's do the math, bro. How much is one test tube baby exactly?
Obama's kids aren't test tube babies.
Free if they're from the Elohim.
They're not test tube
They
babies.
needed workers.
So how did he get them? If his wife didn't make them,
They're half
half
him. That's why Enki, the actual physical
Enki
creator,
did it. Enki.
he was
Enki, the
Sumerian,
Sumerian false god Enki made Obama's babies. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying
He's packing,
he
man.
the line of Adam all the way down to Zeasudra's son, which
See,
is
this is what happens with this truther community that tries too hard. How about they're just not their kids?
I don't
You
know,
guys-
but some,
Oh my
some
god!
people
Oh my
believe
god! Was
every
that so
conspiracy
hard?
theory.
Like I
It's-
feel like I'm just
Why
here
do
to
they believe every single thing that floats down the pipe?
generation.
You guys
Like,
are retarded.
Listen, I didn't believe that Michelle had a penis until she
I'm
danced
retarded
on
for
Ellen,
being-
and now you can't. Now I can't unsee her dick flopping on Ellen.
Okay,
right.
Well, we are communally retarded.
Because
Right.
at first
Hip
I'd
hop
already
fell out.
heard, I'd already seen the senator that said, yes, I wanted Coke. Obama said he could get me Coke, and when we went and got Coke, I had to suck his dick after I did it, and I did. I was like, okay, that sounds weird. Then I saw her dick flapping on Ellen. Now you can't. Now I
think
can't
that guy
unsee
was
it.
a congressman.
Tommy, that was some of the gayest shit.
He was something. He was. Yes, it was very gay, wasn't it, Rance? I wasn't in the story, was I?
I just heard you tell it from first.
Yeah. Did I say I was there, or did I say I heard this guy vouch for it?
You said you did it.
Now I know you're
didn't
giving
know
me
until
credit.
after.
You embodied it. You took on the whole part.
That's you.
Yeah, you
That's actually another
took
win
the
for
role
me.
of first person. You took the first person role, right? You took.
Yeah,
the
that's
first
a win for me in my book. I mean,
I
right.
did not.
one
I
loss
did
for
not say. I
Tommy.
did not say I asked Obama to get Coke for
Yeah,
me. I did
taking
not
notes.
say I
That's
sucked
a
Obama.
10-point minus from Slytherin, okay?
there's also that guy, that dude that Obama hooked up with that was smoking crack with him. That was on
Yeah, male
that
prostitute.
ex-reporter guy's show.
Okay.
Tucker.
And I have never watched or read a Harry Potter. I've never seen a single movie.
That's
You
good. I'm
mean
going to use
Tucker
bad
Carlson?
references, and you'll have no idea what I'm even talking about.
No, I'll have an idea that I respect you even less for resorting to Harry Potter bullshit.
Bro, I'll do whatever I want.
I think
Okay.
ghosts are well explained by the whole.
Hey, Dominic Tersigny, some guy that's hailed as something around here when you're the one with me blocked. And with all due respect to TML, I do not give a fuck if the Quran has a poetic harmony to it.
That's because you're a muggle.
I don't know what that means.
I know you don't.
And you said it, so I don't care.
Okay.
A Moogle? I know what a Moogle is. I've played Final
No,
Fantasy.
not a Moogle. You're a muggle.
I mean, he basically called you a goyim. Basically,
I am a goyim. We're all goyim.
I think that's
Biden is
actually
a
the
more.
definition. That's the definition of a muggle. He don't know what's a muggle, and
He's a muggle.
That's what I like about goyim. It's Jews say everyone's an N-word. It's goyim. And I can say, what's up, home goy?
Some of them call us Amalek, and
You don't say that, all right? You don't say that.
Kind of sounds like a Japanese word.
Hey, you
for
don't say that.
You don't say that.
This house is a family of learned doctors.
I just got done watching Shark Week. Did you lay this shit on me?
I'm not gonna look like we're getting along. I'll give up that movie to not get along with you.
if only we could get along, Tommy. I mean,
That's your fault.
Karate in the basement, Tommy?
No, Voy, longer than Rance has, Voy has intended to make sure we would never be cool.
Tommy,
And
do you
I'll
want to do karate in the basement?
I used to do karate in the dojo.
Do you unbelievers think that you are not worthy of anyone else judging your flesh but yourself?
Look, Tommy, you got to call me Dragon. And I'll
Yeah,
call you
that's very God of this world, isn't it, DeFreak?
I don't think anyone really
It's
has.
okay, DeFreak. When you're defending Jack Talcott, do you realize that he's telling you to see to yourself for your salvation? And I don't think you're noticing that he says that type of shit.
I noticed, but he still says the name of Jesus Christ, and he's still seeking. So I don't really.
Do you know how many false prophets are going to say the name? Even the demons know Jesus' first name basis, and they believe he exists. They're still demons.
Jack Talcott.
Yeah,
is
but
like
Jack
total
has
jerk.
the heart of the Lord, and even more than you.
No, he doesn't.
It's
Sure he
strange.
does.
Look, it's very
Sounds like
hard.
one of the plastic Jesus guys.
Very hard to figure Jack Talcott out. Okay, that's number one. Okay.
I've got him all figured out, except for what he did to his
I
son.
don't think so, Tommy. I don't even think Jack Talcott has Jack Talcott figured out. Okay.
No, he doesn't. I do.
agree with that.
I have Jack figured out better than he does. That's why he tells me I'm focusing on disagreements and my opinions, and he doesn't even get it.
Or you might also just be obsessed with one more person. So
No, I might be well-traveled and well-versed in people.
I don't know. To study Jack Talcott that deeply does take,
It doesn't take much study.
I'm just saying. I've
He's
noticed a few
progressed
things.
a lot. He went from basically saying he had no affiliation or belief in Jesus to now he's like, he's on his job. At least he's learning about it.
I watch him rip off and try to get close to what he hears me say. But DeFreak, I'm saying you're sitting up here tonight all night. I've been like, DeFreak's on top of some biblical shit. DeFreak's on biblical shit. And I don't get why you have so much that you see in him that I don't. I think he's an Antichrist spirit.
So
I think he's seeking. I think his heart is the biggest fruit that I am making that decision on because
I don't think he's seeking because he is angered and pushes away what me and other believers try to show him he's doing wrong. And I'm surprised, as biblical as you've been, you don't see the vagrant things he contradicts in the Bible.
But Tommy, that's
I'll make you a deal. I'll start asking him more about actual Bible verses, and we'll go from there.
Tommy, that's actually you,
It's a
though.
start. It's not.
You know what I mean? Like what
It's
you
not.
just
I
jack up.
just sat here like school, and I'm not going to be TML about this. I've been sitting here saying, why do you guys not see what I'm telling you?
Why do you not see
And,
that you are
and
doing
all you have done is loop your chalkboard fucking bullshit because you're obsessed with me.
You get angry too. just like Jack. You go crazy off the handle.
Oh, we all get angry. I'm not angry. I'm not angry tonight.
But
who will say they've never been angry from the chat to this panel? Who will say they've never gotten angry?
Never gotten angry.
Everybody here in the panel understands your anger, but it's not everybody's main quality.
Isn't it funny how you and your boyfriend team up to overtalk each other? You guys overtalk each other saying you're bullshit. You're like a couple.
Two people on an open panel talking to you is not me and my boyfriend.
When something threatens their reality.
Well, it's the fact that you're both always talking at the same time and you think I'm listening when you're both talking.
And,
Tommy,
yeah, and we let each other speak, from every now and then.
It's not true at all. All right.
That's you.
No, it's not. It's not me.
I love that. That's you. I love that.
I know. I'm showing you guys how irrelevant it is. That's when I fling it back at you. You're using a Talcottian, and even your daddy uses it. Like Talcott is your brother. Talcott is your brother because your daddy uses that's you.
Listen, that's you is the greatest thing ever. Okay.
No, it's the most irrelevant bullshit thing that either side can say. It means nothing. You guys have made it mean nothing.
But that's you.
That's you. See?
You know what I mean?
You just regressed. You just regressed to the D word when I stepped in, dude.
No, is what it is this is what I've done with the N word. See, on the positive side, I've shown these black people that we can just liquefy the market with N words till they're irrelevant, and you've done that with that's you.
So, am I a genius?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Being, tell me.
You're obsessed with me.
I'm obsessed with you.
Mm-hmm.
That's you.
Go check how many marks you put on your chalkboard, and that's your obsession with me.
Tommy, I don't even have a chalkboard. And the fact that you think I do just further instills the solidity.
You're right. You're right. I shouldn't believe anything you say. You're right.
But, you shouldn't believe I have a little tiny chalkboard that I'm keeping score with at my desk.
So I should call you a liar when you say that?
Because he's looking at the background.
Look, I'm telling you that I don't have the chalkboard. So if you want to call me a liar, go ahead.
You're a liar. You said you had a chalkboard earlier. You're lying.
Okay.
Now the chances of me ever believing any of this biblical bullshit is slim to none.
You got me, bro, on the fake chalkboard deception.
Oh, I've had you since the shape of the planet. I've had you on everything.
You lied about the blackboard. Oh, dude, you lied about having a blackboard. Wow.
Guys, I'm going to be a big enough man to say I'm not out of steam, but I'm not going to be able to offer anything with these two dipshits. And I think you guys will handle it as you always do when Rants clouds this panel with whatever it is he ejaculates from his mouth.
That's you.
Yeah, you got a bigger, better deal. We understand.
To any of my, not my followers, but truth seekers, opening face scene speculate. You guys are going to help me community grift. We're all going to agree how I should grift the face installs of the opening.
Where in the Bible does it talk about an afterlife other than Sheol?
Where in the Bible does it talk about what?
I can teach you all about it.
Sheol.
I can't hear you because some asshole keeps talking like he's obsessed with me.
Jack Talcott can teach you all about the grift. Okay?
No, you learned it from
Got it down
Jack.
pat. Do a little bit of hypnosis, do a that's you, and then boom, you get like $5.
Are you guys done with
You know who also is great at grifting? Flow State is a grift sandwich. He preys on old senior citizens and shit that have like SSI checks.
No, Flow State is all about the algorithm, YouTube being for money. That's his thing to do. All he has to do is leave it out of me.
You know what I'm saying?
He's just using the Fight Club model. I mean, it's,
You mean verbal combat, only stupider? Yeah.
It's not even.
Now, I will give it, because of Flow State and because of verbal combat and how much I don't respect their stupid fiat game, I will be the one to invent like an honorable pay menu that makes sense, that doesn't get me paid over bullshit.
Bro,
and it doesn't allow the chat to ruin a good fight, but will still give you the chance to effect with fiat. I'm just gotta.
You know
I
what
gotta figure it
pay-per-view
out.
is? This is pay per simp. Okay, that's what flow state is. It's not verbal combat, just pay
Say
per
what you
simp.
want. It causes audience participation. Say what you want.
Well, I'm just saying, like Tommy wants to grift. That's the model, obviously. Pay per simp, pay per mod power, whatever kind of stroke egos. I don't know, like that's the model, right? I don't know how to grift. I'm not a grifter. Trying to
Well, when
direct
you
it
watch a
towards-
movie or when you watch a TV show, we always kind of associate with one character or another. All it is basically capitalizing on that.
I've noticed 9 times out of 10 the bad guy is created by the hero directly in some way.
So, but the way that a very important quality of flow state, because you say like I couldn't do it, how does he do it? Very important aspect there is like the lack of emotion. It's not like he has no emotion, but he can easily switch it off, and so that's part of the secret.
He's not good at it. He turns red and shit, bro.
No, but then again, he does it. He does it. He might not be.
He's not
He
good
might not
at
be
it.
the. He might not be the best at it, but he's good at it. You
If
cannot.
you try to read people, you could see someone who's rattled and pretending that they're not rattled.
That's okay. That's okay. Still, he does it. Still, he does it. He does
He
it the way.
pretends that he's not rattled. That just means you can't trust him. He's over there masking everything he fucking feels.
That's okay. He does what he does, and he does it
It's called
without
masking, bro, and it's dangerous.
I will praise flow state, dude. Just
Can't trust no motherfucker that acts like that, bro. You never know who you're dealing with.
That's okay. That's okay. I mean, I don't pay. I'm just there for the fun. It is fun.
That's why it's the perfect place for the trolls. To creator snipe each other. It's actually pretty fair, in my opinion. But
I'd say so too. Yeah.
How many times do you think Tommy's going to mention me in the chat after he just left the panel? Just to prove he's not obsessed with me.
I thought it got quieter in here.
That was a +2, I guess.
Oh well.
Maybe he sees you as competition.
I'm still looking
Bro,
for.
I swear, bro, he's bringing me back to like nostalgia, high school, like crazy ex-girlfriend vibes, bro. You know what I mean?
Especially the girl part. Yeah.
I hate when they just show up at your house and stuff.
Not so much the ex or the friend.
I mean, you don't think about it.
Especially the crazy part and the girl part. Yeah.
Bro,
he does sound like
women are never wrong. They're always fucking yelling. They're always angry at the slightest fucking thing, right? They say they're not obsessed, and then they sit there and fucking text you after they leave. I'm just saying. Totally getting the obsessive ex-girlfriend vibe.
Zechariah 12:14.
What's the relevance of it?
Just talking about, wives apart, families apart, current state of men and women.
Yeah, but how is all the government's not been stoking that every aspect of what you just said, actually?
Well, if that's the case, and it probably is, part of the subversion, he's telling you what's going on. Like he knew.
Who is? Like there was an unknown number of writers of the Bible, so.
Well, that's in Zechariah specifically, so he knew that. He told it to Zechariah.
What's Zechariah's significance?
He's a Old Testament prophet.
And what gives his visions that were likely attained tripping on LSA from brown rye bread, basically, that may or may not have been stale. That makes your trip pretty easy. How do you know it's not just someone tripping out on LSA?
I can't pull anything out of the top of my head right now, but
I mean,
it's
they
a good
did
question
eat
because
rye bread back then, or rye bread that's unbleached. We get bleached nowadays.
Yeah, it's actually a good question because I don't know exactly how the Hebrews or the Jewish people decided which prophets to make part of their books or not, because I'm sure there was plenty of other prophets that didn't make the
around
cut.
for thousands of years. A lot of the books, in some way, shape, or form, just like all the words of Jesus, just about came from the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, the Atlantean, supposedly.
Yeah, I'm not buying that at all.
what
But
source do you get
somehow they had
tablets
some
of
way
fake.
of knowing which ones were true and which ones were not. I don't know what
Emerald
that was
tablets
though.
is fake. They come from the Greeks.
No,
And
there's
they actually don't have them.
for
by the
that.
way.
If it
So,
came
like,
from
the
anywhere, it
text
came from
comes
us.
from the Greeks, but there's no actual tablets of Thoth. Like, they don't actually have any tablets of Thoth anywhere.
There's story of it, but yeah,
The stories the Greeks
word,
claim
just like
to have
Jesus
gotten the
only
information
spoke
from them, but the
living
text
history.
is all Greek and it's all translated, and there's no actual tablets of Thoth.
Well,
Just
yeah,
saying.
the Ming Dynasty, the Egyptians, the Phoenicians, and the Red Sea, Mount Sinai,
Well, the
Rothschild,
Phoenicians ended up becoming the
JFK,
Venetians.
Bay of
You could
Pigs,
be certain,
JFK,
you could be certain when any truth
Masons, Illuminati, Illumitami. I mean,
any
yeah,
truther that
you're
mentions
right.
the Emerald Tablets of Thoth is not a good researcher because they're not valid or credible at all.
That's your opinion.
No, it
Warren
literally makes
Commission.
you a clown. It goes to show you haven't done any research at all.
Oh, I've done plenty, actually.
Trilateral Warren Commission,
Try
Bay
again.
of Pigs. Iran
I don't
Contra.
have to try again. Like I
Try,
know.
try again. You did it wrong or something. I don't
Know the
know.
history. No, you're just like what, 2 years of truther now? 3, maybe?
Yeah, I'm 2 years a truther. Sure.
I've been truthing since I've been started reading.
Yeah,
like,
it took me
on
2
my
years
app.
into COVID to figure this shit out,
8.
Cornbit.
I'm 39. I started when I was 8, and I started mostly from books in my house because I kind of grew up in the library, and my dad's notes because he was into this shit his whole life.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know what you were reading, but you need to read deeper into the
Everything.
Emerald Tablets
Literally.
of Thoth because that's what we're talking about. They're not credible. They're not
I
valid.
agree.
There's no tablets.
That
Comes
sounds like
from Greek
fun opinion.
antiquity. Doesn't come from Egyptians like it claims. It's no greater of a source of information than like reading the lost teachings of ages by Blavatsky. Like there's no difference.
They've both been published in books, so
It's like a fan fiction of Egyptian knowledge.
as far
You know what I
as
mean?
as far as the truth goes, you can't be sure of either because you didn't see the origin of either one of them.
I'm just saying there's no actual evidence to support the existence of any Emerald Tablets of Thoth.
There's no
If you
actual
believe
evidence
that was
to support
true,
Jesus
all that
actually-
revision history that you just said about all the other stuff is not true either. So it's
What
all a
stuff?
wash.
What
all
stuff?
that stuff about the Mongols coming into America.
Oh,
and,
there's evidence of
Jews
it.
floating,
Read Genghis
Jews
Khan.
floating over to South America. I mean,
Oh, no,
come on, man.
There's plenty of evidence there. There's a ton of fucking material on it just on people that are bringing up historical documents. Like they're showing the actual.
So how is that right? But then all
I
the
don't know
stuff
why
that
you
we
think the
have
Jews were Mongolians.
on the other stuff is wrong.
The Phoenicians, they were
Because
the
the Bible
Vikings, they were the
is
fucking
knowingly by many people that are in the whole history racket that it fucking basically was just copied from older texts or the story of the Hebrews and their enslavement by space aliens that basically taught us everything that we use in society to this day, including
go?
why we are biased towards men ruling because
Where'd the aliens go?
This is complete like woke madness.
No,
like
it's
this is
documentable
It's
fact.
legitimately like.
So you think that women should be in charge?
This is woo-woo agenda propaganda.
So the evil aliens taught us that men should be in charge because the women were going to plow the fields instead of us.
They got their good ones and their bad ones, but they created the Hebrews to be their workers. There was already humans here, or humanoid.
Here we go, bro. Graham
So
Hancock.
the
on
Hebrews
mic.
were the slaves, but they were out floating over to South America and hanging out with the Mongoloids, right? And they stole everything and then brought it back to Israel.
No, Mongolians
and
are way fucking
preemptively created a narrative, and then they backfilled it in some sort of conspiracy to control all the people and their thinking. That's about right.
Only if you're retarded like yourself. I can't really see any other way that would fit.
Well, I'm trying to understand.
I mean,
I'm
if
trying
you
to
would stop
understand.
talking over top of me every time I said any actual facts with nonsense like this, then
What do you mean facts? What do you mean facts? It's an emerald tablet. Where's that at?
They don't exist, bro.
all over the internet. I mean, you can buy it off Amazon right now.
They're not real.
Then why do they contain shit from all over the world and demonstrably, like Tesla, his
The Greeks
technology,
compiled
like,
the occult knowledge and called it the Emerald fucking Tablets of Thoth, bro. It's just occult knowledge put on paper.
not necessarily. There's some of it that's
No,
original.
no, absolutely necessarily. It's like the
With the
Hermetic
exception of
Principle.
Eastern.
I'm familiar with the Emerald Tablets of Thoth.
But the Paleo Greek came from the alien Greek.
There's references in the Emerald
Well, you
Tablets of Thoth that didn't even fucking exist
The
in
original Bible was Hebrew when it was
antiquity and
Proto-Aramaic, though.
Greek references that only existed in Greek.
The original humans were colorblind and couldn't see green anyway.
Yep.
I mean, that's a stretch. That's a stretch of of some shit right there. I mean, I don't know about all that, but look, at the end of the day, they're not real. Look into it. That's all. I'm like.
I have looked into it.
I'm done,
I mean,
bro.
there's people that make a living like showing the entirety of it and its meanings and the history and everything else.
Bro, I know little about them because I've determined they're not real.
And they've been around before the COVID.
Like, you've spent time studying something that's not real.
Is it
Yeah.
actually emerald?
You know what I mean? It's like they lied about them in the first place.
Or are these replicas?
I don't know. No one knows whenever it first started, but it's popped up.
They don't
through
know because they don't
history and
exist,
all
bro.
Talk of it.
There is no Emerald Tablets.
So you say?
No,
You have
I'm
evidence to there being.
I'm
no-
telling you, they don't fucking exist.
I'm telling you that shit. I'm telling you, Jesus never existed.
All right, but Jesus is more real than those tablets. Okay,
How the letter J wasn't even invented till like the 1700s.
I know that.
That's a language
It's
issue.
actually like late
He's like
1500s.
his name, obviously.
It was the late 1500s, but the reality is, Jesus is recorded by historians. There is no Emerald Tablets
What
recorded by
historian?
anyone. Josephus, Pliny the Elder.
Do you
Pliny
find it
the
strange that
Elder.
a small clique of people from one general area?
Those were all
are
third-party
the
sources,
only,
and then we
are
could
the
also
only
say the
authority that we know of.
Gospels
The
could be a
oldest Bible
historical
ever
record.
discovered was from
The
elephants,
Quran.
and
Dead Sea
there are
Scrolls.
parallels between Moses and Akhenaten that make it obvious that Moses was Akhenaten and that he was actually the Pharaoh of Egypt.
Are you sure he wasn't the Pharaoh Moses?
Positive.
How are you positive?
Because the parallels of their stories are identical. I mean, I'm
Well,
not.
where's the
first one to
third
come with it.
party, independent like source that gives me, that would help me to believe that? Because we
I
have
gave you
this
three
with the
different parties of sources.
Well,
I don't know about the Mongoloid thing, and I
Egyptian,
definitely don't know about the elongated skull thing in the Hebrew thing.
Can we go back to any source on the Emerald Tablets really quick, though, just to make sure?
Why? I thought you said it doesn't exist.
I am. Do you have any sources? Because I know that they don't exist.
There's plenty of books out there. Pick one.
No, a source like a tablet. Do you have any?
No, but do you have the original Proto-Aramaic Bible? Because they
No.
don't find any
There's no
before like
Proto-Aramaic
the
Bible. What would that entail? Like everything
Proto-Aramaic
in the New
was what it
Testament?
was. Most of the Old Testament was written in the first place.
It was compiled into Greek.
Later,
There was never a Proto-Aramaic Bible created.
where do you think the text where the Bible was compiled from came from?
The Greek.
No, the Greeks
Hebrew.
didn't write the Bible.
There's all kinds of
That's like
fragments. of
1,000
fucking
years later,
documents.
after the Bible, most of the Old Testament took place.
They spoke Hebrew. They wrote Hebrew. They were Hebrews.
Jesus spoke
And-
Aramaic, Hebrew, and I'm pretty sure they were working. But like the apostles
And how
didn't
do we
even
know?
write
How do you know it's Hebrew anyway? Because the Hebrews now, the Jews, they use Yiddish, which is a bastardized form of like whatever they use in
They
Celtic, like the
speak
script
Yiddish
text, like
and they
Babylonian.
use Hebrew. They use Masoretic Hebrew. which is the same as the Paleo Hebrew, except they added an Akud system so that they could have vowel pronunciations.
What we have Hebrew now is the same that's in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So what's the probability that our theory is right and yours is wrong? Just based on that.
Well, there's facts out there. You're mixing indoctrination with facts.
There's literally no.
Since we have that, it's a lot stronger case that's been preserved and is probably intact.
Like, what about all the things they took out of Google and the Wayback Machine in 2017 that were verifiable fact?
I don't know.
But why don't we have any tablets at all?
They added all the gas chambers to
it's literally tittle for tittle, same language. That's the only one that survived antiquity that's not considered a dead language at this point. How is that even possible?
All right, say that again.
The Hebrew that we found that's used today, that was found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, is the same Hebrew that was back in antiquity, okay? And it survived. It's not considered dead. Same with their currency.
How is it pretty much the same as Ogham script and like a form of what's that?
Well, you're referencing you're referencing the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, right? And here's the thing: the Egyptians.
What country speaks that language you're talking about?
The Egyptians were rigorous record keepers, right? And they carved shit into fucking stone. And we have.
I think you're thinking of
the tablets.
Sumerian.
We have tons of fucking Babylonian and Egyptian artifacts. We have zero tablets.
And most of them disprove the biblical narrative, or
we have zero tablets of Thoth, though.
They actually reference each other, and that validates them.
Yeah, that's why the Anunnaki were definitely the Elohim, and possibly also who David Icke calls lizard people today.
How
is it possible that they were
to a divine being or whatever? It's a divine thing. It's not a flesh thing.
It is a flesh thing, though, because there's record in Sumerian times of people killing two of them and Enlil taking revenge by murdering hundreds of thousands of humans.
Well, you'll hear this out, bro. Is it possible that we have humans in the earth, right? Humans in the earth, then these beings come from a spiritual dimension.
Has nothing to do with God or holy stuff.
Hear me out. We got spiritual beings coming into the physical, and now they create hybrids, right? And this is where you get the stories of like all these different created beings. This is the story of the other seed. This is the seed of Satan. Satan fell from the heavens.
People didn't normally come from dirt.
Right. God created Adam.
It's strange that the Hebrew word for or Hebrew word.
Where did people come from before there was any people?
Hebrew for a reason.
Tell me. Like the first person didn't come. You said people didn't used to come from dirt. Hold on a second. You said people didn't used to come from dirt, right? But there's only one person that we know of that comes from dirt, and that's Adam.
Yeah, and dirt begets dirt. You can't change.
All right, so where did the first person? Who is the first person then that didn't come from dirt?
Do you grow people from dirt? Is that
well, you said people didn't used to come from dirt. So who came before Adam, not from dirt?
All the other humanoids on the planet.
Who are they?
I don't know.
You can't name any of them? There's so many humanoids and you can't name one. Amazing.
Why would I? I don't know. I didn't live then.
I don't expect you to. You don't seem to actually care about fact and truth. You just want to believe.
You're the one that doesn't care about fact and truth because you can't verify anything that you've said.
Going back to when God killed the or told them to kill all the Amalekites and all the Philistines and all that other stuff to establish Israel.
Yahweh is the only one murdering throughout the entire Old Testament, or getting other people to do it for him. I don't see how anyone can call that God.
I could agree with that sometimes.
I forget my question actually.
Why sometimes?
There's a lot of crazy shit in the Old Testament where God is, sometimes a little crazy.
Forget that. Whatever you were talking about before, because I forgot my question.
I agree. There's some emotional parts where like God gets angry and he's just out there.
Why
just
wouldn't
everybody
being get angry in the first place?
I mean, I don't really know.
Human emotion.
I don't really know, bro.
He just fabricated man out of nothing instead of dirt.
That was so people could wrap their heads around it. You got to remember, people were recovering from a giant extinction level event in the first place.
So here's the thing, bro. I don't think God is
how could they be recovering from anything at all?
Here's the thing, bro. You got parts in the Old Testament that are true, right? And then I think there's also parts where you've got parading as God.
You got to believe all of it or none of it. I mean, it's not. You said it's the word, which means it's got to all be true,
I mean,
right?
You got to discern truth from falsehood. You know, you can't believe
Why
all
would
or
there be
nothing.
falsehood
There's
in a
been
holy
all
book?
You can't believe all of an altered book. That's believing all of a narrative that has been
That's actually
prepared.
good logic. If you apply that to Jesus Christ, he was either a liar or a lunatic, or he was right.
Yeah, I mean, but he didn't sit here and preach with the Old Testament like that. He was kind of telling his own shit.
Well, he did quote the Old Testament a lot.
He did quote the Old Testament, but what I'm saying is he's not walking around like verse 28. It says right here, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, he quoted some shit.
And the book of the Gospel of the Holy 12 that documents all the missing years from the Bible, supposedly from the point of view of 12 disciples or something like that. It actually talks about him going to Japan and China and learning Reiki and Hindu and all this other stuff. Going to Ireland, learning from the Celts. Talks about all of that.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a book called The Secret Life of Jesus, but it was written by a Mason. Got the Mason
the Gospel of the Holy
on
12,
back.
there's a reason it costs $3,000
Yeah, I mean,
when they actually have a copy you can get.
Well, I got a
How is
copy
it that you can discredit every single point of the Israeli Hebrew narrative and replace it with some other thing that there's no proof for at all?
It doesn't need to be replaced. You can take interlinear and actually not do a shitty job of translating it and think that it's talking about aliens.
But then you're going to tell me like you're going to tell me something like Grant would say and say, well, we don't have the actual Paleo Hebrew. So if we don't have the actual Paleo Hebrew, if we don't have the interlinear, like you
So
said,
you're on the theory. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth, right? I'm gonna say that you probably listen to Billy Carson.
He's one that came to the same conclusion as I did, but
How on point am I on that one?
most of what I believe came to me way before and independently, just like it did.
Well, Billy Carson's a Freemason, bro. Look at his fucking shit. Look at his background. Sitting there with the 33, right, with the G. Billy Carson is a Freemason, stupid. And you're
You said
becoming a
Freemason or
pseudo-
Freemason?
A Freemason. Am I speaking English?
Yeah,
Hello?
it's not like
making a joke.
being a Freemason automatically makes you a Satan worshiper, or like.
Hello?
Like you probably think that the
No,
A-star,
it makes you a Luciferian by their own fucking words of Albert Pike. You know what I mean? You want to explain Luciferianism?
There's no good time to end the panel discussion, but yeah, it's been about almost 10 hours here, and it's 7 a.m. where I'm at. So I'm actually going to be back on Friday morning. So do not fret, and please, everybody, stick around for a closing statement. I already see that maybe one or two people have dropped off here. But yeah, blessings to everyone. And yeah, I'm going to be coming through on 420. Also on Saturday, I'm going to be putting together an extra stream, watching a movie with you guys, 420 stream. So yeah, look out for that 420 stream. And, let me turn this down a little bit so I can talk to you guys, yeah, but I'm going to go around the panel. We're going to do closing panels. And also I'm going to do the debate reviews on Saturday. We're going to be doing a show Friday on the Promethean statue. We're going to be bringing it back to some architectonic issues concerning Giorgiani and the proposition to build a Promethean statue on Alcatraz Island. We'll bring some news to you guys. I'll tell you guys what I think about that Andrew Tate tweet, some other panel news and things, you know what I mean? But yeah, Saturday we got 420. We'll be bringing some extra content for you guys, debate reviews, and also a movie. We'll watch a movie with you guys as long as we don't get copyright struck down for it or whatever it is. We'll sit here and watch a movie with you guys on 420. One of my favorite movies. I believe it's one of the worst movies ever made. You know, a lot of people have said so. But yeah, I'm going to go around the panel, let everybody get up on a closing statement. Thank you so much for joining my good friend. You know what I mean? Praise God, you know?
Thank you, brother. Just want to thank you for the show. Thank you for the information you present and for the space you hold for the people. I really appreciate it, and I see a lot of value in what you do. And I'll be here. I'll always be here listening. And for the people, you are being distracted every day. What are you being distracted from? Figuring out who you are and what you're doing here. And the only way you're going to do that is by closing your eyes and start asking some questions. Talk to God. See where that takes you. Seek Him out with every fiber of your being and never give up. That's it. Bless you all. Have a good day.
Thank you so much, my brother. You know, one of the OGs of this channel, you know, praise God, you know, Allahu Akbar, you know, as they say. We got another OG out here. DeFreak, go ahead. Let the people know what you think, my brother.
Man, thank you, TMO. You know, I love this channel. This is my home. I consider this is my number one home. You're, I think, the real deal. I really appreciate talking with Aaron right now. Rant, you know, quite a character. I respect him. I respect Pops and everyone. So, except that Snafu guy, but that's a different story. And I don't know what else to say right now. So, good night. Thank you.
Blessings, DeFreak. And yeah, I enjoy our many discussions, my friend. What about you, my friend Corbett? You know, you're just now joining. But yeah, man, it's been good talking to you as well, my friend. I see you've been talking about these issues for a minute and thinking about these things for a minute. You know, let the people know about some of the wisdom you have, brother.
Well, you can always the best advice I ever got was know thyself. And I have to say, like, when it comes to oh shit, I had something. Dang it, I got distracted. Just remember that the greatest lie ever told to humanity was that we were born with original sin, when in fact we were born with the spirit of divinity already within. Like, even Yeshua said, if you look under a rock, you will find him. Basically, the creator is everything, and you can't lose sight of that with all this indoctrination floating around, and most people are just looking at it wrong, because the greatest enemy anyone will ever have is hiding in the one place that you can't find him, and that's inside your own head.
Good shit, homie. Thank you so much. And yeah, I'll definitely talk to you soon. You know, also, you know, for everybody who's here, I'll be dropping the Discord link in a minute if anybody wants to join us on the Discord. Here is the Lumatami as well. Go ahead, Lumatami, hit him with a closing statement. You know, you came up to give a closer, huh?
Yeah, to Corbett, the cake is real. The cake is not a lie. Smith was the chosen one in the Matrix, and P is stored in the testicles.
Okay. And finally, we got my brother Rant. Go ahead, brother. We coming out with a song soon, you know, but you can't rush genius, so you know it is what it is. You know, we coming out with a song on God. Maybe on 420. Maybe we'll release it on 420. You know, we'll see what happens. But yeah, bless you. Yeah, hit them with some of your wisdom, as you know, we all know you got that wisdom, brother. Go ahead.
Yo, real talk, bro. I don't even know, bro. You know what I mean? I'll be coming out here trying to do the thing, but I don't want to even mislead people. You know what I'm saying? If I'm so wrong and nobody wants to listen, you know what I mean? So at the end of the day, I might not be around so much, but I will pop in here and there, bro, and just try to see what the fuck is still going on. See if everyone's still on that bullshit. See maybe if somebody's ready to listen. You know what I mean?
Exactly. That's what it is. And yeah, as my friend says, you know, you already know. Thank you so much, brother. Blessings, brother, man. You know, and I'll talk to you very soon. You know, and for all you people, you know, we'll be coming back on Friday morning, as I said earlier. you know, and thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. You know, the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing past your programming is to realize you've been programmed, right? The first step to seeing beyond the matrix is to see it for what it really is, you know. So blessings to all the people. And here is a old recording of me on Talcott, maybe a couple days ago or something like that. But yeah, peace to the brother Talcott, you know, and yes, a couple songs for you guys and some old content. See you guys on Friday.
Hey.
Hey, greetings.
Greetings, brother.
Give me 1 second, brother. I'm sorry.
As long as you need. No worries. Thank you. I appreciate you joining. Where was I going? Oh, the lies. The problem of the world. The most obvious solution is lies. We live in a world of lies. The bankers are lying. The media is lying. The politicians are lying. And the voters are lying. The voters are lying to themselves. Oh, this guy's going to save us. Oh, this one's not as bad as that one. No, lesser of two evils is still the support of evil. We must stop enabling and supporting and rewarding selfishness and evil. If we want our world to change, let's bring forth the goodness. And the goodness is known when we resolve the lies. It's time for disclosure. That's what I'm talking about. Not just disclosure, but a complete admission and clearing of the corruption that we have that's grown. What do you think, man?
Well, it's funny that you should start talking about lies, because I think the machine lies. You know, we're here talking about the lies of the machine on a machine that's lying to our very face, you know, and that is kind of the whole thing with artifice, you know, where you're talking about words and language, how we come across to each other, you know, and obviously there's a great pressure there, you know, in terms of the fact that the world is ruled by signs and symbols, you know, but then on the other end, the word is not the thing. So we have to remember that those signs and symbols are just representations for what is out there. You know, all of nature is a sign and representation for something that points outside of nature, you know, which is the divine, you know, and, you know, when we look at words, you know, obviously it's important to realize the tongue is the reflection of the heart, you know, and the heart is the real thing, you know, the heart is the real thing. It's not what's on the tip of the tongue, you know. I just learned that word the other day. They said there's a French word called tip of the tongue that's kind of like deja vu, and it's like another expression of deja vu, where it's like something's just on the tip of your tongue. You know, you can't quite grasp it. Yeah.
No, it is. It is true. Hey, and this, I love where you took this. The words are symbols. Symbols and signs. Symbols and signs rule the world. But bring this in. We learn from each other. So the symbols and signs are true. The words themselves are true. But the way we explain it to each other is the lies. And yes, we're on machines that lie, talking about systems that lie. And we are bringing forth the truth, though, because this, what you said too, the words point at the thing, and the thing out there, the real thing, is the truth. And the truth can be honored, can be accepted, can be appreciated, even when it comes in pretty ugly.
Yeah, I think that machines, although they are not, willful in the way they enframe certain processes, I do think that machines impart on humans, a certain level of dissimulation, that is practiced because they deliver us a result while hiding how they got to that end. So human beings, that are in a technological world, they learn to practice dissimulation, in a certain way. Like, for example, when you're online, people let the anonymity speak for them in a certain way, even though it's not really saying anything, you know what I mean, right? It's just a type of barrier that you have between communicating that you acknowledge, so it's like, we're filtering ourselves out, and we have to figure out that whether what we're doing is actually filtering or, fillering, right? Because there's a lot of non-filtering and a lot of fillering going on as well. A lot of this stuff is filler. It's extra, right?
I'm not sure if this is where you were at, but what you were describing is within ourselves, right? We get so caught up in the mind, in the chatter, in the labels and the signs and symbols we've imagined, and we lose sight. And it goes back to that, when we lose sight, we start lacking wonder. We think we know the answers, and then our ego takes, we get arrogant and insulting, and it's the way we're designed is so incredible. For most of my life, I actually resented my body. I was overweight, couldn't control it, couldn't dance, couldn't play sports, wasn't really good at moving, so I didn't like living. I've had time alone practicing massage, stretch, yoga, meditation, breathing, prayers. These bodies, man. Here's what I believe. When we seek to unite with the divine mind, we move ourselves more into the angelic energies. And these bodies, man, I think these are angel suits. They're here to reward us with pleasure as we do good. Following the way of love rewards us within. The paradox of my life is, well, the external world is what it is, right? But I feel divine. And I think that's what we're here for, to be honest. And if this is true, dude, if this is true, I don't mean to disrespect, if this is true, we are part of something major that's happening, because the solution is man can purify itself by aligning itself to the truth on the individual level and on the macro level. And so if we have a disclosure from the demons of our governments and our corporations, if we can have an awakening to the minds of those employees who are possessed by the demons of our governments and our corporations, if they simply, well, a disclosure would mean a confession. The churches have known the value of confession, but it's been used in the wrong way. A confession and an admission will allow these government officials, these these employees of these contractors and these agencies, if they offer an admission, it'll bring forth an opportunity of repentance. And imagine if these corporations that have been destroying the wildlife and the nature of the world, these oil companies and their drillings and the minings, and imagine if people change. The world will be drastically different, man. Do you believe these changes are possible or not?
I personally believe that they are inevitable, because in the current stage of things, how, there's a crisis of loneliness and empathy, it simply cannot sustain itself, So I think that once people are in a stage of foggy, somatic detachment, then what cries out to them is this necessary thing that's this, mind-body dualism, and that starts to cave people in. We're all trapped in a sort of, I like to call it, an escapism, where there's an event to exit ratio, that has been magnified, so we're all dealing with that sort of acceleration. In which we can all, we're all FOMO, as they say, fear of missing out, they say we all have that at an increasing degree, but we also have a bystander effect to an increasing degree. And that's what's causing our numbness, is because we seem to think that we can pass the buck, as it will, in terms of morally speaking, because there's more interconnectedness, but that doesn't seem to always translate, because the same way we're feeling numb and alienated, so is everybody else, and they're choosing to make the same choice, so what seems to be a choice is really ends up being the illusion of choice, and what we need to do is free ourselves. We need to be reprogrammed. In other words, we need to reprogram ourselves. But the only way to realize, to get outside of the programming, is to realize you've been programmed first.
Well, amen. And I love what you said, because it's time to reprogram ourselves. That's what I was trying to get across too, with the idea of resetting. Allow yourself just to stop what you're doing. Stop your arguments. Stop your fights. Just stop and reevaluate. Is this the best course of action? Is your life heading in the direction that you want? Because the world wants us to conform. And what does that mean? It means that the masses have become enablers. Not only enablers, but everyone's policing each other, making sure that different ideas don't get heard, right? It's been happening throughout time. The ignorant have been murdering and brutalizing the brilliant. I don't know. Hey, we've got another guest. I believe there's peace here. No issues. Welcome, Hank. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing well.
Hey, I saw Snafu make an appearance on Paul's stream very briefly, so he's alive. He didn't offer any information.
Interesting.
Hey, yes, Salty Siren, let's try to be accurate with our words and memories. I did tell Rant to censor his words. Do you remember why? Do you remember my explanation? I tried to help Rant understand that each of us have a responsibility of censoring the words that we offer, because those words that come from us either offer truth or lies. And what Rant was offering was a bunch of imagined false narratives. He was presenting as a false witness. I could call him a liar, but I know he's just confused.
Yeah. So the machine lies is friends with Rant, but Rant made it to my ultra confused list. So pretty much, I'm just gonna just sit and watch him till he either challenges me or finds out some other way, because there's really little else I can do, because he's so deluded.
Yeah, but one thing I know about Hank and Brother Talcott and about the Brother Rant is that they are excellent friends to me. So I appreciate their presence in my life for sure. Anytime I have a strange query, you know, is one of the three people I go to, really, you know. But yeah, bless you guys.
Hey, and you know, I was short and maybe even insulting with Rant, but I'm sick of his nonsense. He seems like a real decent guy. He's got a great sense of humor. He's very sharp, very quick-witted, and he's very intelligent. However, I know my path, and I know he has no place in my life where there is not a situation in where I can imagine he has a righteous place to disrespect me and insult me publicly. He has no relationship with me, and, well, his gossiping and his false narratives are his problem, and I was just trying to point it out to him earlier.
Yes, but I'll invite him to insult me and gossip about me publicly, but we both know where it ends, so you might as well hit the gas pedal again, because you'll lose more than your channel next time.
I don't.
Yeah, I think Sterling Ray hit the nail on the head, though. You know, Rant is playing a different game. You know, kind of
dangerous game.
A dangerous game.
No, I do like Rant. Here's the frustration, though. I mean, it's already challenging enough to communicate with that Paul Unslaved character, right? And so I thought we were having relatively decent conversations when this guy comes in and just shifts the energy, and then Paul starts supporting his nonsense against me, and then it's just I could get out 2 words and I get interrupted, and then I got to listen to a long bullshit session about their opinions of me, and it's insulting. So
yeah,
well, I think the brother Paul Enslaved has a successful platform. I think he went to I think it was prison or something like that, and then he read a lot of psychology books, and also his dad is a successful psychologist. So I think he tries to transform the self-help advice that he recognizes into a type of you know, jeering and sort of insult comedy, you know, type of routine. So I actually like his style, you know, but I think many people sort of confuse his style for a bad intent towards them. So
yeah,
so it gets a lot of people into their, you know, kind of defensive mode.
Yeah.
But I see that he actually does that daily. So it's actually just his own way of being. So I actually appreciate, you know, I think he's funny, you know, a lot of times.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I actually agree, but it's just he just has a small problem. If he has a deep insecurity, so if you just demonstrate that he doesn't have control like he hopes to have, then he just wants to shoot you away. So that's what I've done. I assured him that he cannot gain control of me unless he makes a deal with me, and he doesn't like that. Because I've been under so much social pressure by society that it takes more than he has to break me.
you've been a good test for him, as have I. So, and I agree. Paul's got a gift. He's got an abundance of knowledge and information within him, and he's got a real gift of words.
Like I'm more kind of a little bit not very helpful in terms of self-help advice, but I do read comparable materials in terms of philosophy and other types of things. But the Dr. Wayne Dyer type of stuff, I know, like my grandpa was really into that stuff. So, I do have a lot of like Wayne Dyer books. I just haven't really looked into that stuff. But yeah, I do understand the value of that type of learning.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the self-help advice contradicts each other, so it's a wash. So you're better off just going for philosophy. Well, some of the philosophy contradicts us too.
Right.
There's just the critical line of stuff that just happens to not contradict each other. That's the stuff I care about. Like if you read the 40 laws of power, there's only 8 laws in there with no reversals. Those are the only laws that count for me. That's the only takeaways I would take out of the book. That other stuff is fluff that make the book bigger.
Sorry, the chat has me humorous. So this is something. Allow your mind to expand just a little bit into the fairy tale-ish ideas, right? So what if God is using me as a messenger for today? I mean, Jesus was a messenger. He served a lot of purposes, and my role I've chosen for myself is to point people to his way that I'm trying to follow for myself. So there's a lot of people who want to judge me because I haven't succeeded yet on my own. And so apply that to God. How many people today are just waiting for God to come down and solve all their problems, right? God's going to fix the world. God's going to do it. We don't have to do anything. We just got to go to our job. We got to pay our taxes, pay our bills, maybe support the entertainment and the NFL and the sports and the entertainment. Jeeps. The onus is on each of us to learn what God is revealing to us each day. Ideally, the onus is on each of us to try and understand each other. Now, I've been doing my best to communicate clearly that the way of love leads us to the truth. Love the truth, and you can know God, and as you know God, you know love. So, hey Jeeps, how can I simplify this more so that the onus is not on me as much as everyone fighting to keep believing in their false narratives, such as yourself, Jeeps?
Here's just one issue. Communication's a 2-player game. So
Yeah.
you both have to agree on the protocol, then you can send an encoded message. So both parties has to work at communication. But if you realize that the party doesn't care, then you're just wasting energy.
Okay, but in response to this comment, yeah, if the people who, everyone believing in their false narratives, if they don't care, then it really isn't the onus on me. I mean, I can communicate as clearly as I can, but that's the beauty of the truth. Actually, this is what I've been learning, guys. We get in all these feelers when we have our breakdowns in communication with each other. The truth is, if people aren't willing to accept the truth, if people aren't willing to consider the truth that's offered, there's not much any of us can do, right? God is the truth, and if people don't want God, if people don't want the truth in their life, they can stay in denial. God gives us a free will. And this world, because people have stayed in denial, this world has more billionaires and more poverty than any other time in history. Oh yeah, there's probably lots and lots of wars, maybe even more wars than any other time in history, but I don't know that for sure.
Yeah.
This is the time.
Yeah. So pretty much, if we don't have credibility with each other, we just have to wait to the final settlement process. There's really nothing else we can do.
Margot, I know you want everyone to believe that I have nothing special. I know you want others to believe all sorts of things you've said about me. You believe we all have our truths. Do you think that's right? We should all have our own truths? guys, panel? You think that's healthy for communication?
So
No.
I kind of
Well,
don't care. You go
I
first.
personally believe there can only be one truth. But yeah, go ahead, Hank. What are you gonna say?
Oh, yeah, I was just gonna use my catchphrase, truth is just a feeling, because I don't want to debate about which truth is the right truth. I want to focus on facts. I want to focus on the interpersonal, all the stuff we can agree on now. I want to point to all of that. Once we agree on the facts, we will go ahead and communicate our intention. Then we can work through can negotiate for one intention or another intention. It's called what's it called? What was it called? Hypothetical imperative. It's called hypothetical imperative. That's what I'm trying to describe. Your turn.
Well, sorry, I kind of got off here. This comment, God hasn't been proven to exist. Huh. And I'm curious if you believe that based on facts or your thoughts. And where do you think your thoughts came from? Did they come from facts or did they come from God? Figure out where your thoughts come from. You'll get a better idea of who you are. Figure out what your thoughts actually are. You can find the truth that you know. And Margot, see, you are presenting again as a false witness. You don't take the time to accurately choose your words, Margot. I want everyone to accept God's truth. The objective truth is what I'm pointing at. Now, Margot, you've been in my experience and demonstrated you're literally out of your mind from confusion. And I don't know how to communicate with you because you don't want to know beyond what you think. It's amazing. And you know what? I don't mean to turn this over to Margot here. Margot, feel free to leave. You're done, at least for a while. I don't want your distractions. So, this is one of many factors, right? The perfection in the order of geometry, of the patterns of life and nature that are so there. And luckily, people in our past have taken the time to really look at nature and to identify these patterns and point them out for us, right? So we could see the Fibonacci sequence. We could discover the beauty of geometry and math. The studies of this alchemical experience. We are living in this realm that is far, far more than what we've allowed ourselves to believe. And it's because of fear. Fear of suffering. Bringing it back to what Machine Lies was talking about earlier. So I think is what he was saying. The potential for analysis paralysis. We can get lost in learning, in planning, in thinking, and not actually do much. But we learn most by doing. And that's what we've forgotten. This world, the society, it's been so punishing. Children and people have been punished for good intentions. They think they're doing good. They just do something the wrong way. And then they get punished and shamed and filled with...
No, that does happen, man. That does for sure. Yeah. Sometimes people just don't know better. I've found.
Well, Hey, thank you. Thank you for that reminder, actually, Browns boy, because that's a reminder I keep offering myself is every one of us is moving and acting at the level of consciousness that God has allowed us. Okay? So that's where the grace, I've been consciously, and I've shared this before, the past year on this YouTube has offered me many opportunities to grow in my practice of patience and grace. And that reminder that everyone is a spiritual being formed by God. Every one of us is limited by our awareness, what we've learned, what we're feeling. And all of that is the unseen. That's all the spirit. So we can get off blaming the physical, right? Because each of us, the body's a symbol, the symbol of who we are. We want to be honest about the symbols. We want to be honest about the meanings. And for me, honesty is the truth. It comes back to the truth. The truth is the only thing that matters. And so what keeps us confused, what has the world confused, is people think they know.
Yeah, man, I would agree with that. Yeah, like I have I know somebody who has a learning disability, and you can literally tell them every single day like the simplest thing, like, hey, make sure you your health plan today is breath and awareness, flexibility in your spine, and comprehension, and make your mind up. And you could write it on a board for them, and they won't remember it. Yeah.
Well, I've also heard it said that, at some point our spirits, our eternal soul or spirit may have had a choice in volunteering or whatever. We were returned here. The idea is we are spiritual beings. There's a higher self that's guiding each one of us. Some of us have volunteered, allegedly. Allegedly, some of us have volunteered for the role of suffering. Why? Because we know it'll strengthen those around us. We know that things will be learned. And we know that we can grow through pain. Pain brings experience. Pain brings wisdom. This should be a pretty brilliant friggin' world by the time all this pain and suffering's done, don't you think? Enough pain and suffering should bring a lot of wisdom. And hey, this is the realm of refinement. We're placed in the fire. This is the test. We are being tested each day. How are we doing? Are we enjoying the journey? Are we holding on to the past? Are we holding on to our confusion and our helplessness?
Yeah, the journey for me has been pretty mediocre. What I was doing right before this was I was in like my bi-weekly book club, but it was kind of going nowhere. That just the questions didn't get written this week, and the chapters were going. I literally just left off of always saying goodbye to come here because it was more interesting.
Kind of missed a little bit of that.
I left the book club that I was always scheduled for in mid-meeting because it was boring me today.
Okay. Well, hey, Hank, how did that feel? I assume it felt good.
Yes.
Good for you. Honor that. And I honor you for doing that. This is what I've been doing with my own life, creating it into more of an adventure, doing more of what I want. If I go somewhere because it seems like a good idea and then it just, putters out, what else can I be doing? And then I get that mind wondering, where else can I go? What else can I be? Good for you, Hank, because the journey, it's real easy to lose sight. We've got these moments where we can start picking up joy. We can find peace, share beauty, share laughter. If we can find ways and reasons to do that more and more and more, there you go. There's the life of your adventure. I wanted to come back to this because I don't want this to be sent the wrong way, Sterling. I'm not suggesting ignore the suffering of others to enjoy this experience, not at all. I'm saying expand your awareness, know what is in the world, know that what is real in the world and in your world, and figure out what is relevant in your experience at this time. I'm not ignoring the suffering of others, but I try not to let it consume me, right? Because we're all on our own paths. I'm the only one who's going to look out for me, so I got to look out for me. But I enjoy this experience more now today because I believe that we can find a way to help end the suffering of others. I truly believe that we can. And I look for ways in my own life, in my own day-to-day experience. How can I help relieve the suffering of myself, of others? It's really kind of simple doing it that way.
You know, I heard the Machine Labs one time. I heard him say that, like, a good idea is when you would feed the homeless, to have a place that they could get food. My dad actually did that before, which makes me kind of feel a little bit bad for the people who had to eat the food that he cooked. But, you know, I'm pretty sure the spirit was still there. But that kind of thing's like legitimate, dude. Like, they don't want people helping people on a networked scale for some reason. But it can be done. It can be done for sure.
There's real life. There are real practical solutions. We can move beyond this wage slavery system where people don't transact unless there's profits involved. We can create new ways when the truth is known. And this is what I see for the future. I don't know how it's all going to work out, but I know that if people start honoring what is true, the wars end, the bankers' lies disappear, this bullshit of authority, this positional immunity that these, whatever they call it, the immunity that these people carry because of their position. No, this is not right. And yes, in the past, there's been a lot of people there's currently a lot of people sacrificing their time, energy, and resources to create spaces, offer a place where children can go get some support. You know, moms and dads might be able to get some handouts, but it's a Band-Aid on a problem. There's bankers who are deflating the value of the currency. At the same, it's just a sham. It's a scam. It's a Ponzi game. When we care about the truth and overcome the excuses and blame, we're going to, all right. I can't leave him in the back. Welcome, Tommy.
You can, and you do. But Jack, when you tell us day after day we're not listening, we don't get what you're saying, you've said this before, and I'm saying, yes, there are details to this monetary economic system that are shafting us, but compared to how you and your daddy describe it, you guys just should have done more with yourselves because even a jackass like me can get Tesla at $50, sell it at over $1,000. There wasn't no scam to it. I've got a degree to work project manager jobs where I'm not a slave for slave wages. And any back of the gym smokers that got a problem with how they turned out, they were probably warned by every guidance counselor and teacher that they went across the desk of. Even Hank's autistic ass is in some kind of logistics career. And I know he's like idiot savant in that shit.
Yeah. I'm not sure what your point was, Tom.
That you're just up here on that. Whenever we say, Jack, you're not doing a thing, it's not that we haven't heard you out, not that we don't understand, or that we're misinterpreting you. I'll do the same thing to your dad.
Yeah, I want to dispute the idiot savant thing. I shouldn't be considered an idiot savant just because
you're autistic.
I remember how to use the damn word processor we were taught in school.
No, Hank, it's like any of us can count
people are lazy,
toothpicks.
people are stupid.
Some of you guys can count them before they hit the floor. Like they're just passing through the air boxless and they haven't hit the floor. And some of you aughts are like, there's 356 toothpicks on the floor. 356.
Yeah, what I can do.
It's impressive, dude.
What I can do logistically is nothing special, and I don't get compensated like it's special because it's not special. It's just I refuse.
Oh no, you don't get compensated. I mean, but
yeah,
if you're good at something,
other people do because I don't have room to go. Other people can get bailed out, so they'll whine, complain, and quit sooner than I will.
We appear to be off on a tangent, Hank, but I'm just saying, if you can, it's much easier to be a boxer when you're good at it than to be a boxer when you suck at it. So whether you get paid more or not, at least it's just leisurely easy to do a thing.
Well, no, it's really not leisurely easy. It's just I can.
Well, then you're just probably.
I can take this torture. On Saturday, I think.
Hank, can we get back to Jack?
Let me finish.
Okay.
Don't overtalk me. On Saturday, I was suffering from food poisoning, and that was my split shift day. So I went ahead and did it, even though their management didn't communicate that they were just gonna run all the dang Monday fillers today, that day, because they just want.
You gotta watch Walker. Yeah.
So I just suffered through it because
you're used to being on these panels. You suffer through all kinds of things.
The panel thing's just the latest thing. I suffered through all kinds of things, and so this is just another thing on the list.
Oh, you got Jack popping his neck. Or you get it out? Did you get it out, Hank? We good? We'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it later. Let's get back to Jack. He wants to tell us that he wants to tell us that it may be from being shitty.
Well, perhaps he's correct.
No, you can be a good person and be a billionaire.
No, perhaps he's correct. Should I be shitty so I can help Jack more? I don't know. What do you think, Tommy?
The viewers are tuned in. I love you guys.
I like how he didn't make the word feeling complete.
Huh? No.
The word feeling was incomplete. I don't think he meant to do that, but it worked.
Well, here's the thing, Tom. I'm really trying to understand what people believe they are achieving by constantly telling me I'm wrong.
Then we can achieve either you learning what's correct, or we can achieve you find out you're not achieving anything and you can move on to something you can achieve.
And there's another option you overlooked.
To play your game, say you're a girl because you say you're a girl, and then we all play make-believe with you.
No. You listen and make sure you understand what you're rejecting.
That's what I've done every time, and you say we don't listen and understand.
And I'm saying that because of what you're asking and what you've been doing. I'm telling you that.
No, Jack, the only time you start getting things right is when you've watched other channels and we start hearing our words and yours, then you're getting it right. But anything I ever correct you on, whenever you try and make it out to be just trolling and fucking with Jack, it's like, Jack, I don't know why some of these people don't correct you. They like, it's like
Tom.
they're toxic parents. They just let
Tom.
their kids, yeah, you're
Tom.
the prettiest little girl to bell. She's just shoving
Tom.
ice cream down her throat.
It's not helpful.
Okay, explain to me how I'm wrong when I tell you you're wrong. Okay, let's start with the billionaire thing from the other day. Why are billionaires automatically bad?
Right.
Why billionaire bad?
You want to argue over opinions. Let's
No,
argue.
I'm asking you why you frame billionaires as bad people.
Well, they're not bad people. The system is corrupted. People who comply and do well succeed within the system. They legally become billionaires. I'm saying the legal system rewards selfishness. Selfishness creates billionaires.
You're pretty selfish, dude.
Actually, I'm not. And
Do you think you're not selfish because you don't feel rewarded?
Tom, do you have any facts that would support your accusation that I'm selfish?
Yeah. I got a lot of upholstery in that direction, but I'm still on this how are billionaires bad thing.
I didn't say they're bad. See, you're not listening to my answers.
Okay, the corrupt system is not corrupt because you must eat children to be successful. It just siphons money away from you. And if you're a responsible individual, you can minimize that.
That's not true, Tom. And look,
I do it all the time.
I'm not going to sit here and argue economics, Tom. We've been through this enough, and your mind is not open. You're here with your convictions. I can see it in the patterns of your tone, your questions, your statements. You're here with convictions and condemnation. Listen to your words, Tommy. I'm not wrong. And this
That's you,
Tom.
Jack, I'm just talking about the subject, and you've already backstaged me once. It's because you're what I say you are.
I know.
I calls them like I sees them.
Tom, I shouldn't have brought you back up. Okay?
My sentiments exactly.
All right. I love you, my friend.
I don't like you.
Later. I'm going to kick you. Okay? Wait. Well, no. Thank you. I didn't. He didn't kick me yesterday. He just put me in the back, and I chose to leave. So,
yeah. Here's the
please.
thing. We have condemners, but when I said okay, accept condemnation, they don't have any. They usually just don't have any solutions. They just go ahead and hit the condemnation again. After the first time, you kind of just don't feel it anymore. So if we don't have solutions for us, we don't care. It's just you run out of steam.
Welcome, Scott. There's a lot of people want to offer condemnations and criticisms, but how often do you see actual solutions being offered? People saying, "Hey, Jack, if you adjust this way, if you try this way, this might be a different result." People don't think their thoughts through. They think thoughts, cling to their thoughts, and want to impose and expect me to defend myself against their thoughts. It's not how the truth works. I stand with the truth of who I am. You can either accept me or leave me. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Scotty.
I think the name was Scott. I muted you up, Scott, because getting some noise coming through there.
So I might offer this, that I think that there is only truth, and then yeah, I don't know. There's only truth, man. And then there's like, what do you know, like, because it was here before you, us. It's here now, and when we're gone, it'll still be here. So it's like, it's only up to us to a certain degree. Like, we don't put the sun in the sky. Like, you could say it's God, you could say it's science, but no matter what you think, there's only truth.
Right. That's the mystery of this game. It's very subtle. The game of life is actually very powerful and very subtle, just like the truth, just like love, just like God, maybe. I don't know. God is amazing. I give credit to God for the creation. The science is just man's way of explaining God's order that by God's grace, man has discovered. By God's grace, we discover the patterns of this life. We are able to discern what is true. And there is a truth, okay? There is a unique truth for each of us. But what that truth applies to is our own unique purpose. There's a purpose. We've lived the lives that we have. It's greater than what we may realize. If we think we know, we think that the world is all these different ways. The world is evil. The world is misery. The world is dangerous. The world is hopeless. The world is toxic. If you want to believe all those things, guess what? That's what you're going to live with. Doesn't mean it's true. And partial truths, right? Truths taken out of context or partially examined, that's where confusion sets in. And the point is, life is very subtle. It's built on moments and layers of details. It's real easy to get confused by the details, to get lost and hypnotized by the motion of life.
I heard it's like stacked dreams, but I haven't really figured that out yet. Like, it's like dreams stacked on top of dreams.
Yes.
Stacked on top of dreams.
The all is mental. It's one of the first principles from the Hermetic ideas. The all is mental. It is all mental imagery manifesting, and it's an emergence into our consciousness. Every moment is a manifestation within our minds and within our beings, and every one of us, we are multi-dimensional. We are not, and this is so simply explained. If you can accept the truth as true, there are multi-dimensions to our being. The most obvious are the simple three. Physical. We are physical and biological in nature. There is a physical body that possesses us. We are contained within this physical body. Beyond the physical body is the essence, the spirit. Our personality is found through our mind, our mental body, and our emotional body. The mental body and the emotional body work with the physical body for our presence. And when we interact with each other, it's actually at the spirit level, at the emotional and mental level, that most of the interactions occur. But we're in the physical plane. So the physical plane shows us what is real.
Well, and like something we could do about that is, like, you know how like Hitler had like Hitler's Youth and all that? Like, it's because they know that they have to, like, kids, dude, because they know the kids don't understand the emotional and physical part yet. So if they can kind of like program them / condition them to respond, to have certain responses to certain stimuli, then, you know, like, they get all the soldiers, like, dude, that's why education is the way that it is. It's set up that way. That's why breaking up the nuclear family, and that's why, like, other cultures and stuff experience problems with male and female, you know, raising children.
Well, there's been wisdom from long, long ago. What was the old saying? Give a boy Give me a boy the first 7 years and I'll return you the man, or something like that. It's been known the first early years of development.
I think it's from the Jesuits. They had this.
Yeah. Well, and I'd heard it actually originally credited to some of the Buddhic traditions in raising the youth too. So it is true, though. The first 7 years are where we are developed, and what Adam was saying regarding schools is true. Unfortunately, the school systems that we went through and that we're still paying for, they're not what's best for our youth. It's not good to teach obedience to living beings who are intended, we are intended to be leaders, all of us. The schools teach obedience, conformity, fear, judgment.
I have a feeling that this has been happening for at least hundreds of years.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I recognize that it's happening now. I recognize that it has been happening. I kind of recognize why and maybe some of the reasons that, that everything's happening the way that it is.
Well, it's interesting because who educates in a society for I guess in a society that's democratic, the people who hold the power, because there are people who wield power in such a society. It's just they're the people who educate for those democratic or civic principles. So the people who control the education system are all powerful within democratic society. And this revelation is one of the first statements in the book Propaganda by Edward Bernays. So he kind of outlined this, but if you can be told what to think and hear, you could be told what to do and say, and that's really how it functions. And the more we understand that we have to think, correct our thoughts in order to act, that will actually function as a barrier to actually acting, because it's actions that usually control thoughts. It's not thoughts that usually build up into an action. Thoughts just build up into more abstraction, so thoughts can get as complex as you want them to be, but it's actual activities, like I said to Jack one day, life is activity, not production. I think it was attributed to Aristotle, but I may not know, but it goes to a line from the Gita, that we are entitled to our actions and not the fruit of them. That we control what happens. We don't control what happens because of what we do, but we push things into, motion, and then we don't decide where it goes. Everything happens from a push and not a pull. I think those who are pulled are trying to react, while those who push are responding. A response is necessary, not a reaction. A reaction is always secondary, and that is how we often function in a state of dualism and detachment, foggy detachment from our environment. It's because we're being, put into an ineffectual state by having, things mediated to us. Mediation is not the level of action. It's the level of how actions are translated into ideas and then turned into abstractions, and then people don't remember how you got there in the first place. What actions led to the idea. Once you have idealism, you also have forgetting. And that's the problem. Idealism doesn't take history into account. And neither does science. But history is important.
That was some good stuff, man. Thank you. A lot lot to like.
Blessings.
If I really want to go back and understand everything you just said, like I have to really like. That will take me a little bit. I appreciate that.
I recommend it in my own stream because I know how I talk, and actually I've done it with Machine Lies too. Get a pen and paper, take some notes, consider some of these ideas later, because I kind of lost where you were going with that, to be honest. I'm gonna have to go back and look again. Well, you brought up a lot of things, and there was something that you said that I wanted to come back to. Lost it though. These lives are short. This is what I've realized. Not to change it. Smile while you still have teeth. Smile while you can. Feels good to smile. I knew that fact before, but I didn't understand how true it was. We have a lot of power over our body, our mind, our spirit. We actually have the power, well, by God's grace, as we grow in our awareness and practice of self-control, that's where it happens. And that's what we're here to do, is to learn self-control. But this education system, teaching conformity and such, it wants external control, because external control convinces people, well, here's where we're at. We have a voluntary slave system where people voluntarily enlist to go to wars. People voluntarily take subpar wages. People voluntarily pay their taxes. There's no one to blame for the corruption of this world except everyone in it, right? And that's all of us. I do believe we are at a time. See, these ideas are becoming more known. Our thoughts and actions create our vibrational field. The vibrational field is the experience that we share. These ideas from the past, the eternal truth that has been misunderstood, misinterpreted, or kept away from the masses, it's becoming more known. And as the wisdom is shared and more people start receiving the wisdom that they did not know, they're going to feel more empowered. They're going to feel stronger. And with the strength of wisdom, we find peace within us. And with that confidence and that peace, it's real easy to find appreciation and gratitude. And that's where the love is, baby. Love comes from appreciation and gratitude. I believe we're here to change this world, and it's happening. We're a part of it. My hope is to somehow, if it's not on this screen, it's to be in Washington, D.C. And I want to be a part of, the way I see it, there's a lot of us. There's a lot of us in America, and then America is just part of the world. But seeing the views of the world from the American perspective, the American government is funding, picking sides, funding wars, perpetuating violence throughout the world by choice. So I suggest, if the people in our American government can't figure out how to bring peace, negotiate peace, use diplomacy for peace, if they can't figure it out, they should get the hell out of our way.
Where is the American government?
I think it's in the corporations.
From the context of the conversation, do you not understand who I'm talking about? From the context of the conversation,
I think we the people are the Americans. Hold on. We the people are the Americans, and the people running the government are the United States citizens. And we're getting
are also sorry.
Well, the corporations are citizens as well. Correct. All right, we have a corporatocracy, so we're conflating the two as one, and it's not the same. So what happens is, if we're not filling our seat of government through the state assemblies, then we're not represented. And they're turning their backs on us. If you want to go to Washington, that's a foreign land. It's a foreign territory. And that's what they're saying that we're all a part of, but we're not. The separation between us is that we're not in Washington.
Okay. Thank you for those details, Scott.
Let's fix things without knowing what the fuck we're talking about is the point.
Okay,
you know?
so right, that's your point. So let's come back to the conversation where I was at. Since you're wanting
Jack's reality. There we go.
Well, Scott, the conversation, the reality we're sharing is this conversation. You can get out, drop your arrogance. Okay, we can chill out. So, in the I am trying to get you to wake up, though, Scott, and realize what is actually happening right here and now in this life, right here and now. So, you wanted to negate what I was just talking about, to bring up these divisions of the corporate and the state and the American versus the citizen. So now, Scott, you negated me. So what's your solution?
Knowing there's a problem isn't the cure, but knowing there's a problem, actually knowing what the problem is fundamental to developing a cure.
Those are thoughts. What are your facts? Where's the relevance?
Let me ask you something. Are you aware that everybody walks around saying the United States citizens, and that's where they're giving up their?
I know.
Well, I mean, you want to fix the problem, so we've got to understand.
I believe I can lighten this up just a small bit. Like, what is it that they say vampires are like scared of, or like they go away from? Isn't it like garlic or something?
Garlic is one, yes.
Oh, okay, because like I was just thinking, like,
bullets.
you know how they spray the skies with like metal and stuff to like have like anyway to do their thing. What if we just started spraying the Capitol with like garlic? That would be one test. That would, if they all left, then like I'd be right in my hypothesis. It's like what I'm trying to say is it's hard to find like those people are allegiant because they went to
bring in
certain
a little
schools.
levity, maybe. Jack, can I give you one more thought? And I'm trying to clarify it in my head.
Do you think it's going to help?
That's the point.
Please.
I think the problem is that we're not together, and I mean on a grand scale. People are not together. Hold on, am I going to be able to finish, or do I have to talk over you, or just listen to you?
You can leave too if you don't like it. Matter of fact, let me help you. God bless. Thank you for leaving.
What's up, Jack?
Welcome.
The Machine Lies, Adam. Hope you're all doing well this evening.
What's up, Jason? How are you?
I'm doing good.
Nice.
Work's getting a little slower now, so it's easier. I'm loving it.
What were we talking about? That wasn't it like? I know we were talking about.
Well, yeah, actually,
making solutions or something.
I was kind of asking you too. What are you doing? I mean, I'm focused. I know what I'm talking about. I'm not confused. I had Scott interrupt to take us completely off track, and then I got you, Adam, talking about dropping garlic on the fucking White House. What are you doing, dude?
Yeah, I did hear some that confused the fuck out of me too.
I'm not good at making jokes because I saw that you were getting a little like Scott, and you were having a little bit of a not seeing the same thing. So I thought if I made a joke, it would kind of alleviate it.
It was an intentional distraction. I appreciate the intention. I would have preferred some support trying to get the conversation back to what I was trying to talk about, instead of sitting here listening to fucking Scott's mind again. I am so tired of listening to opinions that are not informed. Opinions that are just thought of. Strangers who stay away from me. Don't actually communicate properly with me. Scott will say that he's tried talking to me, and he has. just like he does here on the panel. He talks and talks and talks about whatever pops into his head. And when you ask him for relevance, well, it's lacking.
Yeah.
There's a sign for you. If you can't find relevance, you might be lacking relevance in the moment. I brought him up. Sorry to continue, but I brought him up.
You're good. You're good.
I do like Scott, and I keep hoping every day God's going to open minds. Eventually, minds will open and people will understand. Sorry, Adam, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I don't think it was that important though. It's because I can't remember what it was.
That's what's up. Oh, cheers, everyone. Hope you
It
guys
was an
are.
offering of peace of some sort I was thinking of, but you know.
Well, here,
I'll rethink it.
let me see if someone else can explain what I've been saying. Okay? Can anyone else comprehend or imagine the benefits of ending secrets and lies in the governments and corporations? Can anyone imagine those results and be able to explain it for themselves?
I can a little bit, not perfectly, but my first thought is like, basically there would be no government because I mean, if you're talking about like residents and citizens, and these people all have lives already.
Third country.
And like half of them are coming from somewhere else, which is the other place that's creating them. And like the education bernays and the propagation of cooperational efforts are. I don't know where I was going with that, dude. I forgot.
I figured you were gonna lose that one right quick.
Well, I think it's
Good path, fella.
I think it's rather simple if you look at it one way. You look at the connection between honor and shame. You say that we hide things from each other because we're ashamed, and we do that on a greater level because we're afforded by like anonymity. Like, why is somebody hiding behind a screen name and a keyboard? It displays something. That like you wouldn't really behave that way. That anonymity is affording you a certain type of behavior you couldn't have with somebody face to face. And if we understand what that is, then we understand how we can correlate shame and honor on a more, profound level, to where we can share each other's shame, and understand and then hide each other's faults. You know what I mean? And then to sort of elevate each other through that process.
See, that's where I get confused. Like you were asking, you specifically asked the question you just asked upon government and that, and then he answered on you and me here on the panels. This is where I get a little bit confused. You know what I'm saying?
Well, when I started
hanging out here, man. But
when I started saying that stuff and forgot,
he addressed it to you and me with the answer. What's up, Nody? Let's see, bro.
But yeah, Jack had actually asked, does anybody here on the panel see what I'm talking about?
That's what I'm trying
with ending lies. And so I said, yeah, but everybody as an individual has the lies, and also, but a lot of them come from other places which are consented to on various levels, some of which are forced or through theft. So yeah, their lies. What I said was there wouldn't really be a government at that point, like anywhere really.
Right. Like that's why I kind of went off that, Jason, because I was trying to say, like, well, if there's no government, then we'd have to just rely on each other. You know what I'm saying? So I was trying to go off of that shit. So that's why I addressed it like in a more general sense than going at it in a policy measure wise. But yeah,
I was just trying to understand. Like, I understand the question, but to hear it so off.
All right.
Well,
here.
Sorry.
Please keep listening, and it'll sink in. It'll make sense. Thank you, though. Here's something I considered. Secrets are enabled. Okay, it's very seldom that one person's individual secret is kept by themselves.
So my individual secret will be kept unencrypted.
Well, no, what I'm suggesting is in the governments and the corporations, there's groups. There's groups of people who choose that. I think what Machine Lies was saying, in the past, we've had all these people choosing.
In the past, we have
we have people making the determinations of what they think others should and should not know. What I suggest is the truth should be freely shared. We should be able to have our questions answered with facts. We don't need to focus on opinions. See, this world we live in a pretend world. People are pretending the government and the money all have this power that we can't exist without. It's bullshit. I don't know that we would not have a government in the future, but I expect we could transform the government rather than being a controlling force, a restrictive force.
Yeah, we can transform the government. Yeah.
It could be changed into an administration because that's the actual purpose. It's for the administration of economics, for the distribute, and economics is not just the money. The economics of our lives is the entire distribution of energy, knowledge, resources. If we had a more equitable and fair and righteous distribution of education, resources, and energy, we could work together very, very easily, especially if we were honest, and especially if we were generous with each other instead of selfish. We wouldn't be fighting. What's that?
And I'm flopping all around YouTube. I never met anybody honest. There's not too many people out there honest. Out of the 100,000 people I met 6 or 7 people that are honest.
There's many more.
Going off of what Jack said, if I may.
Please,
going off of what Jack said, though, being honest and teaching while like basically giving, like to go back to that idea of feeding people. Listen, of feeding people, and having a place like that. And when I thought that, I didn't mention it at the time because we like moved on, but I thought education has to be part of that. Everything really is education. Everything is. Or it's re-education.
Yeah, no, I kind of get you, man. And no matter what you do throughout your day, it's education. Like cooking your breakfast, you learn more. I get you. No matter what you do, you're educating yourself.
Like someone, that principle of like someone's always watching. Like you're not really like, so like you could have little ones in your life, and like like
early ages,
everyone's watching. Everything is being seen, whether you know it is or isn't. Kind of really break it down to the end.
You were saying, I get what you were saying.
Here's something
respect
to be aware of in each of us particularly when we're offering forth our criticism and honest, I used to be pretty proud of my drinking for a long
Okay.
time.
I
Matter
can
of fact,
tell you. Okay. Before we go any further, we're going to have to establish ages. I'm looking at you. I'm thinking roughly early 50s. I'm 40.
There you go. I was.
There you go. I could be talking shit. I don't know if you want to establish that. I turned 40 in September 19th. I'm 40.
You're old enough to
This is
take.
all fake. I dyed it. This is all dyed. I usually look as sexy as that, but damn, you grow that beard very well. I don't know how to do that shit. I tried. I tried.
God does it all.
Machine, I think your beard's fake, so fuck off. But Jack's got the real beard, man. Your shit's fake. Fuck off. He's smiling. He knows this.
Hey,
I'll listen.
Jason.
Yes. Sorry.
All seriousness. I'm actually, well, no, I don't want to be serious. I want to be fun and helpful. Hey, I want to encourage you, Jason. I lived a life where I found a lot of entertainment in the booze and the beers, the whiskey, the vodka. I found a lot of peace and a lot of friendship and company through those things. But what I didn't realize the damage I was doing to myself and others.
Yeah, high blood pressure, family don't like it. I get you.
Well, it's not just that, it's the time.
It's just that.
The time commitment that we offer to when we're drinking. What we're doing is we're robbing ourselves of energy tomorrow for the illusion of fun today, because when we bring in the beer and the booze, we typically don't feel 100% the next day. Maybe got to chase down something else to get the blood moving and feeling a little better. Maybe that was just me. But drinking typically is a time robbing practice, stealing time from tomorrow for today.
I'll give you that. Yeah, absolutely.
And think about
and I will steal what you first said, exactly, and you stole it back. Depends who you are.
What I started realizing is how much time of my life was wasted accomplishing nothing. And yet I had family and friends and people who I loved that I really wanted to do more for and do more with. But I had such low opinions of myself that I found myself making excuses.
Nick said later. He told you later.
No, he said we're gonna do it live on the net.
He said later though.
But later means that it's not
Turn
live
this
anymore.
off for a minute. Turn it off for a minute. We gotta get this show straight. Have Nick to come here. Why are you so nervous?
I'm not nervous.
So you're from Canada, right?
Yes, legal.
Well, why are you sweating?
I'm not sweating. What are you talking about?
You're sweating.
I'm fine.
Nick is an anchor baby from Canada. What the? Satan got boots. He wearing boots too. And these boots are made for walking. And wherever you go, Satan will be there. He'll show up. Let me hear you speak in tongue. What the? And you said that you are a priest.
Right.
Is that right?
Right.
How did you become a priest?
Okay, well, at the Israeli School of Universal Practical Knowledge.
Really, nigga?
The Pope is tick. Ain't nothing like a tick Pope. What the? It just feels good. On Monday mornings, Nick seemed to be off key. What's wrong with him on Monday mornings? Does he hang out all night on Sunday nights or something?
I don't know.
Park the car outside the gate.
I was about to mention that.
You see that boy? He parked his car.
Yeah, I wouldn't look.
Does he get high? Are you on pot?
Well, look, listen.
Do you smoke pot, Terry?
Yes, I do.
Oh, I can't have this conversation then.
Oh, man. Can you still be a good person and be a daughter of Satan?
What the?
What a beautiful evening, dead men float in the river, barely breathing. Tesla harness demons, keeps them locked inside. He might need them, feeding the wings of angels. No God can save you. Ancient fables whispered in ears of hunchbacks, finger jab. There's no comeback, shouting blood match. Vampire lived in castle, shadow creep up the stairs. I'm Nosferatu, raising hairs, seen in the mirror. I'm not there, I'm everywhere. Death from above, fall in the air, descent of a flying saucer. Her Majesty Royal Reptile, the earth will soon be drowned in water. Mortar fire, destroy your war camp. I dance in the warland with severed hands that hang from war lamps. The odd couple war champs, circle makers killed men with a spade and shovel. Rose from a pile of rubble. Ghost nature stand on a double. More complex pieces, the ancient puzzle. Trouble waits for you in the distance. I'll weave a black tapestry of rhyme just like the evil spinsters. My ghost words legendary. I stood on the hill with Mr. Crowley and slayed a race of serpents. I scattered the bones of gods to birth a world of zombie merchants. What a wonderful life we live in. Choir boys hang from the gallows, slightly swinging. Still hear ghostly singing. Devil fall back, armies winning. Trapdoor fall from the sky like death from above. Snap off the wings of a dove. Use mud to paint my war mask and spilling the faction's blood. Pull a sword from the stone, fuck that. Reach in and pull out the skeleton hole. Throw your dead skin in black holes. Zombie creatures crawled out of 9 holes. As man froze, I finished him off like pig to the slaughter. As the night fell, I boarded a beam of light and escaped in a flying saucer. My aura slaughter left bodies stacked up in piles. Cause my mental radar covers an area of 50 nautical miles. Laugh, dusty like ancient tombs. Dark, dodges the ancient goons. Travel like all the cosmic moons. Blanket the world in toxic fumes. They call me Tesla, the black magician. The ancient iron soldier, formerly eyes of vision. There's truth in superstition, no religion. Inside the abbey of the Lima, I sat inside the nightmare room and watched my master raise Gorisha. What a lovely morning. Zombies die in the desert, the sky is storming. Blood red sun, slightly dawning. Death from above, the sky is falling. Roman ghosts are boiling. When I swim in the blood that's pouring. On the phone to demons falling. They can't have me. I'm Tessa the wailing banshee, signal death. When I dance with worm-infested flesh, treasure chest, pirate, violent tyrant. When I stood on deck, the Navy captain who disappeared in the mansion. As the night fell, I stole your soul and held it up to God for ransom. The handsome hangman, you wish for death if you rub the lantern. Murder the skull and bones and crumble all the Colombian faction. And just a fraction of my third eye wisdom cause a chain reaction. At the drop of a hat, I'll grab my sword and spring into action. From the graves of Vikings, striking Tesla's ghost. Master of lightning, fought on a battlefield in a ghostly trench with zombie silence like the Mayans. The book of the dead is silence. The ancients understood defiance. Circle mavis, mystery and modern science.
When hinges creak in doorless chambers, and strange and frightening sounds echo through the halls. Whenever candle lights flicker, the air is deathly still. ghosts are present, practicing their terror with ghoulish delight.
Yearly in a place which is on the north side, an Indian brave slumped on a horse night, breaking the forest torchlight. Bone skeletons of jaws of birds and fish, driftwood dwelling, shells of all shapes and sizes, such as razor shells, cockles and talons. The flash of fast men alive is still too late. The fellas, townscape, simple stone, and dirty pair, dreadful and a murder of crows. Questions the kindly one, song of the swamp thing of sorrow. Tarantula, sudden gravity, the two faces of tomorrow. The river underground, the drowned gang lords of Chinatown. The scrivener, the scribbler, burning girl, rodeo clown. Blood-stained crown and other stories, disease, no grave but to see. The five fists of science, the wolf beneath the tree. The hall of the dead, the complete moon shadow bee. The last Christmas, the orbiter, where swords and deviltry. The town that didn't exist, reckonings, translucent beasts. They wish girls extinction, black hidden lands. There were more two-board Indians follow me. Isolation and illusion, the sanctum of 83. Twice these fish attacked your city, sovereignty and harbor freeze. What new father to amplify communications in the water? So why is it prudent to attack some author? New if spirit is wasted. Oh, and the enemy communications flew is shot. If they call your mother a dirty name, you won't hear it, you will taste it.
Yeah. You disbelieve in the gods, I'm about to even the odds. This is a thieving season, give me a reason to rob. The high priest wrapped in white sheets, I make the light cease when I grab the mic piece and burn it down with the joint sheets. A bad haven, feathers fall from a black raven. A bat saved them, I'll attack and smack Satan. I moved your coffin to pools with many fools forgotten a bull in Gotham. With slows and ghouls and goblins. I overthrow the government, America's arch nemesis. Control the underworld through a network of terrorists. Once married a witch, then she tried dumping me. Demons began hunting me, misery loves company. Suicidal tendencies, befriending my own enemies. Cops always remember me, same ones who says me. Fools are slaughtered, show and prove, move the father. I survived many moons with no food and water. I stole the globe till I found my throne of gold. I will survive 1,000 years before my bones grow old. You stop and stare, a shiny object appears up in the air. You drop in fear and observe the prophet's prayer. I'm clutching the rap that knocks the dust off your cap. I know you won't bust back, cause you ain't fucking with that. When the snub nose sneeze, only God could bless him. The reason you just believe, cause you had to be taught a lesson.
The daughters of God came this season, down on girl, the smell of the air found bleeding. The evening when the work was cut down to half a day shift with no reason. The shovel kept the feathers, some peddler by the roadside was grieving. And the sky fell and broke, and all the angels fell behind with no feeling. The roulette wheel stopped at 8, one night late. And a man came through the woods and found for him no plate. The ocean became hungry, the desert tried to escape. And the children play laughing to bed early with no cake. If the wolf can see at night, and now fearless towards chase. The woman rode her horse, invaded by herself in her cape. The bird cannot smell, they were no worse than a snake. And an axe bit wood was left behind on his day. The horse was startled, a woman in a hood wore a face. This guy's gonna crush white as a react with no haste. The truth was found at the bottom of the lake. The tree, the giving tree, she has one more branch to take. The darkness was a centipede, stays in God's sounds of mystery. A young man fired his rifle, he finds the sheriff does bleed. If the wind banged the doors, if there's any song we would sing. At night, the devil disappeared, that day his soul was company.
You get your heart chopped out, I watch your veins pop out. Facing 25 to life, I bet you lanes cop out. The dead are consoled by my death platoon. I pull your intestines out, make them stretch to the moon. I hold exploding arms, you will slowly get bombed. My DNA code is in the Holy Quran. While 11 men recited the heaven hymns, the reverend bled, I divide them to 7 gems. My dogs brawl behind bars, it's hardball. In barred stars, when God calls, the stars fall. Leviathan is triumphant, he's dying when I find it. And I'm flying in a spacecraft for 12 arms, I ain't scientist. My pistol rips through tissue and bone gristle. Then it hits you. I develop missiles from crystal. I wipe out mankind when the planets align. At a planned time, you can't understand the mind. I read the book of Exodus, then perform the exorcist. I plot with terrorists. My rhyme's a final testament. My rhyme design's a pyramid. My mind's eye is clear with it. I'm dealing with experience. I'm an alien experiment. I'ma set an early date for you to reach the pearly gates. In these glory days, I'll rid you of your worldly ways. Rap supreme sire, you blaspheme the Messiah. I'm carried higher upon chariots of fire. You're better off in a thunderstorm, holding the lightning rod as I ascend to the heaven to sit at the right hand of God.
No. Come on. No. Come on. No. Say what? Say what? Say what? Say what? With no frills, post no bills in a rigmarole is so ill. And roadkill bake over BK blacktop. Summer a tough loving for that DK mascot. The settle in a worm lunch, lovely and vile. Half never even got comfy in a style. 15 past van ran around our country, lugging the heavy duffels that are hungry and proud. Young, dumb, loud, and repping the locale. Duffels that are hungry and proud. Young, dumb, loud, and repping the locale of whatever foul 4-track nurture the child. And it works for a while when a stone cold surf get a megaphone, a perch in a crowd. Wow, first things first, the alert, the allowed. Free every worker immersed in denial. Circle the now till his face turned purple and never ever once turned worship and bow. Walk the fence like a deer in headlights through a fisheye lens. Hopped out the Ford for more folklore till his cape got caught in the door one morn. Please don't tap the phone and go no lights on, but the cat is home. Catacomb Kid Cudi with his calicos to try to coax big money out the rabbit hole. And it's a diary of savage folk with no future. No teacher taught him how to maneuver. No rules, so he authored a blueprint with no regrets and blamed self for the bloopers. Cooped up, keeping the quills dipped and busy with a little killer, no tolerance for the tipsy. Whether it's Six or City, I'm opening up. You sick of running on empty, come and soak in the smut.